As the curtain lifts, a smug guy named Zhang Cheng boasts he has crossed worlds and threatens to shoot anyone who won't like him. Instantly he imagines himself laughing between heaven and earth, forcing the 9 heavens realms to bow. Sadly, reality flips the table. Nothing resembles his epic fantasy. He wakes to a cold truth: no system, no empire, just a starving Jiang Cheng stranded in wild mountains. He immediately screams at the sky, desperately cursing the system and demanding it show up. Eventually, Jiang Cheng sighs in exhaustion, eyes closing as if surrendering to fate. At that moment, a strange glowing panel appears, coldly declaring host confirmed dead. The system mechanism finally activates, and the air turns oddly uncanny. A complaint echoes from the void. Activating only after death is basically cosmic trolling. Calmly, the system replies in a flat tone: welcome to the invincible system. It announces benefits: 100 million lives, revival 1 minute after death, plus automatic survival analysis. Jiang Cheng stares wide-eyed. So dying endlessly is fine. Clearly the system treats his life like a stepping stone. Meanwhile, the system calmly checks the cause of death and confirms dehydration. As compensation for the first death, the host receives the unique Thrira Heaven Desolate Undying Body. Jiang Cheng laughs awkwardly. He died of thirst, but got a reward. This body grants immortality, no food needed, and rapid cultivation. He bursts into excited laughter, praising the system as insanely powerful and perfect for conquering the world. Another notification follows briefly: host resurrection complete. Revived, Jiang Cheng strokes his chin like a sage, muttering that hardship finally led to rebirth. His mind then paints a ridiculous scene of 3 beauties, serving him while he acts like a cold god. The more he imagines it, the prouder he gets, laughing loudly and planning to play the pig to eat the tiger. Returning to reality, he coughs seriously and vows to cultivate diligently without complaint. But right after speaking, he freezes. There's absolutely no spiritual energy here. Jiang Cheng instantly yells, without spiritual energy, how do you cultivate? Is he trapped here forever? The system coldly displays his stats: Jiang Cheng, penniless mortal, 0 abilities, evaluation, just a get-rich dreamer. Jiang Cheng clutches his head and wails, an overpowered body, yet pathetic cultivation. This system must be fake. His calm shatters as he curses the system nonstop, demanding refunds and escape routes like a madman. After total frustration, an extreme thought appears: if there's no way out, maybe dying is easier. Acting on it, he slowly walks to a bottomless cliff, ready to jump like someone who's given up. The system suddenly warns that suicide will permanently disable resurrection, making Jiang Cheng's face twist instantly. On the barren cliff, only he stands in the howling wind, a pitiful figure betrayed by hope. The surroundings grow gloomier, spiritual energy gone, despair heavy, like a grave for cultivation dreams. Time passes, yet Jiang Cheng's anger still smolders like stubborn embers. Finally, he shouts to the sky, fine, has trapped but not even a newbie gift or comforting beauty. Just then, a dazzling gem-like object flashes in midair. In a blink it shoots down like lightning and lands before him, leaving Jiang Cheng stunned. Looking closer, it's a beautiful girl with a graceful figure and silky hair named Ji Ling'an. Jiang Cheng's eyes instantly shine, so a beauty really did fall from the sky. He secretly scans her from head to toe, quietly evaluating her looks and outfit with obvious delight. While his still mumbling praise about her stunning beauty, the girl slowly rises to her feet. She tilts her head, stares at him, and calls out curtly. Before he can react, she draws her sword, cold steel flashing as she demands to know who he is. Yet Jiang Cheng keeps staring at the beauty, her blade a hair's breadth from his throat. Shockingly, he sticks out his tongue with a creepy grin, claims to be her father, and casually nudges the sword aside. He sways provocatively, urging her to kill him, making Ji Ling'an suspect he's mentally unstable. The system coldly warns that provoking others to kill him counts as suicide, so resurrection stays locked. Hearing that, Jiang Cheng explodes in rage, cursing the system for obviously trolling him. He instantly switches tone, begging the beauty not to misunderstand and please spare his life. Yet in his mind a sly plan sparks: if he can't self-destruct, he'll play villain and let someone else do it. With that thought, he pulls open his robe to flaunt his toned body, giving Ji Ling'an a bizarre, taunting look. Licking his lips, he claims to be a notorious flower thief, deliberately provoking her until she cries out in shock. She raises her sword in warning: one more step, and she'll cut him down without hesitation. Before she can strike, a frosty female voice echoes from afar: found you right here, making Jiang Cheng turn alert. He sees 4 approaching figures, 3 murderous men, escorting an arrogant woman who orders Ji Ling'an not to run. Leading them, Yao Wengxuan steps forward, her icy gaze demanding immediate surrender. Jiang Cheng smirks, thinking the classic Hirosev's beauty script is about to begin. Reality slaps him. Yao Wengxuan ignores him entirely, her killing intent locked on Ji Ling'an. Jiang Cheng stands aside like a VIP spectator, chin in hand, enjoying the sudden drama. He quickly deduces the woman is no saint, most likely Ji Lingan's mortal enemy. As old grudges surface, Ji Lingan grits her teeth in fury. Yao Wenxuan destroyed her entire sect over wounded pride. The three men snicker wickedly, debating whether to kill her now or humiliate her first. Jiang Cheng's eyes light up, perfect villains for his grand suicide plan. He steps in front of Ji Lingan, posing righteously and advising them to stop killing fellow cultivators. Yao Wenxuan frowns coldly, demanding to know what he is to meddle in her business. Jiang Cheng taps his nose like a sage, saying hell enlighten them if they insist on knowing. He then spins a wild tale, claiming to be the ancient primordial true lord of the Azure deity, who split heaven and earth. He even adds that, bored of three realms' power struggles, he sealed his cultivation and retired here. As he rambles on, the four exchange confused looks, while Yao Wenxuan secretly admits he's quite handsome. Finally, she waves her hand, beat him half to death, and keep him alive, prompting the three men to charge. Jiang Cheng stands straight and calm, solemnly lecturing them not to be so aggressive. He clasps his hands behind his back, curls a finger provocatively, and declares hell grant them 3 moves. Instantly one man lunges with his sword, shouting the first strike howling moon thrust. Ji Lingan rushes forward in panic, shouting for them to stop while cursing the madmen inside. With a sharp swish, the icy blade slices through the air toward Jiang Cheng's forehead. The sword cuts flesh, crimson blood instantly streaming down his face. Jiang Cheng sways slightly and collapses onto the cold ground, his breath quickly fading. Witnessing this, Ji Lingan freezes, hands over her mouth as she trembles in despair. While the 3 men laugh mockingly, Yao Wenxuan pales and rushes over, angry they accidentally killed him. Seeing his still handsome face, Yao Wenxuan narrows her eyes. Luckily the looks remain, still useful. Unable to bear it, Ji Lingan screams in fury and charges with her sword, condemning their cruelty toward a harmless fool. Right then, the system coldly reports host deceased, cause of death slain by a low-level disciple of Ju sect. A dense data panel appears, copying all abilities of the extreme moon sect master, and massively boosting his cultivation and techniques. In a blink the process ends, and Jiang Cheng springs up midair, stretching and laughing like a bird finally airborne. Meanwhile Yao Wenxuan approaches Ji Lingan, wickedly declaring she'll spare her life but ruin her face and cultivation. Her 3 cronies snicker lewdly, oblivious that Jiang Cheng has quietly stood up behind them. He looks at them with disdain, coldly mocking the 3 idiots for not even understanding fake death. Hearing his voice, they spin around in shock at Jiang Cheng's soaring aura, one screaming in panic. Ji Lingan is equally stunned, trembling as she believes he truly is a resurrecting master. Refusing to believe it, one man angrily charges again, determined to kill him for real. Calmly, Jiang Cheng raises 2 fingers to the sky and solemnly activates the bright moon heart art. With a soft exhale, spiritual energy flows from his palm, thin yet sharp like an ancient blade. The instant it hits, the attacker is blasted backward, rolling on the ground screaming. Yao Wenxuan glares in horror, demanding how he can use the extreme moon sex technique. Jiang Cheng folds his arms and sneers, delivering a biting taunt that darkens her face instantly. Humiliated, Yao Wenxuan roars in fury and orders him killed at once. Before they can react, Jiang Cheng moves like a phantom, dropping the remaining 2 in a single breath. He turns to Yao Wenxuan with a wicked smile, ignoring her frantic pleas for mercy. Just as he's about to strike, a thunderous roar explodes from afar. Golden light floods the sky, forcing Jiang Cheng to shield his eyes in surprise. Behind him, Ji Lingan trembles, whispering that it's Yao Qulin, sect master of Extreme Moon and Yao Wenxuan's father. A white-haired elder in platinum robes descends slowly, his furious gaze imposing. His deep, icy voice echoes, "Don't fear while I'm here, no one dares touch you." The newcomer is Yao Qulin, his aura erupting and suffocating the surroundings. Stroking his silver beard, eyes sharp as blades, he declares anyone harming his daughter will lose body and soul. Yao Wenxuan rushes to accuse Jiang Cheng of killing 3 senior brothers, enraging Yao Qulin into unleashing a heaven-shaking soul division realm pressure. Under the crushing aura, Ji Lingan pales in despair, knowing this foe can obliterate lives effortlessly. Jiang Cheng, however, stands leisurely as if sipping tea, even as Yao Qulin points his sword at him. Behind him, Ji Lingan can only let out a choked cry of warning. Yet at that very moment, Jiang Cheng delivers a heaven-splitting slap, sending Yao Qulin flying like a dry leaf. Ji Lingan stares in utter disbelief, unable to grasp how Jiang Cheng is this strong. Before she recovers, Jiang Cheng smiles coldly and strides toward Yao Wenxuan like a judge of fate. Within a few short breaths, Yao Wenxuan's destiny reaches its end. She lets out a faint cry before collapsing like a puppet with cut strings. Seeing the battlefield quiet, Jiang Cheng beams like a child with a new toy, announcing it's loot time. He swiftly gathers spoils: silver thread soft armor, a rune-H black sword, a storage ring, and thousands of spirit stones. Finished collecting, Jiang Cheng laughs triumphantly, declaring his fortune has officially turned. Beside him, Ji Lingyan awkwardly corrects herself and bows, addressing him respectfully as senior. Hearing that, Jiang Cheng teases with a grin, asking if she plans to repay the life-saving favor with her body. Instead, she strokes her chin thoughtfully and softly asks his technique was clearly from Moon Sect. So what is his connection to them? The question makes Jiang Cheng laugh loudly, claiming it's all thanks to heaven-given talent and unrelated to that bunch. He smugly adds that beating them with their own technique is the ultimate slap, making Ji Lingyan lower her head in admiration. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng spreads his arms and hugs her, their eyes meeting so close their breaths mingle. He quickly lets go, coughs, and sternly tells her to keep today's secret. It was merely a trial. Hearing that, Ji Lingyan bursts into tears about the flying immortal sex massacre and begs for revenge. Right then, the system issues the main quest: unify the three realms and found the host's own sect. Jiang Cheng immediately asks where the reward is: no benefits, no labor. The system calmly replies: complete it for rapid leveling, and points to exchange for skills or treasures. Jiang Cheng opens his panel level 1 pitiful EXP 0 system. Before thinking further, he curses that this reward system smells like blight and fraud. The system coldly answers without sacrifice: how can one grow strong? Jiang Cheng snaps back, calling it a rotten system, leading him by the nose. While he argues with thin air, Ji Lingyan tilts her head and softly asks what's wrong. Jiang Cheng startles and gives an awkward laugh to brush it off. She seriously guesses old cultivators often lose their minds, making Jiang Cheng blush and roar in denial. Seeing her trembling apology, he coughs, regains composure, and brings up avenging her sect. Ji Lingyan brightens, but Jiang Cheng quickly adds he has one condition. Hearing that, she lowers her head nervously, imagining something improper, yet agrees for the sake of revenge. Noticing her vague tone, Jiang Cheng frowns, confused about what old rule she's implying. Realizing the misunderstanding, he waves his hands, declaring himself a righteous gentleman. He just wants to be sect master. Ji Lingyan exhales in relief. The condition is simply inheriting the top position. Jiang Cheng pretends to turn away coldly, prompting her to hurriedly stop him and agree to make him flying immortal sect master. She immediately kneels solemnly, calling herself the first direct disciple, greeting the new sect master. At that moment, the system confirms the sect ownership quest complete, awarding Jiang Cheng 500 points. It continues: host has recruited a new motto. Ji Lingyan's data appears human: 7 aptitude spirit hero physique, a once in a millennium talent. For subduing an outstanding follower, Jiang Cheng gains 3,000 more points, totaling 3,500. Seeing the number, he grins ear to ear like he just found treasure falling from the sky. Without delay, Jiang Cheng starts spending points to upgrade himself. In a flash, he reaches level 2, unlocking 3 daily revivals with plenty of points left. The system then unlocks a new feature, Open Yang, costing 1,000 points per use. Jiang Cheng eagerly tries his luck. Upon confirmation, the sky blazes with swirling golden light like a heavenly gate cracking open. A solemn voice announces he has obtained the special skill All-Seeing Insight. Jiang Cheng scratches his chin and decides to test the new ability immediately. His eyes flare with golden light, sharp as lightning splitting the heavens. His gaze sweeps the wasteland and locks onto a distant spot. He cheers at discovering a treasure. Behind him, Ji Lingyan watches his bizarre behavior and calls out, asking what sect master plans to do. Without turning, Jiang Cheng smirks and tells her to wait. He's off to grab something good. As he finishes speaking, his figure vanishes using the activated skill, leaving silence behind. The girl stands frozen, eyes wide and mind blank, utterly baffled. Still, she nods to reassure herself she's already used to her mysterious sect master's unpredictability. Following the guiding signal, Jiang Cheng tears through space and lands in a strange land thick with spiritual energy, dreamlike and hazy. He scans the area, muttering in confusion the coordinates are right, but the target is nowhere in sight. Unable to resist, Jiang Cheng looks up and directly asks the system what exactly the thing before him is: a monster or a treasure. Instantly, the system's robotic voice welcomes him to the encyclopedia service, then calmly deducts 500 points. Jiang Cheng's face turns red as he stomps and yells he never agreed to ask, so why the auto-charge? Unbothered, the system explains the target is a world heart fragment that gathers heaven-earth ki and flips yin and yang. Half believing, Jiang Cheng scratches his head, but is already digging like a treasure hunter on caffeine. Suddenly, 5 colored lights erupt from the ground, ancient energies surging as space trembles on the verge of collapse. His joy barely rises before the spot his digging explodes like fireworks gone rogue. Jiang Cheng takes the full blast again, life deleted before he can even process it. As his soul pops out, he howls in grievance, since when does treasure hunting come with TNT? The system coldly announces host dead for the second time today due to origin vein eruption. A new status appears. The world heart fragment initiates survival mode and grants a special absorption skill. And thus, Jiang Cheng's story refuses to end. After a while, his body revives lying flat on the ground. He suddenly hears a childish call. Jiang Cheng jumps up blankly, instinctively asking what on earth just happened. Before him stands a sparkling-eyed little girl who is, bizarrely, the fragment's human form. She studies him curiously, then stretches out tiny arms and sweetly asks for a hug. The system explains this is the anthropomorphic state, after the world heart fragment acknowledged him as master. Of course, it also deducts another 500 points for the explanation, draining his balance further. Jiang Cheng roars in protest, while the system coolly states the encyclopedia auto-activates when answers are needed. Meanwhile, the fragment girl keeps reaching out, softly calling him mother, and asking to be held. Seeing her cuteness, Jiang Cheng's anger fades. He sighs that she's adorable but seriously confused about his gender. He pats her head awkwardly, saying call him father instead, but she tilts her head and repeats mother anyway. Suddenly she dives into his arms, tiny hands tugging his hair bun as Jiang Cheng yells in flustered frustration. Just then Ji Linghan runs over breathlessly. Jiang Cheng calmly hoists the girl onto his shoulder and points out the shockwave culprit. Ji Linghan immediately kneels respectfully, sensing the extraordinary aura and congratulating him on subduing a sentient treasure. The girl blinks at Ji Linghan, then softly asks Jiang Cheng who this newcomer is. Jiang Cheng poses wisely, telling her to learn from this big sister, but when Ji Linghan asks her name, golden light flashes in the girl's eyes. In a blink, she recites all details of Feiyun Prefecture and lists Qinglin Manor's forces like a living map. Jiang Cheng clutches his head, dizzy from the info dump, quickly stopping her and reminding her again as a man. Finally, he sighs and declares he'll adopt her as his daughter, casually giving her an extremely simple name. She instantly stomps in protest at the awful name, so Jiang Cheng bargains call him father and he'll rename her. The girl pouts and mutters that mother is so mean for tricking Da Huang. Jiang Cheng can only look skyward in defeat no matter what. She insists on calling him mother. At that moment, a hatred-filled voice slices through the silence, accusing Jiang Cheng of killing his beloved daughter. A chill of danger rises. Jiang Cheng curses inwardly, knowing the enemy has tracked him down. Yao Qulin appears with bloodshot eyes and two mysterious allies, roaring for revenge and slashing out 3 violent blade auras. Survival instinct explodes. Jiang Cheng dodges by a hair, his body skimming past blade light that nearly dices him. The moment he lands, he howls for the system like a drowning man grabbing straw. The system coldly replies support mode was cancelled. Would the host like to re-register? Before he can celebrate, more bad news hits. The system refuses aid and deducts all points, balance 0. Jiang Cheng's fury ignites sky high as he curses the system for robbing him like a broke man gone mad. Even worse, the system calmly suggests asking 2 more questions to finish spending the remaining points. Jiang Cheng slumps and sighs, muttering a hopeless curse like a man spiritually bankrupt. Regaining focus, he calculates alone. Yao Qulin is barely manageable, but adding the other 2 is suicide. Just then, as Yao Qulin moves to strike again, an elder beside him raises a hand to stop him, suggesting clarification first. The elder probes Jiang Cheng about the earlier spiritual fluctuation and promises not to meddle in personal grudges. Jiang Cheng weighs it instantly. Those 2 old foxes clearly want profit and won't truly stay neutral. He glances at the 2 girls and decides that if he runs, he's dragging them along. Suddenly he gasps dramatically, pointing afar and shouting about a 7-collared phoenix flying past urge them to chase it. The 3 elders' faces change. Greed overrides hatred as they quickly discuss profit-sharing. Still, Yao Qulin keeps his elder dignity, loudly proposing they go together for safety. Jiang Cheng almost laughs, inwardly mocking their shameless greed. But at that moment, Da Huang innocently asks what color the 7-colored chicken actually is. Panicked, Jiang Cheng rushes to cover her mouth, trembling as he begs her not to ruin his scam. Unfortunately, the arguing elders turn around together, realizing they've been duped, faces turning savage. Irritated by the muffling, Da Huang bites Jiang Cheng's hand hard. Crying out in pain, he pulls back, glaring at his swollen finger, and calling her the ultimate pig teammate. Da Huang blinks innocently, asking if those 3 old men are trying to kill father and daughter. Jiang Cheng instantly smiles with hope, pats her head, and encourages her to handle the trio. She shyly replies that heaven's Tao binds her. She can't casually take lives. Jiang Cheng nearly explodes, shouting why Heaven's Tao didn't matter when she almost killed him earlier. Still forcing a smile, he coaxes her to just accidentally cripple them instead. Da Huang scolds him for shamelessness, like a tiny grandma, then giggles she can only erase their cultivation. Hearing that, Jiang Cheng's eyes shine like his meta-savior, urging her to act immediately. In a blink, Da Huang flies up and chants childish spells, leaving the three elders utterly confused. One elder angrily swings his sword in threat, while Yao Qulin roars for revenge. Yet in the next instant, all three freeze pale as they realize their spiritual power has vanished completely. Jiang Cheng bursts into triumphant laughter, pompously declaring he is punishing them on behalf of Heaven's Tao. He draws his sword and unleashes a grandly named sword technique with dramatic flair. Killing intent surges to panic and flee, while Yao Qulin stands stunned, asking how he knows the Ji Ren sect sword art. Jiang Cheng doesn't answer. He flicks his wrist and sends the blade shooting forward like a meteor. In a flash, the three figures stagger from the strike and collapse simultaneously, fate unknown. After the battle, Jiang Cheng stands calmly amid the field, lecturing that cultivators spend their lives fighting for fame and fortune. He strolls closer, coldly asking what anyone can actually take with them after death. His eyes gleam greedily, best to help them rest in peace by confiscating all assets. He immediately rummages through the three unlucky souls, complaining they're pitifully poor. The system screen pops up, listing loot pills, spirit stones, talismans, and a few odd trinkets. While counting spoils, Jiang Cheng feels his robe tugged and hears that familiar clingy voice. The girl refuses to leave, pokes his chest, and weakly says she's hungry. Jiang Cheng feels struck by lightning and yells what on earth she's doing. Da Huang clings to him like a koala, terrified from hunger. Flustered and red-faced, he pushes her away, insisting he's not a wet nurse. She blinks innocently. She just wants to eat spirit stones, leaving Jiang Cheng stunned by the logic. She pouts and points out he literally just looted a pile of them. Jiang Cheng feigns realization, scratches his head, and hurriedly dumps a colorful heap of spirit stones before her. In seconds, Da Huang munches them like candy while Jiang Cheng sweats, watching his fortune evaporate. Meanwhile, Jilingen slowly wakes, dazedly asking why she fainted. Without pause, Jiang Cheng lies that she merely had low blood pressure. She frowns, asking what that is, so he hastily explains it's temporary energy depletion. She nods thoughtfully, concluding her spiritual power must have dropped sharply, and he agrees vaguely. Jiang Cheng straightens up and declares spiritual power is just a lowly mortal term. In the immortal realm, he claims, it's called blood pressure. The higher the cultivation, the stronger it rips the sky apart. As she memorizes this nonsense, her gaze suddenly falls on the three motionless bodies. She realizes they were Soul Division realm experts, yet her sect master defeated them instantly. Jiang Cheng puffs his chest and laughs, calling it trivial, then casually asks the way to Flying Immortal Sect. Ji Linghan looks at him with worshipful eyes as he turns to check on Da Huang. He finds her sprawled on the ground, belly round as a jar, beside a completely empty pile of spirit stones. Unable to resist, Jiang Cheng hoists her onto his shoulder and declares they're leaving Wind-Severing Valley for Flying Immortal Sect. The trio slowly walks out of the desolate valley. On the way, Jiang Cheng sits cross-legged to meditate in an open field, looking like a carefree hermit. Ji Lingyan bombards him with questions, astonished that all spiritual energy within Tenjiang is sucked dry. Jiang Cheng stretches and smiles mysteriously, asking why she doesn't seize the chance to cultivate. From under a tree, Da Huang pipes up that Mama already absorbed all the Klai. How can anyone else train? Jiang Cheng grins slyly and whispers that dual cultivation with sect master might recycle the energy. Ji Lingyan blushes furiously and turns away, convinced her sect master is utterly bizarre. Meanwhile, at Flying Immortal Sect, a very different scene unfolds. Corpses lie scattered everywhere with heavy battle scars, clear signs of a brutal massacre. As Jiang Cheng and the two arrive near the mountain gate, they spot a familiar figure running toward them. It's Yuan, one of the surviving disciples, eyes shining with joy at their return. Ji Lingyan tearfully rushes to hug him, relieved someone is alive. An elder hurries out, anxiously asking if anyone else survived. Ji Lingyan chokes back tears and shakes her head. She saw no other survivors. A nearby youth breaks down sobbing, trembling as he says fewer than 20 of them remain alive. Hearing that, La Yuan gritted his teeth, swearing his master died guarding him, and passing down the 9 absolutes sword for revenge. The disciples flared with passion, convinced their master's sacrifice left hope for Fei Xian sect. After a pause, Elder Liang suddenly told everyone to hush, eyes unreadable. He declared that if they wanted revenge, they had to act right now. He then suggested they hand over all treasures so he could ask Duanmu Shujia to hire a top expert. He even bragged that once Duanmu Shujia moved, the enemy would vanish in a blink. The disciples fell into awkward silence, unsure whether to trust this elder. Jiang Cheng sneered at his shamelessness, while Da Huang joked he was thicker-skinned than Mama. Seeing hesitation, Elder Liang shouted that missing this chance would make their revenge oath empty talk. Under pressure, many wavered, and Elder Liang smiled like a fox who smelled profit. At the peak of tension, Ji Lingyan stepped out, opposing the plan and rejecting Duanmu Shijia's help. She then awkwardly pointed at Jiang Cheng, introducing him as the new sect master of Fei Xian sect. Elder Liang exploded, demanding who dared appoint a sect master while he was still alive. Ji Lingyan stood firm, insisting Jiang Cheng was absurdly powerful, his combat aura off the charts. Elder Liang scoffed, saying a mere 4th-level Soul Division realm brat couldn't carry a whole sect. Jiang Cheng stepped in front of Ji Lingyan calmly, telling them to stand back if they wanted Fei Xian sect protected. Heroic on the outside, he secretly cheered inside at the sweet chance for more system points. Meanwhile, Qing Lanfu forces arrived to clean up the disaster-stricken battlefield. Seeing their sect looted bare, Fei Xian disciples muttered that the enemy were demons in disguise. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng told them to watch Da Huang and wait for him to bring back the enemy's head. He shot toward the enemy like lightning, making one disciple think he was delivering himself to death. Elder Liang snorted, certain a 4th-level Soul Division realm cultivator was doomed. In contrast, Ji Lingyan watched with unwavering faith in her sect master's victory. As Jiang Cheng approached, Qing Lanfu shouted at him not to meddle. Jiang Cheng drew his sword, pointed it forward, and coldly declared himself the new sect master of Fei Xian sect. Fei Xian disciples teared up with emotion, and Ji Lingyan's eyes shone with trust. Qing Lanfu burst into mocking laughter and charged together, killing intent roaring like tidal waves. Surrounded, Jiang Cheng smirked wickedly and raised his sword, daring them to come. In a blink, chaos exploded, dust and smoke rolling like thunder in the mountains. From afar, Fei Xian disciples cheered, sure their sect master would crush the foes. Then a figure was blasted down. Jiang Cheng lay motionless as if dead. Joy turned to horror as they realized their sect master had been killed in seconds. Elder Liang laughed loudly, glad he hadn't trusted that fool. Other sect cultivators mocked him too, calling him a useless guy who only dies and revives. Right then, Jiang Cheng heard the system's icy voice announcing the host's death. The system activated a special privilege, preparing his resurrection via the mysterious heaven, thunder tribulation to obliterate everything nearby. The sky darkened as lightning tore through clouds like heavenly wrath descending. Amid the storm, Jiang Cheng's body slowly floated up and declared he was back. Under everyone's horrified gaze, he lifted his head and laughed arrogantly, like a man fresh from the grave. He loudly declared that the moment one dares admit their weakness is the moment they become invincible. After that, Jiang Cheng struck a grand pose, waving his arms like he was summoning creation itself. Ji Lingyan cheered excitedly, while De Huang just stared, utterly baffled. Jiang Cheng pointed at the enemy and shouted that they were about to suffer his wrath. He then chanted a string of ridiculously grand titles like thunder-summoning spells. Ji Lingyan listened with sparkling eyes, while De Huang suspected Mama was just setting off fireworks. Right then, a golden bolt of lightning crashed down, shaking the battlefield. In an instant, the unlucky bandits were fried into charcoal by heavenly thunder. Overjoyed, Ji Lingyan ran over, almost calling him an idiot before hurriedly correcting herself to sect master. The Fei Xian disciples all knelt in unison, loudly greeting their new sect master. Strange slogans echoed everywhere, praising his strength and sky-high blood pressure. Jiang Cheng forced a bitter smile, feeling Ji Lingyan had led them into chanting nonsense. The system chimed in, congratulating him on recruiting disciples and awarding extra points. Jiang Cheng stayed indifferent, thinking all of them combined weren't as noisy as Ji Lingyan alone. He then shot a cold glance at Elder Liang and asked if he was qualified to be sect master now. Elder Liang could only force a smile and bow, acknowledging the new sect master while calculating that siding with strength beat opposing it. Ji Lingyan subtly winked repeatedly, clearly urging Jiang Cheng to seal the deal. Jiang Cheng turned serious, his deep voice echoing as he announced a new goal. Ji Lingyan imagined reforming the messy sect, while Da Huang simply dreamed of spirit stones for snacks. Jiang Cheng calmly shook his head, rejecting all their wild guesses. At last, he casually revealed his small goal, wiping out the 4 great sects. The crowd felt thunderstruck, then roared in hot-blooded unison to destroy the 4 great sects. Ji Lingyan blushed with excitement, praising the bright future under their sect master. The disciples competed in flattery, some praising his boundless might, others calling him a god descended. Jiang Cheng leisurely declared he would personally strike first, targeting Extreme Moon sect. The disciples, burning with zeal, insisted on following him into battle, refusing to let him go alone. Ji Linghen explained he kept them back, only to guard against sneak attacks, moving everyone deeply. Beside them, Zhang Cheng's eye twitched at their overactive imaginations. Elder Liang stepped forward solemnly, requesting to join the campaign to reduce risks for the sect master. In truth, he had calculated his move's one merit now would secure his future status. Meanwhile, Da Huang lounged in a corner chewing spirit stones, scoffing that Elder Liang just wanted Chang Cheng as a backer. As if expecting this, Jiang Cheng clasped his hands and agreed without hesitation. Elder Liang grew even more confident, already dreaming of great achievements, a scheming smile curling his lips. At the same time, Extreme Moon Sect plunged into chaos when 7 Soul Division Realm Elder tokens shattered at once. Someone cried in disbelief that Fei Xian's sect could have anyone capable of killing 7 elders in a single move. Speculations flew, some blamed Duanmu Shijia, others urged investigation before acting. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's thunderous voice boomed from the sky, announcing he had come in person. The top-knot-wearing old leader spotted Liang die and immediately mocked him viciously. Unexpectedly, Elder Liang puffed up proudly, claiming one word from the sect master was enough to take their lives. The top-knot elder snorted and ordered all disciples to charge, determined to leave the enemy no escape. This was just the warm-up. Jiang Cheng then smiled leisurely, waving both hands like he was about to start a grand game. Elder Liang turned to mock the enemy, boasting their attacks on Jiang Cheng were mere back scratches. But one glance froze him. Jiang Cheng was pierced by countless swords, blood soaking his robes. Elder Liang instantly wailed in panic, crying as if his only pillar had collapsed. The Extreme Moon Sect master smirked smugly, mocking Liang Da for foolishly siding with Fei Xian sect. Elder Liang trembled and slumped to the ground to speak, but was cut off mid-sentence. The Extreme Moon crowd didn't bother listening and simply swarmed him, beating him senseless. Meanwhile, the system coldly announced Jiang Cheng's second death, caused beaten to death by a mob. As a soul, Jiang Cheng cursed the system, whining why it couldn't buff him for 1 second to wipe them out. He suddenly revived, saw Elder Liang getting pummeled out of his wits, and roared in fury. The sect master paled at his revival, though another elder calmly suggested they keep beating him. Jiang Cheng coldly replied that touching him required asking his big brother first. In a flash, a gigantic, murderous being appeared behind him, terrifying Extreme Moon Sect pale. The sun dimmed and night fell, making the scene even more ominous. Meanwhile, Yin Yu Shuang arrived at the mountain gate of the Great Demon. Like a creeping blizzard, she advanced step by step, scaring Great Demon disciples into fleeing. She roared and unleashed Heavenly Demon Domain Tiger Mountain, shaking them into utter chaos. Standing at the gate, she shouted curses at the three-eyed tiger for cowardice, and kicked the doors open. Ironically, despite her thunderous rampage, no one inside responded. Deep in a cave, the Great Demon lounged between 2 beauties when a guard rushed in. As Yin Yu Shuang's curses echoed inside, the guard hurriedly reported the situation. Trembling, he said she was outside hurling insults like rolling thunder. The Great Demon lazily replied he had heard worse before. The guard hesitantly added that news of the scolding had spread across the Tiger clan. Struck like lightning, the Great Demon leapt up, roaring over the Tiger clan's damaged reputation. Seconds later, he softened, told the guard to record other matters, and tried to change the topic. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed in the cave, scaring the 2 beauties into fleeing. The Great Demon panicked, ordering the back door open so he could escape before Yin Yu Shuang stormed in. He activated a spatial ability to flee, but froze upon realizing the portal wasn't his. In a blink, the spatial gate swallowed him whole, vanishing him into endless void. The guard stood frozen, dumbfounded and stammering at the bizarre event. Outside, Yin Yu Shuang's thunderous voice kept demanding the threed tiger show himself. Meanwhile, dragged through a strange dimension, the Great Demon wondered who opened the gate and where he was headed. Upon landing, he saw Jiang Cheng grinning at him like he'd found rare treasure. Realizing something was off, the Great Demon glared in demand, while Jiang Cheng sweet-talked him to teach those guys a lesson. Furious, the Great Demon smacked Jiang Cheng's head. Jiang Cheng fled clutching it, whining he'd sacrificed 2 lives to lure Big Brother here. Suddenly, the sky roared and a massive heavenly lightning bolt struck straight at the Great Demon. He suddenly remembered the summoning contract with Jiang Cheng kill him by accident, and heavenly lightning would kill him instead. The surrounding cultivators sneered, mocking Jiang Cheng for summoning just a scary beast. Hearing Mangy Beast aimed at him, the Great Demon turned with bloodshot eyes. The cultivators panicked and hastily upgraded their wording from monster to Great Fiend to Ghost King. But the Great Demon, furious beyond limits, struck out with a devastating claw. In a blink, the once arrogant crowd vanished as if erased from existence. Silence fell, leaving only Jiang Cheng and the great demon facing each other. Jiang Cheng cupped his fists and shamelessly praised Big Brother's invincible might, yet the great demon still scolded him for ruining things. Jiang Cheng glanced around and realized they were standing in Qinglan Fu. The great demon froze, understanding he'd been dragged across space to a foreign land. Enraged, he roared like thunder, warning Jiang Cheng never to let him see him again. With that, he turned into a gale and shot away, leaving swirling air behind. Jiang Cheng clasped his hands behind his back and grinned, thinking summoning a mega beast was incredibly convenient. With the mission done, he eagerly prepared to check the loot. Every time he received rewards, Jiang Cheng laughed gleefully, praising great sects for their generosity. The system began listing a long string of rewards, magic treasures, and weapons galore. It even included thousands of spirit stones, pills, and talismans piled like mountains. Jiang Cheng basked in victory, glowing like he'd hit the jackpot. Just as he reveled in pride, a strange sound echoed from afar. A distant voice declared it would absorb all the spirit veins here today. 5-colored light burst across the sky, dazzling like fireworks at night. From the glow emerged a long-skirted figure like a fairy, making the system interface turn uncanny. The system displayed the 9-star Lan Yu Jing Shun Yi armor, able to block all attacks below the heavenly mandate level. Next, a golden ancient tomb slowly materialized in midair. The system introduced a level 1 teleportation skill, allowing travel within 10,000 miles for a day. Jiang Cheng's eyes shone his first draw was a jackpot, and he laughed, claiming he'd transcended mortal ranks. Elsewhere, only ruined sect grounds remained, black smoke curling like post-apocalyptic wreckage. A purple-haired youth whispered by a door asking if the Demon King had left, and someone from the cellar sighed in confirmation. He gasped that one move nearly flattened the sect, while a blue-haired girl hurried to check the scripture pavilion. Opening it, they froze. The shelves were empty, spirit stones and manuals gone without a trace. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng leisurely rode a flying sword with a huge sack on his shoulder, sneezing nonstop. Rubbing his nose, he muttered irritably about whoever was cursing him. At Feixian Sect's gate, disciples who had long waited erupted in cheers at his return. Ji Lingyan stepped forward, gently asking if the sect master had faced danger. Ironically, Jiang Cheng said nothing. He clenched his fist, punched the ground, and sighed tragically. The disciples panicked, assuming failure, trembling as they comforted him that survival was enough. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng wiped tears and choked out that vengeance was achieved, but Elder Liang had fallen. A disciple swore emotionally that the sect master bore no blame for daring to fight a great sect. Jiang Cheng clenched his fists, urging everyone to cultivate diligently to console Elder Liang's spirit. Not stopping there, he pointed and shouted that their slogan was too soft. If they wanted revenge, they had to yell louder. Instantly, the disciples roared their cultivation slogan, voices shaking the entire mountain gate. Satisfied, Jiang Cheng nodded and reminded them that gear was just as vital as strength. Hoisting a huge sack with a mysterious grin, he said none of this cost a single coin. With a palm strike, the sack burst open, treasures and spirit artifacts shooting out like falling stars. In a flash, the three below gawked at the mountain of loot while he stood behind, arms crossed smugly. Calmly, Jiang Cheng explained these were war spoils to keep them safe when he was away. The disciples teared up. Never had any sect gifted treasures so generously. Sternly pointing at the sky, he declared he cared nothing for artifacts, he valued them instead. He stood smiling heroically as Ji Lingyan clasped her hands in awe, thinking her sect master was legendary. Spreading his arms, Jiang Cheng proclaimed that anyone joining Feixian sect shared the benefits, money to spend together, meat to eat together. The disciples raised their hands and cheered, eyes shining like they'd met a mythical leader. A reed-haired youth hugged his new sword, a brown-haired one grinned over his shield, and a purple-haired one cherished a sharp blade. Sunai blushed while hugging her dream azure sword, trembling that it was a 4th-grade weapon usually reserved for elders. Jiang Cheng waved it off casually, saying it wasn't meant for her alone anyway. Flustered, Xuni covered her face, apologizing for losing composure before the sect master. Jiang Cheng stepped forward and handed her another sword personally, smiling for her to take it. She flushed deeper upon realizing it was the 6-bronze Qingya spirit sword of Extreme Moon Sect. Bowing quickly, she refused, insisting such a sect-defining treasure belonged to the sect master. Jiang Cheng chuckled, telling her to keep it. His own great sword was enough in hand. Suddenly, he called Ling Yuan, who pointed at himself in confusion. In that instant, Ling Yuan silently screamed with joy, feeling his destiny peak. Jiang Cheng tossed him a spirit armor, casually saying it would boost his defense. Ling Yuan stared wide-eyed like a stranded fish, gasping in shock. On closer look, it was the 5th grade Chang Yuan heavy wind armor of Extreme Moon Sect's Grand Elder. Moved to tears, Ling Yuan hugged the armor tightly, trying to stay calm before the sect master. He bowed gratefully as Jiang Cheng laughed and patted his head, urging diligent cultivation. Meanwhile, Ji Lingyan watched quietly, eyes slightly moist, thinking she held no special place. Just then, Jiang Cheng remembered and called Xiao Qi, and she ran over with hopeful eyes. Smiling, he handed her a fairy robe to try on, saying it was only worthy when she wore it. It turned out to be a rare 9th grade purple fairy robe. Beaming, Jiang Cheng shooed her to change quickly so he could admire it. With a sly laugh, he assured her to change freely, he absolutely wouldn't peek. Soon Ji Lingyan emerged, face flushed and shy beyond hiding. Everyone, including Jiang Cheng, gaped and nearly got nosebleeds, giving endless thumbs-ups for her stunning beauty. Ji Lingyan glanced at the form-fitting robe and timidly suggested such a 9th grade treasure should be worn by the sect master. Jiang Cheng firmly waved it off, claiming he cared not for vanity, and besides, it was clearly women's wear. Ji Lingyan blinked innocently, explaining the robe could adjust for any gender and even be worn underneath unnoticed. As everyone imagined a burly old man in a sparkling bikini, they nearly fainted on the spot. Jiang Cheng stiffened, mouth agape as if witnessing a world-shaking horror. Hurriedly turning away with eyes shut and hands clasped, he begged her not to tempt him into cross-dressing with such bizarre tricks. He took a long, deep breath and slowly regained his serious expression. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng asked in a low voice why spiritual energy was still abundant if the spirit vein was destroyed. Ji Lingyan smiled, explaining the sect master's daughter restored it and even upgraded it from 2nd grade to 3rd grade. Rushing into the dark cave, Jiang Cheng saw little Da Wang on a faint blue glowing rock at one call. She leapt into his arms. Delighted, he patted her head about the spirit vein repair, and Da Huang nodded obediently, saying she needed more world heart fragments. Meanwhile, in Faxian Sect's hall, disciples sat neatly awaiting orders as Ji Lingyan asked why they were summoned. Solemnly, Jiang Cheng declared Faxian Sect had entered a new era and must unite to hold their goal. Ironically, Xu Ni yawned dreamily, thinking her name was called, and answered awkwardly. She sprang up, fixed her posture, and loudly reported in before the sect master. Calmly, Jiang Cheng appointed her chief financial officer to manage all income and expenses, plus rewarded her a fine horse. Xunai instantly imagined riding a white steed as finance chief, cheeks flushing with joy. Jiang Cheng then turned to La Yuan, assigning him head of general affairs to handle miscellaneous sect matters. Moved, La Yuan stood to accept loudly, choking up at being trusted as the sect master's right hand. Jiang Cheng cheerfully called the last name Xiao Qi. Ji Lingyan straightened and answered crisply with determination. Leisurely, Jiang Cheng appointed her CEO of Faxian Sect when has away, she handles all decisions. Spirited, the newly appointed officers raised hands and vowed to make the sect prosper. Satisfied, Jiang Cheng clapped until his palms reddened and announced he'd visit Xuan Bing Sect and Wuzong tomorrow to collect debts. At dawn, amid cloud-wrapped peaks, Xuan Bing Sect sat quietly atop towering mountains. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng appeared midair like descending thunder, while Xuan Bing Sect had already formed ranks below. Arms crossed, he smirked arrogantly, asking if they'd predicted his arrival. The Extreme Moon Sect master pointed skyward darkly, demanding he call out his backer if he wanted to live. Jiang Cheng laughed heartily and pointed to himself, claiming he always acted solo. Furious, the sect master accused him of playing dumb as tiny soul realm cultivation couldn't destroy Extreme Moon Sect without backing. Impatient, Jiang Cheng waved them off like flies, telling them to stop yapping attack or even kill him if they dared. The sect master slammed his spirit bell down, ordering formation as experts rushed forward. In a blink, 7 powerhouses took positions, channeling spiritual power into the array's core. A massive spirit energy sphere formed, trapping Jiang Cheng inside the famed Frost Cicada prison array. Instantly, he froze midair as icy winds howled, numbing his consciousness. Soon, Jiang Cheng became a glittering ice statue like carved jade. Suddenly, spiritual power burst from within, shattering the thick ice. Yet his soul drifted from the frozen body, groaning that this was a bizarrely torturous death. The Extreme Moon Sect master folded his arms, sneering that he could regret it in the underworld. Just then, the system announced a 50% death check and activated a resurrection plan with a summoning talisman. Jiang Cheng widened his eyes. The system's voice sounded oddly familiar. Meanwhile, 9,000 miles away, a divine tiger soared through the clouds. Grinding its teeth, it cursed Jiang Cheng for summoning it without a return talisman, forcing it to fly thousands of miles. A flash appeared before Jiang Cheng, and the giant tiger materialized. Alarmed, the tiger tried to turn and flee, stammering it had flown day and night. Ironically, Jiang Cheng held a book and giggled with delight, like he'd found a brand new toy. The Extreme Moon Sect Master and his men gawked, clueless how a dead man just rebooted. Calmly, Jiang Cheng cupped his hands to the tiger and apologized for troubling Big Brother again. Furious, Dahu grabbed his collar and roared, asking if he was being treated like entertainment. A lightning flash sparked behind him, reminding Dahu of the Thunder Pact that punishes contract breakers. Swallowing rage, he chose to step back for peace, though he still wanted to bite Jiang Cheng. In the end, Dahu let go and bolted, shouting that the real enemies were behind him. Before fleeing far, he even turned to scold Extreme Moon Sect for foolishly staring at him. The sect members trembled backward, stammering how such a terrifying great demon appeared in Fei Yun Zhou. Dahu arrogantly declared himself the great demon, while Jiang Cheng hurriedly warned him the enemy excelled at formations. Instantly, Extreme Moon disciples formed seals, deploying the Frost Cicada prison array to trap Dahu in icy layers. Annoyed, Dahu glared at Jiang Cheng, scolding him for asking help yet still backseat directing. Realizing this, Jiang Cheng shrank like a turtle, nodding apologetically and telling Dahu to shine freely. With a thunderous roar, Dahu raised his hands, golden lightning swirling as he looked like a descending god. A massive explosion rocked the sky. Extreme Moon disciples were blasted away, many coughing blood midair. Dust filled the heavens, the formation shattered, and the sect fell into chaos like chickens in a tiger's den. Jiang Cheng stood stunned, inwardly impressed that one move crushed their grand array. Losing all composure, he cheered like a puppy greeting its owner, waving wildly for Dahu to keep going. Dahu soared upward then crashed down like a meteor, twin palms smashing the sect into screams. Outside, Jiang Cheng watched like a superfan, eyes sparkling, praising Xiao Hu's gentle but painful strikes. Dahu froze, face twitching, pointing a claw to warn Jiang Cheng not to summon him again. Each call meant flying 10,000 miles. Jiang Cheng grinned with a victory sign, even suggesting Dahu stay permanently, earning a skyward groan. Suddenly serious, Jiang Cheng planted his hands on his hips and loudly introduced himself as Fei Xian Sect Master, pitching bizarre benefits. While he marketed like a startup CEO, Dahu quietly slipped away without leaving a single hair. The system flashed brightly, confirming point conversion complete. Jiang Cheng now had 5,800 total. Stroking his chin, he calculated gleefully that converting Xuan Bing Sect's loot into points was insanely profitable. Scene shift. Rosy clouds drifted over Wu Lai Sect's twin towers, peaceful before the storm. Jiang Cheng floated midair, hands behind his back, while a crowd below gathered warily. Landing at the gate, he used a loudspeaker-like shout, declaring the place surrounded and urging them to surrender. Inside, Wu Lai disciples activated their grand barrier and mocked his Ling Tai realm cultivation as mosquito level. A long-bearded elder frowned, puzzled who managed those cowardly disciples outside. A subordinate bowed, reporting they belonged to Elder Wang, who was busy with jealousy drama that afternoon. Enraged, the sect master slapped the subordinate flying, scolding their incompetence. After coughing to regain dignity, he sternly told disciples to stand straight and copy him, leaving them confused. Suddenly, the Wu Lai sect master dropped to his knees, hands clasped and trembling before Jiang Cheng, stammering about settling grudges peacefully. Before finishing his sentence, Jiang Cheng coolly cut him off and told the old man to just swallow it already. The old geezer forced a smile, heart pounding like war drums, stammering that enemies should reconcile, not escalate. Jiang Cheng grinned and repeated his trademark icy forward line, instantly dropping the room's temperature. The sect master's face twisted, smile frozen stiff as cold sweat soaked his brow. Still playing nice, face black as a pot bottom, he dry-laughed and suggested they calmly sit down to chat. The disciples split. Some fumed at their master's patience, others secretly admired his saint-level tolerance. Unhurried, Jiang Cheng recited the same line a third time, as casually as reading a memo. Finally snapping, the sect master roared insults about Jiang Cheng's ancestors and ordered everyone to attack. Under a peaceful pink sky, screams and half-finished curses suddenly filled the air. Scene shift. Thousands of miles away at Xuanyuan Holy Land, Dahu stood tall amid smoke and corpses. At his feet, a dying purple-robed, teal-haired girl weakly asked if he came from Xuanyuan Holy Land. Dahu ignored her, raising a claw to gather spiritual power as the glowing spell made her eyes widen in terror. He suddenly roared in annoyance, whining that borrowing a teleportation array got him, harassed blaming that brat for tricking him. In the swirling core of the formation, Dahu spread his arms and shouted to the heavens like all storms were ending. Right then, Saangi Xianji and ZT streaked across the sky like twin meteors. Moments later, Dahu lounged like a king, legs crossed, ordering chilled melon after working for 2 whole days. But that sweltering noon, Karma arrived as Zhang Cheng approached sheepishly like a guilty cat, leaving Da Hu speechless. Zhang Cheng scratched his head, gave an awkward chuckle, and shyly confirmed he had indeed shown up. Da Hu's face instantly darkened, black as an unwashed pot. Though despair filled his heart and he cursed life's meaninglessness, his legs obediently followed Zhang Cheng, plotting revenge. Onlookers buzzed with gossip, some even mistaking it for a romance between man and demon king. Suddenly, Da Hu shot into the battlefield like lightning, fangs bared and golden eyes blazing with killing intent. Panic-stricken screams erupted as his terrifying aura scared everyone half to death. Enraged, Da Hu's fists ignited with raging flames as he blasted foes away, roaring if they truly dared challenge him. Explosions thundered as enemies were flung through the air like shooting stars. When it ended, Da Hu bent over panting, ears ringing, growling that Zhang Cheng had truly enraged this king. Zhang Cheng stood statuesque still, gently patting Da Hu's shoulder and softly urging him to calm down. But Da Hu's fury surged, teeth grinding to devour him, while the system warned heavenly lightning was incoming. In despair, Da Hu roared and shot skyward, declaring ties severed forever had rather die than endure more. Instead, he slammed straight into a massive rock and dropped flat, motionless as a corpse. The giant boulder instantly exploded before Zhang Cheng, debris blasting everywhere. Zhang Cheng teared up in horror, crying "Big Brother," and blaming himself for the death. Then the system cheerfully announced successful point gains, leaving Zhang Cheng staring in utter confusion. A brilliant golden light flared as the system declared his level had increased. The system panel popped up level 3 unlocked, over 2,000 points banked, 3 daily revives, and a skill to force others into a major realm breakthrough. Zhang Cheng's face lit up like fireworks. He could now shove other people up a whole cultivation realm. Hands behind his back, he pictured Ji Lingyan smiling, already plotting to use the perk on her. A 1/7th realm jump was heaven-sent, but sadly for Hu Lao, he wasn't on the VIP list. Zhang Cheng burned paper offerings while nagging nonstop, blaming Da Hu for being so eager to die. He then grinned confidently, declaring that one more level plus that skill would make him practically invincible. Imagining sweeping all remaining sects, he smirked and snapped his fingers like a kid who'd won premium candy. Meanwhile, Da Hu kept playing dead under the heavy rock, face scrunched like he was enduring torture. Ironically, Zhang Cheng leaving was perfect. One faker met one fool, destiny approved. Da Hu peeked as Zhang Cheng walked away, heart cheering like he'd won the lottery, wondering if the guy was truly gone. Once sure it was safe, he leapt from the rubble laughing, proudly claiming he'd outsmarted the brat. Scene shift to the Tianyuan sect headquarters, where the air suddenly turned tense. A low-ranking disciple rushed in, kneeling in panic to report that Xuanbing sect and Wulai sect had been wiped out. The sect steward gravely asked Elder Fei if he heard the shocking news clearly. Elder Fei stroked his beard calmly, saying a mere Ling platform cultivator wasn't worth the sect's panic. Before he finished, a thunderous shout outside demanded someone roll out, turning every face pale. Elder Fei stepped forward grandly, reassuring the crowd he'd handle the loudmouth himself. He led the group out as Zhang Cheng slowly descended from the sky like heavenly lightning incarnate. Elder Fei advanced, pointing coldly and introducing himself as Fei Dong of Chiri sect, asking if the other was Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng held his head high and taunted that, if the old man wanted revenge, he'd better check if his back was sturdy enough. Fei Dong sized him up and asked who backed him, already doubting this arrogant brat's true identity. Skipping banter, Zhang Cheng's eyes flashed green as he struck like thunder, roaring for the old dog to greet King Yama. The clash boomed like sky-splitting lightning, shaking the entire spiritual vein as battle erupted. In a flash, Fei Dong drew his sword with a sharp clang, cold light slicing the air into razor-sharp sword QI. Instantly hit, Zhang Cheng's head spun like in a blender, stars in his eyes as he muttered about becoming an angel. Standing firm, Fei Dong thought he'd won and loudly called Zhang Cheng's allies out to die, though he suspected a trap. After no one appeared, he tightened his grip on the blade and issued a grim warning, ready to strike ruthlessly. Suddenly, strange rustling sounds filled the air, cranking the tension even higher. Without thinking, Fei Dong slashed wildly at the fluttering cloths, shouting that had exposed the enemy. Below, disciples screamed that he was hacking the sect's own protective formation banners. Hearing that, Fei Dong's face turned green as he cried out in horror. Right then, a flaming black hole ripped open behind him, fire surging outward. All eyes locked onto the blazing anomaly, mouths agape, as if heaven and earth were shifting. Gone was his swagger. Fei Dong turned pale, stammering we're doomed, realizing he'd wrecked his own side. Massive rocks crashed down as red light poured from the sky, explosions popping like New Year's fireworks. Then a world-shaking blast boomed, rattling the earth violently. A distant female cultivator shot Fei Dong a resentful glare, saying he'd destroyed the formation core himself. Furious yet prideful, Phi Dong roared that enemies had hidden in the core, but had wiped them all out. The Tianyan sect steward grunted politely, unconvinced, while others quietly suspected internal sabotage. Coughing, Fei Dong casually declared the other 3 sects erased and promised his sect would now back Tianyan sect. The crowd instantly cheered in unison, as if witnessing a glorious triumph. Suddenly, the system flashed red. Jiang Cheng had died 3 times today, auto-activating protection due to a huge power gap. Jiang Cheng pouted angrily, grumbling it was pointless since that tiger had already died earlier. Everyone looked up to see a golden circle appear in the sky, blinking in confusion at the spectacle. While the great demon was still stunned, Jiang Cheng beamed and coughed proudly, welcoming his old brother back. Panic erupted as a demon king abruptly materialized midair. Before anyone recovered, Dahu pointed skyward, grinning and calling Jiang Cheng grandpa, asking how many summoned talismans he had left. Teary-eyed, he complained he was already a second-rank demon king in Tianyao domain, almost first, so please stop summoning him. Jiang Cheng chuckled like a haggling merchant, patting him and suggesting he just joined Faxian sect. Dahu swatted his hand away, glaring that this brat was abusing borrowed power. Grinding his teeth, the great demon pointed ahead and vowed he'd settle the score with Jiang Cheng someday. In a blink, Dahu shot off like an arrow, leaving Jiang Cheng muttering he switched sides faster than flipping a pancake. Right then, the system's familiar ding announced point conversion complete, total score now 600. Jiang Cheng suddenly stood on a random flying carpet, screaming as he dropped downward. Behind a boulder, the great demon peeked out, snorting that if he couldn't kill Jiang Cheng, he'd target his sect instead. Meanwhile, Dahu soared through the sky laughing like firecrackers, praising himself as a once-in-a-generation genius. Next, Jiang Cheng landed before a grand palace, spreading his arms and boldly declaring his return. Ji Lingyan laughed that wiping out 3 sects in a day was shocking, while Shuir excitedly proclaimed Faxian sect's rise. Hearing the praise, Jiang Cheng laughed heartily as everyone chanted about their mighty sect master. From afar, the great demon's face darkened, annoyed that he did the dirty work while Jiang Cheng took the glory. Dahu let out a sly chuckle, vowing to overthrow that brat sooner or later. Just then, a mysterious hand appeared, resting atop a crimson cloth covering a table. Jiang Cheng happily whipped it away, revealing glittering gear and shouting for anyone lacking Tier 4 equipment to trade. A man ran around the treasure pile like he'd won the lottery, yelling in wild excitement. Amid the buzz, a faint, distant call suddenly echoed through the air. Abruptly, a clawed hand shot up from beneath a rock, startling everyone nearby. From shattered space burst a twisted creature, running and yelling that Da Huang had caught a puppy as a pet. Hearing that, Dahu plopped down roaring that has the threed Tiger King, not some puppy just temporarily sealed. Thank you very much. Meanwhile, Hoxiang glanced around in mental chaos, thinking Faxian sect was clearly a circus of weirdos. Dragged across the ground, the great demon wailed, demanding to know why they were colaring him like that. Space Fragment coolly said he could be released if he promised not to move, instantly earning furious protests. Shuir cooed at the wriggling creature. Ji Linghan agreed it was adorable, and Ying Hu howled in offended denial. World Fragment lifted him like a kitten and mused that if not a cat, then maybe a dog, making Dahu grind his teeth and roar as a tiger. Shuir happily hugged the little tiger, glowing with joy, leaving the other great demon stunned speechless. Curled in her arms, Dahu fell asleep snoring, secretly marveling at this unexpected bliss. The great demon next to him fumed at the snoring, outraged that a mighty Tiger King could sound so undignified. Jiang Cheng folded his arms and laughed, teasing that the guy was fit only to be his tiger little brother. Irritated, the great demon bolted off shouting for no one to touch him, yelp included. Dahu then pointed at them, roaring that sealing his cultivation was cheap. If they had guts, fight him outside. Jiang Cheng puffed up proudly, claiming even 100 Jin strongmen couldn't touch a single finger of his. The great demon backed up trembling, face twisted as he nervously asked what Jiang Cheng planned to do. Jiang Cheng flashed a sly grin, slowly removing his outer robe and telling him to stand still like a good boy. Ji Linghan and Shuir widened their eyes, admiring that impressively built physique. Suddenly Jiang Cheng leapt onto Dahu's back with a shout, making him yowl that this was definitely not a fair duel. The space around them warped like bad reception, revealing a bizarre screen floating like a TV. In the distance, the great demon shrank back, trembling like jelly in a cold wind. Jiang Cheng flexed his muscles with folded arms, smiling that surrender would earn him a way out. Dahu instantly refused, grumbling that Jiang Cheng's gaze felt suspiciously weird. Jiang Cheng kept riding him and shouting, while the demon behind howled in agony, asking what stunt this was. Again space cracked open and that strange screen reappeared midair. Dahu hissed furiously, declaring he'd never be anyone's slave or mount. Zhang Cheng softened his tone, proposing 3 years as Faxian sex guardian spirit beast, then he'd be free. Dahu squinted to confirm it was truly that simple. After Zhang Cheng nodded, he began calculating. 3 years was nothing for demonkind, and the guy wasn't asking for his demon core or cultivation. Still, Dahu remained suspicious, wondering if Zhang Cheng was a hidden master from some shadowy force. Zhang Cheng grabbed his head, demanding a final answer, while the other great demon privately agreed this brat was no ordinary fish. Hearing such speculation, World Fragment's eyes widened in astonished disbelief. After some thought, Dahu finally agreed to the 3 years, secretly plotting revenge later. Jiang Cheng clapped happily, ordering Xiaoji to draft the contract and appointing Huxiang as Faxian Sec's head of security. Dressed in new attire, the great demon inspected himself and awkwardly admitted the outfit was unique. Zhang Cheng then raised his hand, declaring Faxian sect fully equipped and ready to expand. Ji Ling'an asked if he meant recruiting disciples, and Zhang Cheng promptly nodded. Hands behind his back, he laughed that the bar wasn't high, just be as good as the folks standing here. The two below instantly protested they were core disciples, and Ji Ling'an admitted that standard was sky high. Zhang Cheng calmly folded his arms. Faxian sect prefers elite over extra quality beats quantity. The news spread through the bustling city, with rumors saying joining now might be easier than surviving as a rogue cultivator. Soon recruitment flyers flooded the streets, promising gifts and personal tutoring from the sect master. A purple-haired man frowned at the flyer, baffled why such high standards only recruited direct disciples. Crowds gossiped on the streets, one joking that if anyone joined, hopefully it'd be a pretty girl. Someone beside him snapped that if all he thinks about is beauties, he might as well quit cultivating. A blue-haired man warned grimly that joining Faxian sect now was suicide. Chiri sect was preparing retaliation. Scene shift on cloud-wrapped peaks, wind and mist gathered ominously, signaling a coming storm. Ji Ling'an clenched her teeth, urging the sect master to issue clear defensive orders. Jiang Cheng merely glanced at her and asked calmly, defend against what, exactly? Before more could be said, Xiao Chuai rushed in, reporting Chiri sect had begun mobilizing, spiking the tension. A nearby girl trembled, asking if they should flee before it was too late. Zhang Cheng casually picked his nose and sighed, running solves nothing, just cultivate in peace. Someone's on watch. Ji Ling'an worried that Chiri sect was far stronger. One Ling platform expert could wipe them out. Zhang Cheng smirked, suspecting the earlier four-sect alliance was likely masterminded by Chiri sect. The crowd erupted angrily, realizing Chiri sect had been pulling the strings all along. Suddenly, a strange voice rose from the crowd, making everyone turn to see who spoke. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes and calmly said the person had been waiting for had finally arrived. All eyes shifted to a shadowed corner where someone stood. Jun nervously introduced him as Duanmu Qi. Hearing the name, many gasped. This was the famed head of the Duanmu clan. Jiang Cheng scratched his head jokingly, suggesting Duanmu Qi sounded ancient and maybe Duanmu Yongji was catchier. Ji Ling'an hurriedly clarified that the man before them was the 4th-generation Duanmu patriarch, a Ling platform master. Zhang Cheng still nonchalantly picked his nose, asking what this young master wished to teach him. Duanmu Qi frowned slightly and slowly asked Zhang Cheng's name instead. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng scanned the crowd, noticing their gazes held zero admiration. Duanmu Qi declared in a deep voice that he came not for trifles, but to show everyone the correct path. All eyes lifted to his hovering figure, his imposing aura silencing the crowd. Zhang Cheng, looking half awake, bluntly told Duanmu Yongqi to just spit it out. Back at the Duanmu clan, a man watching Zhang Cheng scratch his head comically blurted out that he recognized him. A bearded man beside him grumbled that these Faxian sect brats truly lacked manners. An old silver-haired elder then lectured sternly, demanding to know why Zhang Cheng didn't grasp even basic cultivation principles. Duanmu Qi resumed coolly, criticizing Zhang Cheng's rudeness, and hinting that even his backing force couldn't save him from Chiri sect. Pausing briefly, he added coldly that to join under him, Zhang Cheng must first accept 3 conditions. Before the crowd, Duanmu Qi laid out 3 terms: hand over all spoils, make Faxian sect a tributary, and marry Ji Ling'an to Duanmu Zidu. Ji Ling'an's eyes blazed with fury, anger choking her speechless. Zhang Cheng stepped in front of her calmly, saying he'd handle it, leaving her flustered and wanting to protest. He smiled leisurely, claiming his hobby was saying no to self-important fools, and flatly refused. Xiao Qi froze, thinking the sect master was risking everything to oppose Duanmu Qi for her sake. Duanmu Qi's face darkened, voice icy as he asked if Zhang Cheng preferred the penalty wine over the offered toast. Ironically, Jiang Cheng raised his hands in mock surrender, mocking the cliché villain line, and joking he couldn't drink since he had to drive. He burst into loud laughter, treating the tense standoff like a comedy show. Just then, a confused voice from behind asked what all the noise was about. Jiang Cheng frowned and barked at the guards for letting random nobodies stroll in. Dahu lazily noted the newcomer hadn't caused trouble, but Jiang Cheng sternly ordered that outsiders be banned from now on. The guard scratched his head awkwardly, repeatedly saying he understood. Worse still, the great demon pointed at Duanmuqi and roared for him to get out before he got blamed again. Duanmuqi trembled with rage, accusing them of sending a demon servant to expel him, utter disrespect. The bystanders hurriedly urged Jiang Cheng to apologize, reminding him this was Elder Duanmu. Dahu flared up, cursing that he wasn't some creature to be looked down on, forcing others to restrain him. At last, Duanmuqi snapped, waving his hand and shouting a killing command. A thunderous explosion followed, blue smoke billowing like tidal waves. A brown-haired youth trembled, asking if little Hugh had died, while a blue-haired one wailed about losing his petting cat. As smoke cleared, Duanmuqi sneered triumphantly, mocking whether that demon still dared act tough. He then turned icy eyes on Jiang Cheng, declaring it was his turn to die. Jiang Cheng merely flicked his hand like brushing dust, saying it was far too early for that. Duanmuqi narrowed his eyes, letting out a surprised grunt. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed. This daddy is truly angry now. Jiang Cheng's face changed as he gasped, "Demon King!" Before anyone reacted, the great demon charged like a violent storm into the battlefield. A brilliant green light erupted as Dahu touched the power source, awakening terrifying strength. In a blink, he struck hard, smashing Duanmuqi from the sky into the ground. Not stopping, the demon bared fangs and seized him like fragile straw. Duanmuqi screamed in agony, words breaking into desperate pleas for mercy. Seeing their elder captured, his subordinates panicked, crying out for the fourth elder. Soon Duanmuqi's body shriveled, skin wrinkling like rotten paper as black smoke poured from his mouth. His corpse thudded lifelessly to the ground, drained of all vitality. Someone trembling asked if that was a demon king. Another stammered that it was actually little Hu. Dahu cast an imposing glance at the trio, ordering them to address him as Lord Hu. The three instantly bowed low, voices shaking as they respectfully greeted Lord Hu. Jiang Cheng laughed and patted Dahu for the achievement, but the great demon shot him a look to shut up. He was maintaining dignity. Watching two former enemies now sling arms like buddies, everyone stood stunned, wondering just how unfathomable their sect master truly was. Jiang Cheng leisurely sat down, picking his ear, waving everyone back to serious business. His face turned stern as he declared they'd shelve the Duanmu clan, for now the real target was Chiri sect. The disciples fired up instantly, with Ji Lingyan charging forward first to ask about defense plans. Jiang Cheng laughed confidently, saying he never plays defense if enemies come, just face them head-on. Ji Lingyan suggested opening the gates for a surprise strike, and Luo Yuan agreed, trusting the sect master and Lord Hu. The moment he was named, Lord Hu jumped up protesting he never promised to fight alongside them. He reminded them his only the guardian beast, no field battles unless extra pay is involved. Jiang Cheng burst out laughing, rubbing Lord Hu's head like a pet, saying if he wants to stay home, fine, just be a good watchdog. Then his tone sharpened, hinting that per the contract, if disaster strikes in his absence, Lord Hu must risk his life to defend. Though ears red with anger, Lord Hu grudgingly stayed to guard, acting as if he couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng calmly flew down the mountain as disciples admired him like a descended deity. Facing a giant like Churi sect, he showed zero hesitation, steady as ever. Ironically, Lord Hu chewed meat smugly, scoffing that without him, Jiang Cheng was just a weak monkey. Ji Lingyan shot up angrily, defending that their sect master's courage was unmatched. She proudly added that someone like Xiao Shu wasn't qualified to belittle their master. Just then, two disciples whispered that when major sects fell, a tiger demon descended from the sky, its aftershock injuring rogue cultivators nearby. Hearing that, Xiao Ji froze briefly, regretting speaking too hastily earlier. Still, she stood firm, asking Lord Hu if a guardian beast would really watch idly when the sect master was in danger. Meanwhile, at the Duanmu clan, tension suffocated the grand hall. Disciples nervously speculated the tiger demon had reached at least Fate Realm. Chiri sect's helpers wouldn't last half a minute. Worse, if the tiger demon could destroy Chiri sect, Jiang Cheng might turn on the Duanmu clan next. Thinking this, they all stared at the corpse on the floor, the air turning icy. In panic, they kicked and punched the body, venting anger and dumping all blame on the dead. One pretended to reassure others, saying Jiang Cheng was only at Splitsoul realm. The tiger demon was likely subdued by lucky chance. Eyes gleaming, he schemed that killing Zhang Cheng would free the tiger demon, maybe even let them claim it. Another elder frowned, noting from projection traces that Zhang Cheng didn't seem to bring the tiger demon to Chiri sect. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng rode the wind, sword in hand, flying elegantly. Laughing freely, he enjoyed sword flight sightseeing and conveniently protecting a little sister. But suddenly, the calm sky shifted ominously. A strange object shot past like lightning. In one careless second, Zhang Cheng lost balance and plummeted from the sky. The Duanmu clan had ambushed him midair, striking the moment he let his guard down. Believing him dead, they scattered immediately, not daring to linger. In that hazy instant, Zhang Cheng barely understood what happened, only that his life snapped away. The system coldly announced death by Ling Platform Assassin, upgrading him to 4th layer Ling Platform and activating a Divinigrade Spirit Platform. Hearing that, Zhang Cheng sprang up thrilled like he'd won the jackpot, shouting he finally didn't need to summon the tiger demon anymore. Revived on the spot, Zhang Cheng popped up, hurled a palm strike, and cheerfully demanded his sneak attacker show their face. But the surroundings were dead silent, no one brave enough to answer the taunt. Zhang Cheng clicked his tongue, whining they should've left a few mobs for him to farm some experience. Scratching his head, he grumbled that if they'd stabbed him, the least they could do was let him stab back. With that, Zhang Cheng soared skyward, mumbling he still had 2 revives left planned perfectly intact. Meanwhile at the Duanmu clan, Lao Kaiwan returned smug, convinced had finished off Zhang Cheng. The crowd erupted in applause, praising him for eliminating Kanglan Prefecture's so-called disaster. Flattered, Kaiwan flaunted the blood-melting blade, lamenting he'd wasted such a killer move on weak sauce. A green-haired fellow sneered that Zhang Cheng was all hype, only relevant thanks to a demon tiger sugar daddy. From his seat, Lang En curiously asked about Phaxian sect, and whether that demon tiger would show up again. Suddenly, a pale disciple rushed in, trembling as he reported Zhang Cheng was still alive. Kaiwan's face twisted as he roared that he'd personally killed him with the blood-melting blade. The disciple shakily cast an image projection spell, revealing Zhang Cheng casually riding his blade toward Chiri sect. Kaiwan broke into cold sweat, suspecting a fake death trick like the breath-sealing spirit concealment. After a brief pause, he gritted his teeth and vowed if Zhang Cheng wasn't dead, he'd just kill him again. True to his word, Kaiwan mounted the blood-melting blade and shot into the sky, determined to take Zhang Cheng's head. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng cruised along singing, relaxed as if moonlit strolling. Suddenly, a shrill scream tore through the sky behind him. Kaiwan closed in from the rear, unleashing the nether spring windfire sword straight at Zhang Cheng's back. With lightning reflexes, Zhang Cheng spun his blade to block, sparks exploding brilliantly midair. He shot a disdainful glance and flipped the bird, mocking that yelling slogans while sneak attacking was peak stupidity. Then Zhang Cheng coolly teased that Kaiwan must love playing gentleman, even announcing his ambush for manners' sake. Without hesitation, he copied the very move used on him and flung it back with extra sarcasm. In a blink, a blazing palm shot out, detonating like thunder splitting the daytime sky. Watching through the spiritual projection, the Duanmu clan stared in horror as Zhang Cheng used their secret art. Worse, it had reached the 8th tier equal to the clan head, sparking paranoid whispers of an inside traitor. Knocked back, Kaiwan roared, demanding who Zhang Cheng was to dare steal Duanmu's supreme technique. He pressed on, demanding the mole's identity and how long they'd infiltrated the clan. Zhang Cheng merely laughed, claiming Duanmu clan had copied Phaxian sect first and was now shamelessly projecting. Enraged by the insult, Kaiwan summoned his spirit platform, intent on crushing Zhang Cheng with sheer power. Seeing the platform, Duanmu disciples relaxed, bragging it was a rare profound-grade treasure, and if Zhang Cheng had one too, they'd eat dirt. Zhang Cheng casually summoned his own spirit platform, scratching his head and asking the old man to appraise it. The moment it appeared, Kaiwan froze in shock. It was the legendary Divinigrade spirit platform. The surrounding disciples turned ghostly pale, some trembling that it matched the ancient records exactly. Zhang Cheng unleashed its aura, divine pressure crashing down on Kaiwan like the heavens collapsing. Unable to endure it, Kaiwan clutched his head and screamed, sounding like a wailing ghost midair. In an instant, his spirit platform cracked apart, shattering beyond repair. Along with it, Kaiwan's body and soul disintegrated completely, leaving not even a trace behind. Right then the system announced new rewards, but Zhang Cheng only thought want more power, wipe out more sects. Watching their clan head erased, the Duanmu disciples clutched their heads like they just heard a death sentence. Some panicked and bolted, hoping to preserve their flimsy little lives. The green-haired guy stepped up, insisting they still had one final trump card. Pale but pretending calm, he said their only option now was to beg the big boss backing them. At sunset over Chiri sect, golden light bathed the sky as Jiang Cheng rode a giant sword in leisurely style. Hidden cultivators nearby whispered in disbelief that a mere soul division realm brat dared shake the four great sects. Before landing, Jiang Cheng heard a shout below mocking his tiny skills for barging into Chiri sect. His eyes narrowed instantly, expression turning serious. Suddenly, a sky-shaking blast erupted behind the 8 trigrams furnace, crimson flames roaring to swallow the heavens. As the formation activated, the hidden cultivators recognized the 6-ding heavenly thunder formation and waited for Jiang Cheng's move. Dropping the stealth, they appeared and declared, anyone entering Chiri sect must survive 2 hours inside the formation. Jiang Cheng drew his sword with a scoff, aura flaring, snapping that he was a mentor, not some applicant disciple. With a cold sword spin, he scared the crowd pale as if they'd seen a demon god. He sneered that he hadn't come to negotiate, had come to flatten Chiri sect. Another sword whirl stirred a roaring cyclone through the sea of flames. Onlookers ducked behind rocks, muttering this lunatic dared show off before Chiri sect. Jiang Cheng suddenly frowned, wondering if that furnace could be exchanged for system points. Decision made, he pointed his sword straight at the blazing 8 trigrams furnace. Without hesitation, he unleashed full power, aiming to smash it for reward points. Before he could finish, Elder Fei shot in like lightning, shouting that Jiang Cheng killed people and now wrecked the sect. But mid-scold, Elder Fei froze in horror at the sight before him. The sect's vital 8 trigrams furnace spirit artifact had already been blown to pieces by Jiang Cheng. The system chimed exchange successful 1,000 points, making Jiang Cheng grin like he'd struck gold. Elder Fei raged, pointing furiously and cursing him for destroying the formation's core. Jiang Cheng laughed heartily and even urged the old man to hurry up and kill him. The system instantly warned that requesting death counted as suicide, making Jiang Cheng stiffen into an awkward grin. In a blink he switched tone, raising his sword boldly and declaring they'd need real skill to kill him. Elder Fei wasted no words, opening with the ghost flame sword art. A blazing red ring ignited the air as he hurled a massive fireball straight at Jiang Cheng. Facing that might, Jiang Cheng stood relaxed as if sunbathing. He lifted his sword and casually blocked the incoming fireball with one hand. Elder Fei's face changed as he exclaimed, that was the Nether Spring Windflame sword of Duanmu clan. Murmurs erupted, claiming Jiang Cheng had Duanmu backing and was scheming against Chiri sect. Jiang Cheng only shot them a frosty glance, calm as morning dew. The others grew angrier, shouting that even with Duanmu support, Chiri sect feared no one. Elder Fei roared that after killing Jiang Cheng, had marched to Duanmu clan to settle this debt. 100 miles away at the Duanmu estate, a steward suddenly sneezed repeatedly after casually mentioning Jiang Cheng's name. Far away, the Duanmu folks could only pray Chiri sect would kindly delete Jiang Cheng for them. Back on the battlefield, Elder Fei kept attacking fiercely, his fire essence surging like a furnace on steroids. Flames roared sky-high as he bellowed this move would personally escort Jiang Cheng to the Yellow Springs. Hidden cultivators gasped when they saw the sect master's profound-grade spirit platform revealed. Before them, Jiang Cheng stood proudly atop a giant lotus radiating dazzling 7-colored light. The spectators' jaws nearly hit the floor at the surreal sight. Someone trembled, whispering that the owner of that perfect-grade spirit platform had to be Sect Master Jiang. From the lotus, Jiang Cheng calmly raised a hand, slowly pointing a finger at Elder Fei. Instantly, Elder Fei was crushed by heavenly might, collapsing to his knees, unable to move. Jiang Cheng's pressure bore down like a colossal mountain, leaving everyone breathless. He then lightly stepped off the lotus, landing before Elder Fei like a descending deity. Seeing him leave the spirit platform, Fei's disciples were stunned, calling it suicidal arrogance. Jiang Cheng placed a hand on Elder Fei's face, softly saying he'd given a chance too bad it was wasted. Though shaking, Elder Fei screamed that stepping off the spirit platform now was pure suicide. He laughed madly, swearing Jiang Cheng would pay dearly for that pride. Hearing the word suicide, Jiang Cheng's eyes bulged in alarm. He hurriedly consulted the system, which replied it was accidental, and even rewarded bonus points. Relieved, Jiang Cheng wiped his sweat like he'd dodged a cosmic fine. But while chatting with the system, Elder Fei sneakily launched a surprise attack. A lightning-fast kick sent Jiang Cheng flying, yelping midair about shameless sneak attacks. He crashed among Fei's disciples, who were instantly ordered to capture and kill him. Jiang Cheng muttered in panic that he wasn't a natural disaster why the group beat down. The disciples showed zero mercy, sticks and even sandals swinging as they mobbed him senseless. When he still wouldn't drop, one roared that fists were useless, they needed a grand formation. At once they scattered like startled bees, setting up their array. After synchronized channeling, flames from the shattered 8 trigrams furnace reignited as if reborn. Seeing the grand formation rise, cultivators hiding behind rocks fled in terror to avoid collateral doom. The weaker ones retreated to defense zones, leaving the core team as a massive fire ring slowly pressed toward Jiang Cheng. Watching the inferno descend, Jiang Cheng craned his neck and complained they were seriously trying to roast him alive. In the next blink, the colossal flames hit, detonating with an earth-shaking blast. The disciples chanted in chorus while channeling power, amplifying the formation's terrifying might. As smoke cleared, only scattered ashes remained where Jiang Cheng had stood. Elder Fei calmly stepped onto Jiang Cheng's former lotus, folding his arms with a smug sneer. The disciples erupted in cheers, praising their divine sect master and the annihilation of a perfect-grade spirit platform. Inside the system space, Jiang Cheng read his own death report, second death out of 3 lives. Suddenly, the system announced his tragic battle spirit had stirred the vengeful ghost spirit, granting 3 minutes of counterforce power. Back at Chiri sect, Elder Fei proudly declared Jiang Cheng dead and ordered preparations to attack Duanmu clan. Before he finished, Jiang Cheng rose from the ashes behind him like a reborn phoenix. Empowered by the strange reward, his aura turned darker, eyes icy, black inner force swirling around him. Jiang Cheng curled a wicked smile, declaring he was now a far scarier version of himself. He raised his sword skyward, purple energy swirling around it like a storm brewing. Elder Fei gasped in horror that Jiang Cheng wasn't dead, maybe some reincarnated monster. Jiang Cheng casually spun his sword to test the new power, blurting an impressed "not bad." After getting the hang of it, he swung again, his aura climbing higher each time. Amid the wrecked battlefield, he glanced around, shocked that a light swing flattened his foes. Scratching his head, he muttered it'd be a waste not using all 3 buffed minutes. So he dashed everywhere, slashing and blasting nonstop to squeeze every second of that power-up. Even the bystanders behind rocks got hit by shockwaves, some groaning from internal injuries. In the chaos, Jiang Cheng descended from the sky and landed before 2 survivors. They stared wide-eyed, realizing sect master Jiang was very much alive. In a frosty tone, Jiang Cheng declared Chiri sect completely wiped out. The 2 remnant cultivators trembled, half believing, half suspecting a trap. Jiang Cheng answered with action, one sword swing whipping up a violent gale as proof. He then raised his blade high, shouting for everyone to clear his path. With morale exploding, he stood arms crossed like a tiger with wings, coolly asking if they believed now. The survivors instantly knelt and cheered. Jiang Cheng waved modestly outside, but sulked a little inside. Without delay, he turned from the worshippers and strode back to the flattened Chiri sect grounds. Surveying the ruins, he chuckled greedily, determined to loot whatever treasures remained. While scavenging, the system suddenly congratulated him as his points began skyrocketing. Stunned by the jumping numbers, Jiang Cheng clutched his head and giggled, demanding the system explain this madness. Worse or better, the total soared past 8,000, leaving him trembling in jackpot disbelief. The system explained his Loki power display inspired countless survivors, their admiration converting into reward points. Jiang Cheng laughed triumphantly, proud that hiding his strength paid off in fame and fortune. He ventured deeper into Chiri sect's inner treasury, eyeing piles of treasures and system rewards with delighted clicks of his tongue. When asked whether to convert all items into points, Jiang Cheng nodded instantly, no hesitation. After a clean sweep exchange, the system reported his total had rocketed past 38,000. Overwhelmed, Jiang Cheng laughed breathlessly, feeling like he'd struck a massive gold vein. Before his joy settled, he sniffed and sensed a familiar aura lingering in the air. He spun around and shouted for Da Huang, suspecting that sneaky cat had been spying all along. Only silence answered, no cat, no creature in sight. Uneasy, Jiang Cheng activated a piercing eye technique, one eye flashing eerie gold. Through that vision, he detected strange energy, like a glowing 7-colored fragment of a world. It felt as if another world's heart had cracked open, mysterious power pulsing in the void. Seizing the moment, Jiang Cheng leapt onto his flying sword and shot toward the odd red light. In a blink, space twisted violently and shifted like passing through a world gate. Elsewhere, in a grand hall, Xiao Hu lounged on the main seat, surrounded by beauties attending him. Below, a trembling subordinate reported the sect master hadn't been summoned yet, stirring anxiety. Hearing that, Xiao Hu glared and growled a question back, scaring the aide into a sweaty, hurried explanation. Puffing smoke, Xiao Hu arrogantly assured everyone the formation shift was near, and no one was allowed even half a step from him. Right then, cold footsteps echoed. Jiang Cheng appeared and casually hoisted Xiao Hu up by the collar. Calm as flowing water, Jiang Cheng dangled him midair and mocked him for ditching duty just to brag. He then dropped and lightly kicked him aside, stating flatly that Chiri sect was already wiped out. Xiao Hu still glared skeptically, pointing out Zhang Cheng had only been Soul Division before and was now somehow low-grade spirit platform. Jiang Cheng planted his hands on his hips and laughed, claiming he was a master from another dimension. Stubborn as ever, Xiao Hu refused to believe it. Chiro's elders were all spirit platform realm, after all. Jiang Cheng smirked and told him to see for himself if he doubted. That jab hit hard. Xiao Hu shot off instantly, determined to expose the bluff before everyone. In a flash, he landed at Chirisek's gate, too fast for anyone to react. Seeing the ruins, Xiao Hu froze, stammering at the devastation. Panic rising, he jumped like a fish out of water, muttering that even Fate Realm experts couldn't break that grand array. Every guess collapsed, his mind spinning. He couldn't fathom Jiang Cheng hiding power that deep. Meanwhile at Faxian Sect, De Huang calmly chewed five-colored candy, utterly unfazed by outside chaos. The young disciples celebrated loudly, flaunting fifth-grade weapons and bragging Faxian Sect now ruled Qinglan Prefecture. Soon after, Xiao Hu rushed back to the hall, eager to see Zhang Cheng. Zhang Cheng asked the result at once, and Xiao Hu bowed with rapid-fire praise. But nearby snickers made Xiao Hu grimace, awkward about his recent title change. Zhang Cheng then smiled and called Da Huang over, handing her a fragment of a heart world. For a split second, he seemed to see a grown maiden before him, leaving him stunned. Yet it was only an illusion. Da Huang's body was still infant-like, just noticeably heavier. She leapt up to hug Zhang Cheng, chirping praises of father, while he muttered that Shed gained serious weight. From afar, Xiao Hu narrowed his eyes, unease creeping into his heart. Zhang Cheng then asked about upgrading the spirit vein, and Da Huang confidently flew up to perform. She raised both hands, emerald light shimmering outward like a sacred ritual. The surrounding disciples erupted in shock as the spirit vein leapt to 4th grade. Most stunned was Xiao Hu, trembling in disbelief at the successful upgrade. His thoughts tangled. Even the Heaven Ghost Cave's rich Kai only sustained a 6th grade vein. Satisfied, Zhang Cheng applauded and casually rewarded his daughter with spirit stones as snacks. He even stuffed one into Da Huang's mouth, making her beam while Xiao Hu watched in bafflement. Meanwhile, in the distant skies of Bangfeiyun, another story quietly unfolded. At 8 Cloud Hall, a Duanmu clan steward knelt crying before Qiu Chang, begging him to intervene. Before he finished, Qiu Chang coldly kicked him flying, eyes dripping with disdain. In an icy tone, he bluntly asked if the old man was trying to deceive him. Though battered, the steward swore trembling that Zhang Cheng truly possessed a perfect-grade spirit platform, witnessed by many elders. That only annoyed Qiu Chang further, and he ordered his men to throw the guest out. The attendants shouted in unison and forced the man from the hall. Once quiet returned, Qiu Chang turned to Lu Zhong for his thoughts on this odd matter. Stroking his silver beard calmly, Lu Zhong said he'd also heard rumors about that demon tiger. In his view, if someone truly wiped out Chiri Sect, even the hall master personally might not have done it so cleanly. Qi Chang frowned, while Lu Zhong solemnly declared that demon tiger was likely at Tiger King level. That assessment clearly shook Qiu Chang. He scratched his chin, deep in thought. Lu Zhong suggested reporting everything to the hall master for instructions, but Qiu Chang raised a hand to stop him, saying he had another idea to discuss. 2 days later, Zhang Cheng lounged by a lotus pond fishing, lazily asking the system for his total points. The system displayed over 40,000 points, making Jiang Cheng laugh like he'd won the lottery. Just then, a disciple reported the initiation ceremony was ready, and Jiang Cheng eagerly went to check it out. Soon at Faxian Sect's main hall, the first poster-construction initiation ceremony officially began. Guests buzzed in shock upon sensing the surrounding queue of 4th-grade spirit vein. At that moment, a short-haired girl in dark red strode in, cold and annoyed, instantly drawing all eyes. The host coughed for silence and grandly invited applause to welcome Sect Master Jing. Zhang Cheng appeared calmly, dashing as a dragon riding clouds, sharp eyes sweeping the hall. Amid cheers, he declared all who passed the test were talents, and the ceremony began. Suddenly, a strange man approached Lin Ning with a small flower, earnestly asking her to take him as master. Before he finished, a woman shoved him aside, loudly competing to recruit Lin Ning. Then a shirtless brute flexed his abs, bragging he was Faxian's strongest and urging her to choose him. Not to lose, the first guy shouted he was Kanglin's most devoted lover. The trio erupted into chaos. The crowd roared encouragement, urging Lin Ning to hurry and pick a master. In a corner, Tan Lingzhuang crossed his arms and sighed that geniuses being fought over like this hurt ordinary hearts. At last, Lin Ning gently declined, saying she already had someone in mind as her master. Meanwhile, Qiu Chang nearby spotted the demon tiger's figure in the crowd. Ambition flared. If he could subdue that demon tiger, the 8 Cloud Hall master seat would be his. But midream, a hoarse-voiced fat man behind him asked to take him as a disciple. Qiu Chang forced a smile outwardly, raging inwardly at being called kid despite his young lord status. Still, he kept a proud calm facade, chin raised like nothing happened. Yet his twisted face betrayed restraint. He told himself big ambitions require patience. So Qi Chang cupped his hands to thank Elder Dantai, awkwardly trying to refuse. Unexpectedly, Dantai barked that he was picky like genius Lin Ning despite ranking only second. Cursing inside, Qiu Chang respectfully accepted as Dantai happily announced him as a disciple. On initiation day, all new disciples gathered as Luo Yuan declared the ceremony open. In the solemn hall, sect master Yi Feng sat majestically. Beside a fairy-like beauty the disciples whispered about. Roan Miu stepped forward first, bowing respectfully to greet the sect master. The system noted Roan Miu's talent was merely average, yet Jiang Cheng still gained 20 points. Yi Feng smiled warmly, offered encouragement, and casually gave her a welcome gift for cultivation. Roan Miu was overjoyed, feeling she had joined a truly prestigious sect. On cue, Elder Shu presented a large wooden box, and she quickly bowed in thanks. The moment she opened it, green light burst forth, leaving Roan Miu stunned and speechless. The disciples below erupted in whispers, some guessing it was top-grade spirit stones inside. Trembling, Roan Miu lifted the item and choked out that it was a storage ring packed with top-grade stones and rare pills. As if that wasn't enough, she found a 4th-grade gang sword and a 4th-grade silver origin armor. Her heart practically exploded with joy. She was bliss-drunk on the spot. The hall buzzed wildly. Many couldn't believe an average newbie got 4th-grade treasures. Right then, the system chimed plus 15 points for Jiang Cheng. Next, 2U stepped up. Jiang Cheng figured better disciple, better gift. When the box opened, the hall gasped again. Space rings, spirit stones, pills, and 4th-grade treasures galore. The system added another 15 points, nudging Jiang Cheng's total higher. One by one, the new disciples came forward, making the ceremony increasingly lively. Jiang Cheng beamed. Every gift meant more points while disciples cheered endlessly. Then Lin Ning stepped up, calm and composed as she bowed to the sect master. Suddenly, the system flagged her identity as SR tier, bearing the rare hidden phoenix bloodline. It even awarded 1,600 bonus points, sending the total soaring. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up, though he wondered what this hidden phoenix bloodline actually meant. The system explained it was a branch of the 4 ancient divine beasts, capable of awakening yin-based talents. Jiang Cheng nearly snorted with excitement. Another top-tier prodigy secured. But before celebrating, the system deducted 500 points for impure thoughts. Qi Ling whispered that Lin Ning ranked first in the entrance trials. Jiang Cheng immediately ordered a special reward: a great square pouch, a 9-section scarlet iron sword, an ink bamboo immortal robe. Seeing 5th-grade treasures, the disciples gawked. This was just an initiation gift. Jiang Cheng casually explained the sword and robe came from Chiri sect. Wrong attributes, but good enough for now. In the back, the 8-Cloud Hall group watched quietly, puzzled how such a small sect was this generous. Next up, Bai Kang stepped forward to bow before Jiang Cheng. This time Jiang Cheng paused, eyes flashing with confusion. He soon realized the system was silent. Bai Kang stood awkwardly, unsure why the sect master said nothing. Then it clicked: this guy clearly wasn't sincerely submitting. With a dismissive wave, Jiang Cheng declared Bai Kang unfit to join Faxian sect. Bai Kang knelt, crying for a reason, but Jiang Cheng coolly said he just didn't like his face. Though begging outwardly, Bai Kang burned with humiliation. An 8th-stage spirit platform cultivator forced to kneel. As tension rose, Dehu stepped forward coldly, asking if he'd leave on his own or be thrown out. Intimidated, Bai Kang stammered that he'd go willingly. But once past the gate, he ground his teeth, eyes flashing with murderous intent. Silently, he vowed Faxian sect would pay one day. Inside, the ceremony rolled on. No one cared about the man who left. Luo Yuan smiled and reminded Lin Ning to choose an elder as master. Unexpectedly, Lin Ning declared she wished to take Jiang Cheng as her master. Jiang Cheng panicked, waving both hands and scrambling for excuses to refuse. Qi Ling'an beside him shook her head too, saying it would disrupt sect hierarchy. Jiang Cheng agreed, adding he absolutely wouldn't do anything scandalous like child cultivation arts. Xiao Qi angrily chimed in that accepting her would throw the sect's seniority into chaos. At that moment, someone nearby blurted a clueless comment, making the atmosphere even more awkward. Jiang Cheng sat cross-legged like a moral guru, declaring recruitment still needed some ethics. He then sweet-talked Lin Ning, urging her to properly take Elder Qi as her master. Lin Ning pouted and shot back that she'd surpass Qi Ling'an sooner or later. Qi Ling'an instantly flushed with rage, scolding her for sky-high arrogance. The two launched into a verbal duel, forcing Jiang Cheng to jump in as referee. Watching the chaos, he sighed that 3 women together were louder than a marketplace. At last, Jiang Cheng reclined smugly, thinking recruitment was done and points would roll in. Just as he relaxed, a man barged in cursing and calling him Little Chengzi. Jiang Cheng shot the intruder a look, then scolded Xiao Hu for sloppy guarding and threatened expulsion. Da Hu crossed his arms and sneered that the expelled guy was an 8th-level spirit platform cultivator, far stronger than Jiang Cheng. Seeing Jiang Cheng's shock, Da Hu explained the man had merely masked his cultivation with a trick. Jiang Cheng frowned, suspecting the fellow might be a spy. Da Hu laughed mockingly, saying Jiang Cheng had offended forces in Feiyun province, so of course they sent scouts. Jiang Cheng scratched his head, baffled which major sect had ticked off to warrant an 8th-level spirit platform expert. Meanwhile, Da Hu secretly schemed to force Jiang Cheng to burn through his summoning cards so he could regain freedom. Thus he deliberately suggested chasing down and killing the departing man. Jiang Cheng waved it off, saying the man only probed and hadn't earned a death sentence. Da Hu inwardly scoffed, assuming Jiang Cheng feared the opponent's strength. He then coughed and half-joked that Jiang Cheng and De Huang should follow and serve Hu Ye. Jiang Cheng turned stern, warning him to guard properly and stay out of sect affairs. Afterward, Jiang Cheng chuckled, sensing the force behind this was scarier than the Crimson Sun sect. He also quietly judged Da Hu increasingly suspicious, clearly hiding something. Elsewhere, Qiu Kang stormed in with a darkened face. In the dim room, a man coldly asked if the plan had failed. Qi Kang gritted his teeth and slammed the chair, admitting the mission was ruined. Lu Zhong frowned, surprised the tiger demon was sharp enough to spot the nearly flawless wind spirit art. Qi Kang shook his head, saying if had truly been exposed, he wouldn't be alive to report. He angrily added that Jiang Cheng expelled him simply out of annoyance. Lu Zhong sneered that no matter how fierce Faxian sect was, it couldn't resist a grand sect alliance. Yet Qiu Kang reminded him the tiger demon backing them was what truly made forces wary. Lu Zhong smirked schemingly, noting Bayan Hall needn't attack directly. Qi Kang caught on, proposing they feign support, infiltrate, and strike when ready. Lu Zhong clapped approvingly, eyes gleaming with cunning. Meanwhile, dark clouds gathered over Qinglan Prefecture, hinting at brewing turmoil. After Faxian sect wiped out 5 sects in a row, the 5 prefectures and 8 sects formed a grand alliance against Jiang Cheng. Yet amid the crowd, someone muttered he felt no suffering at all and saw no need for saving. A shaggy green-haired man laughed leisurely, saying since Crimson Sun sect fell, cultivators had lived unusually carefree lives. A brown-haired man folded his arms and scoffed that other sects feared Faxian sect's rise and fanned panic, though another man doubted the situation. Just then someone came sprinting over, gasping that fighting had erupted ahead, and Faxian sect disciples seemed ambushed. In the Duanmu family hall, representatives of 8 sects gathered as Steward Duanmu asked gravely if the siege plan needed revision. Le Junren stroked his beard calmly, saying with orders from the young master of Bayan Hall, who would dare defy them. Donghai Fort master of Canning Fort frowned, saying Faxian sect was outrageously bold to recruit in Tianning Prefecture and deserved a lesson. Long Shanshan of Jinglong Villa slammed the table, furious that his genius fiancée had eloped to join Faxian sect. Steward Duanmu laughed it off, suggesting a victory banquet, while Donghai toasted as if Long Zhuangzhou's triumph was guaranteed. La Junren mocked that the rare chance for merit had been snatched by Long Shanshan, leaving him blinking in confusion. Amid the laughter, a man applauded Long Zhuangzhou as news arrived that young Master Qiu had come. When Qiu Kang strode in like thunder, he ordered Long Shanshan to personally lead the opening battle. Instantly pale, Long Shanshan stammered for time brave words earlier, cold feet now. Qi Kang's face turned icy as he pressed him. Long Shanshan sweated buckets, denying yet not daring to finish. Cutting him off, Qiu Kang ordered him to feign defeat, lure out the tiger demon, then retreat. Credit would go to Jinglong Villa. So Long Shanshan forced a bitter smile, cursing his big mouth for landing him this hot potato. Meanwhile at Faxian sect, a blue-robed man dashed across the yard shouting that things had gone terribly wrong. Jiang Cheng coolly asked why the brown-haired man reported 8 major sects were besieging them and 2 disciples were badly wounded. Hidden in the doorway, the great demon snickered, eyeing Jiang Cheng like a doomed man awaiting the show. A Jiang Cheng slammed the door and ordered no disciple to leave the mountain gate. Troublemakers would face him and Xiao Hu. The blue-robed man relayed the command: seal the gates tight and stay put, no exceptions. Jiang Cheng suddenly burst out laughing among the rocks, while Da Hu behind the door oddly pitied his desperation. Da Hu stepped out to reassure him to stay inside, but distant taunts rang out, challenging Jiang Cheng to come die. Jiang Cheng's eyes flashed like icy stars with a smirk. He knew the enemy had finally arrived. Without another word, he shot skyward with 2 long howls, leaving the great demon wondering if the kid had lost it. All eyes lifted to a dense formation of flying cultivators, led by a Killinjin-soaked Long Shanshan. Lin Ning frowned, recognizing the leader. Her gaze sharpened as she called out Long Shanshan by name. Calmly, she revealed she'd fled a forced marriage with him. Clearly this visit was about her. Lin Ning flew up, gritting her teeth to take all blame and begging Long Shanshan to spare Fakesian sect. From below, Jiang Cheng roared for her to return immediately. Secretly delighted, Long Shanshan thought the prey had delivered herself perfect hostage material. Jiang Cheng shot over like thunder, scolding them for causing trouble and ordering Lin Ning back down. The disciples below shouted in unison they'd live and die with the sect one command, and they'd charge. Jiang Cheng turned back, voice low and fierce, repeating that Lin Ning would be taken back. At the peak, he cursed skyward and thrust his palm out, a terrifying aura shaking space itself. The sky split open as green light rained down like heavenly punishment. Lin Ning cried out in shock. The entire sky was swallowed by violent radiance. Jiang Cheng rushed in, pulling her back as she trembled mid-sentence. He sighed that she was too reckless. Then he turned and bellowed for Xiao Hu to act. Stop watching the drama. The great demon inside grumbled angrily about being ordered around before even entering sect grounds. Before anyone reacted, 3 on Long Shanshan's side turned pale at the tiger demon's aura and panicked, shouting to retreat. Dahu stepped out with a cold snort, blocking the way and allowing no escape. Orangered firelight exploded as his full blazing power slammed into Long Shanshan, making him howl in agony. The area turned into a sea of fire, earth cracking while smoke and heat roared upward. The distant crowd gaped in silence, stunned by Dahu's terrifying strength. Even nearby rocks softened and melted like wax under the dreadful heat. In moments, thick black smoke swallowed the battlefield in fiery mist. Amid blue flames, the great demon appeared. Dahu stared hard, sensing the tiger had at least 9th-level heavenly mandate strength. Suddenly Jiang Cheng kicked Dahu square in the rear, making him yelp in utter confusion. Clutching his butt, Dahu wailed as Jiang Cheng scolded him for reckless destruction, acting like a husky. Arms crossed, Dahu argued he was protecting everyone. Any damages could be deducted from the cat food budget. The more he spoke, the grumpier he got, worked to the bone and unfied, while the great demon beside him lamented being exploited dry. A bearded veteran watching from afar raised a brow, asking if the tiger demon and Jiang Cheng were truly arguing. Qi Kang pondered that if they weren't master and servant, luring Jiang Cheng outside the protection zone might win him the tiger demon. In the crowd, a blue-haired girl praised Jiang Cheng's nerve for daring to scold such a mighty tiger demon. Qi Lingyan beamed, gushing that Jiang Cheng was so powerful, it was sweet enough to spike her blood sugar. Dahu grimaced, grumbling that all dirty work fell on him without the contract. Jiang Cheng would have met his ancestors already. Jiang Cheng just scratched his head with a cheeky grin, loving being hated yet untouchable, making Dahu redden and threaten to stand by in 3 years. The system panel flashed. Mission progress surged, 80,000 damage reflection points gained, total surpassing 120,000. Jiang Cheng gleefully called out, bragging he'd just received a gift from the heavens. He leapt up to hug the great demon's neck, laughing that Xiao Hu's tiny show of power netted him a fortune in points. Da Hu's face darkened as he covered his mouth, muttering uneasily like trouble was brewing. He waved Jiang Cheng off, saying flattery wouldn't soften him or make him turn back. The system chimed again. Level 4 unlocked, granting 3 daily revivals and cultivation upgrades via accumulated points. Jiang Cheng fired a palm skyward, grinning ear to ear as he declared the system had finally leveled up. Another skill unlocked. Spend points to impersonate anyone he had seen, mimicking most traits. Jiang Cheng covered his mouth with a scheming chuckle. This disguise skill screamed perfect trap material. He immediately plotted to upgrade a few targets first to test the results. The system displayed the cost to raise from 1st level Fen Hun to 1st level Spirit Platform 30,000 points. Another option appeared. Boost Qi Lingyan from 4th level Gathering Origin to 4th level Fen Hun for 3,000 points, making Jiang Cheng mutter about the expense. He hesitated, considering upgrading Luo Yun, then thought better to prioritize a female disciple to avoid favoritism rumors. The system noted raising Xu Ni from 5th level Cultivating Origin to 5th level Returning Soul also cost 3,000 points, which he deemed worthwhile. Smiling, Jiang Cheng called her over. Xu Ni politely responded to the sect leader's summons. He solemnly praised her as the sect's first elder, acknowledging her quiet contributions. Then he chuckled, declaring he'd use the mighty Money Dao treasure to boost her by a whole major realm. The great demon sneered aside, assuming Jiang Cheng was about to show off again, and waiting to see how he'd pull this stunt. In a flash, Jiang Cheng shouted boldly 2 words: level up. Ni gasped as her aura began shifting violently. Flustered, she stammered, thinking this had nothing to do with her. The disciples buzzed some couldn't raid her cultivation anymore, and Qi Lingyan calmly confirmed Shed reached 5th level returning soul. Ni forced a smile, worried Shed accidentally surpassed Qi Linghan and Lin Ning to become the sect leader's favorite. The great demon watching outside was stunned. Such heaven-defying art that upgraded realms directly actually existed. Jiang Cheng laughed, teasing that even a demon saint like Xiao Hu couldn't grasp immortal mysteries. Try harder, and maybe earn another boost. Da Hu muttered that if this were true, with his status in the heavenly demon domain, he'd soon rule a region. But thinking twice, he dismissed it. Surely the brat was bluffing at best. It only worked on those weaker than him. Jiang Cheng then declared loudly he'd personally settle accounts with the remaining 7 sects. With a palm strike, he turned and told Xiao Hu to guard the home base well. Da Hu narrowed his eyes and growled, leaving the mountain gate alone. Was this lunatic courting death? In a blink, Jiang Cheng stood on his flying sword, slicing through the wind toward the horizon. Mid-flight, he casually asked HD Gundrig whether the enemy had already attacked. At that moment, Qi Kang looked up in shock. It was Jiang Cheng flying toward them. Frowning, he warned that danger lurked everywhere, many sects still waiting to besiege the sect leader. Jiang Cheng crossed his arms coolly and asked who exactly these two were. Qi Kang smiled politely, introducing himself as the young master of Bayan Hall, here to mediate the conflict. Jiang Cheng recognized him as Yun Kang, whom had expelled before, while Qi Kang felt uneasy not sensing the tiger demon's aura. Meanwhile, Lu Zhong secretly weighed killing Jiang Cheng outright, but feared a trap and stuck to the plan. Qi Kang kept up the friendly act, claiming the 8 sects were just jealous of Faxian sect's rise and had smoothed things over. Jiang Cheng raised a hand with a smile, thanked him kindly and flatly refused. The unexpected response left Qi Kang flustered. The script had gone completely off track. When someone questioned if he knew experts were hunting him and still came out to die, Jiang Cheng calmly said yes. He sighed and waved, asking if they planned to kill him. If not, he'd be on his way. The bluntness froze Qi Kang, who blurted out in shock. Without waiting, Jiang Cheng turned and left, tossing out a casual farewell. Watching his back, Qi Kang fumed in suspicion while Lu Zhong, equally puzzled, suggested tailing him quietly. At the 8 sects camp, the atmosphere was stretched tight as a bowstring. Suddenly someone panicked, shouting that Jiang Cheng was attacking, and others feared facing that terrifying tiger demon. Chaos erupted as they collectively yelled to retreat as fast as possible. A purple-haired man glanced back, saw a figure rushing over, and screamed for everyone to run. Shouts and shoving broke out as all scrambled for an escape route. Amid the uproar, Zhu Luo Zhenren roared for everyone to stay calm. Golden light radiated from him as he assured them the tiger demon wasn't here, only Jiang Cheng came alone. Even so, someone doubted aloud, asking if that was truly certain. Zhu Luo Zhenren declared confidently that if Jiang Cheng was alone, there was nothing to fear. Follow him to battle. At once they all soared into the sky. Leading the formation, he pointed and shouted, demanding why Jiang Cheng dared deliver himself so arrogantly. Jiang Cheng casually picked his nose, mocking that if he hadn't come, they would dare approach Faxian sect. Steward Duanmu immediately roared, demanding to know where the tiger demon was if Jiang Cheng came alone. Jiang Cheng sneered, shouting that they should stop crying for the tiger demon. He himself was the Faxian sect leader. Crimson light flared around him, as he boomed that he was the nightmare they could never escape. He then frowned slightly, murmuring a puzzled question to Heng. Suddenly the crowd screamed, cursing Xuanji for nearly getting them all killed with his sneak attack. Exposed, Xuanji roared in frustration, blaming his professional habit for striking uncontrollably. In a blink, Jiang Cheng lost strength and plummeted from the sky. Everyone looked around nervously, asking if the tiger demon was making a move. Another voice warned this might be an ambush trap. No carelessness allowed. Zhu Luo Zhenren reassured them the tiger demon's spirit remained quiet in Faxian sect, making Donhai rejoice at the apparent success. Just then, a twig fell and lightly brushed Jiang Cheng's motionless cheek. Zhu Luo Zhenren laughed heartily, declaring Jiang Cheng alone was nothing to fear. He loudly praised Xuanji for great merit, while Xuanji forced a modest smile. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng's body lay still, showing no sign of waking. Someone nearby frowned and whispered had he truly died this time. Chaos erupted as 2 others suddenly fought amid it. Someone asked what Elder Duanmu was doing. Sword in hand, Duanmu sneered that Jiang Cheng was surely dead, even joking his corpse could fill buns. Xuanji's face hardened, questioning whether Duanmu doubted his assassination skills. Flustered, Duanmu explained Jiang Cheng had faked death before, costing Duanmu Huang his life. Better safe than sorry. When someone raised a peach branch, Xuanji bristled, proclaiming himself the #1 divine halberd of Feiyun province, never a failed strike. Duanmu and the old man beside him laughed awkwardly, privately scoffing at his sneak attack specialty. The system panel appeared host deceased by Xuanji's assassination, generating survival plan for revenge. As a drifting soul, Jiang Cheng shouted angrily for the system to stop stalling and just power him up properly. Beneath a calm blue sky, gentle sunlight bathed the rooftop, where his body had just fallen. From the clouds, Qi Kang looked down angrily yet relieved had arrived before others looted the treasures. Lu Zhong raised a hand to stop him, saying gravely to wait. Suspicious, Qi Kang thought Lu Zhong wanted the spoils alone, but Lu Zhong insisted something felt off. Suddenly, a radiant pillar of light shot up from the ground, leaving Qi Kang wide-eyed. From the blazing glow, a figure soared up to stand before them midair. Amid the light, Jiang Cheng appeared calmly holding a strange talisman. The crowd shrieked. They thought he was dead. Steward Duanmu and the green-haired elder turned pale and fled, muttering that he'd faked death again. Jiang Cheng coldly burned the talisman, thanking them for delivering their heads on a platter. As it ignited, the talisman script released threads of spiritual power like law-bound chains across space. Raising his hand excitedly, Jiang Cheng announced for all to witness his ultimate art transmission manifestation technique. The distant crowd cheered. They knew the sect leader's signature show was about to begin. In a flash, a streak of light like an arrow tore through the formation, stunning everyone. Spiritual power erupted violently, too overwhelming for anyone to react. Steward Duanmu and the green-haired elder were swept in, unable to escape. Within moments, their bodies were blasted apart, screams echoing across the battlefield. From the clouds, Qi Kang and Lu Zhong watched the surging wave of power, shouting in shock. The force struck them instantly. Both spat blood, faces pale. One trembled in terror, asking what technique. That was the other widened his eyes. It was a ninth-grade annihilation talisman. Through a magic mirror, the distant crowd watched in shock as one move wiped out 7 major sects. Threed Tiger folded his arms and scoffed. It was just a ninth-grade annihilation talisman, nothing to scare him. Still, he secretly doubted Jiang Cheng should even possess such a talisman. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng floated midair, hands on hips, striking a heroic pose. He slicked back his hair stylishly as cheers erupted below, praising their impossibly cool sect leader. Yet Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed greedily, already eyeing the rich treasures left by 7 sects. The system popped up, suggesting collecting all spoils in exchange for 10 wish attempts. Jiang Cheng sighed, haunted by past unlucky draws. Nevertheless, a mysterious light shot out like fireworks across the sky. The first item slowly materialized. It was the fragment of the omniscient diagram, a primordial treasure creating a special space 1 day outside, 1 year inside. The golden glowing scroll looked like a divine scripture descending from heaven. Next, the system announced level 2 teleportation, allowing 2 jumps within 100,000 miles daily. Then the third reward appeared. Level 3 pill debate protection, greatly boosted alchemy breakthrough success to 95%. The fourth item followed. Level 2 invisibility enabled vanishing beyond detection. Even sub-saint souls would struggle to sense it. Jiang Cheng's eyes flushed red with excitement at the stealth skill. Unable to restrain himself, he fantasized about beauties in towels surrounding him, nosebleed imminent, face blazing. Soon after, Jiang Cheng rode his flying sword across endless mountains, streaking like lightning. Below, the crowd roared praises. 1 strike destroyed 7 sects. Some even bragged Bayan Hall was nothing now. Landing, Jiang Cheng looked at 2 girls and called Xiao Qiai and Xu Ni to follow him. The girls froze, imaginations conjuring scandalous images of the sect leader hugging one on each side. Hearts racing, they suspected he intended something very private. Not far away, Lin Ning blushed, lamenting her less alluring figure for being overlooked. A brown-haired man smirked knowingly, while another coughed in agreement. Perfectly normal, of course. A black-haired youth teased that Lin Ning was still too young to have blossomed. Jiang Cheng's face darkened like burnt pot. He demanded to know what nonsense they were imagining. Caught red-handed, they trembled in apology as Jiang Cheng roared. He merely intended special cultivation training. Yet they feigned innocence, muttering special cultivation with suspicious grins. Fuming, Jiang Cheng called their minds garbage and pulled out a secret manual as proof. The crowd gasped as he introduced the omniscient diagram. 1 day outside equals a year within. He calmly explained cultivation inside was 100 times faster but dangerous, so only Xiao Qi and Xu Ni would enter first. The girls flushed in embarrassment. Turns out their wild thoughts were pure misunderstanding. Jiang Cheng chanted. The scroll rose, red-gold spiritual waves surging. In a blink, he and the 2 girls flew up and entered the mystical painting. Meanwhile at Bayan Hall, a trembling figure entered the main hall. The doors opened as Lu Zhong supported Qiu Kang inside, the latter gasping with blood still at his lips. Gritting his teeth, Qiu Kang fumed at how Jiang Cheng possessed a ninth-grade talisman without Lu Zhong, had be dead. Lu Zhong collapsed into a chair clutching his chest, muttering Jiang Cheng just got absurdly lucky picking up such treasure. Hearing this, Qi Kang grew more envious, cursing fate's unfairness and asking Lu Zhong for a plan to seize that fortune. Lu Zhong calmed down, saying blaming heaven was useless, he already had a flawless plan. His eyes gleamed slyly target those treasures, and all Jiang Cheng's fortunes would fall into their hands. Meanwhile inside the omniscient diagram, the trio landed on a blazing red desert like a giant furnace. Xuni covered her mouth in shock, and Qi Lingen stood stunned. Harsh land, 0 spiritual QI. Jiang Cheng casually produced a glowing ring, spilling spirit stones and pills, telling them to cultivate freely. He'd return in a few days. The two girls gaped, exclamations bursting out in unison. Qi Lingen clenched her fists with blazing eyes. Xuni placed a hand on her chest, both vowed not to fail the sect leader's trust. Elsewhere, in the serene rear mountains of Bayan Hall, someone slowly recounted recent events. Lang Yi stood calm as still water, discussing the strange fortune in Feiyan province and Bayan Hall's new young master. Raising his head, Lang Yi questioned Qiu Kang's motives. Qiu Kang replied he'd invite Jiang Cheng and seize the ring when possible. Lang Yi smiled craftily, tone casual yet clearly pleased with the scheme. His eyes flashed cold ambition, treating that immense fortune like a gift delivered to his door. At the same time, Jiang Cheng descended lightly from the scroll, looking as if had finished a leisurely stroll. A disciple rushed in reporting Lu Zhong's arrival. Jiang Cheng put away the scroll and asked about the guest. Lu Zhong bowed warmly, smiling like spring breeze, endlessly praising Jiang Cheng's radiant appearance. Jiang Cheng lazily rubbed his nose, coolly asking his purpose and stressing Bayan Hall neat meddle in the 8 sex affairs. Unbothered, Lu Zhong presented a crimson invitation, explaining it was for Bayan Hall's 43 Vaoyan founding grand ceremony. Jiang Cheng propped his chin thoughtfully, then bluntly asked what delicious dishes would be served. Keeping composure, Lu Zhong listed the banquet menu: braised bear paws, roast duck, roast goose, and mountain delicacies galore. Jiang Cheng's face flushed with excitement, nodding eagerly as if attendance was settled. He accepted the invitation with half-closed eyes and a bright grin. Trip confirmed. Internally, Lu Zhong glanced schemingly, convinced the treasure on Jiang Cheng was worth the gamble. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng sat meditating, faint golden light radiating like mist. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, sensing a major transformation within. Taking a deep breath, he thrilled at the sheer power of the heavenly mandate realm. Pure bliss. An ancient map scroll appeared in his hand. Xiao Ji and Xu Ni had remained inside the omniscient diagram for ages. With a gentle touch, he infused magic into the map, and the two girls' images emerged faintly. Seeing him, Ji Linghan and Xu Ni cried out emotionally, as if reuniting with long-lost family. Unable to hold back, both rushed forward hugging Jiang Cheng, tears shimmering from decades of longing. Jiang Cheng softly reminded them that by the diagram's time, they'd endured over 30 years inside truly tough. He then opened the system panel, claiming 70,000 spirit platform points, sending his total soaring. At Faxian Sec's front courtyard, disciples gathered excitedly around the two girls. Cheers erupted. Qi Lingen reached 9th level spirit platform, and Xu Ni entered 4th level. On a lotus platform, Qi Lingen proudly declared her spirit platform was immortal grade, unseen since Kanglan Prefecture's founding. Watching quietly, Jiang Cheng mused that this little girl was top-tier SSR, fast leveling and fiercely loyal. The system coldly announced that boosting her to 9th level spirit platform plus 9th level heavenly vein would cost a jaw-dropping 300,000 points. Jiang Cheng instantly killed the idea. His wallet wept in advance. He also feared that if his disciple outshone him, his Isekai big-shot reputation would evaporate on the spot, so the ever-cautious sect master sighed and shelved the upgrade plan. Striding to the crowd, he declared the omniscient diagram only allowed 3 Soul Division realm cultivators per round. A young man eagerly volunteered, bragging about his fresh 1st-level Soul Division realm breakthrough. That line netted Jiang Cheng 1,000 points, and he happily asked for more volunteers. A soft call from behind made him turn around at once. It was Lin Ning, pale and exhausted, yet one sentence from her earned him a whopping 18,000 points. While collecting points, Jiang Cheng learned Shed stayed up half a month to catch up in cultivation. He gently patted her head, reminding her that health matters too. Secretly, he mused that Lin Ning's talent might rival Qi Lingen's. He then loudly praised Ning Ning as the model of diligence for everyone. The disciples shook their heads, insisting she was a once-in-a-century genius they couldn't match. Jiang Cheng suddenly barked Dan Tai's name before everyone. Startled, Dan Tai stammered, thinking punishment was imminent. Jiang Cheng scolded him for being the slowest, stuck at 6th-level origin gathering realm despite years of effort. He tapped Dante's head and secretly triggered a system-granted level up. Feeling power surge, Dante trembled and gasped in shock. Ashamed yet grateful, he dropped to his knees sincerely. Dante vowed to train hard in gratitude, while others whispered in envy. Once 3 were chosen, Jiang Cheng sent them into the omniscient diagram to begin their trial. After they left, he summoned Qu Linghan and Xu Ni to follow him. The 2 girls blinked in confusion, unsure of his destination. Holding the omniscient diagram, Jiang Cheng smiled mysteriously like a man with a script. In a blink, they appeared in the Duanmu clan territory, where strangers guarded the skies. Duanmu Ling roared angrily, demanding what trouble Jiang Cheng planned next. Calmly, Jiang Cheng ordered him to accept Elder Ji as master, and submit the entire Duanmu clan to Faxian sect. Duanmu Ling flushed with rage, refusing to bow to a mere girl after once leading the clan. Before he finished, Qi Lingyan unleashed her spirit power, standing majestically on a lotus dais amid swirling 5-colored clouds. The Duanmu clan stared in horror, even the former Grand Elder stunned speechless. In the next instant, they all knelt, kowtowing to her immortal-grade spirit platform aura. Jiang Cheng could only shake his head wryly at their total lack of backbone. Soon, the trio was ceremoniously welcomed into the grand hall, lounging like royalty. Xu Nai enjoyed a flattering shoulder massage, grinning like Shed hit the jackpot. Jiang Cheng, too, was pampered by disciples calling him old ancestor with shameless devotion. Mid-bliss, the system announced a major sect conquest achievement and rewarded 50,000 points. After claiming the prize, Jiang Cheng rose and told the girls he was heading to 8 Clouds Hall, as previously invited. Qi Lingyan and Xu Nai instantly volunteered to tag along, claiming they could care for their sect master on the road. The thought of 2 beauties by his side made Jiang Cheng picture emperor-level bliss nosebleed narrowly avoided. He quickly sobered up, recalling 8 Clouds Hall might be a banquet with hidden daggers. So he urged them to stay and cultivate, noting Ji Lingyan and Lin Ning had already entered the omniscient diagram. Meanwhile, the grand ceremony at 8 Clouds Hall, top holy land of Flying Pattern Province, was in full swing. Auspicious clouds drifted and spirit beasts soared pure fairyland flecks. Even Jiang Cheng clicked his tongue at the pomp of the province's #1 sect. A loud shout announced the arrival of the imperial dynasty's first prince. Jiang Cheng turned to see a long procession marching in with flags and fans clearing the path. Palace maids followed in regal formation, grander than a royal funeral in his opinion. Unbothered, he strode toward the main hall but was barked at by a gate guard. Calmly declaring himself sect master of Faxian sect, he was met with a frown demanding an invitation. After inspecting the card, the guard sneered that a small sect wasn't worthy of the main gate. He waved Jiang Cheng aside to wait, tone dripping with disdain. Jiang Cheng frowned and bluntly asked why he should wait at all. The guard pointed inside, saying the Grand Elder was hosting honored guests, everyone must wait. Jiang Cheng glanced at the already open gate, said it blocked no one, and stepped forward anyway. Then he stopped, mocked 8 Clouds Hall's hospitality, and turned to leave coldly. Inside, Lu Zhong peeked out at the commotion and panicked seeing Jiang Cheng about to go. He dashed over, grabbed Jiang Cheng's arm, and begged him not to leave. The sight of 2 grown men clutching hands in the courtyard left onlookers baffled. Without a word, Jiang Cheng smacked Lu Zhong flying like he'd touched a live wire. Lu Zhong clutched his swollen cheek, yelping, face squashed like a ruined bun. He then slapped the guard and roared that this was a VIP he personally invited. Secretly grinding his teeth with revenge plans, Lu Zhong smiled outwardly and tried leading Jiang Cheng through the back door. Jiang Cheng glared, clutching his robe, cursing the sneaky backdoor treatment. He pointed at the main gate, demanding why others entered proudly while he must sneak in. Sweating buckets, Lu Zhong insisted the back door was special treatment to avoid the crowd. Jiang Cheng shook his head firmly. Guests walk the front gate, period. As tensions peaked, a voice transmission from Xu Wanking echoed out. Another voice replied via transmission, Lu Sun anxiously asking what was happening outside. He was reminded the troublemaker was the heaven-defying sect master previously mentioned. Lu Sun answered vaguely, scratching his head like he'd swallowed a jug of vinegar. Unable to bear the pressure, Lu Sun begged Jiang Cheng to stop causing trouble since a prince was inside. Hearing Prince Wang, Jiang Cheng measured it as elephant trunk, eyes lighting up with interest. Meanwhile, inside, Prince Wang Jia leisurely said the man outside looked friendly and wished an introduction. Before Xu Wanqing could reply, the prince frowned, asking if he lacked the qualifications to befriend him. Xu Wanqing hurriedly denied it, saying the prince misunderstood, while chaos still raged at the gate. Jiang Cheng insisted on the front gate or nothing, nearly driving Lu Zhong to his knees until a majestic voice rang out. The prince suddenly summoned Lu Zhong, saying he wished to personally befriend the stranger, leaving Lu Zhong stunned and elders clutching their heads. Jiang Cheng stepped forward as Lu Zhong grandly introduced both sides like reading an imperial decree. Unfazed, Jiang Cheng slapped the prince's shoulder and laughed, praising Shangba as a man of ambition. The two elders turned pale, silently begging heaven he wouldn't drag them into disaster. Yet the prince merely smiled arrogantly and yielded the main gate, inviting Jiang Cheng to enter first. Pleased, Jiang Cheng thanked him and smirked at the elders for lacking noble flair. The young sect master strode through the gate like a dragon emerging from clouds. Watching him, the prince narrowed his eyes, murmuring Phaxian sect, Jiang Cheng with intrigue. As Jiang Cheng entered deeper, Lu Zhong hurried after him, suggesting a hot spring bath ahead for changing clothes. Secretly, Lu Zhong eyed the ring on Jiang Cheng's finger, plotting to snatch it in the water and silence him. Jiang Cheng casually declined, saying he'd already bathed, but Lu Zhong insisted and ordered preparations anyway. Soon they arrived at Ascending Cloud Lake, thick with spiritual energy and steaming mist. Jiang Cheng slowly undressed layer by layer, leisurely as a dragon shedding old scales. Revealing a toned body wrapped in a thin towel, he made Lu Zhong blush and stammer why he hadn't removed it all. Pretending to point at the sparkling ring, Lu Zhong faked a nosebleed while staring greedily at the treasure. Two girls suddenly called out, startling Lu Zhong into Jiang Cheng's arms, earning him a crisp slap. Jiang Cheng coldly accused him of plotting something shady. Turning back, he found the lakeside filled with stunning maidens, like descended fairies. One gentle girl stepped forward, took his hand, and softly called him Sect Master Jiang. Smiling, she said the lake rivaled a fourth-grade spirit vein and pulled him in. Jiang Cheng happily obliged. A young girl soon reminded him to remove his ring lest the water damage talismans inside. Mischievous, Jiang Cheng raised his hand high, making her tiptoe helplessly. She giggled with flushed cheeks, admitting she liked being teased that way. Hiding behind a rock, Lu Zhong burned with jealousy, itching to grab the ring. Later, Jiang Cheng dressed neatly, thanked Eight Clouds Hall's lake, his ring still gleaming provocatively. Lu Zhong cursed the useless maidens inwardly but smiled politely, saying the sect master's satisfaction was what mattered. He then invited Jiang Cheng to Bright Wisdom Hall to meet honored guests, secretly vowing revenge. Soon they entered the bustling banquet hall, filled with lively chatter. A pink-haired girl immediately asked Elder Lu who the newcomer was. Lu Zhong loudly introduced Jiang Cheng, sect master of Phaxian sect, urging everyone to greet him. Yuan Kai and Xu Xing smiled and cupped fists, saying Jiang Cheng's fame had long spread. The pink-haired girl warmly invited him to sit beside her since the seat was empty. Jiang Cheng sat casually as if strolling a garden rather than attending a banquet. Lu Zhong added that Xu Xing was a core inner disciple of Eight Clouds Hall. He began introducing Lai Hongdi, but Xu Xing cut in, telling him to handle other matters while they hosted. Jiang Cheng rested his chin lazily, eyes sharp as he waited to see their scheme. Someone excitedly explained a guessing game. Each places a ring on the table and bets on what's inside. Xu Xing volunteered as referee for fairness, while Shy Yuan Kai agreed but warned him not to play favorites. As Jiang Cheng lounged calmly, Xu Xing secretly planned to snatch his ring once it reached his hands. Jiang Cheng already saw through the scheme and sneered inwardly at their obvious target, his ring. Worse, they mocked Phaxian sect as poor, implying its sect master wouldn't dare join the game. Jiang Cheng remained utterly unfazed, even if Phaxian sect didn't sound particularly mighty. Suddenly, he casually tossed another square storage ring onto the table, shocking the two across from him. They instantly suspected it held rare treasures, perhaps a trick to make them guess wrong. Keeping a calm smile, Xu Xing praised Sect Master Jiang's boldness and declared the game started. Someone quickly stood to guess first, eager to test his sharp eye. After examining a ring, he confidently declared it contained a fourth-grade spirit sword. The owner sighed in defeat. It was correct. Then the guesser missed the next one and paid with a sword. Leaning back, Jiang Cheng muttered that their acting was painfully bad. Just then, the pink-haired girl approached with a gentle smile, saying it was her turn to guess Jiang Cheng's ring. She reasoned that a Phaxian sect master must carry a sect-defining treasure inside, so she boldly declared the ring surely contained a 7th-grade spirit artifact. Outside, Qu Chang and Lu Zhong clenched their teeth, cursing her greed. Jiang Cheng simply smiled, lifted her hand, and said she guessed wrong, so she owed him a 7th-grade artifact. Her face changed drastically as she protested, citing the famous blood-melting ring he supposedly possessed. Jiang Cheng shrugged, saying he came only for the ceremony. Why bring top-tier artifacts? Refusing defeat, she demanded Xu Xing inspect the ring before accepting the result. After careful inspection, Xu Xing admitted the ring was truly empty. The whole table froze in shock, baffled why he carried an empty ring. Jiang Cheng laughed, reminding them the rules never banned empty rings perfectly legal. Outside, Lu Zhong slammed the wall in fury, cursing Jiang Cheng's shamelessness. Inside, the pink-haired girl flushed with anger as Xu Xing sternly reminded her to pay the 7th grade artifact. She stomped and claimed she didn't have one, prompting Jiang Cheng to coldly ask if 8 Clouds Hall planned to default. The atmosphere instantly tensed as many quietly gripped weapons under the table. Suddenly, a calm voice from the doorway declared the debt would be paid. Qi Kang entered holding the 7th grade Spirit Sword Wind Path, presenting it to Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng accepted it easily, praising young Master Q Kang's generosity. But inside he already understood the entire game was Q Kang's scheme. Before the tension faded, Jiang Cheng announced it was his turn to guess, and Shai Yuan Kai smiled in response. Stroking his chin, Jiang Cheng said winning spirit stones or pills was boring, he wanted something more fun. He secretly activated the Divine Eye penetration ability to see inside the opponent's ring. Instantly, every item appeared clearly: spirit stones, pills, swords, and armor. Jiang Cheng laughed, noting the young man already owned a 7th grade artifact, making Shai Yuan Kai pale. Shai Yuan Kai forced calm and challenged him to name the artifact, or pay an equal item if wrong. Jiang Cheng immediately listed every detail of the 7th grade Azure Crystal Silk armor and its 3 engraved formations. Qi Chang froze this armor was 8 Clouds Hall's secret, and Jiang Cheng naming it exactly suggested a traitor. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan Kai trembled but insisted it was a lucky guess, demanding Jiang Cheng compensate with identical armor. Xu Xing coughed lightly and coolly urged Shai Yuan Kai to present the armor for the referee's judgment. Instead, Sai Yuan Kai exploded, slamming the table and roaring that the trap meant for Jiang Cheng had backfired on him. Without further argument, he shot into the sky, fleeing at top speed. Mid-flight, his instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. In a flash, a sword pierced straight through him like lightning, too fast for anyone to see clearly. Sai Yuan Kai's body crashed down with the blade still embedded. The attacker was none other than Q Kang. Amid the chaos, Qi Kang hastily claimed he acted to punish a rule-breaker, cursed the fool, and quickly handed the armor to Jiang Cheng. Xu Xing turned pale. An inner core disciple had died in a blink. Jiang Cheng merely smiled, inwardly applauding young Master Q Kang's decisiveness. He waved dismissively, saying it was trivial and urging everyone to resume the fun. Politely, Q Kang declined, noting the grand ritual was about to begin and the game should end. Sai Yuan Kai's corpse was quietly taken back to the inner sect without further commotion. Just then, 2 mysterious figures appeared in the shadows, secret plants with hidden identities. They checked the corpse, but vanished like wind upon sensing movement. Meanwhile, at the ritual plaza, dusk settled over lavish tables piled with delicacies fit for immortals. On the platform, a prince leisurely observed as 2 spies returned to report. A subordinate whispered news of a spirit talisman and a demon tiger spirit platform, making the prince raise a doubtful brow. At that moment, Q Kang escorted Jiang Cheng in, and the crowd bowed loudly at the mention of young Master Qi. Curious eyes turned to Jiang Cheng, whispering of his wealth and fearsome feats. Soon, Qing Yuancheng stepped forward, solemnly recounting how the founder built this legacy 40,000 years ago. He spoke of cultivators gathering in flying pattern province to foster harmonious cultivation. Jiang Cheng listened with drooping eyelids, yawning like a night owl dragged to a daytime ceremony. Beside him, Q Kang raised a cup, smiling as he invited Jiang Cheng to drink. Suddenly, he flicked the cup toward Jiang Cheng in a subtle test. Jiang Cheng reached to catch it but reacted half a beat slow, grabbing only air. Kie Kang seized his wrist, gently warning him to be careful not to stain his fine robes. Goosebumps rose on Jiang Cheng as he cursed 8 Clouds Hall for its touchy, scheming crowd. Seizing the chaos, Q Kang swiftly slipped the ring off Jiang Cheng's finger, shouting in wild triumph. He held it high, boasting that the square ring was finally his. Jiang Cheng cried out, realizing they had targeted his entire fortune from the start. Smugly, Q Kang proclaimed Jiang Cheng's destiny now belonged to him. He coldly told Jiang Cheng to prepare for departure, meaning the afterlife. Kai Kang shot into the air, ordering his men to seize Jiang Cheng immediately. Yet midair, a sealing force descended, freezing him in place. It was Grand Elder Song Yuanshan, whose icy gaze revealed deeper schemes. Furious, Qi Kang accused Song Yuanshan of coveting the fortune too and threatened open hostility. He reached into the ring for something, eyes blazing with killing intent. Below, Song Yuanshan's face changed, guessing Q Kang meant to use a 9th grade spirit talisman, and he shouted to stop him. Qi Kang laughed madly and hurled the item down, shouting that with such fortune, he feared no one. Seeing it clearly, Song Yuanshan screamed 9th grade spirit talisman and ordered everyone to retreat. In a blink, the crowd scattered as sword lights, fleeing like startled birds. Even the prince lost composure, shoving people aside and yelling that leaders run first. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng stood clueless, only aware his ring was gone. The thrown object rolled to his feet, glowing faintly gold looking like an ordinary spirit stone. Jiang Cheng picked it up, baffled, asking why a mere spirit stone sent everyone fleeing. Qi Kang turned pale, stammering in disbelief that he had thrown just a spirit stone. Unwilling to accept it, he swung his hand again to prove he wasn't mistaken. This time, however, things went completely differently. The ring shot from his grasp and landed in Lu Zhong's hand nearby. Lu Zhong clenched it and laughed triumphantly, claiming the fortune was finally his. Qi Kang roared in fury, accusing Lu Zhong of betrayal after all his trust. Lu Zhong calmly wore the ring, sneering that Qi Kang had never trusted anyone anyway. He activated the ring with a shout, as if unleashing its hidden power. Unexpectedly, the ring slipped from his hand as if alive and flew to Ling Yi. Ling Yi, the chief inner disciple, grabbed it joyfully and thanked them for the gift. Lu Zhong spat blood in rage, while Ling Yi mocked their schemes as childish. Suddenly, a massive explosion thundered behind him, shaking the plaza. Reacting swiftly, Ling Yi shot upward, realizing the sect-guarding grand formation had been activated for a sneak attack. Amid the chaos, even he couldn't hold the ring for long. In a flash, it fell into the hands of Qi Yuancheng, Hall Master of 8 Clouds Hall, who roared at their audacity. From afar, Jiang Cheng folded his arms and mocked how greed made them forget the bigger danger. Just then, a thunderous voice boomed across the plaza, declaring the farce should end. Shockingly, it was Prince Xiangba, making Jiang Cheng blurt out how he returned so fast. Qi Yuancheng stepped forward, claiming this was 8 Clouds Hall's internal affair, and asking the prince not to interfere. Calmly, Xiangba replied that the square ring belonged to Jiang Cheng. How was that internal? Jiang Cheng brightened, grinning that someone finally spoke for the victim. Leisurely, the prince declared it unjust for a grand sect to bully a lone young sect master. Qi Yuancheng snapped back that if the prince wanted the fortune, he should drop the righteous act. Without arguing, Xiangba simply extended his hand for the ring, making Jiang Cheng realize he was no different. Qi Yuancheng coldly reminded him this was 8 Clouds Hall territory, protected by the sect-guarding grand formation. Xiangba warned that harming him would bring the Chuan imperial dynasty to flatten 8 Clouds Hall. Qi Yuancheng hesitated, yet the lure of the ring's fortune tempted him to risk everything. But glancing at the ring, his eyes widened in sudden horror. His hand began convulsing violently, as if seized by an unseen force. Furious, he cursed Jiang Cheng as a vile thief with venomous words. Jiang Cheng scratched his head, puzzled why their quarrel suddenly targeted him. Seeing the stalemate, Xiangba snorted that Qi Yuancheng was dragging 8 Clouds Hall toward ruin. Hearing that, Qi Yuancheng's face turned purple with rage and frustration. In anger, he hurled the ring at Jiang Cheng like venting his fury. Before he knew it, Jiang Cheng was shoved aside by Xiangba, wobbling like discarded luggage. In a flash, the prince leapt up and snatched the ring midair, leaving Jiang Cheng staring blankly. After the chaotic scramble, the ring finally rested in Xiangba's hand. He put it on smugly, declaring Qi Yuancheng had finally come to his senses. Yet his joy froze as he sensed something strange within the ring. At the same time, Qi Yuancheng realized it too, and coldly said they'd all been played by Jiang Cheng. Jiang Cheng brushed his sleeves and sneered that they fought like mad dogs over a ring while ignoring him. Just then, someone else threatened him to hand over the so-called fortune. Veins bulging, Xiangba demanded Jiang Cheng surrender all immortal artifacts gained from the formation. Only now did Jiang Cheng realize they believed his strength came solely from stolen treasures. Xiangba shot into the sky, 5-colored spirit light blazing like a descending god. His thunderous voice warned that if Jiang Cheng dared draw a talisman, his head would roll. Jiang Cheng snapped back, calling the prince a hypocrite who had faked righteousness earlier. Xiangba's eyes turned icy as he declared Jiang Cheng clearly had a death wish. He summoned a radiant rainbow talisman, the famed 5-color divine talisman. Below, an old minister nodded in admiration at the first prince's imposing aura. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng secretly rejoiced, hoping a group attack might trigger a system wipeout bonus. He instantly pretended to panic, grimacing and begging the prince for mercy. He even turned to 8 Clouds Hall, tearfully reminding them he was their honored guest. Dramatically, he asked if they'd let this ruin ties between 8 Clouds Hall and the imperial dynasty. A cold voice transmission behind him promised his life if he handed over the fortune. It was Qing Yuancheng, confident he controlled the sect-guarding grand formation. He coaxed Jiang Cheng to comply for peace, earning silent curses in return. Soon, Song Wanshan also transmitted, urging Jiang Cheng to give him the fortune for survival. Hearing all this, Jiang Cheng loudly praised Hall Master Chu's loyalty, saying he'd offer the fortune if they killed the others. Xiang Bai instantly turned on Qing Yuancheng, flames in his eyes at suspected betrayal. He invoked a divine palace word incantation secret art, chanting ominously to unleash a kill move. Qing Yuancheng hastily denied it as Jiang Cheng's sowing discord, though inwardly panicked. Jiang Cheng kept acting, pointing at elders and crying for help like a doomed man. Then suddenly he flashed a smug grin, revealing it was all a ploy to provoke them. Furious, Xiangba roared he'd kill Jiang Cheng first, then settle scores with traitors. He slashed midair, a chilling sword beam tearing toward Jiang Cheng. The strike carried his full might, thunderous enough to shake the ground. Yet Jiang Cheng didn't dodge. Five-colored divine light erupted around him. The once-arrogant elders gaped in disbelief. The shield was a top-grade divine talisman, called the Seven-Collared Radiance. Even Jiang Cheng was surprised, chuckling that the system was spoiling him lately. Xiangba was horrified but gritted his teeth, vowing to kill Jiang Cheng even at all costs. Xiangba soared skyward, maxed out his inner power, and unleashed the epic Return Dragon Divine Sword. Below, Jiang Cheng looked up laughing, praised the flashy move, and boldly demanded a fair duel. He fired off the Nether Spring Flame Sword, and the two sword forces crashed, whipping up a sky-wide storm. Xiangbai sneered, mocking Jiang Cheng's cute little trick for daring to face him. Even bystander Song Yuansen panicked, baffled that Jiang Cheng dared use such a weak move. Honestly, Jiang Cheng was panicking too. His strongest move was just that, so he preemptively admitted defeat. Yet standing like a statue, he calmly tanked the full blow thanks to a divine protective talisman. Xiangba muttered in disbelief as his all-out strike got blocked like it was nothing. Song Yuansen and Qu Yuancheng gaped at the terrifying power of the radiant talisman. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng raised his hand as if surrendering, claiming he was utterly convinced. Then boom, he threw a thunderous punch that sent Xiangba flipping through the air. Dusting off his hands, Jiang Cheng mocked the cheap shot, while Xiangba trembled on the ground in rage. Furious, Xiangba ordered that whoever killed Jiang Cheng would earn imperial rewards. The greedy crowd roared in unison and charged like starving wolves. Surrounded, Jiang Cheng howled that all this trouble was over a few spirit fruits. Amid the chaos, Qi Yuancheng shouted and activated the wind-capturing thunder array. A massive golden beam erupted like heavenly lightning, lighting up the sky. Under relentless assault, Jiang Cheng screamed as if his brain were about to explode. In a blink, his soul floated free, his remnant spirit sighing coldly midair. Seeing him fall, Xiangba brushed himself off and loudly called for Qi Yuancheng. Qi Yuancheng immediately knelt, declaring the Eight Cloud Hall's submission to the Chuanhuang dynasty. Pleased, Xiangba rewarded the contributors and officially accepted Eight Cloud Hall as an ally. Right then, the system coldly announced Jiang Cheng's death by group assault from Xiangba and the elders. Before fading, the system flashed again, restructuring survival protocols and granting ancient Azure Dragon Essence blood. As a soul, Jiang Cheng squinted suspiciously, guessing it might just be another useless consumable. Suddenly, Xiangba heard a strange sound from the void and shouted in alarm. Dark clouds smothered the sky as dense lightning struck, and the cultivators panicked about heavenly punishment. Amid the chaos, a bizarre voice echoed across heaven and earth, bluntly calling someone shameless as hell. To everyone's shock, Jiang Cheng reappeared perfectly intact, making Xiangba scream he was clearly dead. Qi Yuancheng rushed to check, while Xiangba yelled to reactivate the grand array and kill him again. But Qi Yuancheng stammered mid-run, sensing something terribly wrong. Looking at his hands, he turned pale, realizing he couldn't use his cultivation at all. Panic spread as everyone discovered their spiritual power was completely sealed. A colossal red dragon emerged, its ancient draconic might shaking heaven and earth. Crushed by its aura, the cultivators knelt en masse, some begging for mercy, others offering alliances. Hearing someone wanted to marry off a daughter to him, Jiang Cheng eagerly told them to keep that guy alive. Before he finished, the red dragon spat a blue beam sweeping across the sky. Jiang Cheng wailed in regret. The dragon just blasted his would-be father-in-law. Suddenly, dark red liquid like blood seeped from the dragon's brow. The drops hit the ground with chilling plops, making the air turn eerie. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes, guessing this was the ancient Azure Dragon Essence blood the system mentioned. The system popped up, explaining this was ancient Azure Dragon Blood Essence. Merge it and gain its battle talent. Seeing its insane value, Jiang Cheng nearly fainted at the price tag 9.8 billion. The system then deducted 500 points, leaving him with just over 166,000. Eyes gleaming, Jiang Cheng shouted to convert the treasure into points. The system flatly refused. System rewards are non-refundable, no cash-outs. Grinding his teeth, Jiang Cheng cursed the system for locking its own goods. Suddenly, a firecracker-like boom, his body exploded, leaving his soul floating again. Jiang Cheng stared blankly, wondering why he'd died yet again. The system calmly stated the cause: his body couldn't handle the overpowered Azure Dragon Essence blood. It also logged the killer as unknown and began drafting a new survival plan. Jiang Cheng howled in fury, accusing the system of getting him killed for nothing. The system replied coolly that the fusion succeeded at the moment of explosion and deducted another 500 points. A detailed interface of his new abilities then appeared. Seeing the skill wind trading cloud riding, Jiang Cheng guessed it meant sky-high flight and double combat power. He nodded. 10,000 meters up basically pierced the heavens. Shaking off distractions, he stood up, muttering there were bigger fish to fry. Scanning the 8 Cloud Hall treasury, he grinned at finding 3 8th-grade spirit artifacts. He even found a 4th-grade spirit vein and decided to convert everything immediately. The system confirmed the deal. 200,000 points gained, total soaring past 360,000. Instantly, the system leveled up, a mysterious will spreading like heavenly meridians expanding. Now level 50 XP, but unlocked perks like triple resurrection and 1 random daily revive. It could also spend points to boost a target's realm, or let Jiang Cheng shapeshift into anyone he'd met. In short, it was outrageously overpowered, no exaggeration needed. The system added that a level-up reward draw was available for 99,000 points. Jiang Cheng laughed. This system really knew how to please. Points vanished, and the first prize appeared: the terrifyingly powerful Qingluo Saint-Slaying Sword. Next came Celestial Immortal Fate, carrying Dao Destiny, to directly upgrade one technique to a higher realm. He also unlocked a refining skill and the Primordial Space Treasure. 1 day outside equals 1 year inside. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng popped the Taizu Soulbirth pill and Tianyuan Salvation pill like candy. Instantly, his body shook violently as if heaven and earth flipped in a breath. Even at 4th layer of Heavenly Mandate, the pills weren't enough to push him 2 more layers. As for the Divine Sword, it was so strong he doubted he'd ever test its resurrection ability. After pondering, he decided to leave it as the Sex Guardian Blade and forget to bring it when going out. Smug about his genius plan, he suddenly heard an emotional voice calling sect leader. It was Ji Linghan and the others, stunned that it leapt from 1st to 4th layer of Heavenly Mandate in just 2 days. Jiang Cheng casually reminded them they'd never received rewards for breaking through the spirit platform realm. With a snap, he summoned the 8th-grade spirit swords, a Luan sword and Killing Wind spirit sword. Seeing the rare blades, the disciples froze in disbelief. After all, Phaxian sect rules were clear: train hard, break through, get lavish rewards, no exceptions. The plaza erupted with vows to cultivate like mad, their momentum blazing sky-high. Meanwhile, at the heart of the Qinhuang dynasty, the royal capital's mood turned eerily heavy. Soon, grim news spread: 8 Cloud Hall wiped out, the eldest prince and all sect envoys dead. Shang Zhao flew into a rage, eyes bloodshot, roaring to hunt the culprit to the bone. Chancellor Yang Ji calmly noted the surveillance cut off abruptly, likely the sect guarding Grand Array was triggered. Lu Ran objected: since Ji Yuancheng was already dead, who else had the power to pull this off? Sai Ho Jun coldly interjected: the prime suspect was Phaxian sect's leader Jiang Cheng. The emperor frowned: how could a minor sect leader suddenly grow strong enough to crush major forces? Slowly nodding, he admitted rumors about Jiang Cheng had indeed reached his ears before. An imperial decree fell: Lu Ran and General Mayan were to head to Qinglin Prefecture. Phaxian sect must be destroyed, guilty or not. Just then, a soft voice echoed through the hall, gentle yet commanding all attention. Princess Ning Ti stepped forward, bowing politely and volunteering to investigate Phaxian sect herself. The emperor snapped, asking why she wasn't cultivating instead of stirring trouble in court. Pouting, Ning Ti complained cultivation was suffocating. Finally something interesting, and she had to go. After hesitation, the emperor worried the mission was perilous and feared for her safety. Refusing to budge, she argued the foe was only 4th layer of Heavenly Mandate, she was already 1st layer of Dao Palace. At last, the emperor sighed in defeat but ordered Xia Ho Jun and the imperial guard to escort her strictly. Meanwhile at Phaxian sect, the atmosphere was the total opposite: peaceful and detached from worldly chaos. Jiang Cheng lounged on a chair, grumbling that rewards were too generous. Everyone was in seclusion, clueless about 8 Cloud Hall. Then it hit him: he hadn't tested his shape-shifting skill. Perfect time for some mischief. In a flash, he became Lin Ning, checked the mirror, and cackled at the flawless disguise. Snapping his fingers, he decided to tease Ji Lingyan first to kill boredom. In a stern fake voice, he hinted whether she felt lonely when the sect leader was away. He then lurked by the window, peeking in like a cat stalking a mouse. After a while, he muttered about the boredom, disappointed his prank hadn't paid off. Suddenly, a soft Lin Ning sounded behind him. He nearly jumped out of his skin. Ji Ling eyed him suspiciously. Wasn't Lin Ning in seclusion inside the mystic chart? Why was she here? Flustered, Jiang Cheng forced a smile, claiming the sect leader had summoned her, but Ji Linghan clearly doubted it. He quickly made an excuse about urgent business and tried to slip away. Before finishing his step, he shot off like an arrow, with Ji Linghan roaring in pursuit. Her furious shout rang out, "No way, Shed, let that impostor escape." Soon, a disciple reported the treasure pavilion, and even the back mountain lake were searched. No sect leader found. Another female disciple burst in. Senior sister Qi was in trouble, and even Xiao Hu had vanished. Ji Lingyan frowned. Sect leader missing, Lin Ning acting strange. Everything felt off track. Watching from afar, Jiang Cheng was stunned. His tiny prank had thrown the whole sect into chaos. Cursing inwardly, he realized the Kuangji technique couldn't be cancelled. Once activated, he'd have to wait till tomorrow. The more he thought, the angrier he got. Xiao Hu had clearly used this chance to slack off. There'd be payback. Lost in thought, he was startled by Shuir's voice behind him, letting out an involuntary yelp. He briefly wondered how that Lin Ting guy could fly freakishly fast. The scene shifted to Faxian Sec's back mountain, mist drifting as quiet energy flowed through the trees. In the silence, someone sighed. If shapeshifting caused this mess, better never use it again. A sudden noise shattered the calm, making him snap alert and scan the area. A wary voice rang out, asking who was there and why they'd appear in such a remote spot. Before him lay Lin Ning unconscious, pale as if she'd survived a life-and-death fight. Xiao Hu stood frozen, jaw dropped, utterly unable to process the sight. Then a shadowy black creature spoke, its tone dripping with disdain. It sneered that a mighty demon king fearing a tiny sect leader was downright cowardly. Xiao Hu roared back. Jiang Cheng wasn't simple. He'd promised 3 years as guardian, so killing here crossed the line. Watching via the system, Jiang Cheng snorted. Furious, Xiao Hu ditched duty for this weirdo. The system then announced the host had been killed once by Mo Chen and activated resurrection. In a flash, Jiang Cheng appeared before them, arms crossed, shouting Xiao Hu's name. He blinked at his restored body, while Xiao Hu yelped, baffled how he got here. The black creature muttered in confusion. It had clearly just killed a girl. Jiang Cheng stepped forward coldly. That was merely his clone, cause trouble in Faxian sect and pay the price. He instantly activated observation technique to probe the creature's true nature. But every scan failed, slipping through like mist. The system explained observation only works on this world's matter. Outsiders can't be identified. Jiang Cheng froze, so this thing was beyond the world, maybe even above the great emperor. Sensing tension, Xiao Hu hurried to mediate, begging Jiang Cheng to calm down. It was all a misunderstanding. Jiang Cheng's eyes turned icy. If that were truly Lin Ning, she'd be dead. Better kill first, sort later. The dark being laughed scornfully, calling Jiang Cheng weak. Killing him would take but a thought. Jiang Cheng's face grew fierce as he raised a blazing red orb, murderous intent surging. Let's see who decides life and death. Xiao Hu trembled, heart pounding, unable to believe Jiang Cheng dared push this far. He frantically urged restraint, insisting the other wasn't evil but a higher immortal, just a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the black creature panicked, switched tones, and begged for mercy, swearing loyalty to Jiang Cheng. Ironically, Jiang Cheng coldly demanded it kneel, while Xiao Hu whispered to spare the higher immortal some dignity. Without delay, the creature knelt and acknowledged him as master, trembling as it asked how Jiang Cheng seized its soul master seal. Jiang Cheng himself was puzzled. Had done nothing, yet the soul master seal fell into his hands like a free win. Hearing soul master seal, Xiao Hu went blank. The concept was way above his pay grade. Still, Jiang Cheng felt uneasy. The system gave no alert, so maybe this was fake submission. He tightened his grip on the red orb, eyes glacial. Don't think a fake bow fools me. The creature clutched its head, screaming loyalty, but Jiang Cheng barked that it was still acting. Right then, Xiao Hu jumped in again, urgently asking if Jiang Cheng truly held the Soul Master seal, receiving only a frosty reply. Xiao Hu's eyes lit up. Just use another soul as a medium to stamp a contract onto that Soul Master seal. He added that Heavenly Tao would bind the target automatically, making rebellion impossible. Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed. Oho, a fresh and fun way to control someone. The black creature cursed Xiao Hu for selling him out, while the tiger shot back that had just saved his life. As they bickered, Jiang Cheng quietly tapped the red orb in his hand. The system chimed. Loyalty-based reward received 1,000 points. Jiang Cheng frowned. Some higher immortal, yet worth so few points. Xiao Hu jumped excitedly. Now that Mo Chen was a servant, Jiang Cheng could even make him bark. Jiang Cheng scolded Xiao Hu for flipping sides too fast, then declared Mo Chen must join Faxian sect under him. Mo Chen could only sigh helplessly. He had no other path left anyway. Nodding, Jiang Cheng demanded his true background. Who exactly was Mo Chen? Mo Chen sighed, face darkening as if unearthing long-buried tragic memories. Slowly, he said it all began tens of thousands of years ago, back when the great war among immortal realms erupted, plunging heaven and earth into chaos. The battle was so fierce mountains turned to ash and seas ran red with blood. Jiang Cheng cut him off. Skip the epic trailer and state your identity. Mo Chen admitted he was dark immortal venerable, once in the immortal demon war, hunted by demons and forced to flee gravely wounded. Falling to the lower realm, he lost his soul master seal, left a weak remnant soul, and hid in the blood-transforming ring to survive. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes. Had caught that slip. Mo Chen coughed awkwardly. Jiang Cheng recalled the blood-transforming ring was the one Duan Mo Heng used to ambush him. Reluctantly, Mo Chen admitted it was his assassination immortal artifact, modified into a semi-living artifact to save himself. Later, it fell into the Duanmu clan's hands, boosting them into a major force in Kanglan Prefecture. Jiang Cheng finally connected the dots and inwardly praised Xiao Hu for spotting the anomaly early. Mo Chen added that the artifact contract not only bound his soul, but also kept him from dissipating without immortal power. Composing himself, he asked to formally reintroduce his identity. He declared grandly he was supreme immortal dark venerable, not fully restored yet still able to kill Dao Palace cultivators with a thought. Ironically, Jiang Cheng looked bored, as if hearing a discount sales pitch. He turned away coolly, telling Mo Chen to follow Xiao Hu's arrangements, utterly unimpressed. Mo Chen flushed in anger. How dare a fourth layer, heavenly mandate brat belittle him? Suppressing rage, he warned that if anyone below entering Celebration Realm caused trouble, had risked damaging his immortal soul to strike back. Jiang Cheng yawned and picked his nose. Just heal up and treat this as charity work. Mo Chen's pride shattered. He offered to return the Soul Master Seal and promised to protect the sect. Xiao Hu exploded, reminding him who'd cared for him all this time dropped the arrogance already. Jiang Cheng's gaze turned icy. Returning the seal would just hand him a chance to wipe out Faxian sect later. Mo Chen cleared his throat. Solemnly provide spirit pills and sacred wine for recovery, and he'd make the sect #1 under heaven. Deep down, Mo Chen smugly calculated that feeding his recovery would cost a fortune. One meal of his equaled a month for mortals. Ignoring their bickering, Jiang Cheng pondered. Had stockpiled plenty of spirit pills from lucky draws. He pulled out a green rice-shaped herb and told Mo Chen to try it, making the old man's eyes bulge. Mo Chen shrieked. It was jade duox grass, a heaven and earth rarity. A wild thought flashed. Could Jiang Cheng be a legendary descendant of heavenly Dao? After all, those with heavenly Dao blood were born with absurd luck. Many immortal big shots came from that line. This low cultivation brat had tamed a savage demon tiger and somehow seized his soul master seal. Mo Chen nearly confirmed it. Jiang Cheng must be heaven's own son. Thinking of tales about mysterious patriarchs backing chosen geniuses, he pounced on the herb like it might vanish. He chewed noisily, smacking his lips like a starving man at a feast. Grinning mid-bite, he told Jiang Cheng to watch the transformation. Suddenly, new energy surged around him, his form shifting like the sun breaking through clouds. In a blink, a black-robed elder with mountain-heavy presence stood there, stunning Xiao Hu speechless. Stroking his silver beard proudly, Mo Chen declared he'd back Jiang Cheng conquer the world as he pleased. Jiang Cheng waved him off thanks, but self-made is more his style. Mo Chen scratched his chin, baffled anyone would refuse a higher immortal's backing. Sighing, he switched to lecturing cultivation principles like a portable grandpa advisor. Jiang Cheng beamed, patted his shoulder, and appointed him refinement grandmaster and chief cultivation instructor of Faxian sect. The trio then strolled back to the sect in relaxed spirits. At the gate, disciples cheered. They'd been waiting anxiously for their sect leader's safe return. Ji Lingyan rushed out and hugged Jiang Cheng tight, voice choked with worry. He smiled lightly. Just went recruiting talent. No big deal. He then introduced Mo Chen as a higher immortal, descended to serve as elder and cultivation mentor. Instantly, disciples bowed in unison, shouting, "Welcome Elder Mo Chen!" across the mountain. Mo Chen stroked his beard happily, replying in a deep sage-like tone. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on Ji Lingyan, eyes flashing with surprise. In a heartbeat, he recognized her rare seven orifice exquisite physique. He grew serious. Give her a few hundred diligent years, and she might touch heavenly Dao. Unbelievable, a tiny sect hosting two heaven's chosen talents at once. As he observed, disciples below whispered about the new elder's identity. Out of nowhere, Ji Lingyan turned on Jiang Cheng angrily, accusing Lin Veen of spreading rumors and causing panic. Jiang Cheng suddenly remembered the buried prank, face darkening as he cursed inwardly. He coughed and lectured her fellow disciples should be tolerant, not snitch over trifles. Before she could explain, he waved it off, claiming it was all his arrangement and forbidding further talk. The disciples exchanged confused looks, clueless about the whole story. Zhang Cheng turned away, secretly wiping sweat any deeper digging, and had be exposed. Mo Chen shot him a suspicious glance while Zhang Cheng stroked his chin, plotting to send Lin Ming out for training. Suddenly, 3 figures rode the wind from the horizon, speeding in like lightning. In a blink, Lin Ming landed and clung to Jiang Cheng's arm whining, while Ji Lingyan's face went stormy behind them. Sensing danger, Zhang Cheng swiftly changed topics, introduced Mo Chen, and told the trio to greet the elder. Mo Chen stroked his beard smugly, smiling like he'd just become a VIP. But upon seeing Lin Ming, he frowned and blurted out 4 words: hidden emperor bloodline. His heart churned. How could a tiny sect gather 3 fate-blessed freaks? Zhang Cheng probed further, and Mo Chen confirmed this bloodline perfectly suited rare yin-type techniques. Circling her, he sighed that without yin cultivation, her bloodline potential remained dormant. His eyes lit up as he boomed his old title Yin Extreme Immortal Venerable. He bragged loudly that under his guidance, Lin Ming could become the strongest yin cultivator in the mortal realm. Zhang Cheng calmly pointed to Ji Lingyan, her disciple, her call. The discussed party, Lin Ming, flushed red, fists clenched, and fiercely objected. She hugged Zhang Cheng's arm, crying about his promise to accept her, but he smiled. He knew nothing of yin arts. Then he scolded both sides for deciding without consent, voice thunderous enough to freeze the air. Just as tempers flared, a panicked stammer echoed from the gate. Zhang Cheng turned to Da Huang, asking what was going on. Da Huang leapt onto his shoulder, pointing afar. A fragment of the world's core is flying here. Zhang Cheng blinked. On the horizon, a glittering UFO-like object sped toward them. Mo Chen squinted, muttering it resembled a giant bird. Eager to show off, he laughed. It was a level 6 spirit beast, flowing Luan, gentle and easy to tame. Amid chatter, Lua Yuan suddenly recognized something and urgently spoke up. The UFO was actually Princess Ning Ti's exclusive carriage. She sat regally at its center, 2 maids flanking her like petals. Zhang Cheng frowned. Why was a royal princess visiting Faxian sect? While others speculated, his gaze turned cold. The dynasty had come knocking. Suddenly, the carriage shook violently as the flowing Luan panicked. Oddly, a mighty level 6 beast trembled like it met its natural predator. Guards instantly drew weapons, forming a defensive ring around the princess. Zhang Cheng tilted his head at Da Hu. Did you scare it? He tapped Da Hu's head, telling it to rein in its aura before the guest bolted. Obediently, Da Hu shrank into a cute plush-sized tiger. The carriage finally landed safely without incident. 2 maids helped the princess down, parasol raised, while a lead guard barked for everyone to kneel. Another guard stepped forward more aggressively, shouting at the still-standing Faxian members. Zhang Cheng clasped his hands behind his back and coolly tossed out an outrageously arrogant reply. The guard roared insolence, drawing his sword, killing intent flaring. The aura chilled the crowd, whispers rising, though some took comfort in having an immortal elder present. Seeing tension spike, Princess Ning Ti ordered Commander Xiaoho to stand down. Saiho protested angrily, but Ning Ti coldly reminded him she led this mission. Grinding his teeth, Xiaoho sheathed his sword, secretly fuming that the princess was dazzled by that brat's looks. A silk-robed figure sways and Ning Di politely asks if Zhang Zhangman plans to serve tea, or just vibes. Zhang Cheng smiles like a gracious host, though his eyes whisper, why so friendly all of a sudden? Once seated, Ning Di gets serious and announces they're here because of the Bozyun Palace disaster. Qi Linghen's eyes pop. Wasn't that place throwing a grand ceremony? Ning Di sighs. During that very ceremony, Bozyun Palace was wiped out, guests and her brother Xiangbai included. Lingyan, Xuni, and Lan Yuan all pale and tremble like they've just heard the worst spoiler ever. The princess icy gaze locks onto Zhang Cheng as the lone survivor. Zhang Cheng casually scratches his nose and admits it, like his confessing to eating the last bun. Losing patience, Ning Di thinks is joking until he calmly confirms he did the deed himself. He leisurely places a sword on the table, inviting them to take a good, hard look. Ning Di turns ghostly pale. It's Xiangba's personal sword. Xia Hao slams the table, roaring about the slain prince and ordering his troops to form up. Tanling coolly draws her blade, battle aura rising fast. In a flash, the soldiers align with Xia Ho, forming a tight, polished formation. Golden spirit talismans shoot skyward, forming a ceiling array around Zhang Cheng's group. Zhang Cheng frowns and demands, so what's the grand plan here? Elder Mai Chen wipes sweat, explaining it's the Golden Zheng Radiant River, array strong enough to kill across cultivation realms. Lao Mo observes they must share a linked cultivation method, hence the synchronized killing intent. Mai Chen grimly vows to burn his own soul, if needed, to power the array and protect the sect. Xiao Hu blinks in disbelief. You're really paying that price. Jiang Cheng waves it off. Relaxed Mo Chen sneers, calling him nothing but a wild beast. Xiao Hu snaps back, scolding the old man for arriving just to insult people. Cracking his knuckles, Xiao Hu asks Jiang Cheng whether to wipe them out or spare a few ladies. Jiang Cheng laughs and pats him approvingly. Xiao Hu shoots Mo Chen a mocking glance. Without further chatter, Xiao Hu slams a palm straight into the array. A barrage of punches shatters the talisman formation, spiritual light bursting like fireworks. The once-a-tight encirclement tears open, leaving a clear exit. But outside, they freeze. Ning Di stands with arms outstretched, blocking Xiao Ho and the troops. Xiao Ho trembles with rage, grinding out what the princess thinks she's doing. Ning Di icily declares anyone acting without her order will be punished. Furious as he is, Xiao can only stand down in silence. Xiao Hu smacks his lips at Mo Chen, mocking how the terrifying array broke easier than advertised. Mo Chen hurriedly claims the princess dismantled it from within, and besides, she bears the rare Li Long bloodline. Jiang Cheng casually asks how this Li Long bloodline compares to a Kang Long. Mo Chen awkwardly explains Kang Long is one of the 3 main true dragon lineages, while Li Long is an impure branch. Jiang Cheng narrows his eyes. Then what exactly was so shocking? Sweating, Mo Chen spirals into suspicion that Jiang Cheng, or the girl, might secretly carry the Kang Long bloodline. Meanwhile, Ning Di lets out a soft sigh, as if finally setting down a heavy burden. She turns aside and firmly states Jiang Zhangmin is also a victim. The real culprit is still at large. She then bows an apology for failing to restrain her subordinate's rudeness toward Jiang Cheng. To everyone's shock, Ning Di offers a golden millennium as a goodwill gift, stunning her 2 attendants. Jiang Cheng just rubs his nose, annoyed, thinking this woman's roundabout talk is a headache. Ning Di sweetly asks to stay a night. Jiang Cheng agrees so long as she pays lodging fees. Qi Lingen, Xu Ni, and Luo Yan freeze, unable to process the words lodging fee. Still smiling, Ning Di asks if he prefers spirit stones or pills as payment. Jiang Cheng casually points at Lan Di, saying he wants the hairpin on her head. Faces change instantly. That hairpin is a fragment of a world's broken core. Opening his blazing golden heavenly eye, Jiang Cheng realizes Lan Di is hiding 9th layer Dao Palace cultivation. The girl suddenly turns to Ata, her calm gaze loaded with meaning. Helplessly, Ata removes the hairpin and hands it over, smiling as if it's just spare jewelry. Jiang Cheng takes it without hesitation under everyone's tense stares. Grinning brightly, he tells Luo Yuan to show the guests to their rooms, while De Huang flutters about excitedly. Soon, the guest hall of Fei Xian sect grows quiet, poised for deeper talks. Inside, Lan Di slowly shuts the door, sealing out the outside noise. The moment she turns around, her calm mask shatters into pure anger. Ning Di awkwardly offers Ate a seat and gently asks why she's suddenly furious mid-meditation. Lips tight with grievance, she complains Jiang Cheng is absurd and questions why Xiao Ho wasn't allowed to kill him. Ata coldly warns they had 1 foot in the ghost gate just now. Ning Di protests, insisting Jiang Cheng is merely 4th layer heavenly mandate. Lan Di darkens, reminding her about that terrifying tiger demon beside him. Ning Di argues it's only 9th layer heavenly mandate, but Lan Di slams the table, anger it, and even she might die. Stunned, Ning Di wonders if the tiger has reached 9th stage Dao cycle. Lan Di recalls the Purple Origin Sacred Land incident, where a great demon slaughtered 4 Saint Realm experts in a blink. She narrows her eyes and asks if Ning Di knows what kind of demon caused that massacre. Realization dawns. Ning Di trembles, guessing the tiger is that very ferocious beast. Lan Di frowns heavily, muttering that the monster is hiding here of all places. Ning Di gestures a throat cut, whispering about capturing Jiang Cheng first and dealing with the rest later. Lan Di immediately waves off the reckless idea. She explains such a great demon can't be controlled. Kill Jiang Cheng, and it still won't submit. Calculating, Lan Di says they'll need another way to use the tiger, and the 2 lean close to scheme. Suddenly, Lan Di pauses, tilting her head as if sensing something odd. Feeling the air, she murmurs that the spiritual energy density here has spiked strangely. Outside, Jiang Cheng gleefully shows the hairpin to De Huang. The little girl hugs it and chomps down like it's a gourmet snack. In a flash, rainbow light erupts as she shoots skyward. Crowds gasp that the flower spirit stone has broken through 5th stage. Mo Chen screams in disbelief, eyes bulging at a spirit stone upgrading its rank. Mind reeling, he watches Jiang Cheng laugh and thinks even the heavenly Dao's eldest son couldn't pull this off. Right then, Ning Di rushes over, demanding why the surrounding spiritual energy has surged so wildly. Calm as ever, Jiang Cheng says it's nothing, he just upgraded the spirit vein to kill boredom. Ning Di and Lan Di stand stunned, reshaping a spirit vein treated like brewing tea. Lan Di subtly signals Ning Di to proceed with the original plan. Smiling sweetly, Ningdi invites Jiang Cheng to the upcoming heaven sacrifice ceremony of the Chuanwang dynasty. Jiang Cheng squints, suspecting that little rascal made a move right after their chess game this afternoon. Suddenly shy and gentle, Ningdi lowers her head, claiming she's long admired his looks and brilliance. She kneels on one knee in sincerity, and Jiang Cheng blushes like he's won the lottery. Meanwhile, Qi Linghan and Lin Ning grow wary, sensing danger. Seeing him waver, Ningdi smirks slyly, sure her prey is hooked. Jiang Cheng solemnly agrees, secretly celebrating his win-win scheme. Qi Linghan clenches her fists. She knows the dynasty's guardians make this trip perilous. Jiang Cheng spots her flushed face and chuckles skyward, assuming the little girl is jealous. The nearby female disciples blush and whisper, boosting his ego even more. Mo Chen steps out, declaring he'll personally escort the sect master for safety. All eyes turn to him. Qi Linghan stresses he must prevent romantic mishaps. Mo Chen secretly winks, flirt freely, ill-handle protection and cover. Jiang Cheng clears his throat, reclaiming his dignified sect master aura. He scolds everyone for embarrassing him before guests, and says he'll only be gone a few days. Lin Ning lowers her head in shame. Qi Linghan and Xu Ni tear up, reluctant to see him go. Mo Chen eagerly volunteers to pack for the grand trip. The great demon turns pale, cursing that shameless old man for butting in. Jiang Cheng stops Mo Chen, saying he must stay and teach, leaving him crestfallen. The great demon offers to go instead, but gets shoved back before he can even start. Jiang Cheng smiles cunningly, thinking a little danger might spice things up. He politely asks Senior Hu to accompany him, but instantly turns pale with a bad premonition. In a flash, he changes plans. He'll go alone. Xiao Hu stays to guard the sect. Soon, an elegant procession appears among the clouds like a moving ink painting. Inside the carriage, Jiang Cheng leisurely admires the view, making Ningdi glance at him suspiciously. Leaning close, she whispers to a female guard to monitor him tightly back at the dynasty. Before long, they stop at a luxurious Chuanwang inn. Ningdi respectfully leads Jiang Cheng inside and invites him to rest in a prepared room. She orders strict guards. No one is to disturb him. With that, the princess departs with her entourage. Alone in the courtyard, Jiang Cheng strolls through the garden, nodding at its lavish charm. Suddenly, a rude shout rings out. He turns around, almost delighted for some drama. Two fierce strangers storm over, demanding he explain matters concerning the princess. A guard rushes in panic, reporting several young heirs and generals have surrounded the inn. Jiang Cheng just shakes his head, calling them idiots for ruining his plan. Elsewhere, Ningdi restrains an angry Lan Di, worried Jiang Cheng's death would wreck everything. A man suggests letting Jiang Cheng get beaten by those nobles first, then they'll step in. Ningdi smiles confidently. If she saves him, then she'll be his hero. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Cheng folds his arms and demands to know who dares make a scene. Lu Qing and Red Hair roar, questioning what right he has to stand beside Princess Ningdi. Jiang Cheng smirks. She came to him, and has the real victim here. He even mocks them as weaklings. No wonder the princess sought better company. Enraged, the three draw weapons and charge to kill the commoner. Steel clashes thunder through the inn, startling even those outside. A panicked shout suddenly rings out, making everyone turn in alarm. Hearing the explosion, Lan Di pales, fearing Jiang Cheng is dead and the plan ruined. A subordinate rushes in, white as a sheet, stammering urgent news. Turns out Jiang Cheng isn't dead. He knocked out every young heir and junior general. The battle's aftershocks fade, blinding light and booms dissolving into air. Amid the wreckage, Jiang Cheng scratches his head, sighing they're weaker than chicks. In the shadows, two figures watch. One trembles, never having seen such a bizarre divine palace. Squatting down, Jiang Cheng flips through the unconscious bodies and casually loots them. Soon he pulls out a golden slaughter ring and matching sword, eyes gleaming. Spotting piles of rare pills and spirit herbs, he bursts into delighted laughter. Ningdi and Landa rush in, horrified, asking if he killed them all. Jiang Cheng coolly replies, so this is Chuanhuang dynasty's hospitality. Ningdi grits her teeth. He causes chaos yet dares blame them. Landi frowns, whispering the situation's out of control. They must summon the tiger demon. Ningdi steps forward gently, urging Jiang Cheng to invite Senior Hu to clean up. Jiang Cheng flares up, insisting Xiao Hu is just a follower. His mess needs no babysitter. Ningdi's face turns cold. Does he even know whom he attacked? She points at each body, listing their noble bloodlines and powerful mentors. Through clenched teeth, she stresses they're untouchables within the dynasty. Jiang Cheng waves it off, calling them nothing but power-clinging dogs. He calmly invites their backers to come find him. Lan Di fumes beside him. Finally, Lan Di signals the princess to quickly fetch Hang Gao to handle this. Hesitant but pressed, Ningdi leaves at once to summon help. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng leisurely strolls away from the battleground. At the gate, he finds Landa waiting as if on purpose. He bluntly asks why she keeps speaking through the princess instead of directly. Lan Di realizes he saw through everything and may even be wary of the tiger demon. She sternly advises him to listen. Those dead youths have Dao Palace backers. Coldly, she concludes that without protection, Zhang Cheng's road leads only to death. At Xuanwang Palace, the air remains calm yet heavy. In court, Jinghuan reviews memorials as a subordinate reports the case. He confirms Zhang Cheng admitted killing Bo Er and even holds the prince's spirit sword as proof. Jinghuan nods, eyes chilling at mention of Ning Di favoring that man. Afterthought, he reasons the cautious princess wouldn't shield a murderer for mere looks. Just then, Ning Di rushes in from afar, loudly requesting an urgent audience. Reaching the hall, she pants out that a sudden crisis has erupted. Back at the inn, Zhang Cheng tells Lan Di Xiaohu is far away, calling him now is useless. Alarmed, Lan Di asks if there's any emergency summoning method left. Zhang Cheng shrugs, no contract, no communication artifact on him. Lan Di nearly explodes, calling him an idiot for not using the contract to force the tiger demon's protection. Zhang Cheng blinks, honestly admitting he didn't know the contract could do that. Sighing in defeat, Lan Di hands him a golden talisman. He explains it's a message talisman. Tear it, and hell rush over instantly. The price Senior Hu must help him twice in return. Lan Di figures the cost is acceptable if it secures their goal. Zhang Cheng scoffs, guessing they only care about the tiger beside him. Arms crossed, he coldly refuses the talisman. Lan Di ignores him, sets it on the table, and leaves. Before going, he warns Zhang Cheng to reconsider when death stares him down. With that, Lan Di vanishes beyond the door. In the palace, Jinghuan sternly questions Ning Dai about Zhang Cheng's chaos. She fumbles, unable to mention the tiger demon, too sensitive a topic. A guard suddenly rushes in with urgent news. Trembling, he reports generals and elders are surrounding the palace. Ning Di quickly asks if they're gathered at Chuanxing Inn. Upon confirmation, she kneels, begging the ancestral emperor to save Zhang Cheng. Jinghuan orders the imperial guard assembled and personally heads out. At Qianxing Inn, crowds pack the gate, killing intent soaring sky-high. Zhang Cheng watches quietly. Surprised, every noble brat wields a 7th-grade spirit sword gleaming cold as moonlight. A furious roar tears the air, calling Zhang Cheng out to die on the spot. He merely smirks, calm as if has long awaited the drama. A gloomy figure emerges before him, aura heavy like a ghost from a blood-soaked painting. Lu Ran points at him, accusing him of killing his nephew, and swearing to hack him to pieces. Sword Venerable Chu, he suggests capturing and torturing him, and Diming snarls that only cruel punishment will appease his disciple. Zhang Cheng trembles theatrically, secretly plotting how to anger them into killing him faster. Lu Ran draws his longsword skyward, killing intent surging, vowing to sever Zhang Cheng's limbs first. He channels true ki, suspending the blade midair, readying a lethal strike. Zhang Cheng feigns panic, drawing his sword and shouting as if fighting desperately. He lunges forward, blade vibrating like a raging tempest. The crowd pales. How can an unknown sect master unleash such heightier divine ability? Zhang Cheng sneers, taunting them as clawing kittens will be wiped out if they hold back. One cultivator roars, realizing Zhang Cheng is using the very 8th-grade spirit sword once offered to his idol. Enraged, the cultivators unite, vowing to beat him into nothingness. Another, eyes bloodshot, screams for his dead son's blood debt. Ironically, Zhang Cheng laughs in delight. They're finally going all out. Countless attacks crash down like a storm, instantly pulverizing Zhang Cheng's body. The system coldly announces the host has lost one life to group assault, and begins calculating a new survival plan. The battle shakes an ancient seal beneath the capital. A remnant Li Long spirit senses the bloodline and fuses with Zhang Cheng's divine soul. Eyes closed, Zhang Cheng grins. A Li Long remnant spirit, not bad. Rare system W. The system icily reports resurrection in progress. The host need only wait a moment. The cultivators nod smugly, thinking it's over pity they couldn't capture him for extra torture. A strange noise sounds behind them. Lu Ran frowns, sensing something's off. Suddenly, Zhang Cheng's corpse twists, morphing into a colossal purple dragon phantom that rockets skyward like a reborn god. The cultivators gape, utterly clueless about this nightmare-level phenomenon. The purple dragon circles majestically before crashing down, the impact shaking the earth. Still dazed, they can only scream as reality exceeds their imagination. From the radiant halo, Zhang Cheng's body reforms, fully resurrected, aura overwhelming. He bursts into laughter, praising the system's solid performance. Resurrection effects, 10 out of 10. Opposite him, the cultivators turn ghost pale, whispering how a pulverized man just revived. Zhang Cheng channels spirit power. The purple dragon howls forward, launching the counterattack. Panicked, the cultivators swing wildly, swords flashing as they scream at the oncoming monster. Refusing to retreat, Lu Ran unleashes another killing move, swearing this time Jiang Cheng dies. His roar booms across the battlefield, momentum surging like tidal waves. Jiang Cheng answers with a new ultimate art, shouting the Divine Palace command technique for a head-on clash. In a flash, 7-colored light erupts, dazzling enough to tear the sky apart. Before reacting, the crowd is swallowed by brilliance, frozen as the strike lands too fast. Yet Jiang Cheng calculates calmly the Lilong remnant boosts cultivation, but danger isn't gone. The purple dragon coils around him protectively like a loyal guardian. He gently pats its head, eyes soft as a parent greeting a returned child. Suddenly, the key insight clicks, every earlier clue aligns. Without delay, he pulls out the old spirit talisman, ready for the next act of his play. A faint signal shoots out, a secret call to someone waiting. Right then, Lan Zi appears calmly, while only pale purple dragon bones hover overhead. Jiang Cheng realizes the Lilong corpse is the formation core of the National Guardian Array, and its soul fused with him. He grins now he controls the grand array, his value just skyrocketed. Chuckling, he teases the system when the tables turn like this. Renegotiating terms is only natural. Arms crossed, he sneers at Lan Zi, saying he's here just to be stage decoration. After all, a true hero needs an audience. Meanwhile, at the Cheongsing Palace Plaza, troops stand in gleaming formation. Jing Huang's thunderous voice orders the army to move out, but mid-command, his face stiffens at a strange fluctuation. The heavens quake, the grand array surges, he realizes the National Guardian Array is activated. Lan Di points at Jiang Cheng, demanding what is done. He lazily says, "Relax and enjoy the show." The sky turns deep violet as countless Oroki rain down like meteors. Before dodging, purple arrows pierce the cultivators below, dropping them instantly. Lu Ran roars defiantly, raising defenses and accusing Jiang Cheng of sabotaging outer forces earlier. Yet his final barrier drains and shatters under the array's might. Lu Ran collapses amid the chaos, ending no differently than the rest. In moments, the plaza becomes a slaughterhouse, corpses piled high and stone dyed red. Jiang Cheng, however, beams this hall should be juicy. Afar, a lone figure watches silently, eyes fixed on the battlefield. Jing Huang stands stunned, unable to fathom how Jiang Cheng activated the National Guardian Array. He whirls on Ning Dai, demanding the full story about this man. Calmly, Ning Di mentions the ancestral emperor's words about 2 holy sons arriving soon, sharpening Jing Huang's focus. She smiles mysteriously, saying this isn't the place, better discuss it back at the palace. Gazing at the blood-soaked ruin, he muses that Jiang Cheng is only heavenly mandate realm, yet defies all logic. After all, only supreme experts can control the grand array, even Ning Dai lacks access. Suddenly, the system showers rare treasures: the slender Chuang Qiu Feng, astral pattern robe, 5th watch drum, lady sword, and jade betel ring. Jiang Cheng's eyes blaze, he grabs a precious pill bottle, eager to test how fast the Lilong remnant boosts him. Without hesitation, he pops the lid and swallows the pill before everyone, earning a dark stare from Lan Di. Chewing happily, he invites anyone to kill him and even praises the pill's flavor. Lan Di grits her teeth. But before anger erupts, she freezes. Something feels very wrong. Before her eyes, Jiang Cheng's cultivation skyrockets, realms falling like dominoes. Shocked, Lan Di blurts that even top-tier pills can't launch breakthroughs like riding a dragon to heaven. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng clutches his stuffed belly, whining that heavenly mandate realm is stubbornly hard to digest. Suddenly, Lan Di reappears in a completely different form, a peerless beauty before him. Still rubbing his stomach, Jiang Cheng asks if she's here to watch him level up, then promptly forgets her name. Squinting at her, he bluntly asks who she even is. Smiling, she introduces herself as Venerable Lan Di, clan leader of the Mist tribe of the Xianyi clan. Jiang Cheng frowns, saying Xianyi clan sounds made up. Calmly, she explains they live hidden from the mortal world. No wonder he hasn't heard. Finally, she reveals her true identity, a descendant of immortals. Jiang Cheng just nods with an O, utterly unimpressed. Lan Di frowns. Why isn't he shocked? She repeats she's an orthodox immortal descendant. He casually picks his nose and asks, and, furious, she snaps that others would knelt already. So is he a master or a fool? Jiang Cheng chuckles, asking what's contradictory about being both, thinking if he said he keeps immortals as pets, she'd faint. Refusing to lose, Lan Di boasts her status as supreme, knowing her will smooth his road to Fei Xian sect. Fed up, Jiang Cheng waves her off. What exactly does she want? Straight to the point, Lan Di asks Senior Hu to help her seize the Cheongsing dynasty's treasure, the Four-Direction Origin Cauldron. She explains it was forged from Four-Direction meteors at the dynasty's founding, sensing the people's safety and stabilizing national fate. After the long speech, Jiang Cheng coughs and asks for the short version. Smirking, Lan Di sums it up: the cauldron just slightly boosts the owner's luck. She adds it may seem ordinary to others, but to her it's crucial, so she earnestly asks Jiang Cheng to invite Senior Hu to act. The Grand Formation Core was in his hands if she's strong enough. Just storm in and grab it. Landa's eyes lit up as she pressed if it helped, and Jiang Cheng folded his arms. Sure, but it'll cost you. Without blinking, she vowed any price was fine as long as he made a move. Jiang Cheng shrugged and casually said the price was simple, she just had to be his. Landai jumped back, clutching her chest, wide-eyed, demanding what nonsense he'd just uttered. Calm on the outside, Jiang Cheng was internally throwing a parade at the thought of recruiting a powerhouse beauty. Landi snapped, calling him shameless for exploiting the situation with dirty demands. Jiang Cheng turned away coldly to end the talk, while Landa's mind spun through pros and cons. Moments later, she hurriedly called him back and firmly agreed to the condition. As planned, Jiang Cheng turned with a satisfied grin like a farmer after harvest. He stepped closer, lifting a hand toward her chin, admiring her face like rare artwork. Then he suddenly sighed, dropped his hand, and said, "Never mind, forget it." Stunned, Landi assumed he saw through her and angrily accused him of being two-faced. Fuming, she swore she'd have higher-ups come take his life for making her a joke. With that, Landi cast a spell and vanished, leaving Jiang Cheng baffled by her rage. No sooner had she left than someone approached shouting Master Jiang, making Jiang Cheng turn. A neatly dressed attendant bowed, saying the emperor invited Jiang Cheng to rest at the palace. Hearing the emperor would personally receive him lavishly, Jiang Cheng perked right up. He happily waved for the man to lead the way into the palace. Soon night fell, and the Qiangxing imperial palace glittered solemnly in the dark. Jiang Cheng stood pondering in his room when he heard approaching footsteps. He spun around warily, demanding to know who lurked outside. The door opened, and a gorgeously dressed young lady entered, greeting Master Jiang to his surprise. Without preamble, she knelt and begged for his help, deepening his confusion. Ningti explained that though a princess, she had lived in fear for years. She revealed her maid someone Jiang Cheng met before had cultivation beyond the ancestor emperor and was secretly monitoring the court. Jiang Cheng frowned and asked, why not just activate the Guardian Kingdom Grand Formation to settle it? Ningti gloomily said the demoness planted a goo curse on her one thought and she'd be blown to bits. Jiang Cheng quickly caught on and said she wanted him to eliminate the foe during tomorrow's heaven worship ceremony. At this point the princess hesitated, eyes wavering over something hard to say. Suddenly she leaned into Jiang Cheng's arms and softly declared he would become the imperial consort. Jiang Cheng smirked, brushed her cheek, and asked beneath one person beneath the ancestor emperor, or someone else. Flushing, Ningti ran out, scolding him as outrageous and saying they'd talk after it's done. Left behind, Jiang Cheng muttered that she still hadn't explained tomorrow's plan. Even so, he secretly chuckled, thinking this princess was quite the sleep thief. Outside, Ningti's face turned icy as she sneered that tomorrow's ceremony would bury both of them. Next morning, the Grand Hall hosted a lavish banquet with guests enjoying music in lively cheer. On stage, dancers moved gracefully, steps soft as drifting clouds and flowing water. The ancestor emperor praised Jiang Cheng as an outstanding talent, worthy of his reputation. The ministers nodded in agreement, applauding the emperor's sharp eye for talent. While bowing, Jiang Cheng sneakily eyed the massive cauldron behind the throne, guessing it was the four-direction origin cauldron. The ancestor emperor's laughter boomed through the hall like thunder on a sunny day. Suddenly, a dancer slipped mid-performance and dropped to her knees, begging forgiveness for ruining the feast. Though his face darkened, the emperor suppressed his anger, saying no killing was allowed on heaven worship day. Ningti stepped forward coldly, spared them, and ordered them out at once. She then complained their dance was lousy and proposed her own maid perform a sword dance for Jiang Cheng. At that moment, Lanji nervously called out Master Jiang, as if wanting to warn him. But Ningti cut in swiftly, asking Jiang Cheng if he approved the show, and he nodded. Soon the stage blazed with light, Ningtai on the left and Lanji in the center. A voice suddenly rang out over the music, declaring the positions were now correct. Lanji sensed trouble as Ningti leaned over and whispered that it was time for Jiang Cheng to act. Jiang Cheng hesitated, recalling Lanji had always been blunt and never hid things from him. He chose to stay silent and observe, knowing rash moves would wreck everything. Sweeping the hall, he noticed the odd drumbeats and hidden experts ready to silence even him. Worse, countless figures lurked on the palace roof like a human spider web. Realizing the trap, Jiang Cheng's eyes turned icy as he quietly drew his sword. In a flash, one slash tore the roof open, assassins dropping like autumn leaves. Instantly, more hidden killers drew weapons and circled him, pretending to guard while tightening the noose. Jiang Cheng spun toward the emperor, bluntly accusing him of staging an ambush to profit from mutual destruction. The Emperor paled in shock, his airtight plan exposed despite the grand formation masking every killer's aura. Meanwhile, Landy shot Ning-Ti a fiery glare, cursing her as a treacherous slut plotting against her. Ning-Ti only smirked coldly, daring her to try and see what happens. Provoked, Landy surged her spiritual power, her aura roaring like a brewing storm. Strangely, Ning-Ti stood untouched, all attacks seemingly nullified. Panicked, Landy couldn't fathom why her controlling seal had failed. Smugly, Ning-Ti revealed she had secretly removed the seal on Landy long ago. Without delay, Landy urged Zhengcheng to join forces and wipe out the traitors in the hall. The Dog Emperor merely smiled sinisterly, declaring it was unclear who would be eliminated today. As tension peaked, heavy marching footsteps shook the hall. Soon, Huangjiang troops in full armor marched in tight formations. In moments, they sealed off Zhengcheng and Landy from all sides in a heaven-on-earth net. Landy only laughed in disdain, saying such small fry weren't enough to pressure her. A voice echoed through the hall asking, "What if we add ourselves?" Turning around, Landy saw two familiar figures, Han Huayuan and Yu Liang. Seeing Zhengcheng confused, Landy quickly explained they were saint sons of the silent sacred land, both at Dao 9th layer cultivation. Ning-Ti laughed proudly, asking if Landy now understood how her seal was undone. Yu Liang stepped forward gently, saying they brought their master's holy talisman to break the seal. Landy snorted, mocking the saint sons for relying on their master's backing. She grew more annoyed, blaming her own carelessness for letting Ning-Ti flip the board. Turning to Zhengcheng, she urgently asked how long it would take to summon the tiger demon. When he calmly said 2 shichen, she stomped in fury that was far too long. Still, Landy had no time left to hesitate as the tightening formation closed in. She calmly removed her outer robe, revealing a graceful figure radiating icy killing intent. In a cold tone, she assigned roles, handle the 2 saint sons, while Zhengcheng stalled the Emperor's side. Now in battle gear, Landy lifted her chin proudly and repeated that the 2 saint sons were hers. Yet Zhengcheng stood frozen like a statue, staring blankly as if his brain had logged out. The bizarre pause made both sides hesitate, unsure what he was plotting. Losing patience, Landy gritted her teeth and shouted for Zhengcheng to move instead of daydreaming. Furious, she slashed a table in half, splinters flying across the hall. The sharp sword sound jolted Zhengcheng awake, mumbling like he'd finally rebooted. Landy fumed even more, calling him useless and saying if they died here she'd die of anger first. Zhengcheng inhaled deeply, sprang up, and declared a real man never admits he can't do it. At that moment, Xiang Gao's faction launched their attack to crush the enemy. In a flash, the Emperor raised a blazing golden orb and shouted to activate the demonic formation. A strange bloody smell suddenly spread through the hall, thickening the air. Someone cried out in panic that the Emperor was using the bizarre Hu Huang technique. As Sword Kai struck the formation, several cultivators realized their weapons were losing control. Zhengcheng's sword also flew from his hand, leaving him baffled. Amid the chaos, Yulang leisurely fanned himself, smiling slyly like a theater critic. Landy suddenly realized the truth and gasped that it was Source Law the power to turn words into reality. Yuliang flicked his fan and calmly ordered the flying swords to attack. Instantly, countless swords in midair rained down like a meteor shower. Yuliang even casually advised Landy to return with them and kneel before their master to save her life. Grinding her teeth, Landy cursed the silent sacred land for clinging like hungry leeches. She sneered loudly that their master wasn't worthy to teach her. Han Huayuan narrowed his eyes and said he'd discipline her on behalf of their master. In a flash, he used Source Law Old Sword self-slaughter, forcing Landy's blade toward her own throat. Landy scoffed that such petty Source Law couldn't force her to kill herself. She instantly launched a fierce counterattack with surging killing intent. That power came from an extremely rare immortal-grade Dao Palace. Han Huayuan's face changed. He hadn't expected she possessed an immortal-grade Dao Palace. Amid the tense fight, Zhengcheng suddenly said calmly that Landy should just stand behind him and wait for victory. The formation roared like a dragon, its controller staring at him with disdain. Above, 5 colored clouds tore apart as massive forces crashed down like heavenly thunder. In the chaos, a broken voice sounded like someone waking from a dream. In that person's mind, Zhengcheng was just a weak cultivator who should be eliminated first. Thus a cold voice whispered lightly that he should simply fall asleep forever. Suddenly the scene flipped. Zhengcheng appeared in another form, wearing a white shirt and asking what just happened. A female voice scolded him for spacing out again during a serious conversation. Zhengcheng replied lazily that it wasn't anything worth making a fuss about. He then realized everything had been a bizarre dream, leaving him still half awake. The woman opposite him complained that he'd been standing like a statue during their talk. At that moment, the system quietly activated, confirming the host faced a female boss in an office setting. After receiving the mission to subdue the female boss, Jiang Cheng nodded slightly and prepared to act. In a blink, he grabbed Landis' hand and lifted her leg, teasing that a beauty like her really gets whatever she wants. Startled by the sudden move, she quickly asked what nonsense he was doing. Jiang Cheng didn't answer and firmly covered her mouth instead. He bluntly declared that today he would definitely take her. His icy tone instantly tightened the atmosphere. But the scene shifted as Jiang Cheng suddenly woke up, scolding himself for dreaming something so outrageous. Meanwhile, an observer afar scoffed that the guy's cultivation was too weak to resist the spell. So he decided to finish Jiang Cheng quickly before the grand formation got reversed. Lu Yu suddenly struck first, flashing like lightning and blocking any rescue attempt. A chilling voice whispered by his ear, saying saving that person was pure fantasy. Then a cruel verdict fell. He calmly ordered Jiang Cheng to end it himself. Jiang Cheng froze like doused in ice, eyes flashing shock mixed with hidden exhaustion. In a blink he lunged forward and grabbed the opponent's head, so fast the man couldn't react. Suddenly a panicked shout calling Jiang Cheng shattered the battlefield tension. Jiang Cheng hurriedly yelled to the system, insisting he died from magic, not suicide. The system coldly confirmed he died from the spell of Saint Sun Ba Yu. Seeing such a miserable death insult the honor of source law, the system granted him 1 minute of supreme speech law. Jiang Cheng sighed in relief, muttering that source law basically meant whatever you say becomes reality. The system then announced completion. Jiang Cheng was officially revived. A furious female voice suddenly cursed Jiang Cheng for tricking her again. Hong He sneered triumphantly, declaring the demon Jiang Cheng dead, and the formation now his. The old emperor burst into mocking laughter, convinced Jiang Cheng had no way out. Suddenly a massive golden beam slashed down toward Lan Di. Instinctively, Lan Di raised her sword to block the heaven-shaking strike, but the shockwave blasted her away, blood spilling from her lips. In that instant she wondered if today was truly her end, resentment boiling inside. A cold voice interrupted, suggesting sparing her life but crippling her cultivation for later humiliation. Without hesitation, Lan Di turned her blade toward her own chest. Death before disgrace. Just then, a puzzled voice rang out as if discovering something strange. The speaker complained that if given a sweet dream, it should at least last a bit longer. As everyone stared in confusion, Jiang Cheng calmly walked into the arena like a king returning. Seeing him alive, Landa's eyes lit up and she couldn't help shouting Jiang Cheng's name. The old emperor's face twisted in anger, yelling to stop him before he regained control of the formation. Hong He seized the moment before the talisman appeared, raising his sword to kill Jiang Cheng. Before the strike landed, Jiang Cheng simply said stop in a calm but heavy tone. The emperor suddenly froze stiff, face pale in disbelief. Jiang Cheng then casually ordered him to strip off his clothes. Someone nearby grew suspicious, wondering what bizarre scheme Jiang Cheng was plotting. Suddenly, the emperor panicked as his body began removing his clothes on its own. Jiang Cheng merely smirked and glanced at the two beside Yu Lang, making them laugh gleefully. But their laughter died instantly when their own hands began stripping their robes too. Jiang Cheng calmly explained it was nothing strange, just the power of speech law. Not stopping there, he pointed and ordered the three to slap each other, while telling the ancestor emperor not to make ugly noises. An enraged roar exploded, accusing Jiang Cheng of humiliating the silent sacred land's Saint Sun and demanding his death. Jiang Cheng casually waved it off like dust, mocking their crude manners. Just as the trio were about to be slapped silly, a streak of golden light abruptly stopped them. It was the true spirit projection of Jingwang Venerable, a being feared across the cultivation world. A bell-like shout boomed from above as Jingwang Venerable appeared majestically, ordering everyone to stop. Someone pale whispered that this was the Grand Elder of the Silent Sacred Land, a terrifying Saint Realm expert. The golden glowing elder roared, calling Jiang Cheng arrogant and declaring punishment. Jiang Cheng only smiled faintly, calm as if watching amateur comedy. Half mocking, he asked if the old man alone thought he could flip the situation. Before reacting, Jingwang Venerable's hand slowly lifted to his own collar. In a blink, his robes fell layer by layer, shocking him since Jiang Cheng was merely at the heavenly mandate realm. A trembling onlooker guessed that if even a saint was controlled, Jiang Cheng must be hiding true power. The more he thought, the more he denied it, even suspecting Jiang Cheng wasn't from the mortal world. Amid their shock, Jiang Cheng lightly waved a palm, reminding them the show wasn't over. He pulled Lan Di close and announced a dance party, her body unconsciously moving along. Jingwang Venerable roared in fury, trembling under countless stares. Grinding his teeth, he swore today's humiliation would not go unanswered. Worse, embarrassing groans escaped him as his body stayed out of control before the crowd. Two young attendants rushed in panic to support him, asking what on earth was happening. Regaining composure, Jingwang spat out Feishan sect and Jiang Cheng's names with killing intent blazing. He screamed a murderous oath that echoed through the silent sacred land. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng lazily remarked the trio's performance was over, and it was time to wrap up. Instantly, the three turned on each other, fighting like crazed roosters. Amid chaos, Ningti sneakily slipped out the sacred land's main gate like a fleeing thief. Lanji spotted her and shouted that Ningti was escaping. Jiang Cheng blinked in surprise and asked if that was true. In a flash, Lanji shot into the sky, roaring as she chased Ningti. Jiang Cheng folded his arms, surveying the battlefield while asking the system to tally loot. The system displayed conversion results of 4th grade spirit vein worth 200,000 points and nether dragon bone another 500,000. It calmly asked if the host wished to pursue the fleeing target. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng confirmed the chase. The system announced conversion complete, total points far exceeding the 500,000 needed to level up. Jiang Cheng beamed like had hit the jackpot and demanded an immediate upgrade. The system began upgrading to level 6, listing new skills and limits. Arms crossed, Jiang Cheng noted that resurrecting others would be extremely useful. Seeing 270,000 surplus points, he tapped his chin, pondering how to spend them. Suddenly inspired, he clapped and told the system to open the lottery function. The system replied that the level 6 wheel cost 10,000 per spin or 90,000 for 10. Jiang Cheng cursed elegantly, complaining the stingy system even charged upgrade fees for gambling. Still, he went big, dumping all 270,000 points into 30 spins for style. The system confirmed the deduction, leaving him with a measly 5,926 points. In a blink, cheerful clinks rang out as rewards piled up before Jiang Cheng, including a grand formation map that made his eyes sparkle. A familiar voice sounded behind him, asking if he had returned. Jiang Cheng casually said Ningti's death was fake, had locked her inside his inner realm ring. Lan Di nodded thoughtfully, murmuring it all tied back to the four-direction origin cauldron. In a distant dark corner, a pair of cold golden eyes silently watched everything. Jiang Cheng was startled to learn the cauldron was a 6th grade spirit artifact that gathered karma and warped its owner's mind. After pondering, he squinted and joked that for such a stunning beauty, he'd count this as charity. Just as he was about to continue, he suddenly froze as if sensing something off. Before understanding what happened, he slammed headfirst into the ground like a divine nail. Spirit stones and pills burst out of him like fireworks. From the shadows, those golden eyes flickered in confusion at his audacity to swallow resources in such danger. The unseen voice grew worried as Jiang Cheng's spiritual power spiked wildly. Jiang Cheng sprang up shouting, accusing someone of stealing the cauldron and still eyeing his resources. But mid-sentence, he let out an unstable scream. His body rapidly swelled like an overinflated balloon. Then boom, he exploded into countless fragments. From the black dust, Jiang Cheng's soul slowly floated up in eerie fashion. The system announced his second death, spiritual overload from overeating pills. However, it activated the gluttonous 6 viscera physique, letting him absorb massive spiritual power without exploding again. His soul clutched its head and cursed the system for not granting that sooner. Soon after, the system gently reported resurrection nearly complete. Nearby, someone muttered in shock at how bizarrely calm his death looked. The person sighed, saying since Jiang Cheng once helped him, had at least bury him with a pair of underwear. Landai solemnly held up the underwear like an offering only to shatter the mood in an instant. Jiang Cheng's voice suddenly praised her loyalty from behind, making everyone spin around in horror. Sitting cross-legged before spirit stones, he declared that even exploding couldn't kill him. This time his body didn't swell, instead his cultivation surged like a carp leaping the dragon gate. Someone recalled the Qiangxing dynasty's spirit vein had mysteriously vanished and suspected Jiang Cheng. Another shuddered, guessing Feishan sect upgraded its vein by stealing from others. Jiang Cheng laughed to the heavens, announcing his breakthrough from heavenly mandate 5th layer straight into Dao Palace. Someone gasped that even 10 years of seclusion might not achieve that. With such reckless pill devouring, even diamond organs Shulv exploded. After stabilizing, Jiang Cheng brushed his hands and said he'd return home, asking if Lan Di wanted to join. Lan Di shook her head awkwardly, saying she still had unfinished matters. Jiang Cheng snorted lightly, boasting he already had Ji Lingyan, Xiao Shu, and Lin Ning by his side. Still, he laughed heartily and told her to drop his name if anyone bullied her. Before leaving, he added that if she missed him, Feishan sect's doors were always open. With that, he turned into a streak of light and shot skyward, leaving Lan distangled gaze behind. Soon, news of the sect master's return made Feishan sect erupt in festival-like cheers. Stepping through the gate, Jiang Cheng sternly asked disciples if they'd trained diligently in his absence. A young disciple hurried out, reporting everyone practiced hard daily without slacking. Another disciple looked around and asked why Princess Ning Tai hadn't returned with the sect master. Jiang Cheng stroked his chin, pleased, praising everyone's progress. He mentally credited Ji Ling'an the most, noting Lin Ning had also broken through nicely. Out of habit, he casually opened the system interface like a daily ritual. The system reported rewards received total points now over 180,000. Point notifications rang like firecrackers, thrilling Jiang Cheng. Moments later, new rewards pushed the total close to 200,000. Seeing their sect master muttering and gesturing at thin air, the disciples whispered suspiciously. Jiang Cheng coughed and solemnly summoned Elder Mo. Elder Mo rushed out cheerfully, eyes shining like lanterns. Jiang Cheng praised his contributions to the disciples' growth, but Elder Mo humbly deflected. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's gaze froze on a familiar item among the rewards. He blurted out in shock the 9-colored Sacred River Pill, a rare elixir even he couldn't easily obtain. Elder Mo hurriedly bowed in thanks, while Jiang Cheng waved it off as just a trivial pill. With a casual flick, he tossed the pill over like handing out candy. He then produced the Qingling sword, telling Elder Mo to use it as a stepping stone into the spirit platform realm. As Jiang Cheng walked away, Elder Mo muttered in awe at his absurd breakthrough speed. His eyes lingered on the sword, sensing something extraordinary. A disciple suddenly screamed it was the 9th grade spirit sword Purple Sun Mad Dragon Breaker. Amid the shock, Jiang Cheng shrugged, admitting he casually wiped out the Chuangxing dynasty. Yet he smiled mysteriously, saying this was only the opening act. Hands behind his back, he strolled thoughtfully as if picking his next target. Ji Ling'an, Yin Zixu, and Lin Ning flashed through his mind before settling on Xiao Shu. Then another name surfaced unexpectedly, Mo Chen. Jiang Cheng shook his head, doubting Mo Chen's foundation surpassed the younger disciples. Suddenly he loudly called out Luo Yuan's name, making everyone turn. A young disciple stepped forward. Jiang Cheng assessed his 5th grade aptitude as barely decent. In a flash, he placed a hand on Luo Yuan's head as the system silently boosted his talent stats. When it ended, Luo Yuan looked around blankly, clueless. Jiang Cheng frowned, complaining there wasn't even a flashy effect. Right on cue, a purple pillar of light descended from the sky onto Luo Yuan. Lu Yan felt his aptitude soar and shouted with joy. Xiao Hu and Elder Mo were stunned. Upgrading aptitude was legend tier stuff. Someone even slapped himself, thinking it was a dream. Xiao Hun crossed his arms and teased Elder Mo that their sect master specialized in miracles. Instantly, disciples crowded in, begging for the same blessing. Jiang Cheng laughed, explaining Luo Yuan was prioritized because his foundation was too weak. The crowd wailed, so the worst student got the VIP package. The next morning, as sunlight hit Feishan sect, everyone expected the plaza buzzing with cultivation. Instead, Jiang Cheng found eerie silence and frowned. From the garden drifted a clear melody that halted his steps. He saw Xiao Shu and others dancing and singing happily among the flowers. Jiang Cheng barked irritably, asking if they planned to turn Feishan sect into a theater troupe. Xiao Shu lowered her head tearfully, begging the sect master for help since their aptitude was too poor. A few disciples grumbled that without help, they'd be lifelong deadweights. Jiang Cheng sighed, nodded, and told all self-proclaimed useless cases to follow him. The crowd cheered, thinking a secret training jackpot awaited. Jiang Cheng calmly pulled an ancient talisman from his sleeve. He chanted in a low voice, fusing it and igniting a dazzling golden glow. Xiao Shu and the others assumed he was using heavenly power to upgrade the complete mystery diagram. The system chimed, and the complete mystery diagram had fused 3 skills and could now house 50 people. Jiang Cheng waved grandly, ordering everyone into the complete mystery diagram. Boom blink, and they were teleported to a clearing near the forest. Though the spiritual energy was thin, the scenery beat their old dump, so they eagerly asked about the benefits. Jiang Cheng merely raised a brow and repeated, benefits. Then he roared the benefit was shoveling dirt and hauling carts like proper laborers. He snorted coldly, declaring he could easily discipline these unruly brats. Some quickly stammered, begging their sect master to calm down. Luo Wan rushed in, panting, saying Jiang Cheng seemed to have offended the sacred land of Mingxin. Jiang Cheng laughed loudly, bragging he'd casually slain 2 of their holy sons. Then he paused, wondering if it was actually the sacred land of Buyu instead. Without elaborating, he slowly took out a carefully sealed letter. It was from Lan Di of the sacred land of Mingxin, inviting him to cultivate at Mount Mai Luo. After reading, Jiang Cheng grinned, convinced she shyly wanted him as a live-in son-in-law. Recalling Lan Di's noble status, he speculated she might even lead Mingxin. He pondered silently for a long while, eyes calculating his next move. He mused that Feiyan province was nothing special without Da Huang upgrading its spirit veins. With that thought, Jiang Cheng called out to Da Huang. A golden bird shot over like lightning and landed on his shoulder. Smiling, he asked Da Huang about their current home. It chirped that it was great. He then asked if, after relocating, it could upgrade the spirit veins again. Finally, he ordered Luo Yuan to summon all disciples to the main hall tomorrow night for a major announcement. The next evening, before the assembled sect, Jiang Cheng solemnly credited all achievements to everyone's efforts. Then his tone dropped. Every feast ends, leaving the disciples stunned, speechless. Ji Lingyan stepped out, fearing had dissolved the sect. Jiang Cheng nodded, saying the region's spiritual energy was too poor. With hands behind his back, he declared a 1-month cease of all conflicts to prepare for a bigger move. The disciples protested in panic and heartbreak, begging him not to abandon them. At the climax, Jiang Cheng pointed skyward and thundered 2 decisive words: move house. Mid tears, the crowd froze and collectively blurted a confused huh. He calmly explained had found a far better place for the entire Feitian sect to cultivate long-term. Jiang Cheng then called Yin Xiaoshu, who stepped forward respectfully to await orders. He asked about renovations inside the complete mystery diagram. Xiaoshu happily said they were nearly done. Jiang Cheng decided all disciples would cultivate inside it until he secured the new location. Shortly after, he sought out Xiao Hu, the spirit beast coordinating its kin. Xiao Hu grumbled that Mount Mai Luo in the heavenly domain was far no free rides allowed. Jiang Cheng squinted slyly, asking if that meant it agreed. Xiao Hu instantly demanded a root bone upgrade. Before deciding, Jiang Cheng calculated it would cost a whopping 68,000 accumulation points to boost Xiao Hu's aptitude. Jiang Cheng shook his head with a smirk, saying that immortal art was for official disciples. Freelance spirit beasts like Xiao Hu need not apply. Xiao Hu exploded, calling him stingy and scoffing at flying 1 on 8,000 Li for half a month. Jiang Cheng just grinned confidently, claiming he had a special immortal art for instant travel. Xiao Hu snorted in disbelief. No one in the mortal realm could pull that off. With a mysterious smile, Jiang Cheng summoned Da Huang to prove it firsthand. In a flash, the two became streaks of light and vanished before the wind could even rise. Xiao Hu stood frozen, gulping as their auras disappeared like true teleportation. Meanwhile, Mount Mai Luo, the sacred land of Mingxin, rested quietly between heaven and earth. Soon, Jiang Cheng and Da Huang landed safely. He nodded at the mystic spiritual energy. Da Huang gleefully soared about, while Jiang Cheng frowned. This looked nothing like a sect. Suddenly, a loud explosion shook the space around them. 2 women appeared to block their path, clearly locals, demanding to know who dared trespass. Jiang Cheng smugly declared he need hide he was her lover, obviously. The 2 girls flared with rage and attacked without debate, shouting for the insolent fool to take a beating. Caught off guard, Jiang Cheng scrambled back, yelling to talk outside or he'd fight back. Seeing his resistance, they paused and tilted their heads, asking what he wanted with their elder sister. The girls then escorted Jiang Cheng and Da Huang through layered forbidden zones to Landis residence. Jiang Cheng looked thrilled playing outside, but past the gate lay a realm dense with mystical spiritual energy. He grinned at his daughter, saying this would be their new home. Da Huang beamed, praising mother for her skill. After flying endlessly, Jiang Cheng muttered in suspicion, how was it still not there? A woman coolly replied the destination was just ahead, as if it were trivial. They landed before a shabby straw hut so simple it defied belief. Jiang Cheng halted in disbelief, asking if they'd brought him wrong. His target couldn't live in this shack. A female voice snapped from inside for him to mind his words. The door opened and Landai stepped out calmly. The 2 girls bowed. Calling her elder sister, Landi waved them off to receive the guest alone. Alone, Jiang Cheng awkwardly explained he'd claimed to be her lover and nearly got beaten. Ironically, he glanced around the poor hut and muttered that a sect leader living like this was tragic. Landi calmly revealed she was the clan leader of the Yubu Immortal Dai clan, and this was its last remaining core. Jiang Cheng sighed at fate's cruelty. Landi said she'd planned to find him in days, but he arrived early. She explained the plan collapsed when the sacred land of Buyu pressured Mingxin for answers, forcing her retreat. Jiang Cheng mocked Mingxin's weakness. Landi sternly replied the 9 sacred lands had allied, so recklessness was suicide. Just then, a mocking male voice called Landi a demoness. The enemy had tracked them down. A female disciple rushed to block the entrance, stopping the envoy and warning him this wasn't his turf. Inside, Landi recognized the visitor and told Jiang Cheng it was an envoy from the sacred land of Boyu. Grinding her teeth, she cursed their cruelty, chased even into wilderness exile without mercy. Just as tensions peaked, a commanding shout rang out from afar, ordering everyone to stand down. In the sky appeared Qing Shizunjo with a grand entourage, his overwhelming aura silencing the scene. The man angrily pointed at Lan Di, saying Qing Shi had claimed she left Mingxin caught red-handed now, how deny it? Jiang Cheng sneered mockingly, asking if this was their idea of catching someone in the act. Qing Shi coldly retorted that Boyu was overreaching, insisting Lan Di couldn't possibly kill two Qingzi of the 90-fold Dao Palace. Another man immediately presented evidence, claiming Jinghuan Zunjia's true spirit had witnessed everything. Qing Shi froze slightly. If Jinghuan truly saw it, how did Lan Di survive? The two promptly invited Jinghuan Zunjia's true spirit to appear as witness. In a blink, Jinghuan's spirit manifested midair, instantly shouting demoness at Lan Di. Qing Shi arched a brow, asking if such a trivial matter required Jinghuan's personal dissent. Half smiling, Qing Shi mocked that Jinghuan's appearance cornered both sacred lands with no retreat. Jinghuan frowned in confusion and anger, demanding what Qing Shi was implying. Qing Shi erupted, asking if boyish pride mattered more than Mingxin's dignity. Lan Di moved, softly called out to Qing Shizunju in gratitude. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng cut in casually, calling Jinghuan an old goat. Everyone turned to stare at him, baffled by his antics. Shockingly, Jinghuan himself stiffened like stone. Jiang Cheng calmly asked if the old goat wanted to dance another round for the crowd. Trembling violently, Jinghuan finally recognized Jiang Cheng and blurted out Han Xiao in horror. He hurriedly clasped his hands, flustered and utterly awkward before the crowd. Covering his face in shame, he muttered he couldn't bear the humiliation and vanished instantly. The onlookers stood petrified, clueless about what just happened. Far away in a grand hall, Jinghuan returned exhausted and staggering, maids rushing to support him. Outside, the crowd exchanged bewildered looks, as if they'd watched the wrong play. Furious, the two men demanded what trick Jiang Cheng used to scare Jinghuan off. They declared they'd seize Lan Di and the brat to Boyu. Anyone interfering declared war on the 9 Sacred Lands Alliance. Jiang Cheng stepped forward provocatively, asking if just the two of them thought they could capture Lan Di. Lan Di hurriedly stopped him, warning the two were Boyu holy envoys at the 9-fold Dao Palace realm. She added they practiced a fearsome dual cultivation secret art, capable of slaying Saint Realm experts, leaving Jiang Cheng stunned. The two holy envoys unleashed their power together, a violent aura signaling real combat. Hands behind their backs, they coldly proclaimed death as the Nameless One's fate. To everyone's shock, Jiang Cheng turned pale, spine chilled, shouting he surrendered and didn't want to fight. The holy envoys ignored his plea and attacked, one roaring for him to brace himself. Their combined strike formed a colossal force shaking heaven and earth, ready to crush all. From afar, Lan Di screamed in alarm, fearing Jiang Cheng couldn't dodge. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng drew a radiant greatsword, instantly blocking the assault. The Qingluo poking sword unleashed its might. Laughing gleefully as he swung, he boasted the treasure sword even auto-protected its master. Qing Shizun just stood stunned, unable to believe a fresh Dao Palace entrant wielded such a rare treasure. The two holy envoys grew more annoyed, growling that their strike could heavily injure a Saint Realm expert, yet he was untouched. Jiang Cheng burst out laughing and struck back smugly, saying he was just dusting off the sword after leaving it idle. He unleashed the Tiangxiao Jari sword art, diving like a meteor straight at them. The holy envoys panicked, shouting that the sword must not hit them. Jiang Cheng, fully focused, locked onto his targets and ignored all else. The battlefield tension stretched to breaking one more beat and chaos would erupt. Lan Di tried to intercept the strike, but its power was beyond her control. Shouting something bizarre, Jiang Cheng combined palm and sword in one sweep, felling both foes. The two holy envoys collapsed like sacks tossed to the ground. Before passing out, they could only stammer in horror, clueless about what just happened. Qing Shizunja watched with sweat on her brow, suspecting Jiang Cheng possessed rare innate talent. Yet she sighed inwardly, such an arrogant prodigy was bound to invite disaster. Ma Chen rushed over excitedly, loudly praising the sect master for crushing 2 powerhouses in one move. Qing Sha solemnly warned they had angered the sacred land of Boyu, and should leave the heavenly domain at once. Mid-sentence, her gaze froze, sensing a strange shift in the air. She frowned in shock. The Mingxin sacred land's spirit vein had suddenly jumped to grade 8. Jiang Cheng merely sighed and shook his head helplessly, as if thinking of someone foolish. He then called out to Da Huang, and a small figure cheerfully flew down. Jiang Cheng playfully scolded her for using such rare power to upgrade someone else's spirit vein. Qing Shi stared wide-eyed, unable to believe spirit veins could level up like that. Jiang Cheng softened, saying this place no longer benefited her, but had found somewhere better. Qing Sha stepped closer, seriously advising them to hide in the sealed lands of Qinglin Prefecture. Jiang Cheng waved her off before she finished, muttering that place was best forgotten. He even patted her shoulder familiarly, joking that she saw his fortune yet didn't try to steal it. Turning away leisurely, he declared Faxian sect would never hole up in some spirit-starved wasteland. He then approached Lan Di and Mo Chen, entrusting Da Huang to them before saying he'd step out briefly. Thumping his chest, Jiang Cheng boldly announced he was heading to the sacred land of Boyu to settle her score. Lan Di panicked, warning that 3 Saint Realm experts guarded it. It wasn't a place to storm casually. She paused, suspicion flickering if he dared go. Perhaps he had backing prepared. Her voice trembled as she mentioned the possibility that Senior Hu might have secretly appeared. At those 3 words, Jiang Cheng's face darkened in jealousy, demanding her relation to that tiger. Annoyed, he recalled Xiao Hu and had Mo Chen divine its location, discovering it had flown wildly out of Feiyun province. Meanwhile, far away, Xiao Hu streaked through the sky like an arrow loosed from a bow. Suddenly it sneezed repeatedly, muttering that old Mo Chen must be badmouthing it. Back here, Jiang Cheng gently reassured Lan Di he was only scouting, not recklessly fighting. With that, he raised a hand, turned into a beam of light, and vanished. In a blink, Jiang Cheng appeared at the foot of Lingyuan Mountain in west-central Lingzhou, where civilians fled in panic. Frowning at the chaos, he quickly grabbed a passerby by the shoulder to ask what was happening. The man turned pale, shook Jiang Cheng off, and shouted that the sacred land of Buyu was at war with Mingxin. He screamed for Jiang Cheng to let go so he could flee the clash of powerhouses. Jiang Cheng stroked his chin, figuring storming Boyu Hedan might cost him dozens of deaths just to breach the gate. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, an idea sparked. In his mind appeared Jing Huan's stern yet short-tempered face. Jiang Cheng grinned and slapped his thigh, praising his own flawless plan. Meanwhile, at Buyu, Wu Zhen sternly told disciples to mind their manners before the old ancestor. As he finished, the air turned eerily still. Jing Huan's majestic figure appeared midair like a descending deity. Wu Zhen panicked, shouting for everyone to kneel and not hover in the sky. He bowed deeply, introduced himself, and repeatedly kowtowed to the old ancestor. Another man stepped out as Shu Gai, claiming past ties to Feiyuan Pavilion and gesturing to followers behind him. The disciples knelt in unison, while Jing Huan stroked his beard with lofty dignity. Wu Zhen cautiously asked why the old ancestor left the main assembly to come here personally. Jing Huan snapped back that his movements required no report. Wu Zhen nearly collapsed in fear, trembling and apologizing for overstepping. Jing Huan turned and ordered everyone to follow, prompting Wu Zhen to relay the command. In moments, they reached Boyus Plaza where weapons and formations were being readied. Amid the bustle, someone spotted the sky figure and shouted that old ancestor Jing Huan had arrived. The entire plaza knelt, cheers echoing everywhere. Jing Huan waved casually to dismiss formalities, ever the supreme master. Beside him, Wu Zhen thrilled inwardly, thinking he'd entered the inner circle. Suddenly, Jing Huan called Wu Rong and Shu Gai eyes unreadable. He coldly ordered them to unleash their strongest attacks and wipe out everyone below. Wu Rong and Shu Gai froze, unable to believe the command. Jing Huan growled the order again, pour every lifetime technique downward. Shu Gai whispered to Wu Zhen that the old ancestor must be testing them. Convinced, Wu Zhen ordered all airborne disciples to unleash their moves. Those on the ground stared upward, clueless about the intent. Instantly, countless sword arts and ultimate skills rained down, killing intent blanketing the plaza. Wu Zhen secretly planned to add extra moves to impress the old ancestor. He swung his blade, executing the hidden mist sword art with lethal force. Seeing it, the crowd below screamed in terror at the incoming killing blow. In chaos, some wailed in despair, not knowing why their own sacred land attacked them. Before questions finished, the ground was shredded, smoke rising over bodies strewn everywhere. Even those in the sky were stunned by the catastrophic devastation. Just then, a mighty aura approached the real Jing Huan Zun. Ji arrived with Jing Yuan and Yuju Zunju. Seeing the ruin, Jing Huan demanded in a deep voice who caused this disaster. Hearing that familiar tone, Wu Zhen was terrified another Jing Huan had appeared. Panicked, he looked at the fake old ancestor beside him. The real Jing Huan angrily pointed at Jiang Cheng, shouting who dared impersonate him. Jiang Cheng, disguised as Jing Huan, smirked coldly, rubbed his brow arrogantly, and declared he wouldn't bother hiding anymore. He then dropped a bombshell claiming he once served as coachman to Jing Huan's own mother. Before anyone reacted, he spun around and ordered his followers to attack. Jing Huan below erupted in fury, vowing to behead them all and flatten Mingxin's sacred land. Seeing chaos unfold, Yu Zhen frantically explained they'd been manipulated. But before finishing, he had to defend himself under pressure. In a flash, those beside Jiang Cheng were violently shaken, souls nearly blasted apart. Even Jiang Cheng took a heavy hit, cursing angrily at the opponent's overwhelming strength. Jing Huan grew suspicious his full-force strike still hadn't erased the imposter. Wounded all over, Jiang Cheng maintained the disguise to stall exposure. Suddenly he leapt skyward with a sly laugh and unleashed the Tiangxiao shaking sun sword art. The sword split the air, ferocious momentum aimed at the opposing group. One beside Jing Huan gasped only a Dao Palace realm cultivator could execute that move. Jiang Cheng laughed louder, clearly enjoying their panic. Jing Huan and the other two Zunjie joined forces, firing a blazing red counterattack. No miracle, Jiang Cheng was blasted to ashes, though inwardly relieved. Jing Huan checked the remains, muttering the man was merely Dao Palace realm, no way he was Qing Shi. Just then, 3 heavy corpses thudded onto the ground. Yuju Zunji inspected them, puzzled that Mingxin demonesses hadn't reverted to original forms. Jing Huan crouched to examine closely, then cried out in shock. In an instant, he realized the truth, they were their own people. The other 2 Zunja froze, faces drained of color. Jing Huan roared that they'd been duped into killing allies. Regaining composure, he asked what to do. Yuju suggested alerting other sacred lands to hunt the culprit. Meanwhile, the system coldly announced the host had died under the joint attack of 3 saint entrants. The unjustly slain cultivators' resentment soared their souls, influenced by Jiang Cheng, sought revenge. The system immediately initiated host resurrection. Amid the ruins, eerie blue ghost flames flickered around the 3 Zunzu. To their shock, figures identical to Jiang Cheng lined up in midair. Yuju speculated the wronged disciples' spirits had formed bodies to avenge themselves. Jing Huan, however, seemed intrigued, treating it as a rare phenomenon. He loudly urged the spirits to join him in destroying Mingxin's sacred land. Unexpectedly, one spirit exposed that the 3 old men before them were the real killers. Yuju nearly bit his tongue in rage, shouting furiously. The spirit faded, revealing Jiang Cheng in true form, rubbing his brow and muttering. Jing Huan roared upon seeing him, recognizing the true culprit. He ground his teeth, declaring the trick could be Mingxin's doing, and revealed Jiang Cheng's identity. Jing Huan angrily added this man had twice damaged his divine sense. All 3 Zunja simultaneously channeled power, spiritual force surging for a joint strike. Facing that pressure, Jiang Cheng stood calmly with hands behind his back, declaring he was no longer someone they could crush. He waved a hand to challenge them, sword light blazing in the sky. True essence roared through him, power surging like tidal waves. In mere moments, his cultivation madly broke through layer after layer at astonishing speed. Massive power surged within Jiang Cheng, Dao light exploding like dragons and serpents across the sky. The 3 Zunja didn't dare slack off, instantly joining forces for a killing strike. Yet Jiang Cheng merely flicked his hand as if brushing away dust. Their combined power shattered instantly like crushed glass. Jing Huan's face drained 3 saint entrance force broken so easily. But the nightmare wasn't over. Jiang Cheng unleashed move after move, each shaking heaven and earth. At last, the 3 Zunja collapsed one by one, powerless. Jiang Cheng laughed arrogantly, savoring that cross-realm suppression Xiao Hu once enjoyed. The system announced the Phi-platform Spirit Vein could be exchanged for 800 Zalozan accumulation points. Overjoyed, Jiang Cheng wanted to cash it in immediately. But he paused mid-confirmation, sensing something off. Slapping his forehead, he sighed and nearly dug up his own territory's Spirit Vein out of habit. Completing the mission earned him 1 million accumulation points. The main quest updated, granting him ownership of a suprematier sect in Feiyun province. Thinking of Faxian sect's new turf, Jiang Cheng laughed smugly. The system then auto-upgraded him. It displayed level 7 with new skills Resurrection, Avatar, Realm Boost, and Reviving Others. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng laughed like had hit the jackpot, already imagining flaunting beauties everywhere. He quickly calculated that the commander's skill gave bonus rewards when leading beauties. What a bargain. Meanwhile, at Mingxin's sacred land, they waited anxiously for Jiang Cheng's return. Someone nervously asked if had truly met with disaster. Suddenly, a thunderous boom echoed as a strange object crashed down like a meteor, earth trembling in blinding light. Fierce winds swept through Landi Mo Chen and Dai Huang shielded their eyes. It was Xiao Hu, panting upon landing and complaining about the exhausting long flight. Recognizing it, Landi joyfully called Senior Hu, but Xiao Hu squinted blankly, not recalling her. She hurriedly tucked her hair back, introducing herself as Zhang Zhangman's close friend to impress it. She explained Jiang Cheng went to scout Buyu but hadn't returned, raising fears of trouble. Looking to Xiao Hu for help, she saw it smugly wag its tail in pride. Beside them, Mo Chen secretly mused that Landi resembled Ji Lingen, perhaps future harem material for the son of destiny. Stroking his beard piously, he advised Landi not to fuss over the beast, even muttering Jiang Cheng's death might be preferable. Furious, Landy snapped at the shameless old man for slandering Senior Hu. Not to be outdone, Xiao Hu mocked Mo Chen for shameless flattery that still got him ignored. Puffing up like a winged tiger, it declared itself the sect master's guardian beast and ordered Mo Chen to shut up. Swishing its tail proudly, it told Landai to watch as mortals witness a true immortal. It activated its technique, spiritual power roaring like a world-reversing storm. The sky darkened, thunder-ripping clouds amid the phenomenon. Xiao Hu coldly asked who should beg whom. Far away, Qing Shi sensed terrifying pressure, face changing at the aura of a higher immortal. Lan Di too felt the surge, eyes wide as she gasped this was truly an immortal. Mo Chen smugly assumes she's praising his strength and internally throws himself a mini parade. His joy lasts 2 seconds before Xiao Hu's backlash slams him and forces out a mouthful of blood. Xiao Hu raises a claw with a cold grin, accusing Mo Chen of backstabbing for credit and even damaging his soul to suppress it. Its aura suddenly flips, killing intent exploding like a beast about to shred dinner. With a thunderous roar, Xiao Hu gathers spirit power in its claw and dares anyone brave enough to step up and die. Qing Che's followers tremble, guessing the tiger might be the legendary three-eyed blazing tiger demon king. Haven and earth quake as Mo Chen and Xiao Hu clash, their pressure making the air feel ready to detonate. Meanwhile, Da Huang casually chants something weird and lightly declares, "Turn into a pig." Poof! Xiao Hu's massive demon tiger form shrinks into a tiny cub floating midair. Da Huang munches candy and lazily tells them the show's over before the audience gets internal injuries. The bizarre scene leaves everyone staring blankly, brains completely frozen. Mini Xiao Hu gets grabbed by Mo Chen, who mocks it, while it flails and screams to be released. Watching from afar, Qing Qi grows more confused about what insane luck Zhang Cheng used to subdue immortals and demon kings alike. Just as shock lingers, hearty laughter echoes across the sky. Zhang Cheng reappears, making Mo Chen shout out and Lan Di softly call sect leader. Lan Dai rushes over, anxiously checking Zhang Cheng for injuries. Zhang Cheng doesn't dodge, he hugs her tight, laughing that he's perfectly fine. Yet he secretly wonders why the system stays silent despite such dramatic reactions. Before he can think further, Da Huang flies in, smacks his face, calls him mom and dad, and pinches his cheeks painfully. Rubbing his face, Jiang Cheng calmly announces he found a new spirit vein at Wuling Mountain with 5 platforms perfect for the Faxian sect base. Lan Di pales, warning it's a death zone guarded by many Dao Palace experts and 3 saint-entering realm elders. She hesitates, adding that only if Xiao Hu and that immortal elder join forces might they stand a chance. At the mention of its name, Xiao Hu bristles like its pride just got stabbed. In a flash it kicks Mo Chen in the face, cursing him for blocking its rise, making him roar in fury. Landing, Xiao Hu taps its claws and solemnly promises Lan Di it can handle the 3 saint-entering realm foes if Zhang Cheng upgrades its innate roots. Hearing this, Qing Qi gapes, unable to believe talent roots can actually be upgraded. Lan Dai beams and urges Zhang Cheng to seize this golden opportunity and agree. Before any decision, Mo Chen strides over and smacks Xiao Hu on the head, stunning it. He lectures that serving the sect requires vision. Once the sect prospers, everyone gets a share. Thumping his chest, Mo Chen boldly claims the blessed land seizure is his job and hell secure it for the Faxian sect. Ironically, he starts coughing from hitting himself too hard, and Xiao Hu mocks his drained spirit power. Red-faced, Mo Chen pinches Xiao Hu's cheeks and threatens to tear its mouth, while it howls for the sect leader not to trust that useless old man. Amid the chaos, Zhang Cheng sighs sadly that he didn't get to act today. Life feels dull already. After a brief rub of his forehead, he casually declares the Buyu sacred land has been handled and Wuling Mountain now belongs to the Faxian sect. The group freezes, someone stammering to ask where the 3 saint-entering realm guardians went. Zhang Cheng stays cool as a sage on vacation, casually saying everything's handled. That simple line freezes everyone stiff, tongues officially out of service. Chen Shi secretly observes that Zhang Cheng's divine sense now rivals his own Ike's. Soon they reach Wuling Mountain, greeted by a battlefield of corpses everywhere. Someone trembles forward, asking if it's truly all settled. All eyes land on the 3 miserable bodies, the former saint-entering realm overlords. Suddenly, someone's face turns red with fury, eyes blazing. In a flash, he screams and charges the corpses like a man possessed. He howls for vengeance for 300 Wu tribe members, pouring hatred onto the dead. Zhang Cheng watches blankly, wondering how deep a grudge must be to drive someone mad. He quickly flies over and pulls back Lan Di, who's still screaming wildly. Half joking, he asks if she's vented enough. Her yelling alone is stressful. Calming down, Lan Di solemnly vows to follow Zhang Cheng, saying this debt can't be repaid. Zhang Cheng simply nods like she just commented on the weather. Yet his puzzled the system hasn't confirmed anything, and women remain a mystery. He coughs lightly and tells Landai to stay with the elders and continue cultivating. Then he turns and loudly calls Da Huang, like announcing the main event. Da Huang instantly raises both hands, hyped like an overexcited cheerleader. Spirit power gushes from her tiny body, light flooding Wuling Mountain and shaking the peaks. The forest beasts lift their heads, as if hearing heaven's summons. Nearby, Fengwang Jiang spreads its wings to absorb qi, and even a deer beside it mutates from the surplus. Lanji secretly admires Da Huang's power, while Mo Jun excitedly praises both father and daughter. Seeing things stable, Jiang Cheng raises a hand and declares the sect's new base, summoning all disciples. Hands on hips, he activates a formation gate in midair, releasing everyone outside. Freed at last, the disciples cheer, saying they nearly turned to stone from nonstop training. Their faces beam with goofy joy, laughing like it's a grand holiday. Suddenly, reward info appears above 3 heads, showing realms and massive accumulated points. Watching numbers skyrocket, Jiang Cheng grins like a kid getting lucky money, fingers flying. The system coldly reports over 3.4 million total points with 3.2 million ready to spend. Hearing that fortune, Jiang Cheng throws his head back laughing maniacally, while others assume he swallowed weird medicine again. The disciples gaze around in awe, noting the spirit vein here feels refined from top-grade spirit stones. In the crowd, Lanji clenches her fists, those once weaker than her now nearly match her realm. Seeing her shock, Ji Lingyan gives a cool side glance and lets out a meaningful snort. She then points at Landai and bluntly asks who this newcomer is. Jiang Cheng laughs and introduces Landi as an immortal descendant and lecturer of the Fei Xian sect under Elder Mo Chen. Mo Chen strokes his beard like a sage, claiming he has a fallen immortal and enthusiastically tying distant kinship with Landai. Mo Chen secretly rejoices, thinking if he clings to Landi, he'll outrank that dumb tiger someday. Not far away, Ji Lingyan lowers her head, eyes moist, realizing Jiang Cheng is no longer the recluse he once was. As the mood settles, Jiang Cheng steps forward smiling like he's about to drop big news. Pointing skyward, that in half a month the Fei Xian sect will hold a grand relocation ceremony. Landi frowns, warning that with 8 other sacred lands in Tianling domain, such showiness invites disaster. Jiang Cheng calmly replies that wealth unshown is like brocade worn at night, prompting Ji Lingyan to hurriedly jot it down. Hands on hips, he orders each disciple to invite at least 10 guests, and each elder 20. At the mountain's foot, some cultivators gossip that Buyu sacred land was crushed by a sect called Fei Xian sect. A gray-haired man nods, saying the news has spread across Tianling domain since dawn. Someone asks what kind of sect Fei Xian sect is to erase one of the 9 sacred lands. Yutan scoffs that it was just a small Fei Yun province sect, now famous thanks to its leader's lucky break. Asked for sources, Yutan Sanren strokes his chin mysteriously, bragging about his private channel as others urge him on. Midsmugness, a voice behind suddenly calls Yutan Xuan, turning his face pale. Qin Shuang appears smiling brightly, greeting Yutan Huang and scolding him for ignoring her messages. Yutan sweats nervously, forcing a grin and blaming recent business. Qin Shuang cheerfully announces the Fei Xian sect's upcoming ceremony and warmly invites him. Yutan hurriedly claims he must walk his dog, but Qin Shuang laughs and says bring the pet along. Cornered, Yutan stammers that his mother is remarrying, so he truly can't attend. Qin Shuang still smiles, reminding him there's half a month left, while others scramble for excuses. One cites mom's remarriage, another dad's wedding, another a funeral awkwardness fills the air. Hearing it all, Qin Shuang's smile fades, eyes reddening with anger. He grabs Yutan's collar, trembling as he reminds them of his promise to lift friends up when successful. His spirit power erupts like a golden tower, shocking everyone as they realize has reached the heaven mandate realm. Terrified, Yutan admits they fear the Fei Xian sect will be attacked by the 8 sacred lands and drag them down. Qin Shuang coldly declares excuses don't matter, they're all coming back to Fei Xian sect until the ceremony ends. Without further talk, he hoists 4 people like rice sacks and shouts for departure. Meanwhile in Dongling province of Tianling domain, cultivators discuss Fei Xian sect destroying Buyu sacred land. The rapid news enrages major forces, who deem Fei Xian sect arrogant and summon elders to plan. Shang Mu Zunju, supreme elder of Liguang sacred land, sternly says rule breakers must be punished. Chong Lang Zunj of Bai Hong sacred land strokes his beard, claiming peace is impossible while Fei Xian sect exists. Shiyun Zunji of Fei Xian sacred land fumes over the name clash and vows annihilation. Wu Huan Zunji of Ziyuan sacred land slams the table, recalling hatred for the tiger demon and demanding revenge. Yinji Zunji of Fuyin sacred land calmly asks who will start the war, plunging the hall into silence. After a pause, Shiyun awkwardly suggests asking the saint to assist. The mediator folds his hands, explaining the saint's wandering cloud avatar is in seclusion and the true body can't act. Wu Huan looks worried the tiger demon has reached saint tier, and without a saint, losses could be brutal. The mediator suddenly freezes, eyes sharp as he senses a terrifying fluctuation in the void. The others panic and bombard him with questions about what just happened. Yinji Zunja smirks, announcing the saint has sent word and will personally act. In northern Tianling Domain's Yiling County, a golden-haired figure descends majestically from the sky. It's Jifeng Shengji of Fuyin's sacred land, who snorts that his foe is merely 5th-level saint tier. He casually waves a hand, like brushing off invisible dust. Instantly, the protective formation shatters like glass, barriers collapsing without resistance. Below, Qingpo Zunji of Bingshin Sacred Hall cries out in alarm at the sudden change. She looks up at the overwhelming figure in the sky. Pale and trembling, Qingpo respectfully asks why a saint has descended here. Ji Feng glares angrily, saying his aura was never hidden. They know exactly why he's here. Qingpo bows obediently for instructions, and Ji Feng says he needs a small favor. He produces a massive Guoxiang Lai Wan crystal, ordering them to secretly plant it in Feixian sect to destroy it from within. Qingpo hesitates, fearing the tiger demon will notice, but Ji Feng coldly threatens annihilation if they refuse. Cornered, she can only bow and accept the order. Her face turns ghostly pale, eyes filled with despair. Back at Feixian sect, a loud shout suddenly breaks the calm. The great demon roars that has a demon king of Tianya domain, not a gate guard. Zhang Cheng grins and pats his cheek, saying that glorious fur makes a perfect lucky mascot and saves resources. The great demon flushes with rage, insisting news reaching the demon realm would ruin his reputation. Zhang Cheng sighs theatrically, mentioning that cultivating with Senjia can upgrade talent roots. Hearing the perk, the great demon grabs his hands excitedly, cheeks red. After a proud pause, he reluctantly agrees just this once. He unleashes full spirit power, body swelling mountain-sized as he casts the heaven and earth law form. In colossal form, he stands in the sect courtyard, hands in pockets, radiating arrogance. Two sweeping disciples look up at the golden glow and nearly slip in shock. Seeing the giant figure, they scream, asking if that's Xiao Hu. From afar, Mo Jun frowns and clenches her fists, annoyed that she missed a chance to curry favor. The great demon smugly asks how he did, and Zhang Cheng immediately gives a thumbs up. At Yanling Mountain in Yanling County, the giant great demon stands like a pillar, watching entrance silently. Upon arrival, Yu Tan gapes at the dense spirit queue beyond imagination. Hearing praise of the demon king's aura, the great demon snorts smugly. Zhang Cheng brushes it off and tells Luo Yuan they've at least met the guest quota. But seeing only wandering cultivators, he frowns. No major forces showed up. Told everyone fears offending the 8 sacred lands, Zhang Cheng reddens and calls them cowards. Just then, news arrives that the Zhao family of Zhuhe Prefecture has come to congratulate, lighting up Zhang Cheng's eyes. He promptly goes out with a radiant smile to welcome them. Luo Yuan's eyes narrow warily, sensing something off about the visitor. The man bows and introduces himself as Zhao Hongd, steward of the Zhao family, sent by the patriarch to offer congratulations. Luo Yuan grimaces, explaining that though Zhao Hongd looks like a gatekeeper, his background is messy. Zhang Cheng asks why, learning has the scandalous child of a cook and a maid in the Zhao household. The tangled Zhao family drama leaves Jiang Cheng standing there mentally buffering. Seeing them whisper endlessly, Zhao Hongd loudly calls out sect leader Jiang. Jiang Cheng instantly beams, praising his legendary origins and warmly inviting him inside. Zhao Hongd himself is baffled by the sudden flattery. Inside, the banquet is set, and a disciple thanks elders and guests for attending the relocation ceremony. Guests gasp at the spirit herbs and fruits, whose Klai rivals top-grade spirit stones. Xunai smiles, saying they're just wild fruits from behind Yanling Mountain, please enjoy. The crowd immediately praises Feixian sect, Elder Jiang, and Elder Xuni with grateful bows. Suddenly, strange system characters sparkle like falling stars, adding a mystical vibe. At that moment, a group rides the wind across the jade blue sky, followed by a drifting jade carriage. Among them, an older woman frowns, clearly weighed down by worry. A brown-haired girl gasps and urgently points ahead for the clan leader to look. They spot a colossal demon tiger standing arms crossed. Someone trembles, recognizing the three-eyed blazing tiger king serving Zhang Cheng. The clan leader pales, advance and risk death, retreat and face Jifeng Shengji empty-handed. Suddenly, the demon beast coldly demands what those two sneaky figures are plotting. It frowns and points a claw at them, telling them to hurry in and attend the banquet so it can finish its shift. The Jada carriage group nods frantically, replying obediently without delay. 3 quickly step down, whispering nervously as they walk. 1 mutters in awe that the scene is far grander than imagined. Wine is poured nonstop, 1 sip leaves faces flushed. It's the famed moonlight jade dew spring. The clan leader freezes, recalling the moonlit spirit spring and spirit stones at its base, a brew formed once a century. Worse yet, the spirit fruits on the table are all profound-grade treasures reserved for sacred lands. Someone calls her name, snapping her back as all eyes turn to Qing Chizun Joy. Da Huang jumps from Jiang Cheng's head, grabs her hand, and greets her brightly, leaving her flustered. Jiang Cheng cheerfully introduces her as the immortal Yi clan leader and Qing Shizun Zhao, an old acquaintance. The crowd buzzes, stunned that sect leader Jiang knows a peak saint-honoring realm legend. Qing Chi forces a modest smile, saying Jiang Cheng is both teacher and friend, shocking everyone. Ironically, she sighs inwardly. This visit was anything but voluntary. Quietly, she touches the ancient treasure hidden in her robe, the Guojiang Yuan crystal. Suddenly, Da Huang sniffs the air like a hungry cat smelling fish. She points at Qing Chi and solemnly declares there's something extremely tasty hidden on her chest. Qing Che's face drains of color, eyes wide as bells, body trembling. Instantly, Da Huang leaps off Jiang Cheng's shoulder and darts forward. In a flash, Da Huang points at Qing Chi and demands the treasure, making her gasp how it knew. She hurriedly covers her chest and stammers that there's nothing, just a child's nonsense. Jiang Cheng sternly scolds Da Huang for rudeness, but it shouts that the treasure harms the soul if she keeps it. Qing Chi grows more flustered, face shifting colors, unsure whether to hide or explain. Da Huang skips debate and directly reaches out to snatch what it smelled. In one breath, the hidden Guojiang Yuan crystal lands neatly in the child's hand. It lifts the relic high, mouth wide open, clearly ready for snack time. Jiang Cheng roars in anger, and Qing Chi panics, thinking she's exposed, and starts babbling excuses. Instead, Jiang Cheng lunges to grab the stone back from Da Huang, who screams and refuses to spit it out. Qing Chi secretly exhales, believing the crisis has passed. Unexpectedly, Da Huang bites Jiang Cheng's hand hard like a cub robbed of prey. Jiang Cheng yelps, shaking his hand and complaining his kid bites like a house dog. The yank frees Da Huang, who slips away like a slick fish. Seizing the moment, it tilts its head and swallows the ancient relic whole. Jiang Cheng shouts in horror, asking where the stone went. The child only coughs up a few soggy talismans, like damp scraps from a ledger. Jiang Cheng fumes and blurts out some very unrefined language. He wipes his face, bows to Qing Chi, apologizes for the swallowed treasure, and promises compensation. Chen Zhonglao rushes in like wind, grinning and asking if sect leader needs and Jiao Shanzun to handle trouble. Jiang Cheng points at Da Huang and laments that it stole a guest's treasure and bit him. Suddenly, the child lets out a loud burp, exhaling strange cry that startles Mojun Zhonglao. Qing Chi turns pale again, horrified as if seeing a ghost at noon. Mojun glances at her meaningfully, saying Da Huang may have swallowed something extremely dangerous. Qing Chi waves frantically, insisting it was worthless, a tiny gift. Mojun chuckles coldly, implying Ming Xin's sacred land's congratulatory gift was quite sincere. Jiang Cheng quickly smiles and warmly invites Qing Chi to the seat of honor. Though polite, Mojun's blade-sharp gaze chills Qing Che's spine as she forces a smile and follows. It seems the treasure storm has finally calmed, but Mojun clearly isn't done. He slowly asks if the swallowed item was the Guojiang Yuan crystal. Before she can explain, he silences her with a raised finger. Lowering his voice, he warns that from now on there must be no divided loyalty toward Feixian sect. Just then, a system notification echoes in Jiang Cheng's sea of consciousness. The system congratulates him on subduing Qingxi and Mingxin Sacred Land, awarding 576 points. A Jiang Cheng's eyes widen. Da Huang's random snack just earned a fortune. Before he can think, spiritual light erupts as he breaks through to a higher realm. The system unlocks new abilities, 3 daily revivals, point-based form shifts, and even resurrecting others. Meanwhile, Mojun keeps pressing Qing Che to reveal who masterminded the plot against Feixian sect. Finally, Qing Chi inhales deeply and trembles out the name Jifeng Shengju, Supreme Elder of Fuyin's Sacred Land and Tianling Domain's only saint. She recounts how he once slaughtered the immortal Yi clan king alone and stole the bond refining banner, nearly wiping out her clan. She had planned to resist with the heart-slaying dagger, but learning he held the bond refining banner, crushed all hope. Forced this time to sabotage Feixian sect, she begs Jiang Cheng and Mojun for salvation. At Jifeng's name, Mojun merely smirks in disdain. He declares that to Njio Xianzun, Jifeng is a bug not even sandal-worthy. He steps closer to Qing Chi, extending a calming hand that only makes her tenser. Leaning in, he whispers a secret plan and tells her to follow his lead later. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng orders a grand feast. Golden trays stream in, lighting the square like a festival. The crowd stares wide-eyed, clueless what spectacle is coming. Soon, everyone receives fine gold rings or bracelets, with promises of more gifts later. Trays overflow with spirit cuisine, rare pills, and fifth-grade spirit artifacts. Then a loud explosion startles all. From the smoke strides Zhao Hongd, illegitimate son of Juhe Prefecture's Zhao Patriarch. He laughs loudly, announcing a major breakthrough. With a peach of immortality and moonlight jade dew spring, he leaps from 6th-level soul division to 6th-level spirit platform. He boasts he now rivals the Zhao Patriarch and mocks those who once scorned him. Another earth-shaking blast rattles the plaza. From radiant Klai emerges Duanmu Ling, great patriarch of the Duanmu clan, proclaiming breakthrough to 1st-level heaven mandate realm. Steward Zhang bows in congratulations as he thanks Elder Xu Nai and Zhang Cheng for the grand gift. A third explosion follows. Someone newly in soul division shouts that missing today's fortune means lifelong regret. The system keeps adding points for Jiang Cheng, who laughs. Hansenhip's face earned, points gained. Just then, Mo Jun rushes over, whispering he has urgent news. He reveals that last night's celestial signs show a great force plotting Fei Xian Sect's destruction. Jiang Cheng lights up excitedly, asking who dares. Mo Jun calculates and names Ji Feng. Qing Qi steps forward, confirming Ji Feng Shengju is behind it, prompting Mo Chen to ask what she knows. She explains that at Fuyin Sacred Land in Jueling County, Ji Feng is rallying 8 sacred lands to besiege Fei Xian Sect. Mo Chen strokes his beard and nods. Strike first and eliminate Ji Feng, or face endless trouble. Jiang Cheng beams, saying he was just craving a worthy opponent. He raises his fist and declares they'll march on Fuyin Sacred Land. Ji Ling and shouts in support. Soon chants of sect leader mighty thunder across the plaza like tidal waves. Even the solemn Duanmu Ling gets swept up, muttering before shouting along. From afar, Landi watches quietly, eyes red yet blazing with resolve. She vows that victory will finally avenge the immortal Yi clan's blood debt. At Fuyin Sacred Land in Jueling County, dark storm clouds suddenly gather overhead. From the sky, Zhang Cheng descends with Ji Lingyan and all Fei Xian sect disciples, like an army at the gates. Ji Lingyan quietly guesses the sect leader, brought everyone to test their Longond cultivation. Below, the 3 Foyan venerables Yin Ji, Yin Li, and Yin Yu looked up coldly, mocking Zhang Cheng for walking into his own grave. They instantly ordered the formation activated, and their subordinates fired up the Holy Land's defense system in unison. In a blink, the 8-wind thunder array roared to life, darkening the skies with a blanket of lightning. Landi anxiously warned that a head-on charge would likely get Feixian sect disciples fried alive. Zhang Cheng, however, calmly called out a single name. He ordered Xiao Hu in a low voice to keep friendly casualties to a minimum. Xiao Hu stepped forward with a roar, declaring that numbers meant nothing. His spiritual power exploded as he transformed into a colossal demon tiger scraping the clouds. Fuyan's side panicked upon recognizing the infamous tiger and hurriedly focused the array on killing it first. From within the 8-wind thunder array, a terrifying bolt condensed and slammed into Xiao Hu. Someone muttered that even an early-stage Saint Realm expert would be gravely injured by that strike. Yet Xiao Hu braced himself, spiritual power surging as he tanked the lightning to cheers from Feixian sect. Still, he grimaced and admitted the hit was starting to sting. He whipped around and yelled at Mo Chen for standing there, instead of breaking the array. Mo Chen calmly pulled out a dark purple orb, noting the array could wound early Saint Realm experts until now. With that, he hurled the orb toward the enemy formation like launching a grand finale. The orb streaked through the air and dropped right into Foyan's ranks. Seeing it, the opposing crowd went pale and scattered like ants from a broken nest. The orb exploded into fragments, chaos erupting as Foyan's formation was blasted apart. After the blast, Xiao Hu clenched his fists in annoyance while Mo Chen stroked his beard, proudly claiming the array was shattered. Xiao Hu glared and snapped back, telling the old man to stop bragging and try cleaning up himself. He mocked Mo Chen for pretending to be heroic when he had clearly been hiding blood earlier. As they nearly came to blows, Jiang Cheng stepped in, reminding them both had contributed. With the formation broken, the entire Feixian sect quickly regrouped for the advance. Jiang Cheng loudly ordered all disciples to switch gear and launch the attack at once. The disciples rushed to collect scattered weapons, gawking at the sight of 8th and 9th grade spirit swords. Such rare blades were handed out freely, making everyone feel like they were dreaming. Jiang Cheng then slowly approached one disciple. He personally handed her a new spirit sword, gently telling her to use it as a temporary replacement. She was stunned that an 8th grade spirit sword was treated as a mere spare. Elsewhere, Ji Lingyan raised her sword and shouted the charge, her squad surging forward. Lin Ning grabbed a weapon and dashed after them, determined to join the fight. Suddenly, Mo Chen pulled her back and signaled her to listen. He softly said he would pass on the three mantras' secret art and told her to just follow instructions in battle. Meanwhile, Ji Lingyan's team clashed with Foyan's forces, who sneered while holding yellow talismans. One man stepped out, raised his sword to the sky, and shouted to activate the spell. A violent golden whirlwind erupted, blocking Ji Lingyan's group in their tracks. At the critical moment, Lin Ning recalled the secret art and cast heavenly light sacrifice to shield everyone. She gently turned her blade tip, nodding as she grasped the technique. Following Mo Chen's guidance, spiritual light enveloped the Phaxian sect, rendering the raging wind harmless. Just then, the system announced Commander's skill activated, and Lin Ning's squad earned Jiang Cheng 300,000 points. Jiang Cheng beamed in praise at Ming Ming, while Mo Chen proudly declared heavenly light sacrifice was his own creation. Jiang Cheng gave a thumbs up, and Mo Chen modestly credited it all to the sect leader's luck and Lin Ning's talent. Suddenly, Qin Chang appeared in the distance, roaring with a broadsword in hand as he charged into battle. Without a word, he kicked a Phaxian sect disciple away like a sandbag. He then turned his killing intent toward Ji Lingyan. Watching the chaos, Jiang Chang held his head, wondering what on earth everyone was doing. Mo Chen nervously explained the disciples had leveled up too fast to handle real combat. Seeing Ji Lingyan fall, the enemies shouted that she was the Phaxian sect's Grand Elder. Ji Lingyan lay utterly exhausted, unable to resist. At that perilous moment, a distant voice yelled for her to be careful. Shuni also cried out in panic, begging them to stop. But the blade still fell with a chilling sound, blood splashing as everyone screamed Senior Sister Ji. Zhang Hong had leapt in to take the strike for Ji Lingyan, coughing blood and turning pale. Seeing Zhang Hong pierced, Ji Lingyan sprang up in agony, her cry of Junior Brother Zhang, tearing through the battlefield. Fellow disciples frantically called for Senior Brother Zhang and Elder Zhang, but his body had already collapsed motionless. Before they could recover, another scream rang out, making the entire Phaxian sect whip around. In the distance, Wei Miao had also taken a heavy blow, blood spraying across the field. His name echoed in panic as total chaos broke loose. Juru rushed forward with her sword, voice trembling as she begged for no more deaths. Seeing the mess, Mo Chen secretly glanced at Jiang Cheng for orders, but the sect leader stood still and silent, making Mo Chen fear the blame would land on him. Not daring to delay, Mo Chen cast a spell and shouted, "Mind Link." Instantly, Lin Ning seemed activated, her eyes turned icy and her movements emotionless. A deep purple halo wrapped around her, forming a solid barrier. She strode toward the sword-wielding enemy, alarming Phaxian sect disciples who warned her to be careful. Gritting her teeth, she scolded the foes for shaming themselves and dragging her master into disaster. Before the enemy could strike, a freezing aura crushed him, leaving him trembling and screaming. Mo Chen pressed the spell further, commanding majestically, "Kneel before this old man." An invisible force slammed down, making the enemies howl without resistance. Someone realized in horror that Lin Ning, only at 5th layer Dao Palace realm, was using advanced dark arts. From afar, Ji Lingyan watched Lin Ning dominate the battlefield in stunned silence. Then she tightened her grip and vowed to avenge Zhang Hong. Pouring all her true essence, she raised her sword high and roared. A single sword strike erupted, sweeping enemies away like dry leaves. Lan Di, watching from afar, was astonished by the Grand Elder's might. She thought that with immortal-grade Dao Palace and the 7 Orifice exquisite body, Ji Lingyan's talent was terrifying. In terms of foundation and aptitude, Lan Di felt Ji Lingyan was no weaker than herself. Riding grief and fury, Phaxian sect disciples roared and charged again. Shuni wiped her tears, eyes red, and shouted as she fought desperately. Meanwhile, the Foyan crowd began fleeing in panic, realizing they stood no chance. Yin Ji raged in the middle of the field, cursing his men for running from mere Dao realm heaven's mandate foes. Jiang Cheng, however, stood unmoving as a mountain, face cold and unreadable. The system kept announcing kills and Jiang Cheng's points skyrocketed. When the battle ended, he folded his arms and slowly approached the gathered disciples. Ji Lingyan tearfully reported their victory, her voice breaking. She pointed at the neatly laid bodies, saying their fellow disciples were gone. Jiang Cheng remained silent, his calm expression chillingly cold. Only then did Xiao Hu reappear, looking like he had just returned from somewhere. Surveying the casualties, he innocently asked why the losses were so severe. Hearing that, Mo Chen exploded at Xiao Hu for disappearing, and Xiao Hu roared back that had been up in the sky diverting thunder aftershocks. Jiang Cheng finally thundered enough, his voice cracking like lightning and silencing the battlefield. He glared around, scolding the disciples for fighting like a mob of bandits. Ji Lingyan bowed, admitting they chased cultivation over real combat, and Mo Chen sighed that his teaching methods were flawed. Jiang Cheng coldly declared that everyone who just died would stand punished for a full day after reviving. Mo Chen quickly agreed, vowing strict supervision to atone. But as he turned, he froze, realizing that after reviving sounded very odd. He spun back, asking Jiang Cheng if the dead would truly live again. Xiao He's eyes bulged too, muttering that resurrection sounded absurd. Jiang Cheng said nothing, silently channeling spiritual power toward the corpses. He chose to save Shuni first. The system quoted a modest 3,000 points. Pleased by the bargain price, Jiang Cheng shouted and poured energy into her body. The system confirmed resurrection complete. Xuna's eyelids fluttered open, breath slowly returning. She stared at Jiang Cheng, confused. Wasn't she just killed? Ji Lingyan burst into tears, hugging her as joy replaced despair. From afar, Landai noted that even Mo Chen was shaken. Such resurrection was nearly unheard of in the immortal realm. With success proven, Jiang Cheng revived all fallen disciples using accumulated points. Spending 25,000 points total, the revived disciples hugged like escapees from the underworld. Xiao Hu instantly switched tone, grabbing Jiang Cheng and begging to sign a lifelong guardian spirit beast contract. Mo Chen shoved the tiger away, refusing to let him cause more chaos. Deeply moved, Mo Chen praised Jiang Cheng as peerless and even offered to be his mount if needed. Their relentless flattery made Jiang Cheng's head spin. Once the sect regrouped, Jiang Cheng ordered all Fuyan Holy Land resources relocated. The system converted a 5th-grade spirit vein into 800,000 points, pushing his total past 2.5 million. 2 days later in Jualing County of Eastern Central Spirit Province, the former Fuyan Holy Land lay in ruins. Feng Dai, who had fled the battle, returned with bloodshot eyes, burning in hatred. Staring at the devastation, he ground his teeth and cursed Faxian sect. He swore to annihilate them one day. Meanwhile in Tongming region, deep within the gloomy Biexian Valley, a voice from Black Mist asked who brought Feng Dai there. Feng Di had tracked the place to seek aid, bowing deeply to beg 3 great kings to emerge. The Black Mist swirled with a mocking laugh, asking if any force in Tianling region truly left him helpless. Ji Feng clenched his teeth, recounting how Faxian sect allied with the 3rd Fiery Tiger King and flattened his holy land. From the mist appeared the fierce face of Great King Nai Shi, 6th-level Saint Realm, coldly skeptical. Beside him, the grotesque Great King Ni Shu emerged, claiming any tiger demon entering Tianyao region would be suppressed by heavenly Tao. Feng Dai only smiled darkly, confident that with 3 great kings, vengeance was assured. Great King Ni Hai immediately set a condition: the tiger's demon core would belong to them, and Feng Di agreed at once. Thus Nai Shu sealed the deal, declaring the 3 saints of absolute slaughter would descend to join the war. Meanwhile at Mingxin Holy Land, Venerable Qing Shi sat on a lotus throne hearing Faxian sect had destroyed Fuyan Holy Land. Her subordinate confirmed the news had spread across Tianling region, drawing a satisfied smile from Qing Sha. She then pulled a disciple close to ask about Ji Feng's whereabouts, only to learn he vanished when Faxian sect attacked. Just then, an enraged roar outside called out Qing Po, demanding she step out and face him. Qing Shi calmly walked out, composed as if she'd expected this all along. The man at the gate was none other than Ji Feng. Old enemies meeting again, tension spiking instantly. Qing Shi coldly asked his purpose, but Ji Feng roared, blaming her for Fuyan Holy Land's destruction. She snapped back, calling him a coward who ran away and forced others to do his dirty work, only to cry foul now. Worse, Ji Feng drew a 9th-grade spirit sword, vowing to slaughter every woman of Xinbu to avenge his holy land. Qing Shi unsheathed her sword too, declaring his Dharma body wasn't recovered today. She'd take the old dog's head. In a flash, she ordered the formation. The desire-hidden heart array activated as alluring female disciples encircled Ji Feng. Ji Feng froze, had never seen such a bizarre formation, and had no clue what was happening. The beauties suddenly rushed in, hugging him tight and pressing close, leaving him no room to escape. Smiling like spring breeze, they whispered sweet invitations, deepening the dizzying illusion. Ji Feng steadied his Tao heart, forming seals and warning himself the immortal remnant tribe's tricks were deadly. Then a soft hand touched his cheek. One light caress nearly shattered his resolve. A blue-haired girl smiled sweetly, and Ji Feng instantly cursed, steam practically shooting from his head. Surrounded by giggling temptresses, he blushed furiously, almost forgetting to resist. Suddenly he bolted off, shouting he was full already, grinning like he'd just won big. A junior sister giggled about the result, while Qing Shi smugly praised the desire-hidden heart array as unbeatable. Holding the heart-piercing cone, she remarked they had clearly overrated Ji Feng. Raising the artifact, Qing Shi coldly ordered all disciples to finish him. Unexpectedly, a ghostly skull shadow appeared behind Ji Feng, a deep voice asking what exactly happened. From afar came urgent shouts demanding Ji Feng be restrained at once. Qingsha recognized the newcomer as Ji Liangyu and immediately raised the alarm. She quickly called her heart-piercing cone back to her side. Without hesitation, she swung the treasure weapon at the white skeletal hand, reaching for her life. Meanwhile, Ji Feng, still trapped among the beauties, roared that the desire-hidden heart array had nearly killed him. Enraged, he burned all his essence, determined to break out even at the cost of his life. He let out a roar that tore through the air, stunning everyone nearby. Red-purple light burst from his body, waves of energy spreading across the space. A warning shout rang out, urging everyone to guard themselves immediately. Qingsha frowned, thinking if this dragged on, her heart might end up like Lanji and that king's. Ji Feng coughed softly but spat fresh blood, tightening the tension. He bitterly admitted he was aging, his vitality drained, nearly losing control from overexertion. He then spun and fled at full speed, threatening that all would fall alongside Faxian sect. Qingsha's face darkened as she slowly asked who exactly the 3 saints of Jushang were. Meanwhile at Faxian sect's Yanling Mountain, joy spread as disciples upgraded all weapons to 7th grade. Just then, a steward reported Qing Po of Mingxin Holy Land sought an audience. Jing Cheng smiled and invited her in. Before settling, Qingsha rushed in breathless, declaring the situation dire. Jiang Cheng calmed her and learned the 3 saints of Jushang were about to descend in disaster. He frowned, puzzled, asking who these 3 saints of Jushang actually were. Qingshi trembled as she explained they were 3 commanders from Bengxian Valley Saint Realm, experts cultivating vicious nether arts. She urgently begged the immortal elders to protect the sect from the coming calamity. Mozhan hurriedly held Jiang Cheng back, forcing a smile and asking Qing Po to wait while he conferred privately. Chen cautiously suggested Jiang Cheng hide inside the mysterious diagram, but Jiang Cheng scoffed. Still, Chen insisted the enemy had 4 saints, each no weaker than Ji Feng. Pressed further, Chen scratched his head, admitting his remnant soul was weakened and far inferior to that fiend. He reassured that hiding in the mysterious diagram would keep even saints from finding them. Jiang Cheng instead strode to Qing Shi, thumped his chest, and vowed to personally protect everyone, making Mo Chen panic. He raised his hand and ordered Faxian sect to seal the mountain gate and gather all disciples in the main hall. Mo Chen's mind raced. This was a rare chance to turn the tide. He hurried to Dahu, whispering that they could only rely on him now. Dahu just yawned lazily, while Jiang Cheng kept directing disciples with a loudspeaker. Refusing to give up, Mo Chen called out Brother Hu, startling Dahu with the sudden politeness. Then he bluntly asked about the quality of Da Hu's demon core. The great demon frowned suspiciously, demanding to know what he was plotting. Worse, Dahu roared that had already given a demon core, did they want his life too? Mo Chen snapped back that swallowing it would temporarily restore his immortal power to fight 4 saints. Dahu stubbornly growled that their life and death struggle had nothing to do with him. At the mention of resurrection, he hesitated, muttering that losing his core meant restarting cultivation from scratch. Horrified, he howled that he absolutely refused to become a weak little fox demon. Mo Chen glared and scolded him for worrying about nonsense at a life-or-death moment. Dahu calmly reminded him they still had 1 trump card unused. Mo Chen blinked in confusion and Dahu laughed, saying just wait for Kaka to flip the heavens. Days later, a streak of red light sliced through the sky toward Yanling Mountain. Upon arrival, Great King Nihai noted the spirit vein here had reached rare 8th grade. Beside him, Great King Ben Shi chuckled that Tianling region's pricey land now made sense. Ji Feng folded his arms and sneered the vein was once 5th grade, now it had leapt to 8th. He threw his head back and roared for Jiang Cheng and Qing Po to come out and die. Inside the hall, Jiang Cheng tilted his head, listening to the shout outside. Dahu muttered that the enemy was already at the gate. A purple-marked maiden stepped forward respectfully, asking how to respond to Saint Ji Feng. Jiang Cheng sternly ordered everyone to the hall's center. No one was to step outside. Outside, Faxian disciples ran while shouting for order, filing into the hall per drill protocol. Before leaving, Jiang Cheng told Mo Chen and Xiao Hu to guard the hall, but both protested, demanding to fight beside him. In a flash, Jiang Cheng shot into the sky, yelling that if anyone let disciples see him beaten up, they'd answer for it. Dahu stood dumbfounded, utterly lost. He grimaced, asking if the sect leader had been scared crazy, while Mo Chen looked doubtful. Growing annoyed, Mo Chen smacked Dahu hard, shouting this wasn't a gambling game. He urged Dahu to unleash the trump card, and Brother Hu jolted off to prepare. Still uneasy, Mo Chen yelled after him that if the ace failed, had beat Dahu back to his true form. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng flew straight toward Ji Feng and the 3 gathered saints. Upon arrival, he pointed at them and spat out an outrageously insulting taunt. Ji Feng glared back, sneering how a mere Dao Palace brat dared show his face. Zhang Cheng just snorted and casually spat loud and proud. The spit shot straight into Ji Feng's face with sniper-level accuracy. Enraged, Ji Feng roared and unleashed the arrow wind art to crush the brat instantly. Zhang Cheng only smirked, eyes dripping with mockery. He didn't even dodge, standing there like he'd bought front-row tickets. But the opponent's power surged beyond expectations, making him flinch. Zhang Cheng immediately turned and shouted at Xiao Hu, demanding who allowed this guy to crash the party. Da Hu laughed heartily and ordered Da Huang to reset everyone's cultivation to 0. Da Huang hesitated, asking, everyone. A golden glowing little girl cheerfully yelled to turn them all into pigs for Da Huang. Da Hu then called for Mo Shen to release the backup card into battle. But mid-sentence, he froze, eyes widening at something approaching. Behind them, Mo Shen shouted to charge, while Ji Linghan and Luo Yuan rushed forward with blazing momentum. Before striking, Ji Linghan suddenly stopped, horrified to find her cultivation completely gone. Da Hu trembled, asking why their side was sealed too, and the little girl innocently reminded him he said everyone. Midair, Zhang Cheng nearly fell, yelling what circus act they were performing. Ji Feng also frowned, sensing the anomaly his cultivation had vanished entirely. Someone cursed loudly about ruining the plan, while Da Hu kept grinning. In an instant, a group of green-robed figures collapsed like falling bananas. One who hit the ground immediately yelled, "Thanks a lot, genius!" Screams erupted as people flopped around like fish out of water. When they scrambled up, their eyes were pitch black, radiating savage ferocity. One by one, they roared and charged, swinging weapons wildly. Someone kicked a brown-rubbed foe and growled that he was stepping in. Chaos exploded as both sides brawled fiercely, fists flying without mercy. At the peak, Qin Chang tore off his shirt to reveal bulging muscles, shouting that Faxian sect's number-one physique had arrived. He unleashed combo punches to some poor soul's face, yelling first blood, double kill, triple kill. Ji Feng, bruised and battered, roared what nonsense he was throwing, but Qin Chang insisted this was pre-trained technique. Amid the chaos, Zhang Cheng got accidentally punched, face-planting and howling in pain. Just then, the system panel popped up. Qin Chang's points were skyrocketing. Before he processed it, bizarre sounds came from two grappling figures, making Zhang Cheng curse. In a flash, Qin Chang grabbed the three saints of Zhu Shang, making Great King Pan Gu shout in panic. Without mercy, he hoisted Great King Pan Gu high, drawing a shriek of agony. Suddenly, Qin Chang frowned and glanced aside, sensing something off. Ji Feng, face swollen purple, also stared ahead in horror. He screamed for the approaching figure not to come closer. From the front, a green-dressed maiden slowly stepped out, repeatedly calling Saint Ji Feng's name. Ning Ti's expression tightened, her gaze icy and locked onto the enemy. Zhang Cheng shivered. Her state was dangerously unstable. He immediately yelled for Xiao Qiu and Xu Ni to stop her. But the blue-haired girl had already dashed in, kicking the red aura, actually smashing Ji Feng's face. Everyone rushed to restrain her as she kept beating and cursing nonstop. Beside them, Xu Ni marveled at her monstrous strength, while Jia Lingyan panted from exhaustion. Just then, Landai stepped forward respectfully to address sect leader Jiang, catching him off guard. She suddenly knelt, declaring her great vengeance avenged and pledging loyalty to Jiang Cheng. The system popped up her profile SSR rank, descendant of an immortal. It registered an elite tier recruit and instantly added over 1.4 million points. Staring at the massive stats, Zhang Cheng froze in shock. A second later, he cheered. Shed finally triggered the big reward. Regaining composure, Zhang Cheng announced to the remnants of the 7 holy lands that Ji Feng and his gang were defeated. The crowd bowed, utterly convinced, and hailed Zhang Cheng as alliance leader. Holy lands from all sides shouted their names in submission. In unison, they proclaimed Faxian sect supreme leader of Tianling region and promised annual tribute. The system declared main quest progress and awarded a whopping 8 million points. Zhang Cheng's eyes widened as his points skyrocketed beyond imagination. He burst into hearty laughter, shouting that had leveled up. A new panel appeared, confirming the system was upgrading. The interface showed level 9 with empty EXP, over 2 million points, bizarre skills listed, and the next level requiring legion scale points. Jiang Cheng pointed ahead, laughing, ordering all useful loot exchanged immediately and the rest tossed into storage. Mo Chen squinted with a sly grin, curiously asking what bizarre technique that fellow was cultivating. A messenger whispered that the man seemed to refine something called the peculiar human flower pill. Jiang Cheng frowned, and Mo Chen explained that long-accumulated romantic essence in veteran cultivators could crystallize into the rare human flower pill. Jiang Cheng paled. Wasn't that basically gallstones and kidney stones? It even smelled suspicious. Mo Chen sternly insisted it was a supreme treasure for restoring primordial spirit, but Jiang Cheng waved it off and tossed it to him to use. Mo Chen's eyes reddened as he trembled, praising the sect leader's boundless generosity. Jiang Cheng silently watched as old Mo calmly swallowed the pill. Instantly, spiritual energy surged around him, like a mortal brushing divinity. He suddenly threw his head back, laughing maniacally, proclaiming himself dark extreme venerable, sending chills through the air. Dark clouds gathered, thunder roaring as immortal pressure spilled out, making Jiang Cheng urge him to rein it in. Yet Mo Chen, glowing like a radioactive mushroom, kept cackling about dark extreme venerable's might. After a while, Jiang Cheng calmly asked how it felt. Mo Chen beamed, calling it wonderful and thanking him deeply. He reported his soul was now initially complete, spells stable, even barely able to contend with a saint. Jiang Cheng casually downplayed it. Mo Chen protested that the pill's low grade still left him below Bei Lei Hu. Bei Lei Hu bristled and roared that human flower pills were absurdly rare. Without resurrection, Mo Chen wouldn't have tasted one. Jiang Cheng quickly mediated, saying if the pill truly helped, Elder Mo should make full use of it. At that moment, dense light gathered in Jiang Cheng's palm as the system announced creating spirit-grade human flower pill, costing 1 million points. The glow faded. Update complete, and a radiant golden pill lay quietly in his hand. One man and one beast stared dumbstruck, stammering what this creation even was. Jiang Cheng coughed awkwardly, claiming it was expensive, and only crafted because Mo Chen deserved it. Mo Chen's voice trembled with emotion, eyes misty as he asked if the sect leader truly spent such massive points just for him. He promptly opened his mouth, like a well-trained grandpa awaiting his destined snack. The human flower pill slid down his throat smoothly, no traffic jams whatsoever. Its power exploded as spiritual energy surged from Mo Chen, shaking the air like bad Wi-Fi. Ecstatic, he kicked Bei Lei Hu's butt, bragging about reaching Saint Tier peak, while the tiger roared in outrage. Days later, Jiang Cheng lounged like dried fish, sighing from sheer boredom. So he lazily summoned the system, asking what trouble he could stir up next. The system panel popped up. Jiang Cheng studied it, then loudly called for someone. Mo Chen appeared instantly, bowing with a flattering grin and asking for orders. Jiang Cheng turned serious and asked how Fei Xian sect could become #1 under heaven. After thinking, Mo Chen suggested brute forcing every sect into submission, earning an immediate handwave rejection. Suddenly inspired, Mo Chen proposed a forward master plan: hold a grand martial tournament. He explained that if Fei Xian sect won the championship, the world would naturally crown them #1. Jiang Cheng summoned a blue ancient tome, saying his disciples had trained hard, and it was time for a test drive. The pages flipped open, starlight-like radiance spilling out dramatically. Figures stepped from the glow, standing respectfully before Jiang Cheng awaiting orders. The system panel displayed each disciple's identity and their hard-earned points. Ji Ling'an stepped forward, bowed gracefully, and softly asked for instructions. Jiang Cheng explained the plan and asked the well-informed Ji Ling'an if the tournament was feasible. She calculated carefully and warned that if Fei Xian sect hosted it, Manhwa, a mortal sect of Shanghua region, would be displeased. Calmly nodding, Jiang Cheng said he'd handle Shanghua region personally and leave the rest to others. Meanwhile, Donglan Mansion of Pinghai Prefecture buzzed like a festival marketplace. A crowd packed around Fei Xian sect's notice board, turning it into street headline news. Duan Qianqian squeezed in curiously, bright-eyed and demanding the latest scoop. The notice boldly announced Fei Xian sect's official martial tournament. Qianqian beamed with joy upon seeing independent cultivators could join jackpot. Before she could celebrate, a rough hand slammed onto her shoulder, instantly souring the mood. She was shoved to the ground before reacting, her face going pale with shock. Clutching herself in pain, Duan Qianqian cried out, demanding to know what he wanted. A bald servant from a grand estate glared down coldly, his bully aura making her tremble in apology. A sharp shout cut through the street, ordering everyone to clear the way. The crowd parted for a swaggering man in blue, many yelling that young Master Wen had arrived. At the same time, Yinbo sect in Donglan Mansion was also abuzz about the news. Yunshu merely glanced over, looking utterly unimpressed. He sneered at the notice, mocking Fei Xian sect as a tiny sect daring to stir trouble in Yinbo sect's Pinghai Prefecture turf. Unable to hold back, Qianqian muttered that without Chitian sect backing them, they'd be nothing special. Yun Shuo spun around instantly, blade-sharp eyes locking onto her, as he coldly demanded what she just said. Qianqian turned deathly pale, baffled how her tiny whisper still reached his ears. Before she could think, Yun Shuo pounced like a hunting beast, making Duan Qianqian panic and beg for mercy. Worse, his eyes roamed over her soft figure with sleazy interest, clicking his tongue in crude appraisal. He then smirked wickedly and ordered his servants to clear the street, planning to deal with the girl right there. The servants beat and chased away the crowd, and soon the entire street was empty with only the two facing off. Terrified, Duan Qianqian clutched her chest and backed away, trembling as she asked what he intended to do. Yun Shuo suddenly lunged like a wild beast, while she struggled desperately and screamed she'd rather die than be humiliated. Yet the next moment turned into a bizarre misunderstanding nobody expected. Turns out Yun Shu did nothing indecent, he merely grabbed the hem of her skirt with satisfaction, leaving Qianqian stunned. Right then, a powerful shout rang from the air, halting everything instantly. Furious, Yin Shuo turned and cursed the intruder, ordering his servants to seize him immediately. But before they could act, the servants were knocked down like toppled banana trees. A dignified young man stepped out, cold eyes sweeping the area as he criticized Donglan Mansion's terrible security. Enraged, Yun Shuo shoved Duan Qianqian aside and demanded where the stranger came from and if he knew who his father was. Rising his chin proudly, the youth introduced himself as Shang Hong, an inner sect elder of Fei Xian sect famed across Qinglan Mansion. Hearing this, Qianqian's eyes sparkled as she eagerly asked to join Fei Xian sect and compete in the tournament. Seeing that, Yun Shu drew his sword and sneered that today he'd show Fei Xian sect who makes the rules in Pinghai Prefecture. Shang Hong calmly angled his body, drew his sword, and gripped the hilt steadily, eyes icy and ready to fight. Unexpectedly, Yun Shu wasn't afraid. He stared at the spirit sword, excitedly like spotting rare treasure. He mocked that relying on a high-grade spirit sword was no better than swinging rotten firewood. Ironically, Xiang Hong casually picked his nose and lazily asked, "So what if it's true-grade spirit platform?" Yun Shuo grew even more smug, mentioning the artifact old Tai delivered and boasting had used the full set. In a flash, he unleashed the technique Yun Bo First Surge, power roaring forward like a tidal wave. Outside the clash, Duan Qianqian cried out that this was Yun Bo Sect's famed technique known for killing foes above one's level. Sword energy crashed down like heaven collapsing, blasting the ground and sending rubble across the street. Yet amid the dust, Shang Hong stood unmoved, robe spotless as if brushed by a breeze. Suddenly his lips curled as blue light covered him, and Yun Shuo froze, realizing it was Dao Palace realm. Shang Hong glanced at him like an ignorant fool, saying calling Fei Xian sect small only showed narrow vision. With a flick of his wrist he used heavenly sky severing sun, sword light tearing the sky like a falling sun. Yun Shuo instantly turned pale, clutching his head and begging him not to actually strike. He scrambled up and ran for his life, still tossing out bitter threats while fleeing. In a blink he vanished down the street, leaving Shang Hong standing there half amused. Shang Hong then turned to check on Duan Qianqian, but one glance made his nose bleed and he awkwardly apologized. Seeing that, Qianqian pretended to be shy and asked if the senior had internal injuries and needed her help. That line made Shang Hong even more flustered, nosebleed worsening as he blushed and stammered excuses. After a moment he straightened his clothes and formally introduced himself as a Fei Xian sect elder organizing the tournament. He opened his hand to reveal a shining gold ring, hinting she'd be richly rewarded for helping. Looking inside, Qianqian was stunned to see a 6th-grade spirit sword plus piles of pills and mid-grade spirit stones. Shang Hong smugly bragged that 6th-grade spirit swords were junk in Fei Xian sect. Even the weakest disciple used 7th-grade artifacts. Seeing she was tempted, Shang Hong bluntly asked if she'd help him manage recruitment for the tournament. Duan Qianqian nodded like a bobblehead. No one sane rejects luck this good. Meanwhile, Pinghai Prefecture in Changtian region borders Feiyun Prefecture, where 4 great mansions coexist under Yun Bo sect's dominance. As they chatted, Yun Bo sect inner disciples surrounded them, mostly Heaven's Mandate realm and dripping with arrogance. Turns out the fleeing Yun Shu was big shot royalty, the grandson of first treating venerable Yun Beidou. Shang Hong merely raised a brow and smirked, as if hearing a mildly entertaining joke. He calmly asked whether Fei Xian sect even qualified to set foot in Pinghai Prefecture ruled by Yun Bo sect. Qianqian replied that by old 3 cultivation region standards, Yun Bo sect equaled a powerhouse branch like Quanxing Imperial Dynasty. But times changed. Zhang Cheng led Fei Xian sect's rise, and the city lord had already entered the Saint realm. Even the 3-eyed fairy Tiger King, one of the 12 demon kings, now served as Fei Xian sect's security captain. Not to mention Mo Chen, a lower-grade immortal venerable, working as a teaching elder refining disciples' character. Plus Lan Yi, chief of the immortal mist tribe, served as special lecturer on strategy and cultivation knowledge. And the famed inner grand elder Ji Ling'an, the 7-aperture Linglong genius, held purple star saint entry 8th layer power. Even outer grand elder Lin Ning reached saint entry 4th layer, mastering shadow arts strong enough to resist Dao Palace sieges. More absurdly, someone named Chang once punched Saint Jifeng and 3 absolute desolation saints to death barehanded. Hearing that, Xiang Hong snorted and asked if tiny Pinghai Prefecture was even worth Fei Shishun sect touching. Seeing her doubt, he casually claimed his own cultivation, ranked near the bottom within Fei Xian sect. Xiang Hong boldly said if she reached the tournament finals and visited Fei Xian sect, the truth would reveal itself. Suddenly his gaze shifted far away as he sternly pointed at someone approaching. From Yunbo sect's side, the name Yunlan appeared, older brother of the runaway Yun Shuo. Xiang Hong frowned and asked who that was, immediately warned he was a genius stronger than Yun Shuo. Still, Xiang Hong sneered that losers calling family backup was the classic weakling strategy. Yunbo sect members warned each other the opponent was Dao Palace realm, though Yun Shuo insisted they could handle him. As tension peaked, a loud shout from the mansion echoed like a battle horn. Without wasting words, Yunlan drew his sword and instantly used Yunbo First Surge. Sword energy howled through the air, the attack surging like a tidal wave swallowing space. Caught off guard, Xiang Hong took the strike to the chest, shaking violently and coughing blood. Duan Qianqian rushed over to support him, anxiously asking if he was badly injured. Gritting through pain, Xiang Hong admitted the sword technique was terrifying. Even Dao Palace defense struggled to block it. Meanwhile, rumors spread that Feixian sect caused trouble in Pinghai Prefecture and injured Yunbo sect disciples. Proud as ever, Yunlan stepped forward to teach the outsider some local rules. At the critical moment, Xiang Hong wailed for help, begging sect leader Jiang Cheng to save him. Instantly, a blue streak tore across the sky like a meteor, its aura sharp enough to split space. Chen Ling's divine sense sensed it instantly. The newcomer had entered the Saint realm, pressure chilling all witnesses. As Yunlan stood shocked, Jiang Cheng coldly asked Xiang Hong why he called him. Did someone bully him again? Crying while explaining, Xiang Hong insisted he started nothing. He only stepped in after local tyrants bullied a female cultivator. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng nodded approvingly and praised him, declaring Feixian sect disciples must protect their own. Yunbo sect members simply scoffed, mocking a mere heavens mandate cultivator acting arrogant. Yet someone suddenly realized Yunlan had mastered Yunbo First Surge enough to fight two major realms above. Meanwhile, far away, Jiang Cheng's real body sensed his divine spirit clone had been destroyed during cultivation. He roared in fury, unable to believe a heaven's mandate brat shattered his true spirit divine sense. Without calming down, Jiang Cheng activated a teleportation array to descend personally. At the same time, Yunlan arrogantly declared even Feixian sect saint-level leader couldn't withstand his full strike. Hearing this, Yun Shuo panicked, shouting he didn't want to die yet, while Duan Qianqian trembled, saying the sect leader had resurrection arts. The enemy burst out laughing, mocking resurrection as ridiculous fantasy. Yunlan then poured all spiritual power into a sword slash fierce enough to split the sky. The move was Yunbo One Step, a legendary strike that could shake the heavens. Under that terrifying pressure, Duan Qianqian and Xiang Hong were frozen in place, legs heavy as stone. Yet right before the sword energy fell, the entire attack abruptly froze midair, because Jiang Cheng had appeared instantly, casually blocking the strike with a single sword swing. He calmly asked a chilling question: who exactly destroyed his true spirit divine sense? A moment later his fury erupted as he roared, demanding the culprit show themselves. Yunlan merely frowned, thinking wasting two divine senses on a brat was absurd. Beside them, Duan Qianqian chuckled half-mockingly, sensing this incident was far from small. Yun Shuo then trembled and warned that the man before them wasn't a clone but the real body. Feeling Jiang Cheng's Saint Realm aura surge, Yunlan finally sensed danger while Yun Shu screamed in panic. Still stubborn, Yunlan trusted his technique, believing Yunbo First Surge might turn the tide. He raised his sword, poured in all spiritual power, and shouted as he unleashed Yunbo First Surge at full strength. A massive sword beam crashed toward Jiang Cheng, carrying all his hatred and killing intent. Yet Jiang Cheng stood motionless at the center, completely unharmed, not even a hair disturbed. Before Yunlan could understand, Jiang Cheng countered with a lightning-fast sword strike. Sword energy pierced Yunlan's abdomen, the overwhelming power making him vomit blood and die instantly. Sheathing his sword, Jiang Cheng coldly concluded greedy people die by their own greed. Seeing Yunlan killed instantly, Yun Shu turned pale and fled like he'd seen a ghost. Xiang Hong and Qianqian moved to chase, but Jiang Cheng raised a hand stopping them. Calmly he explained that cornered enemies are dangerous, and their goal was hosting the tournament, not chaos. Once calm returned, Jiang Cheng admitted Yunbo First Surge was impressive, since it even destroyed his true spirit divine sense. Hearing that, he tossed his sword to Xiang Hong, saying if the 8th grade spirit sword wasn't enough, just use his. Xiang Hong panicked and refused, saying Qingluo Breaking Sword was the sect's supreme treasure. He couldn't accept it casually. Qianqian also stared wide-eyed, shocked such a top-tier artifact was lent so easily. At that moment, Jiang Cheng's system suddenly notified him he had gained a new follower. The information appeared clearly: the new recruit was Duan Qianqian. Jiang Cheng turned and called her name, startling Qianqian, who wondered how he knew her. Smiling warmly, he patted her head and invited her to join Feixian sect, which she eagerly accepted. Jiang Cheng then told Shang Hong to find a second-generation disciple to take her as a master, making him her grandmaster. Hearing this, Qianqian knelt solemnly, declaring herself a new disciple and kowtowing to Grandmaster Jiang Cheng and the ancestor. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng decided she would represent Feixian sect in Pinghai Prefecture's recruitment. However, Qianqian worried her low cultivation might embarrass the sect if she failed. Jiang Cheng just smiled and handed her a ring, saying do her best, win or lose didn't matter. Upon receiving it, she found it packed with spirit artifacts, spirit stones, and top-grade pills galore. Activating the ring summoned an 8th-grade spirit sword, its blade writhing like a living serpent. With matters settled, Jiang Cheng vanished into afterimages, tossing out that he had other business. Qianqian was still stunned while Shang Hong smugly asked if she still doubted Feixian sect's qualifications. Soon the Pinghai Prefecture selection began, first round a 12,000-meter long-distance run. Some instantly mocked the short distance, claiming they'd finish in a blink. Others clarified it tested reflexes and adaptability, not just speed. The host then solemnly announced spiritual power was strictly forbidden throughout the competition. The cultivators erupted in protest. What's a cultivation contest without spiritual power? Unfazed, Xiang Hong explained they sought well-rounded talent in stamina and character. He firmly declared the rules final: anyone dissatisfied could leave immediately. Xiang Hong raised Jiang Cheng's sword high, its blade flashing midair to signal the start. The crowd gawked. An outer disciple wielding such a rare treasure hinted Feixian sect's wealth ran terrifyingly deep. Without delay, Xiang Hong slashed downward, officially starting the race. Hundreds surged forward like a broken dam, sprinting at full speed. Meanwhile, at Donglan Mansion, Yinbo sect's headquarters felt unusually tense. As 3 elders discussed grave matters, someone rushed in shouting for the ancestor. Interrupted, Grand Elder Yun Lingzi angrily scolded the intruder for disrespecting their honored guest. The intruder was Yun Shuo, who immediately knelt begging forgiveness. Feng Pingbi of Shitian sect smiled mildly, suggesting they hear what happened. Permitted to speak, Yun Shu reported Feixian sect held a tournament in Donglan Mansion without approval and killed Yun Lan. Yun Lingzi remained calm, merely waving him away for now. In contrast, sect master Yun Fuzi smashed his wine cup, voice thundering through the hall. He roared that in centuries no force dared trample Yunbo sect in Pinghai Prefecture. Yet both Yun Lingzi and Yun Fuzi suddenly paused, recalling something sensitive. Yun Fuzi quickly amended, except Shitian sect, of course, earning a satisfied nod from Feng Pingbi. Feng Pingbi then calmly advised that Manhwa immortal sect had long prepared plans regarding Feixian sect. He revealed Feixian sect's leader might be a heaven's chosen son with immense destiny, like Wanhua immortal sect in its rise. Thus he sternly warned them not to act rashly and ruin the grand scheme. Back at the arena, after the first run, most contestants collapsed gasping like survivors of a death battle. Only Duan Qianqian breathed slightly hard, smiling that her diligent body training paid off. The organizer announced about 30% passed and prepared for the written exam round. Hearing written exam, many cultivators looked utterly lost, as if stranded in an ocean of textbooks. For them, cultivation meant techniques and spirit power, words and moral philosophy were foreign territory. One essay topic even asked them to discuss a cultivator's moral conduct in the vast world. Another question probed social merit and responsibility toward all living beings. It even demanded analysis of filial piety and family bonds on the cultivation path. After wrestling with ink and paper, the written exam finally ended. Xiang Hong announced anyone submitting under 20 minutes should confess at the magistrate's office, while over 60 minutes meant advancing to the talent show. In that round, contestants flaunted bizarre skills from singing to odd mystical tricks. One guy made bowls and chopsticks fly like circus props, leaving the audience wide-eyed. A chubby youth even juggled spirit artifacts, making spectators laugh nervously. Watching the odd parade, Xiang Hong paled slightly yet solemnly declared everyone showed proper cultivator qualities. He then proclaimed the arena battles officially began, the real show at last. But just as the fights were about to start, a loud shout cut across the entire arena. It was Yun Kai of Yunbo sect, protesting that without them, Pinghai Prefecture's tournament meant nothing. Composed, Xiang Hong replied they arrived late and couldn't disrupt established rules. Yet Yunqing arrogantly declared that in Pinghai Prefecture, Yunbo sect itself was the rule. The atmosphere trembled. Many contestants, fearing Yinbo sect's power, quietly withdrew. Though furious, Shang Hong found it hard to confront such blatant intimidation head-on. Seeing the fear, Yinbo sect disciples laughed triumphantly, as if victory was already theirs. To prevent collapse, Shang Hong swallowed his anger and allowed participation, warning there'd be no next time. He then announced the arena round for the top 16 of Qinghai Prefecture officially began. The opening match saw Chuanqian face a burly, bald, middle-aged man wielding a gleaming broadsword. He rasped that he was the chief outer disciple of Beixia sect. Qianqian calmly introduced herself as a third-generation disciple of Feixian sect. The crowd buzzed, muttering that Feixian sect recruited far too casually. Some even shook their heads, pitying the girl for facing the brutal Beixia sect. On stage, the bald man eyed her like prey and grinned that he'd devour her alive. With that, he swung his massive blade down violently, tearing the air. Qianqian's face shifted slightly, yet she stood firm without retreating. The blade struck her directly, but when dust settled, she remained standing, stunning the crowd. She wore a 7th-grade spirit armor of immense defense, not even scratched. Gasps erupted. Few expected her to own such a precious treasure. The bald man roared that if one slash wasn't enough, he'd keep chopping until she fell. Yet upon striking again, he screamed in pain, clutching his arm from severe backlash. Only then did Chuanqian realize she was unharmed and grasped the armor's true power. Someone below explained the 100-eyed thorned armor was famed for toughness below peak Dao Palace. Breaking it was near impossible. Still, skeptics argued every armor had flaws if one waited for the right moment. Before the chatter faded, Chuanqian's gaze turned cold. Time to counterattack. A 7th-grade Qingfeng spirit sword appeared in her hand, its blade humming like a battle heartbeat. The opponent froze briefly, and the stands erupted in shock at the sword's reveal. With a clean wind-like slash, Chuanqian knocked Zhang Yangwu off the arena. He fainted on the spot, and the referee declared Duan Qianqian of Feixian sect victorious. The crowd buzzed in disbelief at her rare 7th-grade sword and armor combo. Some even recalled she'd once been a wandering cultivator, now already Heaven's Mandate 3rd layer, after joining Feixian sect. The scene then shifted to the Spirit Spring behind Feixian sect, where dense, spiritual energy drew many disciples to cultivate. At the same time, the whole sect buzzed over Duan Tianqian's performance as the system dinged 18,000 points, totaling 1,421,485. Jiang Cheng glanced at the panel and rumbled approvingly. New disciple, instant profit, excellent investment. The system kept spamming rewards 753,800, bringing the total to 1,429,935 in no time. 3 years later, the sect granted Duan Tianqian the title Jingfei and Zhang Hong the title Guo Ting, honoring their beyond-standard genius feats. Jiang Cheng's eyes gleamed in satisfaction while Zhang Hong whistled smugly, practically glowing with pride. Suddenly an angry shout demanded spinach bet refunds, and chaos erupted on the spot. Jiang Cheng frowned, baffled why the crowd was suddenly in uproar. A man rushed forward yelling to stop, accusing someone of throwing the match to scam betting money. The accused weakly denied it, but the crowd raged louder. He didn't dodge or block, and still lost to someone far weaker. Just then Yun Lin strutted out arrogantly, demanding all evidence and daring anyone to question his record. Instantly the accusers backpedaled, claiming they'd never doubt him, just some other guy. Yun Lin nodded slowly, saying so they were targeting that fellow Wei Qi instead. Awkwardly, someone blamed last night's overeating sea cucumber for their loose tongue. He loudly swore that in High Prefecture no true Yun Bo member like him would ever bow and admit defeat. Shang Hong rolled his eyes at the arrogance, but before he could retort, Jiang Cheng kept calling his name. Shang Hong respectfully asked for instructions, and Jiang Cheng inquired whether Duan Tianqian had used any special tricks. Jiang Cheng then said her performance was stellar and the sect should support her more, even lend Qingluo breaking sword if needed. Shang Hong bowed immediately, promising not to disappoint the sect leader's expectations. As for Yun Bo, he shrugged that they brought trouble upon themselves by charging in recklessly. Shang Hong called out to Duan Tianqian, relaying that the Grandmaster had important advice. He added that after tomorrow's match she should visit the quiet chamber, where the Grandmaster would personally teach her techniques. Duan Tianqian was briefly surprised but soon realized this sect was indeed generous to disciples. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng clicked his tongue approvingly at Shang Hong's reliability, just as news arrived of an elder returning from Xianghua region. Jiang Cheng first thought to summon him directly, then ordered a proper formal reception instead. Unexpectedly, Manhwa Immortal Sect had swiftly resumed operations, even surprising Jiang Cheng. He calculated confidently that Xianghua region's 2 slots would surely go to Manhwa Immortal Sect defeat them, and fame was guaranteed. That quiet night, soft footsteps approached Shang Hong's door. Alert, Xiang Hong asked who it was outside. Came Xuanqian's gentle voice requesting entry. The door slowly opened, her silhouette stepping into the dim lamplight. But seeing her, Xiang Hong panicked and blurted what exactly she intended to do. Duan Tianqian softly replied, didn't he say he'd transmit techniques to her? Suddenly she pushed him down, sat atop him with a giggle, claiming she knew these rules very well. Xiang Hong turned red as a boiled shrimp, coughing awkwardly, clearly mortified and speechless. Still, he scrambled up and awkwardly explained the Grandmaster meant nothing improper, she was just overly enthusiastic. Elsewhere, Zhang Cheng sitting beside Lan Ji suddenly sneezed, as if someone was talking about him. Xiang Hong then eagerly presented an ancient manuscript, saying the sect would fully support her. Qianqian's eyes widened upon learning it was a fragment of the mysterious mechanism diagrammed secret realm, where one day inside equaled a year outside. Xiang Hong added that the stash held piles of spirit pills and treasures more than enough for her to cram train before tomorrow's showdown. Suddenly, the ancient paper shot into the air, blazing like a mini sun above their heads. Next morning, under gentle sunshine, Bliss Town of Changjun buzzed like festival day. Wei Miao of Fei Tianmen walked in, stunned to see demon cultivators swarming everywhere. When she posted the notice, townsfolk crowded around, gossiping that the court must have swapped governors again. Out of nowhere, a bald thug burst from an alley, slammed into Wei Miao, and mocked Fei Tianmen for daring to repel Manhua Xianzong. Hearing his threats, the crowd scattered instantly, leaving Wei Miao blinking in confusion. Then a furious roar echoed as Bo Laihu, self-proclaimed confidant of the Demon King, stormed in shouting. He squinted at the notice, laughed disdainfully, and sneered at what backwater sect Fei Tianmen was. In a flash, he grabbed Wei Miao by the throat, lifting her up and asking if she knew this was the Demon King's turf. Not satisfied, he unleashed an earth-shaking roar that made the air tremble and bystanders quake. Only then did Wei Miao realize he was a Peak Dao Palace expert miles above her league. He tossed her aside like trash, ordered the notice torn down, and declared Zhu Shengyu now belonged to the demon realm. Wei Miao lay there wide-eyed, throat tight, not daring to utter a word as he left. Once he was gone, she staggered up to ask around, but a villager only sighed that things here were complicated. Meanwhile in Donglan Fu of Pinghaizhou, Fei Tianmen's Chang Shengyu qualifying arena was heating up. After a fierce clash, Duan Qianqian won her way into the top 4, glowing with confidence. Elsewhere, Yunya told Yun Qing to get ready. He coolly replied the finals were his to win. Yunya just shrugged, reminding him to handle the girl currently on stage first. Yun Qing smirked murderously and muttered coldly, then I'll just kill her. Right then, the referee solemnly announced the semifinal between Yun Qing of Wenbo Pai and Duan Qianqian. Stepping onto the arena, Yun Qing arrogantly asked if she was ready. Qianqian smiled like morning sunlight and calmly said she was born ready. Before she finished speaking, Yun Qing struck his sword flashed so fast the crowd barely blinked. Seeing this, Xiang Hong outside the arena paled and shouted for Qianqian to be careful. Too late, a vicious slash swept across her neck, her head flying like a fallen leaf. Thinking it was over, Yun Qing curled his lip in icy contempt. But when he looked again, Qianqian had vanished, leaving him stunned speechless. Her voice suddenly rang behind him, scolding his cheap sneak attack as she appeared at his back. She added casually that Shed held back otherwise he'd already be dead. Yun Qing staggered back, stammering that it was just a minor slip. At that moment, Qianqian's aura turned dark and heavy, spiritual pressure flooding the arena. Someone in the crowd screamed that her cultivation was nearly at peak heavenly mandate. In a corner, Xiang Hong watched with folded arms and a smug smile. The host then announced Duan Qianqian's stellar result plus 22,000 contribution points for the sect. Hearing this, Zhang Cheng burst out laughing, praising Xiang Hong's flawless work. Back on stage, Yun Qing gritted his teeth and demanded what miracle drug Fei Tianmen fed her to boost her power overnight. He quickly regained composure, declaring coldly that even stronger, she could survive his ultimate move. He swung his sword and unleashed his strongest technique, roaring, Yun Bo Yi Du! Sword force exploded skyward, wind-splitting energy howling so fiercely it sent chills down the audience's spines. Watching outside, Yunya crossed his arms and scoffed that even with all their resources, Fei Tianmen were still small fry. Yet amid the raging sword force, Qianqian stood perfectly still, making Yun Qing gasp in disbelief. She slowly rose into the air, fully unleashing her cultivation, her aura shaking the surroundings. On her chest, a pink bead radiated 90-colored light, the 9th grade spiritual artifact Niao Ding Feng Zhu. Seeing it, Yunya paled and muttered it was the supreme treasure of Shi Feng Shengzhou. As her brilliance dazzled, Yun Qing panicked and demanded where she got such a forbidden treasure. Shang Hong just sneered that Wen Bo Pai wasn't worthy to be compared with Fu Yin Sheng Dai. On cue, Qian shot upward, gripped her sword, and shouted Tian Xiao Zhaori sword art. In a flash, thunder-like sword ki crashed down, spiritual power surging into a terrifying slash that left her foe only time to scream. Struck head-on, Yunqing smoked, spat blood, and collapsed unconscious as the referee declared Qian the winner. Afterward, she calmly retrieved the bead, leaving the audience deeply shaken. Spectators buzzed in shock. Shed rolled out spirit sword, spirit armor, and now a 9th grade artifact like it was a fashion show. The system popped up again, awarding another 19,500 points for Qian's stellar performance. Hearing the points rack up, Zhang Cheng whooped and swung his staff, while Lan Ji, hugged at the waist, giggled along. Over at Wenbo Pai, a pale-faced disciple asked for a plan, and though rattled, Yunya thumped his chest pretending calm. He told his fellows to stall for time, saying he'd step out briefly and return. With that, Yunya shot into the sky and vanished in a blink, which Qian quickly noticed. She raised a hand in mockery, taunting that he fled the moment he sensed her strength. The remaining disciple flushed and argued that his senior merely forgot a treasure and would crush her upon return. Meanwhile, at Wenbo Pai's headquarters, a woman leisurely watered flowers in a quiet garden. Just then, she turned as Yunya rushed in and gently asked if he had won. He bowed and reported that Fei Tianmen had given Xiao Ding Fengju to a weak disciple for battle. Hearing the name, the brown-haired woman touched her hair and noted it was Si Feng Shengzhe's magic treasure. Chin in hand, she mused that if it appeared in Fei Tianmen, it must link to Fu Yin's sect destruction incident. Yunya lowered his head, begging Shizun to lend him a 9th grade spirit sword to turn the tide. She narrowed her eyes and said if he killed the opponent, Xiao Ding Fengju would be theirs. Then she suddenly removed her outer robe, and Yunya blushed so hard his nose blotted on the spot. Flustered, he covered his face and stammered what exactly Shizun was doing. Ironically, she coldly exposed that he often peeked at her bathing yet pretended to be proper. Yunya froze, eyes glued to her figure as his nosebleed worsened. Seeing him dazed, she flung an 8th grade spirit garment at his face and told him to dress properly. Next, she tossed him a Ziyun spirit needle, leaving him staring at the two treasures in shock. Finally, she handed over a 9th grade spirit sword, ordering him to reclaim Xiao Ding Fengju no matter what. Clutching the 3 treasures, Yunya vowed excitedly to complete the mission. Back on the arena, Duan Qian stood calmly with her sword, eyes steady as she waited. After waiting too long, Shang Hong grew impatient and loudly demanded Qian be declared the winner. Someone in the crowd protested that awarding victory without a fight wouldn't convince anyone. The official snapped back that Wenbo Pai abandoned the match first, so who was to blame? Just as tensions peaked, a booming shout from the sky denied any forfeiture. A lightning-like surge of spiritual power then slammed into the arena, whipping up wind and blinding light. When the dust cleared, jaws dropped. The newcomer's aura shook heaven and earth. But look closer, it was Yunya in full lady's attire, hair pinned up, strutting arrogantly and bizarrely. Shang Hong instantly covered her eyes and wailed as if traumatized for life. Duan Qian stood speechless while the audience howled, demanding compensation for their eyes. Landing, Yunya angrily pointed at the crowd, yelling that cultivators dressing oddly wasn't a crime. Someone shot back that at least skirt wearers know how to tidy up properly. Grinding his teeth, Yunya muttered he hadn't prepared and vowed to finish Qian before settling scores. He raised his sword. Dark clouds gathered as he roared and unleashed Yun Bo Yi Du. Spectators sensed terrifying fluctuations. This was peak heavenly mandate power. In a blink he slashed, spiritual force surging like tidal waves toward Qian. She calmly lifted both hands, a sword in each, and casually shattered the attack. Yunya gaped in horror, nose bleeding again as his full-force strike got swatted away. A junior trembled, stammering that even with Shizun's top-grade artifacts, senior still couldn't win. Sharp-eyed viewers spotted a tower-shaped spiritual aura and the Qingluo Saint sword around Qian. In her left hand, she also held a misty, smoke-like spirit item with an eerie, unrateable aura. Her fingers glittered with rings of every grade, lights overlapping until the crowd went dizzy. Her wrists and neck were stacked with spirit bangles and rare artifacts, each pulsing with power. So though not at absolute peak cultivation, she was practically armored in treasures, far beyond normal cultivators. Without delay, Qian poured all spiritual power into Tianxiao Shuo Ri sword art. Caught off guard, Yunya managed only a terrified shout before the strike landed. In a flash, he was blasted off the arena, body smashing into the ground amid rolling dust. As the haze cleared, Yunya lay unconscious. The referee declared Qian, representing Fei Tianmen, victorious. A disciple clutched his head, wailing that no one could survive a spar like this. Meanwhile, the system kept pinging bonus points for Jiang Cheng as the sect's prestige skyrocketed. Hearing the rising total, Jiang Cheng gleefully dragged Lan Ji into a celebratory street dance. Elsewhere in Zhu Shengyu of Chenzhou, Dan Tai strolled forward leisurely with spirit talismans. Behind him, Wei Miao panted and begged him to slow down, exhausted from the trek. Wiping sweat, she warned the place was notoriously dangerous, crawling with bizarre beasts. Bordering the demon realm, it recently saw a demon king invade with hordes of great demons. Though still human territory in name, Zhu Shengyu was now as perilous as a demon abyss, war raging nonstop. Dan Tai just laughed it off, claiming demons crossing realms couldn't rival saints anyway. Leaning against a rock, he added that the sect master and elders had his back. Then Ying Pang laid out bags of spirit items and loudly advertised Fei Xian Men's grand tournament with a megaphone. Curious locals flocked over, buzzing like it was market day. In contrast, Wei Miao remained uneasy, eyes darting toward the deep forest. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed, and she paled, realizing she'd jinxed it. Moments later, a demon soldier stepped out, naming himself Zhu Si Hu Jing and declaring the land his demon king's domain. Dan Tai showed no fear, pointing at his own face and loudly asking if the demon knew who he was. Seeing tension spike, Wei Miao tugged his sleeve, trembling that this was the terrifying demon king she mentioned. Thinking of his identity, she shuddered. He was a turtle crocodile spirit, beast-turned-demon who once stirred monstrous waves in the great river. Meanwhile, Hu Jing crossed his arms and sneered, ordering them to pack up and scram from his territory. Terrified, Wei Miao offered a gift bag for peace, earning a furious shout from Dan Tai. Dan Tai hoisted his broadsword and declared Fei Xian Men, the top human sect, oppose them and be erased. Elsewhere, Jiang Cheng was fishing when the system suddenly announced a surge of bonus points. Staring at the huge number, he blinked, wondering what chaos his disciples caused now. Back on site, Zhu Sihu smirked and asked if they even knew his cultivation level. He instantly unleashed spiritual power, his aura flooding the area like raging tides. Sensing it, Dan Tai frowned. Peak 9th layer Dao Palace. When Dan Tai admitted he was only 5th layer Dao Palace, Wei Miao clutched her head and wailed in despair. Yet Dan Tai roared that Fei Xian Men disciples never bow or flee. Those words lit Wei Miao's eyes. She clenched her fists, courage restored. She stepped forward, pointing at the demon troops, and boldly declared Fei Xian Men feared no one. Hearing this fiery speech, Hu Longshu froze, muttering that Fei Xian Men sounded more like a wellness retreat. The system flashed again, awarding massive points for their unyielding spirit. By the river, Jiang Cheng's eyes widened as points skyrocketed past 1.2 million. He grinned smugly, earning points now felt like scooping fish from a barrel. The system kept going, adding hundreds of thousands more for their stellar performance. Hearing the non-stop chimes, Jiang Cheng leapt up, shouting in delight. It even logged bonus points for their reckless bravery in mortal danger. Yet in Zhu Shengyu, amid cold winds over barren hills, Dan Tai and Wei Miao lay motionless in pools of blood. At that instant, Jiang Cheng tore through space, arriving like a beam of light. Seeing the scene, his face darkened and his gaze turned icy. Without delay, he lifted them with spiritual power. The system confirmed revival was possible within 24 hours. Moments later, they opened their eyes as the system declared resurrection complete. Spotting the sect master, they knelt in tears, Dan Tai sobbing, Wei Miao apologizing. Jiang Cheng smiled, helped them up, and praised them for fighting worthy of elders. Wei Miao choked out that a demon king had seized the land, leaving locals in misery. Jiang Cheng narrowed his eyes and stroked his chin at the mention of that name. He firmly told them to return first. He would handle Zhu Shengyu personally. In Fei Xian Men's main hall, De Hu heard the tale and asked in surprise if the foe was a turtle. Wei Miao confirmed locals called him Duan Qing Jing, one of the 36 cave demon kings. Jiang Cheng tilted his head, asking if Da Hu wasn't also among those demon kings. Da Hu bristled, insisting he ranked among the 12 cave demon kings, not the 36 riffraff. Hearing the messy hierarchy, Jiang Cheng muttered that the demon realm's ranking system was chaotic. Da Hu puffed his chest, claiming the 36 were self-proclaimed nobodies boosting fame. Jiang Cheng counted on his fingers and bluntly asked if Da Hu was the dumbest of the 12. Nearly fuming to death, Da Hu steadied himself and argued that Demon King likely just bullied civilians. He proudly declared the turtle was no match. Cats and tigers were worlds apart. Worse, he bragged that in the demon realm, from great demons to demon kings, anyone wanting to see him needed to book years ahead. Jiang Cheng laughed and decisively ordered him to join Dan Tai and Wei Miao to deal with that imposter king. Da Hu's face darkened inwardly. He screamed as Jiang Cheng casually assigned the task, leaving him in a bind. Finally, De Hu waved it off, rose like it was no big deal, told Dan Tai to lead, while Yingpang clapped like a hype man. In chaotic Ju Shangyu of Zhou Keishangjun, De Hu sat watching as Dan Tai and Wei Miao manned the registration desk. A loudspeaker boomed the first human cultivator selection, hosted by Fei Xian Men, officially began amid cheers. Wei Miao eagerly promoted early bird spirit rewards, then a heavy roar cut in as GC Hu arrived. With a flick, Hu Longshu scattered the crowd and snarled how Fei Xian Men dared return to die. Seeing Dan Tai and Wei Miao alive, he froze, muttering had thought they were dead for good. He pointed and barked that they'd clawed back their lives only to come die again. Wei Miao calmly introduced Da Hu as their security captain, saying they weren't afraid this time. Da Hu stepped forward, eyes locked on Hu Longshu, his presence pressing down like a mountain. Ironically, Ji Shihu snorted that he expected a big shot, turns out just a minor tiger demon. Instantly furious, Da Hu scolded him like a senior, asking why he wasn't cultivating at Hutu Mountain instead of causing chaos. Hu Longshu roared and grabbed at him, taking the lecture as pure insult. Dan Tai and Wei Miao paled. Wei Miao trembled that the speed was terrifying. In a blink, Hu Longshu lifted Da Hu one-handed, mocking him as a low-level demon tamed into a human pet. Suddenly, Da Hu's 3 pupils flared, coldly telling him to look carefully at who he was. His demon power exploded so fiercely that GC Hu turned away, not daring to face it head-on. Di Hu revealed his massive true form, arms crossed like a towering peak, aura shaking space itself. Hu Longshu trembled, eyes bulging as he realized this was a demon king. He dropped to his knees crying, calling him San Yan Li Hu Wang grandpa, unable to believe had returned. Clutching Da Hu's leg, he sobbed that since his disappearance, Hutu Mountain had suffered disaster. Da Hu stood stunned, confused about this calamity. Ji Shihu choked out that after he and Zhang Kui were taken by Shuang Tuyu, the mountain became a slave camp for abusive demons. He cried harder, saying they'd lived in humiliation like beasts. Hearing this, Da Hu staggered and demanded what they'd just said happened to him. Blankly, Hu Longshu replied rumors claimed Da Hu had been enslaved by dogs. Da Hu roared with all 3 eyes blazing, declaring himself the mighty San Yan Li Hu Wang, never a dog's slave. Ji Si Hu stared seriously and asked where exactly their king had been all this time. Awkwardly turning away, Da Hu muttered it was hard to explain, thinking gatekeeping a sect beat being a dog servant. Clearing his throat proudly, he bragged about befriending an immortal master and living a lofty life. His aura surged as he vowed not to ignore the chaos and demanded to settle scores with that turtle. Hu Longshu applauded, saying as long as the tournament continued, the turtle would show up eventually. Meanwhile at Bao Yizong, a retainer sprinted into the hall, panicking that something big had happened. The sect master turned pale, thinking Ben Da Wang came for protection fees again, until the retainer frantically denied it. He hurriedly clarified it wasn't, that Fei Xian Men had appeared and even defeated Ji Si Hu. The sect master's eyes gleamed with calculation, immediately asking the sect's origins. The disciple replied had never heard of them, but they were insanely strong, even unafraid of Ben Da Wang's name. Someone suggested seeking refuge with Fei Xian Men, but the sect master calmly chose to observe first, wary of empty boasts. Meanwhile, Zhang Cheng's disciples propped their chins and waited. The place was as deserted as a market after closing. After half a day, Dan Tai yawned endlessly, complaining no one even came to ask. Jai Sihu guessed locals were scared stiff by Ben Da Wang and mocked Fei Xian Men as looking too shabby. Just then, a distant voice shattered the silence around the registration booth. Moments later, a smug fat man waddled over, asking if this was Fei Xian Men's sign-up spot. Seeing him, Han Lao grabbed his arm excitedly, calling him the legendary Elder Dan Tai, making the fat man panic and deny it. Han Lao spun around and urgently ordered everyone to kneel and welcome their savior. The group instantly kowtowed, loudly saluting inner sect Elder Dan Tai of Fei Xian Men. At that moment, Zhang Cheng got a system alert, over 600,000 points added, prompting a smug grin at the fat man's understanding. After helping them up, the fat man kindly asked what happened, promising Fei Xian Men would rid evil, prompting tearful complaints about Ben Da Wang. As someone clenched his teeth in anger, a booming shout echoed. Bo Lai Hu was scanning for troublemakers. Hearing that voice, the victim trembled and pointed, confirming to Dan Tai that was the culprit. The newcomer was Bei Lei Hu of the 8 Evils under Ben Da Wang, while the other 2 tigers bore the shameful nickname 3 Trash. At that title, Hu Longshu coughed lightly, barely hiding a mocking smile. Turning around, Bei Lei Hu jumped in shock, eyes bulging at seeing Jixu already there. Hu Longshu roared that he must be blind, scaring the other into kneeling pale-faced before Dan Tai. The fat man quickly reassured him with a smile that Ji Sihu had joined Fei Xian Men, no need to panic. Hearing that, the man nearly fainted, gaping in horror. Hu Longshu then gently urged Bei Lei Hu to calm down and hear him out before fighting. But Scarface Tiger sneered, accusing Ji Shihu of betrayal that dragged him into the three-trash disgrace. As he finished, his energy surged and killing intent flared. Had wanted this fight for ages. J.C. snarled back that if he wanted a fight, bring it, he wouldn't retreat. Instantly, the two tiger demons became blurs, clashing as spiritual power exploded like thunder. Faishian Men disciples were swept into the chaos, screaming as if apocalypse had arrived. The black-clad man finally realized in terror this was a battle between Peak Dao Palace great demons. Not daring to linger, he fled behind a boulder, trembling that his sect might be doomed today. Meanwhile, Scarface Tiger and Hu Longshu fought fiercer, spiritual power crashing like rolling thunder. At the climax, Bei Lei Hu pointed skyward and roared, unleashing a lightning summoning technique. A massive bolt crashed down like heavenly wrath, striking Ji Shihu and forcing him to his knees, spitting blood. Gritting through pain, Ji Shihu glared redayed at his foe. Scarface Tiger merely shook his head with a cold smile, clearly unimpressed by the same old weakness. J.C. struggled up, fuming that his foe used a counter-attribute yet still acted smug. Bei Lei Hu casually offered a deal hand over half his demon core, and had pretend not to see the surrender. Suddenly, desperate screams rang out as the earlier victim begged Dan Tai to save him. Hu Longshu quickly blocked Bei Lei Hu, warning he'd regret taking another step. Scarface Tiger only sneered, claiming he'd never learned the meaning of regret. Out of nowhere, a thunderous explosion boomed behind them like heaven smashing earth. Scarface Tiger spun around, eyes wide at the terrifying demon aura erupting. From the dust, a tiger strolled out scratching his head, muttering had only been gone a moment, and they nearly killed each other. Seeing him clearly, Scarface Tiger shrieked the Tiger King had returned. He rushed over hugging Da Hu and sobbing, while the Tiger King darkly vowed tenfold payback. Then Da Hu blinked, pointed ahead, and realized the troublemaker was his own subordinate. In a flash, he grabbed Scarface Tiger by the head like a pumpkin, demanding why he attacked his own side. He then barked at Ji Shihu for not signaling sooner, forcing him to show up personally. Hu Longshu grinned, claiming he'd tried to stop it, while Scarface Tiger cursed wildly, earning a painful smack. Daehu sternly ordered them to clean up the mess, before he headed back to the inn to rest. The two tiger demons bowed obediently, accepting orders without delay. Nearby, the black-clad man trembled, asking if that was the famed Sanyan Li Hu Wang of the 12 Caves. Meanwhile at Faishian Men HQ, Zhang Cheng lounged comfortably, watching points climb non-stop. A disciple reported that Duan Mu Xiang, head of the Duan Mu clan, sought an audience. Duan Mu Xiang entered respectfully. Zhang Cheng nodded lightly and asked his purpose. He reported that under Elder Qi and Elder Shu's arrangements, the 3 cultivation region assembly was ready. Zhang Cheng wasted no time and departed with him for the Duan Mu residence. There, Q Ling Han and Xu Er awaited eagerly and greeted him with bright smiles. Duan Mu Xiang proudly stated that thanks to the ancestors' prestige, the Duan Mu clan was now one of the 2 pillars of the 3 cultivation region. He recounted how they once suffered under Shi Rizong but rose to prominence through Faishian Men. Hearing one of 2, Zhang Cheng's expression darkened, apparently not impressed with second place. Qi Ling Han explained that in Dengyanzhou, Piao Shishapai had become the unquestioned number 1. Duan Mu Xiang admitted that though disciples improved quickly, their foundation was shallow and often suppressed. Zhang Cheng's eyes turned icy as he asked who dared bully his people. Duan Mu Xiang choked out that Duan Mu disciples were ambushed outside, some even killed. Furious, Zhang Cheng demanded if they didn't know he backed them. Duan Mu Xiang bitterly replied they relied on Manhua Xianzong and ignored Faishian Men. At the name Manhua Xianzong, Zhang Cheng's old anger stirred, recalling their betrayal. He loudly called for a subordinate named Lan Gai, and a woman instantly answered. Zhang Cheng crossed his arms and coldly ordered her to reveal Manhua Xianzong's true background and secrets. Meanwhile in Xiataizhou of Jiushengyu, another storm quietly brewed. At Panjiangfu, a colossal Gailao roared like thunder, enraged that someone dared side with his enemies. Below, a subordinate calmly knelt and swore the intel was the real deal. Hearing that, Guailao's killing intent spiked as he ordered San Chenhu dragged in for execution. In a blink, San Chenhu was hauled over, pale-faced and begging like his life depended on it, because it did. He kowtowed frantically, pleading for an investigation and vowing to personally kill the 2 culprits, if true. Da Bengai coldly declared the entire waters were under his watch. Traitors don't get sequels. Terrified, San Chenhu kept bowing, swearing to capture the 2 and present them to the king. Suddenly, crashing waves and the clank of heavy chains echoed from outside. 2 tigers were thrown and Hu Longri roared for a fair fight even while pinned. Bei Lei Hu cursed him as an idiot, while Hu Longshu smirked in the background. Ji Si Hu icily revealed San Yan Huye had been exposed, stunning San Chen Hu. Hu Longri gaped in disbelief, ears clearly not ready for that news. A wine gourd smashed on the ground, splashing liquor everywhere like dramatic punctuation. De Bengai erupted in fury, cursing the Tiger clan as born backstabbers. He stormed out of the cave, pointing ahead and ordering all troops to hunt the 3 traitors. Elsewhere, Da Hu woke up stretching and yawning, blissfully unaware doom was surfing his way. Tiger cubs swarmed him, offering shoulder rubs, water, and face towels like loyal fanboys. Meanwhile, before Dan Tai and Wei Mao, 2 sect masters led their members to formally register a visit. Dan Tai beamed brightly, cupping his hands and warmly inviting them inside. The crowd cheered for Fei Xian sect, while Dan Tai humbly credited all success to Sect Master Jiang. Suddenly, Dan Tai felt a chill, scanning the area as if someone invisible was stalking him. Out of nowhere, a monstrous flood crashed down like a heavenly waterfall, sweeping everyone into a vortex. Before they could recover, the water kept rising and slamming them nonstop. One man spat out water and screamed in horror, recognizing the arrival of Ben Da Wang. From the torrent emerged a colossal shadow with blazing red eyes, followed by an army brimming with killing intent. The 3 tigers turned pale instantly, too tense to even breathe loudly. Jiaxi Hu pointed forward, shouting that the real Ben Da Wang was that one. Dai Hu cracked his neck and snarled, telling the trio to step back while he schooled that turtle. Seeing him clearly, Gai Lao froze, suspicion flashing as he recognized San Yan Hu's identity. Da Hu coldly told him to crawl back to his cave before courting disaster. Gai Lao refused to budge, excitedly ordering the 3 tigers captured San Yan Hu alive. Hu Longshu warned Da Hu to be careful the foe cultivated tricky water-earth arts. Gai Lao narrowed his eyes wickedly, asking if defeating San Yan Hu would earn him the Yao King title. Licking his lips in ambition, he declared it was finally his turn to act. In a flash, Gai Lao unleashed a brutal attack, but Da Hu blocked it midair with a palm strike. Da Hu's face turned icy as he punched back, demanding where that delusional confidence came from. Both sides poured out spiritual power, colossal attacks colliding and shaking space itself. The aftershock blasted bystanders away, their screams swallowed by the storm of energy. Meanwhile, in Changtian region of Deguzhou, deep within Tuibo Prefecture's vast desert, a man rushed into the main hall of Shatian's sect, face tense like he carried terrible news. He knelt before 3 elders and reported that Yun Ling Zai of Yunbo sect had come seeking an audience. Hearing that, the famously lazy elder Feng Ping cracked one eye open and smirked that something must have gone wrong at Ping Mei continent. Yun Ling Zi stepped forward, reporting that Yunbo sect's disciple had flopped in the Ping Mei competition. The hall instantly froze, the elders visibly shaken by the bombshell. Elsewhere, Lamji stood before grand doors, solemnly recounting the rise of Manhwa Xian sect. A hoarse voice from the shadows spoke of Tang Wei, an outer disciple once expelled for lousy talent. Amid thunder and corpses, an ordinary-looking man emerged laughing, calling himself a once-in-a-century son of heaven. He inherited Hua sect's mantle, renamed it Manhwa Xian sect, and rapidly dominated the cultivation world. After hearing it all, Zhang Cheng casually picked his nose, treating it like roadside gossip. Suddenly inspired, he laughed and patted Hao Fang, vowing to crush Yi Feng and claim supremacy over Sanshu region. Hao Fang blinked in confusion, asking about the plan, while Zhang Cheng sternly asked who would fight. Hao Fang hurriedly named Duan Mu Zixu, though his quick reply carried a hint of doubt. He immediately sent a servant to summon Duan Mu Zixu to meet the old ancestor. Soon, the robbed youth arrived, bowed respectfully, and introduced himself as Zixu. Yet he kept his head deeply lowered, stiff as if surrendering to fate. Qi Linghan watched silently, clearly puzzled by his odd behavior. Realizing something, Duan Mu Zixu blushed furiously, awkward under Qi Linghan's gaze. Hao Fang smacked his head in anger, barking that she was Elder Qi, not the old ancestor. Jiang Cheng chuckled, stopping Hao Fang and beckoning Duan Mu forward. As he stepped closer, Jiang Cheng patted his head like a child, leaving him stiff but secretly thrilled. The system chimed in, upgrading Duan Mu Zixu's foundation to level 4 at the cost of over 6,000 points. His cultivation jumped from Ling Tai 2nd layer to Tianming 2nd layer, and Jiang Cheng still had points to spare. Hao Fang stood frozen, mouth agape at the unbelievable leap. Everyone bowed in unison, chanting praises to the supremely mighty old ancestor. Jiang Cheng then pulled out a dart-like short blade, asking if anyone still recognized it. Hao Fang jolted, recognizing the blood-melting blade once owned by young Master Duan Yi. Looking closer, he paled this was actually Fei Shun Sect's true sect-guarding divine weapon. Jiang Cheng smirked, saying if it belonged to the Duan Mu family, it should return to its rightful owner. Hao Fang stood dazed, mind scrambled, unable to process reality. Clenching his fists, he declared Duan Yi deserved death for daring to assassinate the old ancestor, so the treasure landing with Jiang Cheng was only natural. Jiang Cheng burst out laughing, revealing the blood-melting blade once belonged to Elder Mo Chen, who descended from the immortal realm. He casually stuffed the weapon into Duan Mu Ziaishia's hands, telling him to test it in the coming battle. Overjoyed, Zishu accepted it with both hands, thanking the old ancestor as Jiang Cheng gave stern instructions. He dropped to his knees, kowtowing deeply and swearing eternal gratitude and loyalty. The scene cut back to Jusheng region, where the Turtle Elder and Fierce Tiger were still locked in battle. Though ranked among the 12 Yao Kings, Gai Lao felt uneasy facing the terrifying might of the Great Tiger. In contrast, Hu Ba-mu stood like a mountain, coldly mocking his exhausted foe's stubborn resistance. Even battered head to toe, Gai Lao laughed provocatively, clearly hiding an ace up his sleeve. In a flash, he channeled demonic power and summoned the mystic treasure, Jinwan Tai Jade Emperor Pearl. Hu Ba-mu gaped in shock, recognizing it as the artifact of Jin Longwang. He roared in fury, accusing Gai Lao of trafficking lives and stealing divine treasures too. Gai Lao ignored the rant, smugly placing the treasure atop his head like a crown. As he unleashed full power, the battlefield warped and exploded in blinding light. Crushed by terrifying pressure, Hu Ba-mu trembled, shielding his face and fearing this was the end. Panicking, he yelled for Dan Tai to run back and seek Sect Master Jiang's help or everyone dies. The chubby guy bolted instantly, pale as paper, sprinting for dear life. Gritting his teeth, Hu Ba-mu glared at Gao Lao, knowing time was running out. Guai Lao threw his head back, cackling that he'd claimed second place among the 12 Yao Kings. But mid-laughter, the treasure on his head trembled and shot skyward, leaving him dumbfounded. He grabbed for it too late, while Hu Ba-mu also stared, utterly confused. Shockingly, the artifact drifted down before Hu Ba-mu, as if it had chosen him. He smirked arrogantly, joking that maybe he was just that irresistible. Guai Lao roared in rage, demanding what trick Hu Ba-mu had used to steal it. Suddenly, Hu Ba-mu sensed a familiar aura it felt born just for him. Without hesitation, he seized it and set it upon his glowing third eye. Instantly, his body shook as power erupted, all three eyes blazing like tidal waves. His form swelled, muscles bulging, spiritual force boiling, as if a divine beast had descended. With a thunderous roar, Hu Ba-mu charged Gi Lao, vowing to teach him defeat firsthand. Yet the fierce Da Ben Gai instantly switched to begging once he saw that overwhelming power. Hu Ba-mu schemed that capturing the turtle alive for Sect Master Zhang meant rewards and no saddle duty. So he unleashed suppressive force, bluffing like a final killing blow was coming. Terrified, Da Ben Gai dropped to his knees, kowtowing and calling Hu Ji for mercy. Ironically, mid-plea his throat spasmed and spat out a glowing emerald pearl. He rolled on the ground wailing, as if hope itself had just died. Hu Ba-mu calmly picked up the pearl, coldly noting had only taken 80% of its cultivation, not its life. Da Ben Gi's body reverted to a massive green-skinned demon turtle with bloodred eyes. A polished bronze saddle sat on its back, proof it was a legacy mount. The crowd stared wide-mouthed as the Yao King's true form was forcibly revealed. Cheers erupted everywhere as factions bowed, praising Hu Ye and Fei Shan sect. The scene shifted to the Duan Mu clan and Fei Wen continent of Sanshu region, where Jiang Cheng stood leisurely. Hands behind his back, he half-mocked that the Duan Mu legacy wasn't all that impressive. Right then, the familiar system notification chimed in his head. The system announced San Yan Hu had counter-killed in a death trap, earning over 1,000,000 points. The momentum from San Yan Hu kept stacking, boosting Jiang Cheng's points by hundreds of thousands more. Suddenly, the system screen flashed, grandly announcing a newly activated side quest. The mission: revive the Tiger Clan and make San Yanli Huang famous across Husheng region. An upfront reward of 12 million points dropped instantly, sending the total soaring. Jiang Cheng's eyes lit up like headlights, inwardly praising little Hu for being absurdly reliable. Battle intent surged as he smirked and ordered the system to open upgrades. The system responded with a painfully long report, itemized like a self-criticism sheet. Jiang Cheng skimmed it at lightning speed and opened the freshly updated upgrade shop. He paused at a sword art titled Han Tian Sword Art, eyes gleaming with interest. Yet he clicked his tongue at a strange new manual update option in the shop. The system then launched into a non-stop explanation of the new mechanics, forcing him to endure it. Afterward, he bluntly asked Duan Mu Chuang whether their ancestral sword art was truly that weak. Duan Mu Chuang teared up, admitting Wan Fengyan's sword was crushed by Deng Hu sword art. He lamented switching arts was risky since disciples trained in ice techniques could suffer backlash. Right then, the system chimed in again, as if all this had been scripted. Without another word, Jiang Cheng pulled out the purchased manual and casually tossed it to Duan Mu Shuang. Duan Mu Chuang and Duan Mu Zishu stared in shock. It was Han Tian sword art. Jiang Cheng blinked, asking innocently if it was one of the strongest ice sword arts around. Waving it off cheerfully, he told Zishu to practice nonstop even during meditation and daily routines. Meanwhile, in Weimo Prefecture of Buzhou Continent under ink-black skies, two figures moved quietly. It was Lin Ning and Mo Chen, one alert, the other calm as if home. As they walked, Mo Chen recalled how he first stepped onto the mystic path here in Buzhou Continent. Mid-nostalgia, a strange beam shot toward them, prompting Lin Ning's alarmed warning. In a flash, a savage attack tore through the air straight at Mo Chen, threatening to rip space apart. He was scorched black with smoke rising, left only in embarrassingly floral underwear. Lin Ning roared in fury, demanding the attacker show themselves, while smoky Mo Chen stood there, clearly the unlucky victim. Above, two rogue cultivators were brawling wildly, one chasing and cursing the other for running. The fleeing one mocked back slickly, saying if you can't hit, maybe stop talking. The two argued louder and fought harder, oblivious to the collateral damage below. The short-haired brute was Tu Feng, a known rogue in Tongming region. The long-haired, refined-looking but sharp-tongued one was Wang Lu Fei, furious his ghost fire got blocked. Tu Feng grinned provocatively, claiming he was waiting for something. When questioned, he coldly said he awaited the moment his foe would despair in the mist. Before he finished, a sharp spell from the void slammed straight into him. Tu Feng spat blood and flew back, shocked at the terrifying hidden technique. Turning around, he saw Mo Chen standing there in tattered floral briefs, face full of grievance. Exploding in rage, Mo Chen demanded compensation for his clothes, while Tu Feng protested his innocence. Just then, another rogue cultivator appeared from afar and struck Mo Chen, as if he were public enemy number one. The newcomer Zhu Si laughed smugly that raw power wasn't enough, strategy wins the day. Ironically, the strike shredded his last scrap of cloth and ignited Mo Chen's fury to max level. His eyes turned blade sharp, locking onto Zhu Si like prey. Seeing him unharmed, Zhu Si panicked, muttering who this monster even was. In a flash, Mo Chen became a blur, shooting forward like lightning. One mountain-heavy punch slammed Zhu Si headfirst into the ground, no counterplay allowed. Wang Lu Fei froze, realizing this guy reveled the famed saints of Jukang Mountain. Mo Chen's icy gaze shifted to Wang Lu Fei, sending chills down his spine. Terrified, Wang Lu Fei begged him to at least let him land before attacking. Meanwhile, Mo Chen hovered stark naked, radiating ominous calm. The moment Wang Lu Fei touched down, he dropped to his knees pleading for mercy. He kowtowed nonstop, calling himself Junior and begging the senior to spare his tiny life. Soon, all three Tongming region rogues sat meek as kittens, not daring a squeak. Mo Chen found a spare robe, put it on, and sternly questioned the local situation. Wang Lu Fei explained Tongming region lay between the demon and nether realms, hence the chaos. Once guarded by 3 big shots of Jukang Mountain, they were defeated by a body cultivator named Man Zi. Mo Chen frowned, asking what good hollow fame was if one lacked strength. Tu Feng said fame meant resource offerings here, so everyone fought like mad for it. Exposed, Wang Lu Fei raged, demanding who dared spill his secret. But as Tu Feng tried to explain, he suddenly paused, sensing something off. He spotted Zhu Si sneaking away and yelled that he was exploiting their injuries. Tu Feng lunged with wild punches and kicks, leaving Mo Chen sighing at the circus. Fed up, Mo Chen stepped in and roared for them to stop immediately. He casually knocked each of them a few times, warning any further antics meant offense. Order restored. He asked who now rallied the heroes of Tongming region. Wang Lu Fei replied the top 2 were Hu Haiwang of San Shili sect and Yan Chang of Daiming Palace. Mo Chen turned to Lin Ning, asking her odds against them. He then, that Lin Ning of Fei Xian sect would replace Tongming region's 3 saints. The crowd murmured doubt she looked far too young. Mo Chen nodded subtly, signaling Lin Ning to show her strength. Purple light erupted from her body, pressure silencing the entire space. Instantly, everyone bowed and hailed Elder Lin. Mo Chen ordered the 3 rogues to lead the way at once. The group headed swiftly toward a place called Mianxi Prefecture. Just then, a tall, thin man with tooted hair stepped from the sinister shadows. It was Tang Yi, who sensed his cultivation heavily suppressed here. An old figure only he could see appeared behind him, warning utmost caution. A cold voice echoed through the gloom, demanding who dared trespass. The speaker was Hu Haiwang, pale-bodied with eerie blue flames atop his head. Facing him, Tang Yi smiled calmly, introducing himself as sect master of Manhwa Xian sect. Hu Haiwang stood, staring intently to verify the claim. Tang Yi merely smirked, saying if you know the name, you might as well surrender early. Without another word, Hu Haiwang vanished, like smoke into thin air. A blink later, he reappeared before Tang Yi, fast as lightning in a storm. He swung decisively, unleashing a brutal strike at Tang Yi. The force exploded like thunder, blasting Tang Yi away like a dry leaf in a gale. Huo Haiwang sneered that Tong Ming region's triple realm suppression makes even the strong bow. Tang Yi admitted his cultivation was crushed to Rushang Peak but bragged about Wanhua Xian sect's vast resources. He proposed mutual cooperation or endless trouble if refused. Huo Haiwang laughed mockingly, noting Jiao Sheng region was already seized by a cross-realm turtle. He coldly warned Tang Yi to scram or face merciless action. As Tang Yi flushed in anger, Lao Yai appeared, urging retreat under heavy suppression. Suddenly, a mocking voice from behind told someone to keep a shred of dignity. Mo Chen arrived with Lin Ning and 3 rogues, bluntly calling Tang Yi shameless. Lao Yai's face changed drastically upon seeing Mo Chen like spotting an old nemesis. He revealed Mo Chen was once a dark demonic cultivator rampaging the immortal realm. Years ago, had joined immortals to besiege Mo Chen in a grand war. Yet Mo Chen escaped, and Lao Ye was struck down to the mortal world in backlash. Enraged, Tang Yi tried to attack for revenge but was hastily stopped. Lao Yai warned Mo Chen's state could be restored by just a renhua pill. He eyed Lin Ning, guessing she bore hidden phoenix blood and rare heavenly fate luck. Tang Yi burned with hatred, but Lao Ye insisted timing and terrain favored them. Still stubborn, Tang Yi refused to let them go, fearing future disaster. Lao Yai produced a mysterious object, calmly claiming he had a plan. He softly blew it toward Lin Ning, releasing a misty glow. Seeing Tang Yi's subtle gesture, Mo Chen shouted, demanding what he was plotting. Tang Yi switched to arrogance, declaring he wouldn't force fate if Huo Haiwang refused it. With that, he swiftly retreated and vanished into darkness. Huo Haiwang then eyed Mo Chen's group, asking if they came to challenge him. Calmly, Mo Chen raised 2 fingers and declared just 2 simple words. Huo Haiwang paused, frowning in confusion at the cryptic gesture. He scoffed, asking if they even knew whom had just driven away. Mo Chen kept 2 fingers raised, coldly saying whoever wished to submit could do so willingly. Huo Haiwang burst out laughing, boasting even Wanhua Xian sect's master fled from him. Mo Chen merely smiled and nodded for Lin Ning to act. Instantly, Lin Ning cast a dark defensive layer, space trembling like a black curtain. Huo Haiwang frowned, questioning her audacity. He unleashed Ming Fire Art, torrents of blue flames crashing toward her. After the inferno, Lin Ning stood untouched, not a hair sinned. The 3 rogues gaped in shock, nearly forgetting to breathe. Even Huo Haiwang paled, demanding who this girl truly was. He pressed further, asking how she wielded lost dark defensive arts. Lin Ning simply smiled and gently raised her hand. A streak of purple light shot forth, countering the surging Ming Fire Headen. Wang Liu Fei trembled mid-spectating, as if realizing something unbelievable. Gasps erupted when everyone saw Huo Haiwang's Ming Fire being suppressed. Still, Liu Fei gritted his teeth, claiming she only gained ground by surprise. A fiercer blaze erupted around him, far stronger than before. He sneered that relying on lost manuals without solid foundation meant inevitable defeat. The crowd panicked, recognizing his Dreist Yama form. Behind them, Mo Chen smiled mysteriously, clearly holding a trump card. He subtly pointed at the spinning purple orb, guiding Lin Ning's next move. Just as Liu Fei thought victory was his body froze stiff. He screamed in panic, clueless about what was happening. In a blink, his inner power and flames disintegrated like ash. Liu Fei wailed in despair as his strength collapsed completely. He crashed to the ground, groaning and begging for mercy. Mo Chen stepped closer, mocking whether he finally submitted. He then told Lin Ning to stop since the foe had surrendered. Yet Lin Ning wore a sinister smile and launched another strike. Mo Chen grew uneasy, fearing she had lost control. He hurried forward, shouting for her to stop at once. Lin Ning snapped back to herself, smiling apologetically for the slip. Liu Fei lay unconscious, foaming at the mouth in utter disgrace. Tu Feng rushed to lift him, grumbling that surrendering earlier would save trouble. Mo Chen silently nodded, impressed by Lin Ning's rare talent and temperament. Struggling up, Liu Fei stayed proud, saying beating him meant nothing. Yan Chang was the real hurdle. Ning asked calmly. He admitted Yan Chang, though only Rusheng Peak, had terrifying foundations even saints of Ju Kang might not win. Suddenly, an urgent shout echoed from afar, aimed straight at Liu Fei. A figure tore through the air. Yan Chang arrived, glaring at Liu Fei. Without pleasantries, Yan Chang said had renounced the top title and questioned the Wanhua Xian sect alliance rumor. Liu Fei coolly replied there was no need to chase Wanhua Xian sect. The top spot was no longer Yan Chang's. Pointing at Ning, he declared her the new leader of Tongming region and Yan Chang no match. Internally, Yan Chang weighed that her foundation rivaled his left unchecked, she'd be a future threat. Without another word, killing intent burst as he lunged at Ning. Yet mid-attack, he was horrified to find his cultivation heavily suppressed. Behind, Mo Chen calmly ordered Ning Ning to teach him a lesson. She struck like lightning, defeating Yan Chang in mere moves, leaving him powerless. Before he could rise, Lu Fei patted his shoulder mockingly, asking if pride still tasted good. At the climax, Mo Chen stood hands behind back, booming if anyone else still refused to submit. Instantly, all knelt, hailing Lin Ning as Tongming region's big sister and swearing obedience. Elsewhere, Jiang Cheng was watching a tournament when the familiar system chime rang. The system announced Lin Ning's fame spread across Tongming region, rewarding 2.6 million points. Jiang Cheng leapt up laughing, thrilled that Ning Ning finally revealed her true strength. Just then, the referee's voice echoed, calling Yansha Sex Ranfei to the stage. The stands erupt as Ranfei's name drops, instantly stealing the spotlight. The system announces new shop items, and Jiang Cheng perks up like a kid in a candy store. Seeing Jade Do Herb, an inside upgrade, and one locked slot, Jiang Cheng immediately buys the upgrade. The system upgrades insight to level 2, now able to read thoughts and mental states talk about invasive. Jiang Cheng secretly delights at his new mind-rating trick, just as Duan Muxiang introduces Ranfei as Dao Palace third layer. Jiang Cheng asks about Z2 and learns has reached peak ninefold heavenly fate thanks to the Quanji diagram. Duan Muxiang admits Z2 is weaker than Ranfei, but with the blood-melting ring, he might clutch a win. Jiang Cheng smirks and decides to test his shiny new skill on the old fox in front of him. Without hesitation, he activates level 2 insight to snoop into Duan Muxiang's mind. Instantly, Duan Muxiang's messy thoughts spill out Z2 will lose, and has plotting backup without getting caught. Jiang Cheng is stunned in a world obsessed with pride. Duan Muxiang's honesty is oddly rare. He calls over Qu Zhonglao and bluntly asks if Dao Palace third layer Ranfei is beatable for Z2. Before an answer comes, Z2 thumps his chest, swearing he won't disgrace the sect or the ancestor. Duan Muxiang slaps him sky high, barking that junior should zip it when elders talk. Qi Lingyan coolly judges Ztu's foundation mediocre and says even with the blood-melting ring, odds look grim. Ztu's heart shatters, but Qi Lingyan adds that a few good spiritual artifacts might give him a sliver of hope. Seeing him crushed, she gently says her best item is the blue jade immortal robe. Z2 blinks, briefly wondering if she's about to hand over the clothes off her back. He spirals into emotional chaos, questioning if she truly cares that much. Jiang Cheng suddenly shouts that Fei Xianmen absolutely forbids regifting used gear. He rummages through his storage ring and pulls out a gleaming artifact. Then his face freezes, something's clearly off. When Qi Lingyan asks, Jiang Cheng sighs that after cleaning his ring last time, only a hat remains. Still, he curls a sly grin, clearly cooking up another scheme. On the arena, tension spikes as a Yan He Pai disciple unleashes solid foundations and killing intent. Ranfei roars softly and pours all her true essence into a ferocious Allen sword strike. The aftershock ripples across the arena, even rattling the martial spectators with scorching force. The referee loudly praises it as a lethal blow worthy of San Shu Yi's top rank. Moments later, the match ends cleanly, total victory for Ranfei. Watching from afar, Jiang Cheng frowns, puzzled by the deep hatred burning in her eyes. Ranfei secretly vows not to spare Duanmu Z2 just as the referee calls him to face Zhu Ding of Dai Feng Lu. Before stepping out, Jiang Cheng asks if he's confident, and Z2 boasts that aside from Ranfei, no one else matters. Z2 strides onto the stage with resolute eyes, ready for battle. Ranfei passes by, their gazes brushing as silent killing intent crackles in the air. Both suddenly turn back for another look, as if an invisible thread tugs them together. Ranfei glares at Z2, fury brimming in her eyes as her killing intent quietly surges. Z2 freezes, wondering why Ranfei looks so familiar, like a face from a past life. The referee's booming voice orders both fighters to get ready already. The signal drops, and Z2 officially faces Zhu Ding. Zhu Ding suddenly dives underground like a burrowing mole, leaving the crowd blinking. The referee excitedly explains it's the Earth Wall Traverse, a sneaky Earth Element technique. Dai Feng Lu's crowd erupts, accusing him of mocking Earth cultivators. Amid the chaos, Duan Muxiang roars for Z2 to use the move taught by the ancestor. Z2 obediently draws his sword and shouts out the Cold Heaven sword art. Frosty sword key whirls into an icy tornado, shaking the arena to its core. Zhu Ding bursts from the ground with a quake-shattering move, cracking the stage like demon claws struck it. At that instant, Z2 steps forward, eyes blazing like a meteor in the dark. He slashes down, a blue lightning arc freezing his foe mid-motion. The one locked in that frozen second is Zhu Ding of Dai Feng Lu. One move, Zhu Ding loses all resistance, defeat sealed tight. The referee declares Z2 of Duanmu Shijia the winner and a finalist. The crowd still roars as pink-haired Ranfei appears gorgeous and ready to kill. On stage, Ran Fei left, Z2 right, and a stunning redrawed referee between them. She announces the San Shiyu finals of Fei Xian Men officially begin. Z2 smiles awkwardly, cupping his hands in polite pre-fight courtesy. Ran Fei ignores him and charges the moment the signal ends. She spins and kicks with explosive force, turning the arena into a dust-filled battlefield. Duan Moling shouts that she's the enemy, while Jiang Cheng just looks puzzled. Ran Fei unleashes a storm of heavy blows, each strike landing like a whip. Jiang Cheng and Duan Moling grow darker-faced by the second. Within a few moves, Z2 collapses, utterly powerless. The arena falls silent. Even Ran Fei blinks at how fast he fell. Jiang Cheng gapes, wondering what grudge runs this deep. He asks Duan Moling if her nephew ever offended the girl that badly. The arena, styled like a fairyland of peaks and blue skies, keeps the crowd spellbound. The beautiful referee calmly states Z2 can no longer continue. Elsewhere, another referee introduces the Chang Tianyu, top 8 of Fei Xian Men's first grand tournament. Hearing exaggerated praise for Shaxian Men, Zhang Hong fumes red-faced. A loudmouth suggests giving hosting rights to the local sect, making Zhang Hong grind his teeth. The referee calls the first fighter Zuo Zhai of Lai Men Dan Qin from Guangping Zhou. Next come Yu Chou of Jin Tingzong and Changping Zhou, plus Liu Kei and Duan Tianqian of Mo Yin Pai. Finally, she presents Fei Xian Men's Tian Ling Yu, representative, a stunning beauty. The crowd goes dead silent, all eyes glued to the named goddess. Fed up with the stares, she snaps that she'll soon beat her opponent senseless. As the match starts, Duan Tianqian fires off crisp moves, winning the first 2 bouts cleanly. In the third match, Duan Tianqian wins cleanly again and advances to the finals. The tension leaves her face, replaced by a dazzlingly confident smile. The referee declares the decisive moment has arrived and calls the challenger forward. Out steps Feng Lutai, Shaxian Men's inner disciple and hailed as Chang Tianyu's #1 prodigy. Hearing the blatant hype, Zhang Hong fumes that the rules clearly favor the other side. A white-haired elder nearby sneers that they were never going to lose anyway. Jiang Hong grits his teeth and waits to see he'll be embarrassed soon. Meanwhile, all eyes remain on the original stage where Ran Fei and Z2's final continues. The referee gently notes the outcome seems sealed as Z2 lies smoking on the floor. Squatting beside him, she starts counting to see if he can rise. A frantic female voice from the stands shouts Duan Ma Z2. It's Qi Lingen, sternly yelling that is not allowed to fall for the sex honor. Her roar startles even Jiang Cheng and the girl beside him. Pressured, Duan Mu Z2 struggles up onto one knee. Someone nearby whispers helplessly that he can't keep fighting. Yet Qi Lingen's gaze burns with unwavering will. Z2 grits his teeth, vowing not to disappoint her. Across from him, Ran Fei curses him as a stubborn leech. She throws a thunderous punch straight at his face. He flies 8 meters back, smashing into the wall and leaving a human-shaped dent. Duan Muxiang panics from the stands, yelling for him to use the ancestor's ultimate move. Z2 staggers up, dizzy and clueless about what's happening. Suddenly, a bizarre phenomenon appears above his head. Spirit hats begin stacking sky-high. Z2 realizes Jiang Cheng is secretly helping. 7th to 8th tier spirit hats pile up, glowing like a treasure pagoda. Jiang Cheng watches leisurely until Z2's voice rings out mid-fight. He jolts up, fists clenched, furious that the brat is still calling Qi Lingen's name. Ran Fei also erupts in rage, drawing her sword and slashing wildly. But the hat tower blocks everything, while Z2 stands cold as a statue. Ran Fei freezes in shock, baffled at her failed strike. The hat's formation rebounds the force, blasting her away like a leaf in a storm. Hitting the ground, she clutches her cheek and trembles, asking if he truly dared hurt her. Yet she springs up, eyes blazing red, charging again in fury. In a blink, they're locked in fierce combat, sword ki colliding without retreat. Watching, Jiang Cheng grows more confused. Why is she angrier than him? Curiosity piqued, he secretly activates mind rating and focuses on Ran Fei. A long-buried memory slowly unfolds before him. It's Fei Yunzhou in Qinglan Fu, within Duanmu Shijia's territory, where a crowd gathers formally. Back then, Z2 lectured disciples to train hard, while Ran Fei watched him in silent admiration. Her young eyes brimmed with first love shed fallen for him right then. In the hall, Duanmu Huang and Gui Yan Junren discussed a marriage alliance between their forces. After agreeing, the elders summoned Z2 and Ran Fei to ask their opinions. As they enter, Z2 and Ran Fei lock eyes, blush hard, and instantly forget how to speak. The elders nod in delight, and promptly pick an auspicious wedding date. A servant suddenly rushes in, announcing that Fei Xian Men has arrived. Elder Fei Tongju of Qi Rizong frowns in disapproval, while Duanmu Shi hurriedly smooths things over. As the group enters, all eyes land on a striking young woman. It's Qi Ling, and her pure beauty briefly silences the entire hall. One look at her, and Z2 is smitten, momentarily forgetting he's about to marry Ran Fei. Days later at Chirizong, while disciples train outside, Gai Yan Junren's fury erupts inside the hall. Ran Fei is summoned and respectfully asks why she was called so urgently. The sect master bluntly says Z2 has someone else in his heart and wants to swap the marriage to Zijing. Choking up, Ran Fei asks if that person is Fei Xinmen's female disciple. The two elders only exchange awkward glances, speechless. Ran Fei lowers her head with a bitter smile as the sect master tells her to prepare for the wedding. That very night, under moonlight, a shadow quietly climbs the wall and leaves Chirizong. She vows she will not be a sacrificial pawn in a cold political marriage. In a blink, Ran Fei vanishes into the lonely night without a trace. Seeing it all, Jiang Cheng finally understands her hatred and roars in anger. He even cheers for Ran Fei to beat Z2 senseless, shocking Duan Mushang and Qi Linghan. Z2 turns pale on stage, shouting why the ancestor sides with his enemy. Jiang Cheng yells back for him to look closely at the girl and recall what he forgot. Z2 slowly meets Ran Fei's flame-filled eyes. Her flushed face stirs long-buried memories in him. He stammers as fragmented memories resurface. Trembling, he calls her name, finally recognizing her from his past. Another memory shows him confessing to the family head that his heart belonged to someone else. Anyone could tell the girl he loved was Ji Linghan of Fei Shanmen. Hearing this, Duanmu Huang calculates the benefits of allying with Ji Linghan. He decides Zijing will marry Ran Fei, while Z2 devotes himself to Ji Ling. Overjoyed, Z2 bows gratefully and promises absolute obedience. But the memory snaps, fully awake Ran Fei was once the one he loved. After a pause, he softly asks if she truly joined Yanhe Pai. Ran Fei laughs bitterly, asking if she was supposed to stay and marry a useless mediocrity. In the stands, Duanmu Zijing pales, disappointment written all over him. Ran Fei coldly declares she trained day and night just to make Z2 taste her humiliation. As they speak, the distant sky suddenly blazes crimson, forcing Z2 to shield his eyes. An eerie laugh echoes from afar. Someone has arrived. From the horizon appear Qi Ran Daozhen and Qi Shu Daozhen of Yanhe Pai, ordering Z2's execution. Jiang Cheng frowns, protesting murder in the middle of a tournament. Qi Ran roars that today not just Z2, but all of them will die. Duan Mushang turns pale, pointing at the red sky as an omen of catastrophe. Jiang Cheng, confused, asks what's so scary about a sunset. Duan Mushang explains Yanhe Pei's Grand Guardian formation can harness sunset power and activate remotely. Sure enough, Yanhe Pai cultivators start gathering Qi, prepping the formation. In a flash, the plaza ignites as waves of blazing fire surge upward. Their inner power merges with the sunset, forming a fire sea ready to swallow everything. Duan Mushang clenches his fists just as he feared. Qi Ran rises into the air, commanding the Zhou Tian Yanhe formation to activate. Instantly, Yanhe Pai disciples coordinate, the grand formation taking shape. At center stage, Ran Fei trembles, begging the Daozhen to spare Z2. Qi Ran roars that neither Duanmu Shijia nor Fei Shanmen will leave alive today. Ran Fei bites back tears, declaring she'll die with Z2 if he must die. Enraged, Qi Ran erupts with power, forming a massive ring of fire to incinerate all. Z2 rushes forward, spreading his arms to shield Ran Fei behind him. Her heart trembles at the sight of him protecting her with his body. Z2 roars, pouring all spirit power into his blade and unleashing cold heaven sword art in desperation. The thunderous sword light crashes into the raging Yanhe formation. On impact, his strength collapses as blasted away, Klai shattered, crying out midair. Qi Ran laughs mockingly, sneering at such petty cultivation daring to resist. Seeing a loved one fall in blood would shake anyone. Ran Fei panics, rushing to cradle the wounded Z2, tears streaming. Finally, Jiang Cheng explodes into action, drawing his sword and charging the formation to challenge Qi Ran. Laughing loudly midair, he declares hell fight alone without help. Yanhe Pai cultivators scoff, thinking the old man is courting death. Qi Ran silently forms a bloodred fireball and coldly orders the kill. Duan Mushang shouts that the formation plus heavenly timing could crush even peak saint stage. A heaven-shaking explosion erupts, fire flashing across the inferno. Duan Mushang trembles, asking about the ancestor, while Ji Linghan calmly says it's no big deal. Suddenly, a charred mass falls from the sky trailing thick smoke. All eyes shoot upward, hearts tightening at the nearly incinerated body. A cold system voice confirms the host has died for the first time. Fei Xianmen disciples scream in disbelief at their leader's death. Landi stays calm, reminding them has blown up before and survived. Duan Mushang roars at Qi Ran for such ruthless cruelty. Qi Ran smirks, admitting he just wants the bounty from Sect Master Tang. The system confirms death, grants revival, and upgrades the host to Saint Stage Aperture penetration. Jiang Cheng laughs in the void, joking the system finally shows mercy. The icy voice announces the resurrection process is complete. The charred afterimage fades, revealing Jiang Cheng's true body. He reappears midair unscathed, aura even stronger than before. Pointing at Qiran, Jiang Cheng thunders, asking if he still dares preach martial virtue. Qiran stammers in shock, sensing his opponent now at peak saint stage. Calmly hovering, Jiang Cheng says he never intended to oppose Yan He Pai. Jiang Cheng's voice turns icy since they chose cruelty. Hell answer with heavenly firmament shining sun. Qiran grits his teeth and reactivates the Zhou Tian Yan He formation, flames surging like tidal waves. The two formation forces collide violently, shaking heaven and earth in a fiery stalemate. Jiang Cheng smirks, confident peak saint stage will crush them. Mid-brag he freezes and screams, his still completely outmatched. In a flash, the fire sea devours him again like a savage beast. Gasping in the blaze, he curses the system, baffled at his loss. Qiran orders pursuit, unleashing Deng Hu's sword like a charging fire dragon. The flaming blade forms a massive dragon, scorching Jiang Cheng black. Has blasted from the sky again, dropping like a torn sack. The system coldly announces his second death and begins recalculating survival. Jiang Cheng spits blood, furious at dying twice before everyone. Calmly, the system says it's not lack of power but arrogance and lousy combat sense. Jiang Cheng turns pale, realizing has just been roasted by his own system. The system grants an indestructible golden body talisman, sighing at its foolish host. Resurrection activates once more. As his corpse fades in smoke, Qiran folds his arms, mocking the futile tricks. Suddenly, Jiang Cheng's voice sounds behind him alive and smug. In his hand gleams the golden indestructible talisman. Qiran pales below. Landi exhales in relief at the sect leader's return. Enraged, Qiran orders the formation restarted yet again. Jiang Cheng ignites the talisman, golden light spreading, declaring the next 5 minutes a nightmare. He stands unharmed in the inferno, like a descending war god. Qiran gapes, unable to believe his untouched. Hands on hips, Jiang Cheng asks Ran Fei if she wants to be Yan He Pei's sect master. Ran Fei stands stunned, utterly confused. Qiran roars that Jiang Cheng has no right to meddle in their sect. Unbothered, Jiang Cheng shakes his head and unleashes lamenting dragons severing emotion. A colossal purple dragon hundreds of meters long coils around Yan He Pei's formation. Panic erupts as the dragon shatters the formation's structure. He summons a massive blood dragon. Next, Azure Dragon Supreme Might suppresses all spiritual power. Landi gasps as everyone's cultivation is heavily suppressed. Jiang Cheng shoots skyward like lightning, executing trading wind riding clouds. From above, he sneers that Qiran will taste this first. The system announces bloodline talent activated at 400,000 meters. Combat power rises 40. Below, Yan He Pai cultivators panic, clueless where he vanished. From the heavens, Jiang Cheng dives like a divine general, unleashing true heavenly firmament shining sun sword art. The sudden strike from terrifying altitude leaves Yan He Pai no time to react. His blade hits the formation core precisely, tearing the barrier like cracking an eggshell. The formation collapses, its members blown away like dry leaves in a gale. From Qiran to every Yan He Pai cultivator, all are hurled down in a messy pile. Ran Fei cries out in anguish at her shattered sect. Jiang Cheng descends calmly, telling her those people never valued her life anyway. Ran Fei stands conflicted, eyes wavering, words stuck. Jiang Cheng suddenly calls Zitu, who answers respectfully from below. Sternly, he scolds Zitu for betraying Ran Fei, orders them married, and tells him to help her run the sect. He then declares Ran Fei the new sect master of Yan He Pai. Under his pressure, the once arrogant cultivators kneel pale-faced in surrender. All bow, honoring Ran Fei as sect master and Zhang Laozu as ancestor. Satisfied, Jiang Cheng strokes his beard, announcing Yan He Pai and Duanmu Shijia are now allied by marriage. He subtly taps his ear, waiting for system reward points. Silence, no system notification at all. Jiang Cheng frowns, muttering at the suspicious lack of bonus points. The scene shifts to the Chang Tianyu arena of Feixian Men's first grand tournament. The referee loudly introduces Shatian Men's undefeated genius Feng Zuotai. His opponent is Duan Qianqian, average in strength but armed with top-tier Feixian Men artifacts. She strikes first, diving like a meteor with heavenly firmament shocking sun sword art. Feng Zutai calmly stands still, using bare hands to meet the blade. From the stands, a pressured sigh calls out Zhang Hong's name as tension rises. Zhang Hong sips tea among Shatian Men elders, smirking, while Feng Mingxi accuses them of cheating. Suddenly, Feng Pingxi shouts for Feng Zuotai to unleash his trump card, making Zhang Hong wary. In Feng Zuotai's hand appears a stack of strange talismans summoning charms. He burns them all at once, eerie flames rising and darkening the arena. Zhang Hong frowns, asking what beast is summoning, but others only smirk silently. Before he understands, those people vanish from their seats. Zhang Hong panics, realizing they've disappeared completely. They reappear on stage beside Feng Zhutai, prompting Zhang Hong to shout in protest. Calmly, one explains they signed temporary heavenly Dao contracts to act as his summoned spirit beasts. They spread out around Feng Zhutai, aura surging, ready to combine attacks. Feng Zhutai orders them forward, forcing Duan Qianqian to retreat and curse their shamelessness. Gritting her teeth, she counterattacks with full-force Heavenly Firmament shocking Sun Sword art, but they unite into the wind-sizing Shatter-Kill formation, roaring in sync. A massive fire tornado forms, raging as if to crush everything. Outside, Zhang Hong angrily demands the match be stopped for rule violations. Inside, Duan Qianqian is pinned by overwhelming force, barely managing to cry for Shizu. Feng Pingxi sneers that Zhang Cheng can't even save himself. Suddenly, the attackers turn their assault toward Zhang Hong, making him roar in fury. They seal the arena with illusion talismans and ambush him together. In despair, Zhang Hong questions them while coughing blood, then collapses. Witnessing this, Duan Qianqian screams in panic for her Shizu. Before she could finish talking, a ruthless palm strike smacked her flat. Feng Bing coolly declared everything followed formation rules. Anyone unhappy could step up and argue. Faced with that pressure, the crowd bowed their heads in total, terrified silence. They promptly marched to Duan Qianqian's corpse and ordered all her spiritual gear hauled into the treasure pavilion. So Shetian men killed their foe and looted Faxian men clean 3 birds, 1 savage arrow. The score system exploded with rewards 18 million points total, Zhang Cheng nearly hitting 25 million solo. The main quest confirmed had unified multiple forces, becoming the famed alliance leader of Fei Wenzhou and leveling up as sect master. But the next notice bluntly stated that all followers of Zhang Hong and Duan Qianqian were dead. Hearing that, Zhang Cheng frowned hard. This smelled fishier than a seaside market. In a blink, he appeared where the two lay motionless on the ground. Teleporting in, Zhang Cheng found 2 corpses soaking in blood, the air suddenly icy. Refusing to believe his own eyes, he immediately cast a resurrection immortal art. The price, a clean 600 points deducted without mercy. Moments later, Duan Qianqian woke up dazed, wondering how the sect's grand formation killed her yet she was still breathing. Calmly, Zhang Hong explained that Faxian men possessed resurrection immortal arts, reviving the dead wasn't a myth here. Then Duan Qianqian panicked, realizing her clothes and all her spiritual artifacts were completely gone. Enraged, Zhang Cheng demanded answers, and Zhang Hong choked out Shatian men's looting scheme. In a low voice, Zhang Cheng asked why Shatian men were the culprits. The two led him to the enemy's main hall, furiously shouting for them to come out and face justice. Not waiting for a reply, Zhang Cheng flew up, drew his sword, and declared today was demolition day for the sect. In a flash, the sky-piercing sun-slaying sword art crashed down, sword light spearing the hall's core. The strike shook the entire hall, and panicked voices cried out asking who dared attack their sect. A subordinate reported it was the 2 from Faxian men, who died on the arena now revived and bringing backup. Disbelieving, Feng Pingbi personally strode out, shouting to know who dared come. Zhang Cheng casually replied that Faxian men hosted a fair duel, yet they cheated and killed so he came to wipe them out. Feng Pingbi's face turned ghostly pale, his body trembling at the obvious danger. Beside him, Feng Mingxi whispered that this was Faxian men's sect master, deepening his panic. Realizing resistance was futile, Feng Pingbi hurriedly called for a pause, claiming he had something to say. Zhang Cheng frowned and coldly asked if he had any last words. Suddenly, Shatian men formed seals together, summoning the Dharma avatar of Tang Zhangmen. A burst of blinding light flared, forcing Zhang Cheng to shield his eyes. Tang Yi's Dharma avatar from Manhwa Xianzong emerged in radiance, annoyed at being summoned so casually. Seeing their savior, Shatian men immediately bowed and pleaded, saying Faxian men had stormed their hall. Tang Yi then looked over and asked if the person before him was Zhang Cheng, but seeing Zhang Cheng's youthful face left him quietly stunned at the legend's age. Suddenly, within Tang Yi appeared the phantom of Wanhua Xianzun, privately noting Zhang Cheng's rare talent. Hearing this, Tang Yi cast a questioning glance, asking if he could eliminate him now. Wanhua Xianzun coldly replied that on their turf, killing him was best. Pity the avatar held less than half his true power. Tang Wei nodded in agreement, while Wanhua Xianzun smiled, assuring him to leave everything to the old master. He instantly used the immortal art Nourishing Life Infusion to empower Tang Yi's avatar, leaving Zhang Cheng baffled. Witnessing the phenomenon, Shatian men's disciples stared wide-eyed, not daring to blink. In a blink, Tang Yi's avatar became his true body, and the crowd erupted in worship of his invincible might. Tang Yi immediately waved them down, warning Zhang Cheng wasn't a nobody and they'd need a grand formation. Above, Wanhua Xianzun calculated that stealing this guy's luck would fast-track his return to the heavenly realm. With that, he casually cast a secret art to peek at the future. One glance at the omen, and his face flipped catastrophe ahead. In the vision, Jiang Cheng slaughtered every disciple one-handed, Tang Yi included. The blood-soaked prophecy left Manhwa Xianzun stunned into silence. He hastily signaled Tang Wei not to do anything stupid. Tang Wei, shocked, asked why and was told this fight would unleash disaster. Slightly trembling, Tang Wei realized he'd never seen Xianzun fear anyone like this. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng struck first, opening with the sky-piercing sun-slaying sword art. Sword Kai blazed through the sky, shooting straight at Tang Wei. Tang Wei instantly cast 10,000 flower radiant flow, forming a floral light shield to block it. Jiang Cheng frowned. Okay, this one's not cannon fodder. Suddenly, a whirlwind spun around him, forming a formation eerily like the one used before. From above, Da Wei urgently shouted for everyone to stop. The disciples ignored him, continuing the 8 winds crushing formation to trap Jiang Cheng. Facing danger, Jiang Cheng calmly waited to see what trick the system would pull this time. Before the formation finished, Tang Wei shattered it and loudly called out to Jiang Cheng. He then cast 10,000 radiant flower flow again, this time to protect Jiang Cheng. Opening his eyes, Jiang Cheng was utterly baffled why his enemy just saved him. Frowning, he demanded to know what Tang Wei was playing at. Feng Pingbi couldn't hold back either, questioning Tang Zhongman's bizarre move. Sighing tiredly, Tang Wei clutched his chest, saying those idiots nearly dragged him to his grave. He then reminded Jiang Cheng that a grand sect master shouldn't act in ways that invite ridicule. Tang Wei asked what exactly Sha Tianmen did to warrant Jiang Cheng storming their doorstep. Jiang Cheng roared that they killed and looted Jiang Hong, and Duan Qianqian backed him up instantly. Tang Yi cut through the shouting, pointing at the two and demanding who killed them. Jiang Hong gritted his teeth, saying they revived thanks to their sect master's immortal art, mocking Tang Yi's ignorance. Tang Yi paused, eyes clouded with doubt at the mention of resurrection. Feng Pingbi quickly whispered that they did kill the pair, but had no clue how they came back. Behind them, Manhua Xianzun frowned, guessing Jiang Cheng had massive fortune and deciding to endure for now. Tang Yi then questioned Feng Pingbi why he attacked the opponent's disciple on the arena like a petty villain. Feng Pingbi hurriedly argued everything followed life-and-death arena rules, and the elder caught by the grand formation was just an accident. Jiang Hong snorted, accusing them of a shameless sneak attack and framing him for disrupting the match. Feng Mingbi flushed while arguing back, only for Jiang Hong to slam them for elders ganging up on a young girl. Feng Pingbi insisted those who appeared were merely summoned spirit beasts, totally legal, supposedly. Jiang Hong was about to rant again but paused, scratching his head, admitting that explanation sounded somewhat reasonable. Right then, Jiang Cheng countered that they were the first to exploit chaos and break the rules. Feng Mingbi shot back that Fei Xianmen's disciple was a walking treasure vault, no wonder she was targeted. Ironically, Jiang Cheng froze for a few seconds and reluctantly admitted that wasn't entirely wrong. Still, Jiang Hong refused to back down, insisting that didn't justify blasting him with a grand formation when he only wanted to protest. Feng Pingbi was about to argue again, but awkwardly muttered that the point kinda made sense. Seeing the debate spiral, Tang Yi stepped in, declaring it all a misunderstanding and urging both sides to give a little. He immediately barked at his own camp to return all stolen spiritual items and compensate the losses. Still shaken, Feng Pingbi stammered about compensation, and Tang Yi coldly demanded the 3 Rivers Wu treasure. Feng Pingbi nearly cried in protest, but Tang Yi grabbed his collar and whispered that refusal meant mass death. Instantly motivated, Feng Pingbi forced a smile and hurriedly agreed to generous compensation. He respectfully presented the 3 Rivers Wu to Jiang Cheng, returned all loot, and begged forgiveness. Jiang Cheng accepted with secret glee but kept a stern face, coughing lightly and saying the final verdict would be settled in the top 8. He even patted Tang Yi's shoulder with a faint smile, praising his unexpectedly wise handling of things. Then Jiang Cheng waved goodbye, calmly promising to settle all scores on the arena next time. Once they were gone, Feng Pingbi trembled, baffled by Jiang Cheng's insane boldness toward Tang Zhongman. Tang Yi suddenly turned, his blady-cold gaze silencing everyone instantly. He then gravely asked Manhwa Xianzun about Jiang Cheng's identity, the man who made even him wary. Manhua slowly explained had used carefree insight to glimpse the future fight now, and they all die. Meanwhile at Fei Xianmen's hall, Jiang Cheng safely returned with his disciples after the stormy trip. Respectful shouts echoed as disciples bowed in unison to welcome their sect master and elders. Upon landing, Jiang Cheng called Luo Yuan, who promptly stepped forward to receive orders. Asked about dispatched disciples across the regions, Luo Yuan reported most had returned safely. Right then, Mo Chen appeared, announcing that through his efforts, Tong Mingyu was now officially Fei Xianmen's territory. He gestured, summoning a group behind him to step before the sect master. The group introduced themselves in unison, bowing deeply and swearing loyalty to Jiang Cheng and Fei Xianmen's elders. Jiang Cheng beamed, praising Mo Chen's efficiency, while Mo Chen humbly said subordinates should shoulder burdens proactively. Suddenly, a sharp mocking voice sneered that Mo Chen couldn't survive without flattering superiors. To everyone's shock, a threed tiger cub and a flamboyantly dressed weirdo strode into the hall. The duo sat arrogantly atop a colossal spirit beast like triumphant generals returning home. Jiang Cheng's eyes nearly popped out, stammering at the absurd sight. The mount was a gigantic primeval turtle turned ride, mountain-sized with a saddle roomy enough for a party. The massive creature descended solemnly, heavy yet ceremonial like a grand ritual. In a flash, the threed tiger leapt down stylishly and declared it had conquered Zhu Shengyu for Fei Xianmen. Jiang Cheng applauded enthusiastically, praising Xiaohu's flair rivaling Mo Chen, making it puff up proudly. The tiger smugly mocked Mo Chen as all talk Mo Chen snapped back, only to be ridiculed for handling trivial chores. Wang Luffy and the others froze, waited, stammering, if that powerhouse was the Three Saints' absolute desolation. The tiger boosted that Zhu Shengyu teamed with demon kings from the demon realm, even Wan Huaxianzong had been driven out. Mo Chen shot back sarcastically that they'd also met Tang Wei of Wanhua, nudging Lu Fei to speak up. Lu Fei instantly spun around with a sycophantic grin, claiming his tiny merit was nothing under the great demon's glory. The threed tiger puffed up even more, demanding the sect master admire his spoils properly. He solemnly pointed at the giant turtle, declaring he'd tamed it as Fei Xianmen's exclusive guardian beast. Jiang Cheng curiously sized up the massive Da Ben Gi, while the tiger nudged it to show off. The great turtle bowed deeply, kneeling before Jiang Cheng and pledging loyal service as his mount. Then its colossal body began shrinking bit by bit under everyone's stunned gaze. In moments, it was perfectly sized for a comfy solo ride. The turtle proudly added it could revert to mountain size with a single thought. It even demonstrated multiple ride modes, from smooth cruising to high-speed hill climbing, premium features included. Jiang Cheng laughed heartily, patting Xiao Hu and joking that the sect finally had its own vehicle. Suddenly, a soft female voice chimed from behind, making everyone turn. It was Dawang, eyes sparkling as she fixated on something and sweetly demanded it. Her target, the rare blood gold jade lotus treasure embedded on the tiger's forehead. The tiger broke into cold sweat, clutching the treasure and stammering that it was absolutely non-negotiable. Da Huang skipped negotiations entirely and lunged like lightning to seize it. They rolled around in a chaotic tug-of war. The tiger cried for Jiang Cheng just as Da Huang unleashed a spell at him. With the incantation finished, the tiger was forced back to his original form on the spot. The treasure slipped off, and Da Huang snatched and swallowed it like candy. Nearby, Lan Di squinted suspiciously, muttering that the treasure looked oddly like her hairpin. The tiger froze, tear-eyed, mourning his precious baby. Unexpectedly, after a brief chew, Da Huang spat the treasure back out, smacking him on the head. The tiger wailed its core gem was gone, the artifact downgraded to a mere spiritual tool. Meanwhile, strange changes began rippling through Da Huang's body. She suddenly blazed with dazzling light like a giant lamp, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Jiang Cheng frowned, suspecting Shed just swallowed a fragment of the world's heart. Da Huang flashed a satisfied thumbs-up, grinning like Shed devoured a luxury feast. The scene abruptly shifted to a mysterious, otherworldly space. Ethereal light flowed through the void like divine wine, breathtakingly beautiful. Several spirit beasts appeared. One gasped that this was the location of a spirit vein. Jusai and Lu Fei stared wide-eyed, realizing it was a rare 9th-grade spirit vein. Two little tigers knelt before the three-eyed tiger, asking what sect he followed to possess such a terrifying vein. The threed tiger feigned calm but was smug inside, saying his life exceeded their wildest dreams. Just then, Jiang Cheng took out a treasure, mentioning Tang Wei of Wanhua Xianzong had compensated him with it. He called Luo Yuan over and ordered it stored in the sect treasury. Lan Di instantly paled, recognizing it as the three-pronged feather, one of the famed 10 immortal relics. Jiang Cheng, mildly surprised by her knowledge, asked how she recognized such a rare treasure. Calmly, Lan Di explained that peak saint stage cultivators could normally transcend to the immortal realm. But 8,000 years ago, a calamity struck, and that ascension path suddenly broke. From that moment on, the ascension gate slammed shut. No one became an immortal again. The only hope left was the 10 immortal realm relics, collectively called the 10 immortal relics. Ancient lore of the Xiani clan says only when all 10 unite can the ascension path reopen. Mo Chen was stunned, had never heard of the blockade, while the three-eyed tiger reminded him had fallen to the mortal world before that era. Landi added that the Earth Origin Cauldron she sought was the core to gather Earth Ki and subdue the 10 immortal relics. As she spoke, a crucial forgotten memory suddenly flashed in her mind. She realized the 9th grade spirit vein at Spirit Source Mountain was the primordial earth Klai Shed long searched for. Right then, a cauldron-like ancient vessel appeared in the sky, descending toward Lan Jiang's group. Upon landing, it stood firm like a small mountain, heavy aura spreading outward. It then unleashed a massive suction force, wildly absorbing spirit Klai from the 9th grade vein. Mo Chen gaped as the cauldron kept devouring Ki without pause. Within the mist, its shape slowly began to transform. Soon it became a magnificent jeweled cauldron with intricate carvings. Lan Di confirmed it was the Earth Origin Cauldron. She congratulated Jiang Cheng. Fei Xianmen now possessed 4 of the 10 immortal relics, prompting cheers. The three-eyed tiger immediately barged in to claim credit, insisting he deserved a reward too. Jiang Cheng laughed, patting his head like a child and promising merits are always rewarded in Fei Xianmen. He then grabbed Xiao Hu by the scruff and told Luo Wan to take him to the treasury to pick a spirit jade with an inlaid embryo. Hearing his name mentioned, Da Bengai cautiously looked at Jiang Cheng, trying to stay dignified. After a brief inspection, Jiang Cheng frowned, clearly unimpressed. He casually remarked that the turtle's foundation seemed rather weak, leaving Da Bengai speechless. Panicked, it hurriedly advertised itself, swearing diligence and loyalty to the sect's reputation. Without another word, Jiang Cheng raised a hand, releasing a gentle immortal force like morning mist over it. Instantly, Da Bengai felt his bones transform, eyes misty at the dramatic improvement. Beside him, the three-eyed tiger nodded solemnly like a scholar validating a thesis. Overwhelmed, Da Bengai knelt and kowtowed repeatedly, vowing lifelong loyalty to sect master Jiang. Seeing this, the three-eyed tiger hugged Jiang Cheng's leg and wailed, "Big merit, tiny reward." Jiang Cheng smiled, explaining Xiao Hu's foundation was already too strong. Further upgrades would cost enormous immortal power. He reassured him that a grand gift would come in the future. Slightly appeased, the tiger still eyed his headband and muttered that the sect master might be selling dreams again. Changing tone, Jiang Cheng announced the regional tournament was nearing its end. He declared Fei Xianmen's cultivator competition was about to officially begin. The venue Wuling Peak, where spirit Ki surged like an ocean. Gathering at the viewing platform, Duanmu Zixiu gasped at the unbelievably dense spirit Ki. As Fei Xianmen's key figures appeared, countless factions rushed over with greetings, gifts, and networking attempts. Other sect masters followed, bowing and expressing goodwill in hopes of future favor. In the sect master seating area, someone from Bao Yizong whispered that the spirit Ki here surpassed 7th grade. Tang Wei nodded it was indeed a 9th grade vein, while Wanhua Xianzun's soul behind him pondered gravely. Tang Wei then turned to Mi Feng, asking how confident he felt about winning the upcoming championship. That in a fair fight, his saint stage power could crush opponents like flipping a hand. Tang Wei smirked coolly, assuring all plans were set. Mi Feng just needed confidence. He reminded him to hide his trump card till the end, since the real threat wasn't Fei Xianmen but someone from Tongming Yu. Tang Wei explained the opponent was also a dark-aligned child of heaven, backed by a major powerhouse. No room for carelessness. Suddenly, Wanhua Xianzun's soul paused, eyes catching something odd. He pointed afar, voice low, telling Tang Wei to look carefully. It was Fei Xianmen's formation, but among them stood a familiar figure. Wanhua confirmed the girl from Tongming Yu was standing with Fei Xianmen. Tang Wei was stunned. One sect with 2 children of heaven. Their luck rivaled Wanhua Xianzong. Still thinking, his gaze shifted to the main stage in disbelief. Wanhua Xianzun's face changed. Around Jiang Cheng weren't 3 but 4 extraordinary girls. One had the 7 orifice exquisite body, another the heavenly flower spirit physique, both rare children of heaven. Tang Wei asked if they should change plans, but Wanhua said to proceed as intended. Even so, his eyes remained thoughtful, clearly recalculating the board. Meanwhile, on the main stage, 2 hosts solemnly announced the competition rules. Under new rules, contestants could use summoning talismans during matches. However, to prevent personal duels turning into sect brawls, such talismans were tightly restricted. Each match allowed only 1 special talisman issued by Fei Xianmen. It lasted 1 incense stick. Then the bracket was revealed, and the top 8 national tournament began. The first match kicked off Xiao Hu's team versus Mu Xingu from Tian Ling Yisming Xin Holy Land. Seeing the list, Jiang Cheng was surprised. Xiao Hu's 3 lackeys were never registered before. Mentioned by name, Xiao Hu suddenly recalled something and looked awkward. He remembered ordering the 3 to stack on top of each other as one team. Back then, he told them to reach the finals so he could conveniently throw points. That way they'd become champions and famous everywhere. Xiao Hu had even boasted he could win outright without charity. But now on stage, the three were wobbling stacked together like a clumsy circus act. Opposite them, Mu Xingyu drew her sword and unleashed the sharp heart-slaying strike. Sword ki rushed at their faces, yet the trio still fumbled over which foot to move first. One disastrous slip, and the entire team lost balance. The drunken-looking wobble left the audience utterly speechless. Xiao Hu exploded in rage, yelling what kind of clown show they were performing. Even Mu Xingyu stood there confused about what was happening. Seeing her freeze, the referee shouted for her to seize the chance and attack. The three clumsily coordinated. One cast wave-driving art, another summoned lightning with thunder command. Water met lightning, backfired spectacularly, and they electrocuted themselves into a heap. They kept arguing, swapping moves wildly, and finally blasted themselves with lightning until charred, collapsing apart. Mu Xingyu lay flat on the ground, eyes empty as if reality itself had glitched. Zhang Cheng frowned slightly, recognizing them as Xiao Hu's Triple Goof Squad, oddly appearing only now. The host solemnly announced Team Triple Goof Xiao Hu eliminated and flagged for suspected cheating. The two MCs exchanged puzzled looks, unsure if they lost by skill or by sheer absurdity. The MC chuckled, saying eliminated is eliminated, and announced Mu Xingyu advancing to the strongest bracket. Next match, Mai Feng of Wanhua Xianzong versus Feng Zhakai of Shatian Men. Shockingly, the yellow-haired Feng Zhakai withdrew before the fight even began. Jiang Hong exploded, accusing them of never intending to compete. The third match began with Miao Yi representing Feishan Men. Three girls in the stands instantly squealed like fangirls spotting their idol. Jiang Cheng was puzzled by the name. Qi Linghan explained it was Shuir, the child she once picked up and accepted as a disciple. She shot Shuir a meaningful look, but the girl awkwardly muttered she just had a bit of talent. Jiang Cheng examined her and found her level 5 foundation impressively rare. Seeing the girls stare dreamily at Miao Ye, he asked if it was about looks, making Qi Linghan blush and dodged the question. Imagining no backup plan, Jiang Cheng almost wanted to howl at the sky. This was embarrassing. Yet Miao Ye's opponent, Jusei from Tongming Yu, also abruptly withdrew. The MC stiffly announced preparations for the fourth match. The crowd erupted in protest. They'd traveled thousands of miles for real fights. The two MCs turned pale under pressure, frozen on stage. Right then, Jiang Cheng thundered a shout, silencing the entire plaza. He decreed that any future forfeits would lose the 8th grade reward, no exceptions. He further declared all ticket holders would receive a large bag of spirit stones as compensation. After the matches, they could even collect extra rewards at Feishan Men's Treasure Pavilion. The crowd roared in praise, hailing Feishan Men and Sect Master Jiang's unmatched generosity. The atmosphere surged, spiritual energy rippling like a wave of collective fervor. Jiang Cheng's system chimed an extra 600 points gained. The total score flashed on screen, skyrocketing even higher. Keeping momentum, the MC announced the next match and invited Duan Muzixiu on stage. The tall, scholarly youth stepped out, aura cold as frost, standing like a jade tree in wind. Opposite him, Duan Qianqian smiled calmly, promising an exciting match. Their eyes met, sparks practically crackled midair. At the sight of Qianqian, Duan's heart pounded wildly, nearly leaping from his chest. Flustered and red-faced, he stammered, only for Qianqian to tease him mercilessly. Exposed, Duanmu lowered his head sheepishly, prompting whispers that his old ancestor might blow a fuse. Without delay, Qianqian struck first, unleashing the sky-piercing, sun-sweeping sword art. Duanmu retaliated instantly, their auras colliding explosively. On stage, blue robes versus crimson, tension stretched tight as a drawn bowstring. The audience gasped finally, a truly thrilling fight! Even Jiang Cheng laughed in delight, declaring this worth every spirit stone. Suddenly, Qianqian leapt skyward, aura surging as if to end it in one move. The spiritual wind was so fierce it blew hats off spectators below. Seizing the moment, she poured everything into another sky-piercing, sun-sweeping strike. With a crisp yet icy shout, her blade fell, sword light cold as moonlight blanketing her foe. In a blink, the MC announced Duan Qianqian victorious. Duanmu was carried off the stage. After the dust settled, the final four were Duan Qianqian, Miao Ye, Mi Feng, and Mu Xingyu. No more mystery contestants. The two MCs boomed in unison, asking which of the four would snag the title of strongest under heaven. The first semifinal was set: Mi Feng of Wanhua Immortal Sect versus Mu Xingyu of Mingxin Holy Land. In the stands, someone marveled that Mi Feng truly carried himself like a born prodigy. Another chimed in, praising him as the second greatest genius in mortal cultivation history. Of course, a skeptic scoffed, claiming Mi Feng's talent wasn't that outrageous. Someone even judged his bones as merely third-grade decent, but but hardly legendary. Hearing this, Jiang Cheng fumed, realizing sending his 2 disciples to the final 4 might just boost the enemy's hype. He sighed bitterly, feeling publicly humiliated without even stepping on stage. Right then, a stern elder declared the match begun, and the MCs quickly echoed the call. At the signal, Mu Xingyu unleashed a killing move, clearly aiming for a speedrun victory. Jiang Cheng only snorted, his gaze sharp enough to slice someone in half. On stage, Mei Feng slowly drew his sword, its blade gleaming as his aura surged like a collapsing mountain before war. The arena erupted when they recognized the blade as the flower sword, a famed treasure among the top 10 immortal relics. Mo Xinku Roanjiang muttered in realization, no wonder the guy strolled in like he owned the place. Still calm, Mu Xingyu activated the heart-slaying finger, spiritual power roaring out like a moonlit tide. The crowd roared below, some cheering their spirit stone's worth, others defending sect master Jiang in lively debate. Someone sighed, admitting they had underestimated Mingxin Holy Land's courage and resolve. A Manhwa elder reassured in a low tone that Mi Feng's superior bones and heavenly flower sword gave him the edge. Jiang Cheng turned to Elder Chen, and Chen Mo coolly replied that if the heart-slaying finger missed once, it meant death. Chen Mo added icily that he had already prepared for every possible twist. Suddenly, a Manhwa fortune teller paled divination and blurted out, "Not good." Instantly, all eyes locked on him as people demanded to know what happened. Someone immediately suspected old man Mo Chen was secretly plotting something shady. Wanhua's side merely snorted, faces calm as if the accusation was laughably baseless. Mo Chen suddenly froze in shock when Jiang Cheng pressed him. He quietly said an immortal had appeared. Jiang Cheng frowned, asking what exactly he meant by immortal. Slowly, Mo Chen explained that an immortal like himself had descended, and was even secretly countering him. Asked where, he whispered that the other party had sensed him, and immediately hid. Thus, Wanhua's people were warned to keep their movements secret and reveal no flaws. At the climax, a mystical aura spread as the spell Partial Burn Illusory Escape was cast. Some instantly guessed the one secretly aiding Mai Feng might belong to Tang Yi's faction. Jiang Cheng pondered, then admitted the guess was sharp, worthy of a sect master. Meanwhile, Chen Mo turned to stare at Tang Yi, his gaze cold as piercing needles. He then used the divine ability of insight to scan everywhere, yet found absolutely nothing. Worse still, he muttered in disbelief, wondering if he had truly been outplayed and embarrassed. Laughter rang from the stands, a teasing voice telling him to look carefully lest he mistake a cat for a tiger. Right after, Xiao Hu cast a spell to open the vertical eye on his forehead, light flashing as he casually asked if they could see clearly now. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng frowned at the fruitless search while Mo Chen sneered from the sidelines. Jiang Cheng then took matters into his own hands, cracking an eye open to sweep the void with his divine sense. After a thorough scan, he could only shake his head, no trace of spiritual power whatsoever. Someone suggested probing Tang Wei's thoughts, since his mind would surely spill the truth. Sure enough, Tang Wei smugly thought that with an immortal venerable backing him, winning the championship was child's play. Mid-thought, Jiang Cheng's gaze froze as he seemed to notice something above. High in the sky, 3 hazy halos appeared like drifting figures, their spiritual aura shimmering eerily. Jiang Cheng blurted out in shock there were 3 immortals up there. Mo Chen muttered about eightfold illusory escape and asked if anyone knew what it meant. It was an immortal art splitting the soul into 3 resonating parts, making it a nightmare to break. Combined with a Q-hiding technique, even an immortal emperor would struggle to detect it. Only a true immortal could master it. On stage, Mai Feng stood tall, icy and arrogant, bluntly telling Mo Chen to surrender early. Across from him, Mu Xingyu merely smiled coldly, eyes frosted with killing intent. She softly invoked summoning talisman, and a radiant divine sigil flashed in her palm. The MC shouted excitedly it was the first time a contestant used a special summoning talisman mid-match. Their moves clashed like dragon versus tiger, while Jiang Cheng watched below with keen interest. Suddenly, a smug voice bragged about breaking through to Saint Summit Peak and officially becoming a saint-level cultivator. Mai Feng lightly received Qing Che's sword strike, his blade flashing and leaving the audience in awe. Someone speculated an immortal must have sacrificed cultivation to empower him to such terrifying heights. That immortal was likely a heavenly venerable, before descending, otherwise juggling empowerment and triple illusory escape would be impossible. With his current strength, Mei Feng could sit shoulder to shoulder with sect masters elsewhere. After the match, Jiang Cheng's side buzzed as the MC solemnly declared Mei Feng the winner. During the short break, someone whispered that the immortal behind him might personally act in the semifinals. Elder Chen sighed, noting the remaining 2 disciples had poor bones and hadn't even reached the Dao Palace realm. Unable to resist, Xiao Hu bragged that at least his brain was sharper than everyone else's. Asked for a plan, Xiao Hu immediately suggested calling Da Huang. Grinning, he explained that if Da Huang suppressed both sides' cultivation, the match would end instantly. Someone scolded him as foolish Miao Ye was reckless and Duan Qianqian stubborn who could beat Mai Feng anyway. Annoyed, Jiang Cheng snapped that suppressing the opponent's cultivation would suffice, but Xiao Hu argued it'd be too obvious. Growing heated, Xiao Hu roared that he'd personally teach that immortal a lesson, while Mo Chen replied with a cold laugh. Not backing down, Xiao Hu boasted about grinding hard in the omniscient diagram, devouring spirit stones and pills nonstop. Jiang Cheng clasped his hands behind his back and calmly noted that the recent treasury losses now made sense. Just then, a shout announced the next match, an internal clash of Faxian sect. The tension spiked. Miao Yi stood angrily beside Da Hu, while Duan Qianqian and Mo Chen faced them coldly. From the stands, Yuan Qinmi folded his arms, amused that both sides had summoned outside reinforcements. Mo Chen rolled up his sleeves boldly, declaring one stick of incense time was enough to handle that brat. Di Hu exploded in rage, pointing at him and roaring for the old dog to stop bragging before charging in. He surged forward with spiritual power blazing, while little Bei Miao beside him squeezed her eyes shut, looking like a drenched cat in chaos. Charging in, Da Hu swung his claws with a sky-shaking roar, accusing Mo Chen of years of bullying, and vowing payback with interest. Before the strike even landed, Mo Chen had to shoot upward to dodge, the shockwave forcing Miao Ye below to retreat fast. The crowd screamed as the clash proved far more brutal than expected. Many gasped, recognizing that terrifying demonic power as the threed blazing Tiger King, Faxian sect's guardian beast. Mo Chen only sneered, spiritual power swirling as he mocked that brute strength meant nothing before an immortal. Enraged, Da Hu roared back that trash like him didn't deserve the title immortal. He unleashed heaven manifest earth form, his body swelling mountain-sized and crushing the sky with pressure. Yet when the giant arm slammed down, Mo Chen drifted aside lightly, graceful as a stroll over water. He even stuck out his tongue in taunt, jeering that Da Hu was just swatting air. In the next instant, Da Hu ghosted behind him, hands brimming with violent spiritual power. With a flash, he roared Tiger King Palm and smashed it straight onto Mo Chen's head. Too late to dodge, Mo Chen spat blood and flew off like a sandbag in a hurricane. He crashed headfirst into the arena floor without even managing a scream. Da Hu shrank back to normal size, while his opponent lay smoking like an overbaked bun. Hovering above, Da Hu grinned teasingly as Mo Chen below glared red-eyed and furious. Fired up, Da Hu laughed thunderously, declaring the fight was far from over. He followed up by firing a beam of spiritual power from his mouth, vowing to make Mo Chen remember this lesson. Forced on defense, Mo Chen raised a barrier and shouted as he cast the vast salvation technique. Grinding his teeth, he raged that Da Hu only advanced so fast thanks to Enrollment's support. But as Mo Chen's power surged like a tidal wave, Da Hu's offense began to falter. A sky-splitting roar followed as Da Hu was struck by a counterblow and flung through the air. Dark clouds gathered with thunder roaring, the arena trembling as if a grand spell loomed. Mo Chen formed seals and unleashed the eerie immortal art Black Heaven Great Massacre. Witnessing this, Da Hu paled. Clearly the old fox still had hidden trump cards. Suddenly, mist rose behind him and a silent hand pressed his crown, jolting his spirit. Mo Jun appeared with icy eyes, gripping Da Hu's neck and making him stare in horror. As his spiritual power collapsed, Da Hu rapidly shrank back to his weaker original form. Meanwhile in the stands, Duan Qianqian and Miao Ye casually munched melon, calmly chatting about who would break through. On stage, Mo Jun sneered and pinned Da Hu down, mocking whether he could still endure, drawing furious curses. Ignoring him, Mo Jun kicked Da Hu flying and coldly uttered a single word. Ruan Biao cheered excitedly that the three-eyed tiger had been sent packing and victory belonged to Duan Qianqian. Beside him, Miao Yi blushed, murmuring that the opponent had broken through, then awkwardly stood up still holding her melon slice. Spectators buzzed in shock that even the threed blazing Tiger King had been defeated. Chen stood behind with arms crossed proudly, while Weimiu grabbed Duan Qianqian's hand and loudly declared her entry into the finals. Though his expression shifted slightly, the other man forced calm and snorted as if all was still planned. In a quiet room, Tang Yi sat cross-legged, gloomily voicing displeasure at immortal venerable Mo Jun. Behind him, the spirit of Manhwa floated, calculating that such recovery likely came from 2 human flower pills. Even so, in his current state he smiled confidently, claiming suppressing Mo Jun would be no big deal. Back on the arena, Duan Qianqian stood upright with sword in hand, while Wei Mu beamed and raised her arm in shared pride. After endless waiting, the first ever Faxian sect mortal cultivators finally kicked off. Mai Feng gripped his sword, plotting to blitz in and finish Duan Qianqian before she could call backup. His lips curled when this, and Sect Master Tang Yi would surely see him in a new light. A cruel thought even flickered if she accidentally died. Well, oops. Hearing that, Duan Qianqian went pale and sweaty, realizing a saint-tier expert wasn't exactly her level. In a flash, Mai Feng pressed 2 fingers to his blade and lunged like lightning, a cold grin screaming finisher move. Panicked, she shut her eyes, burned a talisman, and desperately called for an immortal elder's rescue. As Mi Feng charged like a raging gale, Mo Chen's figure was summoned into the arena. Upon arrival, he slashed his sword into the ground and roared that even immortals would be beaten into submission today. When Mi Feng struck, Mo Chen casually blocked with spiritual power, joking he almost hired him as a luggage carrier. He then flicked out a palm strike, sending Mi Feng staggering back with a face full of shock. Knocked away, Mi Feng rolled across the floor before forcing himself to kneel upright on stage. Refusing defeat, he burned another talisman, ready to gamble everything on more reinforcements. Stroking his beard, Mo Chen smirked with interest, curious who would pop out this time. A radiant pillar of spiritual light descended, immortal aura flooding the arena and stunning the crowd. From the glow emerged Manhwa, dignified and imposing, nodding coldly at Mo Chen. But once he saw the formation clearly, his body jolted as if struck by disbelief. His face darkened trembling, he pointed and gritted out the name Manhwa, old servant. Watching from afar, Jiang Cheng laughed in delight, fancy meeting an old acquaintance in the mortal realm. The man roared in hatred, accusing Manhwa of leading the siege against him in the ancient immortal war. Memory surfaced. He once claimed to be a disciple of immortal venerable Mo Chen's dark pavilion, before demons besieged him and knocked him into the mortal world. Manhwa merely sneered, dismissing the demon story as pure fabrication. Stroking his beard, he declared himself Manhwa, immortal venerable of the righteous path, branding the other a demonic cultivator in disguise. Mo Chen turned green with rage, shouting they had ganged up on him back then, while Jiang Cheng chuckled helplessly. Manhwa also exploded, recalling rumors of his alleged affair that chilled his immortal partner. Mo Chen froze like thunderstruck, utterly baffled how he became the rumor mill. The argument escalated. Manhwa's fists trembled in accusation, while Mo Chen flushed red, demanding sources. Hearing the names listed, Mo Chen paused, muttering he had only told them the story casually. Realization hit, clutching his chest. He wailed that his loose lips had spread the scandal everywhere. Manhwa stood silent, face icy, offering not a single extra word. But Mo Chen erupted, pointing angrily that a few comments didn't justify being besieged. Manhwa shrugged calmly. Immortals and demons oppose each other, mixing public duty with private revenge wasn't shocking. At that reminder, Mo Chen flared up, yelling that Manhwa dared expose his trade secrets. Without further chatter, Manhwa raised his hand and cast the immortal art myriad radiant blossoms. Jiang Cheng cried out in alarm, warning Mo Chen to be careful of that move. In response, Mo Chen clasped his hands and roared, unleashing black heaven, great true endless night. Instantly, waves of dark purple spiritual power surged around him like a midnight tide. At the same time, Manhwa's energy fell like a meteor shower, hammering the defense relentlessly. The violent collision exploded sky-shakingly, purple smoke billowing thick as a battlefield haze. From above, streaks of golden light rained down, slicing through the rolling purple smoke. Some beams veered toward the audience, sending nearby cultivators scrambling in panic. Watching closely, Landai frowned, sensing Mo Chen's aura clearly weakening. Manhwa snorted coldly, mocking that his foe was still the same loser from years past. Gritting through pain, Mo Chen retorted he wasn't fully recovered. If it were fair, they'd rematch later. Manhwa waved dismissively, sparing his life out of kindness, but ordering him to bow and obey from now on. Mo Chen roared refusal, only to be slapped hard, Manhwa asking if he submitted. Dizzy yet stubborn, Mo Chen clenched his teeth and declared he absolutely did not. Jiang Cheng watched in silence as the two bickered like squabbling children. Just then, Yuji dropped from the sky, spinning like a rice cake before thudding onto the ground. Dahu snorted, laughing that the braggart finally got slapped silly. Yinghu shot back that without his interception earlier, someone would been smashed to bits. Jiang Cheng patted Yuji's shoulder, asking why he'd stood frozen like a statue. Yuji smiled lightly, saying stepping in was pointless, too strong, too much pride involved. Then he flashed a sly grin and called out loudly to Elder Mo Chen. Another slap exploded across Mo Chen's cheeks. Manhwa coldly asked again if he submitted, and Mo Chen, trembling and lopsided, still refused. Jiang Cheng teared up dramatically, wiping his nose while praising Elder Mo Chen's unyielding spirit. Meanwhile, Mo Chen's swollen, watery eyes betrayed him as he muttered he might soon be forced to submit anyway. He looked at Jiang Cheng pitifully, asking if his sect master would just watch him get slapped forever. Jiang Cheng chuckled, saying he thought Mo Chen would rage and turn the tables. The great demon beside them laughed, noting the cultivation gap was huge. He'd need at least one human flower pill to flip it. Right then, Jiang Cheng's system panel popped up, offering 3 human flower pills in exchange for points. Without hesitation, he shouted to Mo Chen and hurled 3 golden pills across the arena. Both fighters froze mid-battle, eyes tracking the glittering trio. Seizing the chance, Mo Chen kicked Manhwa away and cursed about being interrupted mid-fight. He swallowed all 3 pills at once, making Dahu marvel that his snatch-and-ate speed rivaled a hunting dog. Crunching sounds followed as the pills burst in his mouth, like a power-up starter pistol. Instantly, blazing purple spiritual energy erupted around him like heavenly fire fanned by wind. Feeling the surge, Mo Chen grinned brightly and asked Manhwa if had enjoyed the earlier warm-up. Manhwa's face changed in horror upon realizing Mo Chen had downed 3 human flower pills. Panic struck. Mo Chen had recovered to peak residual immortal realm, far beyond his control. Mo Chen beckoned mockingly, saying it was his turn now, while Manhwa screamed that this was bad. Outside, Tang Yi also paled and urgently called out to the immortal venerable. Ignoring everyone, Mo Chen strode forward slowly, eyes gleaming like a predator. Without further ado, he slapped Manhwa across the face and asked one crisp question. Blood spraying, Manhwa shrieked mid-sentence, pain twisting his voice. Mo Chen kept grinning and repeated the question. Manhwa could only cough up more blood in reply. Soon the arena echoed with rapid-fire slaps and the same question looping nonstop. Slapped dizzy, Manhwa wailed that he had submitted from the very first slap. Finally, he cried indignantly, asking if Mo Chen had nerve damage or something. Watching with arms crossed, Jiang Cheng smirked that this was the pride and honor of Phaxian sect. Mo Chen sighed in satisfaction, while Manhwa shouted that he was never as stubborn as claimed. Manhwa even pointed back angrily, complaining he'd already submitted yet was still getting slapped. Mo Chen finally laughed it off, sparing him out of old ties but warned him to show proper respect next time. With cheeks red as tomatoes, Manhwa grimaced and shouted for Tang Yi. Tang Yi stood afar, brows furrowed, watching sternly in silence. A bald fellow chimed in, advising submission to Sect Master Jiang since these people were no pushovers. Tang Yi clenched his trembling fists, muttering he couldn't accept that Jiang Cheng's fortune outshone his own. Golden light burst around him as he roared in fury that he refused this outcome. Jiang Cheng merely smiled leisurely and let out a relaxed hum. Suddenly, Manhwa smacked Tang Yi on the head, making him yelp, then barked if he was playing dead. He warned that meeting him was due to converging fate, and Mo Chen only held half that fortune at best. Loudly, he declared Manhwa Immortal Sect would fully submit to Phaxian Sect and obey Sect Master Jiang. Feng Pingxi suddenly called out to Sect Master Tang, clearly displeased to see him here. Sect Master Tang smiled faintly, saying everyone was in the same boat. Hearing this, Feng Pingxi cupped his hands and announced Shaishan Sect would also submit to Phaxian Sect. Yet inwardly he cursed Tang Wei for offending Jiang Cheng before, now praying for mercy. Seeing the fake loyalty, the great demon wanted to strike, but Jiang Cheng waved him down. Arms folded, Jiang Cheng declared he was never the petty, vengeful type. If they truly submitted, past grudges would vanish like they never existed. The crowd roared, hailing Sect Master Jiang as mortal realm leader, boosting Phaxian Sect's loyalty sky high. The system panel popped up, congratulating the host on new rewards. His total points soared past 27 million. The system added that the main quest made major progress, granting tens of millions more points. Jiang Cheng's eyes widened. He hadn't expected such a jackpot. Laughing loudly, he proclaimed mortal cultivators must unite, and any troublemakers would face his wrath. The great demon sighed great, more unpaid overtime. Dahu grumbled that despite great merit, he got no reward and had to hand everything to the sect treasury. He kept whining about fighting daily only to end up empty-handed. Jiang Cheng smiled, extending his hand. Wasn't the big reward already here? The system announced 3 Tiger King members upgraded their foundation, costing tens of millions of points. A great demon curiously asked what happened after reaching Grade 1 foundation. Dahu's eyes blazed as he laughed thunderously, declaring he'd entered first grade foundation realm. Overexcited, he loudly called out Mo Chen, old dog, in the arena. He dashed forward to challenge him again, glaring fiercely to see who'd wait for whom now. Instantly grinding his teeth, he silently cursed the loudmouth, forcing him quiet to protect his reputation. Jiang Cheng stepped forward in the grand hall, declaring the tournament a perfect success. Humanity had a leader and a new journey ahead. Then he smiled meaningfully at Dahu, asking if he truly had nothing more to say. Dahu covered his face and shook his head. What more was there after receiving first grade foundation? Jiang Cheng laughed heartily, saying that upgrade was just the appetizer, the real reward was still coming. The crowd froze, eyes wide and mouths agape like thunder struck on a clear day. A great demon hurried forward, demanding to know what mysterious gift the sect master was hinting at. Another voice cut in, reminding that the Tiger clan still suffered back home, making Dahu slap his forehead in sudden realization. He quickly bowed, reporting that the Tiger clan at Tiger Head Mountain was bullied, and asking to return for a few months to settle it. Ironically, Mo Chen clicked his tongue mockingly, and a nearby great demon joined the teasing without restraint. Instantly irritated, Dahu cut in, correcting that 1 month was enough, his current strength would clean house easily. Jiang Cheng burst out laughing, telling Xiao Hu's imagination was poor, the big reward was simply paid leave. He then narrowed his eyes, recalling how Dahu once bragged he ranked last among the 12 demon kings. Dahu waved it off smugly, saying that was ancient history thanks to the sect master's blessing. He now at least ranked top 6. Jiang Cheng only shook his head and sighed, making Dahu blush and stammer what the sect master meant. Smiling calmly, Jiang Cheng declared that the number-one throne of the demon realm must belong to Phaxian sect. Dahu and Mo Chen froze eyes wide, nearly asking in unison if they'd misheard. Scene shift at Siwan Holy Land in southern Lingzhou, someone rushed in reporting Phaxian sect had arrived. Hearing this, Wuhan sprang up, his face instantly tense. He loudly ordered preparations to welcome them and invite the guests in at once. Disciples swarmed out. Wuhan bowed respectfully, words dripping with enthusiastic flattery. Yet when Jiang Cheng's group entered wearing shiny yellow hard hats, like construction workers, the solemn mood turned bizarre. Some Siwan disciples looked displeased, casting hostile glances and quietly avoiding them. Jiang Cheng noticed the oddity and frowned, bluntly asking what game they were playing. He pressed further, saying their evasive looks were hardly proper hospitality. Wu Han immediately turned and scolded his disciples, ordering them to step forward properly. The disciples shuffled out, faces twisted as if swallowing something bitter. Worse, Wu Han slapped each of them and forced bright smiles while scolding. Jiang Cheng still didn't let it go, coldly asking what offense had committed to earn such hostile stares. Wu Han forced a laugh, claiming it was just sect tradition, but Jiang Cheng's suspicions grew. He quietly activated a divine art, secretly probing Wu Han's mind. Behind the awkward smile, Wu Han's thoughts were chaotic, fearing Phaxian sect came to strike first. He even considered risking it all. Jiang Cheng raised a brow and questioned if real grudges existed. Had he offended Siwan Holy Land before? Wu Huan turned pale, waving frantically in denial, feigning innocence while trembling inside, suspecting mundrating. He shakily pointed ahead, eyes hesitant as if afraid to anger them. Suddenly, his finger stopped, aimed straight at Xiao Hu in the crowd. Xiao Hu widened his eyes, pointing at himself in shock. Was he the troublemaker? Wu Huan nervously confessed that years ago Xiao Hu rampaged through their sect, killing nearly half their disciples and elders. Xiao Hu exploded in fury, roaring that they were slandering him. Before he finished, Mo Chen jumped up cursing, saying Xiao Hu caused chaos everywhere and still dared blame others. Flustered, Wu Huan wiped sweat and explained that Xiao Hu had once borrowed their grand teleportation array. Hearing that, Xiao Hu froze as old memories resurfaced. Yet he still pouted stubbornly, insisting he only borrowed it briefly, and they attacked first. Aggrieved, Wu Huan muttered that the grand array consumed massive spiritual power. Outsiders couldn't just use it freely. Seeing this, Jiang Cheng chuckled and played peacemaker, joking that holding a grudge over something so tiny was dramatic, and Xiao Hu nodded along. Then Jiang Cheng suddenly roared, demanding to know if Xiao Hu slaughtered half a sect over that petty nonsense. Flustered, Xiao Hu argued the trip from Tianyao domain was too dangerous, so he needed the formation for safety. Jiang Cheng sighed, admitting that since his own people caused the mess, he'd clean it up. With that, he raised a hand, spiritual energy swirling in his palm like he was about to drop a miracle. In a blink, the long-dead disciples reappeared one by one, as if strolling back from the underworld. Newly revived, they looked around in utter confusion, clueless about the chaos. But spotting Xiao Hu in the courtyard triggered old memories, and they charged at him with red eyes. One roared that anyone wanting Siwan's grand array had to step over his dead body first. Wu Huan rushed over and smacked the loudmouth, telling him to shut up and stop embarrassing the sect. He then dragged everyone to their knees to thank Jiang Cheng for resurrecting them. Once calm returned, Wu Huan solemnly declared that if Faishan sect needed help, Siwan Holy Land would give its all. Jiang Cheng gestured for Landai to step forward and explain their true purpose. She presented a thick stack of documents, calling it the master plan plus detailed research report. Flipping the first page, Wu Huan's eyes bulged at the title, A Toy-Year Spatial Transportation Blueprint. The more he rid, the more stunned he became. Si Yuan would build and run everything, while Fei Xian's sect handled morale support. Even Jiang Cheng frowned, asking who on earth drafted such a bizarre contract. He whipped around to scold Lan Di, demanding why the other side was stuck with all the burden. Lan Di lowered her head and muttered that she simply followed the labor principles Xiao Hu once proposed. Jiang Cheng's face darkened as he reminded them Fei Xian's sect was now the number-one sect and had to act like it. Pointing at the contract, he assured Wu Huan that Fei Xian's sect would share all listed responsibilities with Siwan Holy Land. Seeing hesitation linger, Jiang Cheng's voice dropped, asking if they were still unsatisfied. Terrified, Wu Huan knelt and explained the teleportation grand array drained spiritual energy at a horrifying rate. He hurriedly added that if only Fei Xian's sect used it, Siwan would absolutely prioritize them. Jiang Cheng crossed his arms coolly, remarking that all this uproar was over such a minor issue. He immediately called Da Huang over, signaling her to handle it. The little girl softly began to sing, and the surrounding spiritual energy started to tremble with her tune. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng poured a whole bag of high-grade beast spirit stones into her mouth. Her farewell melody rose again, shimmering as if blending with heaven and earth. In a flash, her body radiated brilliant light and soared skyward like a reborn sprite. At the peak, she laughed midair and shouted that anyone who wanted strength should just train harder. The Saiyuan Holy Land crowd trembled in shock, some stammering that the spiritual vein had changed. A booming cry confirmed that the spiritual vein had upgraded all the way to 9th grade. The entire sect erupted in cheers. Knowing this surge of spiritual energy meant breakthroughs were imminent. All disciples lined up and knelt, thanking Jiang Cheng as if he were their savior. Jiang Cheng waved it off calmly, reminding them that although the spiritual vein was restored, transportation operations were still their job. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the demon realm, where undercurrents were surging violently. At Shanyao Domain beneath Hu-Tu Mountain, tension filled the air and unrest simmered everywhere. Right then, Jiang Cheng and Xiao Hu descended to assess the situation. Xiao Hu instantly roared in fury upon seeing his ancestral territory turned into a petrating kennel. Jiang Cheng swept his arm and rallied everyone to fight for Xiao Hu's kin. Before them, rows of cats and dogs were caged in iron bars, sold off like premium collectibles. In a flash, Xiao Hu and his brothers dove down like tigers crashing into a flock of sheep. A gray-robed merchant panicked, wailing that the promised market deal was collapsing overnight. Xiao Hu went berserk demanding punishment, but La Baba hurriedly stopped him, warning not to summon the security captain. The gray dog sneered, mocking Gai Lao for bowing to lowly slaves. Guai Lao shot back with a glare, warning that another word might cost him his life. Mistaking that for fear, the gray dog loudly rallied his companions. He shouted to the crowd that someone was ruining their livelihood. Instantly, demon beasts swarmed in from all sides, claws ready, roaring to see who dared cause trouble. Jiang Cheng stepped back, frowning and muttering if had accidentally wandered into a zoo. Tilting his head, Lao Baba whispered that these were famed demon kings of the 72 caves. Hearing the insult, the beasts roared skyward, killing intent surging like a tidal wave. Jiang Cheng frowned, asking if the so-called 72 caves weren't actually just 36 caves. Gai Lao burst out laughing, explaining there were only 36 officially, the rest just made-up titles for swagger. Lao Baba nodded, adding that besides the 36 caves, all sorts of bizarre Demon King rankings had popped up. The beasts grew even angrier, their aura flaring as if to torch the entire mountain. One gritted his teeth and warned Gui Lao to back off, saying higher cultivation wouldn't scare them. Gai Lao narrowed his eyes and asked Jiang Cheng for leave, confidently volunteering to clean up the rabble. He shot forward at once, and the battlefield shook like dragons and tigers clashing. After overwhelming strikes, Gai Lao roared, demanding who else dared defy him. He stood tall atop a few defeated beasts in Katandrat forms, while the rest trembled and begged for mercy. Jiang Cheng grinned and gave a thumbs up, praising Gai Lao for grasping Fei Xin Sec's startup spirit on day one. Behind them, De Hu's face darkened like burnt iron, silently lamenting a new rival in the art of flattery. As they chatted, a cold voice suddenly rang out behind Gai Lao. A handsome man appeared, long hair flowing, every step glowing with dramatically flashy white light. Jiang Cheng stroked his chin in critique, while Da Hu scoffed that it was just a wolf demon who once lost badly challenging Yuan Tingjing. Jiang Cheng showed interest at the name, but Da Hu sneered that the guy ranked dead last among the demon kings. Jiang Cheng glanced over, asking if the bottom from the top spot wasn't actually Da Hu's. Da Hu blushed and argued he was second from the bottom, and had graciously ceded last place. Sensing tension, Gai Lao laughed it off, claiming the opponent was just small fry. The gray wolf sneered and slashed like lightning, so fast Guy Lao barely gasped in shock. In a blink, the outcome was clear. Guy Lao was blasted away without defense. His imposing body reverted to a black turtle, flipped belly up on the battlefield. As the wolf mocked him, Guy Lao lay panting, redayed and unwilling to disappoint his sect leader. Summoning all strength, he spat a torrent of crimson water, unleashing the grand crimson flood art. The wolf stiffened briefly, hastily forming sword ki to block the raging surge, unsettled as the tide turned. After blocking, he frowned and demanded how Guai Lao leapt from 5th grade foundation to 4th grade so quickly. Guai Lao roared back that he wasn't dead yet and challenged him to a life-or-death duel. They clashed again as the wolf twisted his wrist, sword crashing down like thunder. Facing that might, Guai Lao turned pale and braced himself to endure a lethal blow. Behind them, Zhang Cheng and Da Hu folded their arms, casually praising the gray wolf's looks and lethal skills. Da Hu added that the wolf nearly became Demon King of the 12 Caves once. But dissatisfied, he kept challenging Grand Divine Officer Yuan, losing every time under crushing suppression. Zhang Cheng blinked, joking that a wolf serving a dog was wild, making Da Hu hurriedly shush him. Meanwhile, Guai Lao shrank into his turtle shell, prompting the gray wolf to curse him as a cowardly turtle. Trembling inside, Guai Lao called for help while Zhang Cheng munched seeds and nudged Da Hu to step in. Hearing "stupid dog," the wolf exploded, roaring to know who dared insult the wolf clan. He lunged at Da Hu like a madman, vowing death for the offender. Yet Da Hu casually sidestepped, sending the wolf stumbling and his sword flying away. In a blink, ropes tightened and slammed him to the ground, Da Hu coldly asking if this was Wolf Clan glory. Even restrained, the wolf snarled threats of revenge. Da Hu dropped a heaven-heavy palm strike, smashing his head into the dirt. The wolf instantly switched gears, kneeling and begging, claiming he'd never offend a hidden master like Da Hu knowingly. Secretly, though, he guessed Da Hu had stumbled upon some heaven-defying opportunity. Da Hu looped a rope around his neck, declaring today the sect leader would feast on dog meat. Terrified, Kang Lang cried for mercy, boasting he could read palms and learn all kinds of guiding skills. Zhang Cheng folded his arms and gazed skyward, pondering a glorious career path for Da Hu. He raised a hand, eyes flashing as he scanned Taidu Kang Lang's data like checking stats. A panel appeared 2nd grade foundation, upgradable to 1st grade for 66 million points. Zhang Cheng sighed, saying this talent was basically Xiao Hu 2.0. Patting Da Hu's shoulder, he announced his future role as CEO of Feixian Sect's Demon Realm branch. The wolf immediately prostrated himself, tearfully thanking the big boss for sparing his life. Da Hu corrected him at once, say sect leader, unless he wanted to cause hypertension. Enlightened on survival, the wolf raised a hand and shouted praises to the sect leader for eternity. Right then, 2 glossy egg tarts appeared before him, golden and irresistibly tempting. The wolf froze, eyes sparkling as if beholding sacred treasure. Unable to resist, he devoured one, raving that it was the finest delicacy of his life. Jiang Cheng leisurely held the other, saying join Feixian sect and egg tarts would be endless. Guai Lao teased about wolf clan honor, but the wolf shrugged. Honor doesn't fill your stomach. The scene shifted to a dilapidated cave draped in cobwebs like an abandoned shack. Entering, Zhang Cheng sighed, asking if Xiao Hu really used to live in this dump. Mo Chen chimed in with sarcasm, earning a furious scolding from Xiao Hu. A second later, Xiao Hu grinned at Zhang Cheng, crediting the sect leader for giving him a chance to renovate. Jiang Cheng nodded, remarking the cave's spiritual vein was in pathetic decline. Xiao Hu's eyes lit up for approval, while Kang Lang watched in silent shock. The group exited the cave to the open ground outside. A golden beam shot down as Zhang Cheng summoned Da Huang for support. He looked at her and uttered 2 familiar code words. Then he took out a bag of marble candies, feeding Da Huang in their usual ritual. Finished eating, Da Huang soared skyward, shouting as spiritual power rained onto the cave. On the ground, Xiao Hu's disciples stared wide-eyed, clueless about the spiritual vein's sudden transformation. In moments, the spiritual vein shot up to 9th difference grade, a rarity in the demon realm. Overjoyed, Xiao Hu dropped to his knees, hugging Zhang Cheng's leg, praising the sect leader's brilliance nonstop. He then roared for the chief steward to bring chilled watermelon to entertain the sect leader. But silence fell after a while. A weak voice echoed from the cave. It trembled out that the chief steward had been captured by the Frost Rabbit King. Xiao Hu instantly exploded in rage, shouting that rabbit had gone too far for years. His eyes burned red as he swore to reclaim every shred of humiliation endured. Meanwhile at Taiyan Mountain, inside Frost Cave, a cold gloom blanketed everything. At the hall's center, Yin Yu Shuang sat leisurely, the unquestioned queen of the cave. Before her, Xiao Hu's chief steward knelt obediently, painting her toenails, asking if the color pleased her. His trembling hand slipped, smearing polish across her foot. Yin Yu Shuang erupted in fury, ordering him to lick the mess clean. Pale-faced, he lamented inwardly yet blamed her irresistible charm. Shaking, he lifted her foot to obey. Before he could act, a thunderous blast shook the entire cave. Yin Yu Shuang sprang up, eyes sharp, demanding to know what was happening. Outside, Xiao Hu kicked the door and roared for her to face him if she dared abduct his people. She smiled with delight, saying the three-eyed tiger finally showed himself. The cave doors burst open under immense force. A swift counterstrike sent Xiao Hu flying like a snapped kite. Still roaring, he declared his foundation had upgraded, and he no longer feared her. Yin Yu Shuang stepped out calmly, holding the chief steward by a neck rope as her personal mount. Xiao Hu erupted, shouting she dared enslave his steward. Ironically, the steward looked blissful, panting and begging Xiao Hu not to ruin his joy. Gai Lao stepped forward to handle it, saying such trifles didn't require Xiao Hu. But Kang Lang dashed out to claim credit, eager to earn merit. The moment they saw Yin Yu Shuang's beauty, both got nosebleeds defeated before fighting. Claiming to battle, they flailed in chaos, unclear if for honor or infatuation. Effortlessly, Yin Yu Shuang gained 2 new loyal subordinates. Furious, Xiao Hu roared whether they came to fight or host a betrayal festival. She laughed mockingly, reminding him how she'd beaten him into a shell for years. Xiao Hu lifted his head confidently, declaring he could now subdue her and the rabbit clan. Yet moments later he muttered dreamily that marrying her would be bliss. Enraged, Yin Yu Shuang shouted that he dared flirt with her. She soared skyward, freezing the 2 traitors before preparing her ultimate move. Below, Xiao Hu trembled in confusion, fear instinctively resurfacing. Memories of past defeats replayed, throwing his heart into turmoil. Gritting his teeth, he reminded himself he now had first-grade foundation and couldn't lose. He launched a barrage of attacks like a raging storm. Only one thought echoed in his mind: win at all costs. Yet a single strike from Yin Yu Shuang made him bleed from the nose and freeze solid. In a blink, Xiao Hu was icebound like the earlier traitors. Arms crossed, Yin Yu Shuang sneered that he sought his own death. His subordinates wailed desperately, calling for Lord Hu. The Fei Xian sect crowd stirred. Mo Chen even mocked that reviving him was wasted effort. Zhang Cheng alone stayed calm, noting the system hadn't warned him so Xiao Hu wasn't dead. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shook heaven and earth as all eyes fixed on the cracking ice block. From the shattered ice core, Xiao Hu roared free, power exploding as he grew colossal like a tiger god descending. Yin Yu Shuang stared in shock. This power-up was nowhere in her script. As if waiting years for this cue, Xiao Hu lunged like a starving tiger spotting prey. In a flash, he dragged her into a steel-tight embrace with zero intention of letting go. She struggled furiously, yelling at him to release her, but the hug was unbreakable. Ignoring her protests, he squeezed even tighter as if to melt her into his chest. She kept cursing midair, yet remained utterly trapped. Grinning brightly, Xiao Hu declared today he'd reclaim all the bullying she'd given him. He promptly showered her face with rapid-fire kisses, venting years of grievance in seconds. Then he gently set her down, as carefully as placing priceless treasure. His face glowed with rare bliss as he blurted a smug remark. Meanwhile, Yin Yu Shuang stood dazed, questioning the 3-eyed tiger's monstrous foundation. Xiao Hu stared intensely, bold ideas flashing through his mind, and making his gaze even stranger. Suddenly hugging her again, he solemnly proposed she become his consort, promising supreme status in the demon realm. Awkwardly, a subordinate whispered that she was already the highest-ranking rabbit. Flustered, Xiao Hu rephrased grandly, eyes still shining at her. Blushing, Yin Yu Shuang lowered her head and softly agreed, instantly softening the air. Xiao Hu laughed like a kid with candy, repeatedly confirming she truly accepted. With a sly grin, he hugged her and shouted about the bridal chamber, both vanishing as streaks of light. Elsewhere at the demon outpost of Kiao Wenba, a frantic report shook the hall. The fox demon on the throne frowned, asking if the 12 Caves Demon King rankings had changed. The subordinate reported that the 3-eyed tiger had surpassed the Frost Rabbit King, now 3rd from the bottom. The Grand Divine Officer's eyes widened in disbelief at the ranking. Sheepishly, the subordinate added that the Grand Divine Officer ranked 1st counting from the bottom. Furious, the Grand Divine Officer smashed his seat, the bang echoing through the hall. Meanwhile, the fox demon stuffed spirit pills and herbs into his mouth to boost power until Gai Lao patted his shoulder. Before he could react, Gai Lao had already offered water as the fox demon shouted in thirst. The fox demon chugged the whole jug, leaving Gai Lao horrified and cautious. Gasping red-faced, the fox demon coughed and growled that he knew the Dog King Grand Divine Officer well. He insisted the Dog King wouldn't swallow being shoved to the bottom by Hu Ye. He worried Hu Ye's rabbit honeymoon spree drained stamina bad timing if the Dog King attacked. Guy Lao casually picked his nose, scoffing that with so many experts, worrying was self-scare. Enraged, the fox demon slapped him spinning, scolding that a driver who can't foresee danger is useless. Suddenly enlightened, Guy Lao praised him while the fox demon smugly invoked his wolf clan identity. The scene shifted to Yin Yu Shuang's cave, now buzzing with celebration. Amid Spring Festival cheers, Xiao Hu and Yin Yu Shuang held hands, spinning under glowing magic orbs. The crowd danced and sang loudly, a strangely tragic tune echoing through the cave like a song in a white storm. Outside the entrance, the Dog King frowned, ears twitching irritably at the so-called singing. The Dog King instantly roared and kicked the cave door open, demanding the three-eyed tiger come out and face him. As it opened, hazy banquet smoke drifted out, with Fei Xian sect figures floating like immortals in mist. The Dog King froze in confusion, glancing around at the unexpectedly crowded scene. Xiao Hu stepped out squinting irritably, asking why that old dog dared kick open his wedding chamber with Shuang. Hearing the nickname Shuang, Jiang Cheng's group gagged in second-hand embarrassment. Yin Yu Shuang then walked out calmly with folded arms, smiling coldly and promising to teach the old dog some manners. The Dog King immediately shrank his aura like a timid turtle, pretending deep respect for the lady's tolerance. Still, he pointed at Xiao Hu and demanded if the tiger had flattered his way up the rankings. Xiao Hu exploded in anger, roaring that today he'd show the power of first-grade foundation. With a tiger-like roar, he unleashed a palm strike that shook the surrounding space. But mid-charge he suddenly froze, his expression turning strange. Beside him, Mo Chen laughed wildly while Xiao Hu clutched his stomach in agony. Seizing the chance, the Dog King lunged like a hunter, shouting that a once-in-a-millennium opportunity had arrived. At the critical moment, a furious shout suddenly tore across the sky. A violent force slammed into the Dog King, blasting him backward. The shockwave scattered Jiang Cheng's group like falling leaves, leaving everyone baffled. The newcomer was the Fox Demon, now standing face-to-face with the Dog King, their auras evenly matched. Furious, the Dog King cursed Tai Bei Kang Lang as a traitor for opposing him. The Fox Demon boldly declared wolves would never bow to dogs and vowed to knock him off the Demon King rankings. He smashed a hammer-like punch into the Dog King's face, the howl of pain making Guy Lao cheer. The system announced Jiang Cheng had recruited Tai Bei Kang Lang and gained 350,000 points. Seeing the Dog King knocked back, the crowd burst into excited cheers. The Fox Demon brimmed with excitement, feeling years of training finally paying off. Yet the Dog King refused defeat, roaring that the Fox Demon's new power still wasn't enough. Hearing the challenge, the Fox Demon suddenly trembled as fear gripped his body. Jiang Cheng watched curiously while Guy Lao explained the killing break spear artifact suppressed wolf bloodlines. Xiao Hu glared angrily for stealing his explanation, scaring Guy Lao into hurried excuses. Tension rose until Mo Chen stepped between them scolding sternly, but Xiao Hu snapped that the old dog had no right in demon affairs. Seizing the moment, Chen turned to Jiang Cheng accusing Xiao Hu of forming cliques that must not be tolerated. He roared and unleashed the radiant void roaring art, his aura surging violently. A massive wave of internal power poured into the Fox Demon, leaving him wide-eyed at the sudden boost. The system then announced the commander had recruited Huizhen Demon King, awarding 2.88 billion points. Jiang Cheng grinned crookedly, stunned by the absurd number of points gained in seconds. Meanwhile, the Dog King sweated heavily, trembling as he sensed the Fox Demon's terrifying foundation. Xiao Hu lowered his head respectfully toward Mo Chen, moved that the old dog sacrificed cultivation to empower another. Calmly, Mo Chen said that for the sect leader's honor and the sect's future, such loss meant nothing. He then ordered the Fox Demon to win for Fei Xian sect's reputation, making Xiao Hu grumble since the secret was now exposed. From afar, Jiang Cheng praised Elder Mo, and the disciples' cheers made the scene even more hyped. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng rewarded Mo Chen with a precious human flower pill. Xiao Hu protested it wasn't worth a spirit pill, but Mo Chen calmly swallowed it and bowed in thanks. Moments later, Mo Chen's complexion turned rosy, and his aura stabilized as he solemnly thanked the sect leader. He then continued channeling inner force into the Fox Demon, whose momentum kept swelling. Feeling the surge, the Fox Demon muttered excitedly that he could now challenge even Dragon King or Monkey King. Once fully stabilized, he strode toward the Dog King, who was already drenched in sweat. In a flash, he leapt skyward and launched a head-on assault. Pressed hard, the Dog King retaliated desperately, their clash booming like thunder. The collision shook heaven and earth, but the Dog King soon fell behind in raw power. Before long, his protective system crumbled and spiritual energy ran wild through his body. The Fox Demon delivered a fatal punch, blasting the Dog King away with a miserable howl. His golden collar exploded into fragments, scattering across the ground. Hu Mian Xiao and Hu Rongshu stood stunned, unable to believe a ninth-grade spirit artifact was destroyed. Now the Dog King lay pinned beneath the massive fox demon, utterly stripped of dignity. Eyes blazing, the fox demon demanded if he accepted being kicked from the 12 Caves Demon Kings. Trembling, the Dog King tearfully admitted defeat and accepted bottom rank on the new list. Coldly, the fox demon waved off any concession, saying the wolf clan had found a better backing. The system announced Tai Beikang Lang officially entered the 12 Caves, with points surging again. After victory, the fox demon bowed respectfully to Mo Chen, asking if his performance satisfied the elder. Mo Chen smiled toward Jiang Cheng, who nodded in high praise. Xiao Hu, hands on hips, glared and reminded that the fox demon was still his subordinate, no freelancing flattery allowed. Stroking his beard, Mo Chen coolly replied that Fei Xian sect was for cultivation and enterprise, not office politics. Grinding his teeth, Xiao Hu vowed internally to repay the scheming old dog someday. Meanwhile atop Yang Mountain, amid drifting clouds, a majestic figure stood tall on a cliff. It was Jin Yu Grand Priest, hands behind his back, admiring his own extraordinary aura. A subordinate rushed over breathless with urgent news. Jin Yu spun around, scolding him for ruining their faction's dignity. The subordinate reported that the three-dyed tiger declared dominance over the demon realm, and Yuan Jingtan lost his rank to Tai Beikang Lang. Jin Yu frowned at the Millennium Stable rankings now thrown into chaos by human arrivals. He briefly thought of Tang Wei, admitting the youngster was far from ordinary. But the subordinate clarified the true leader was Jiang Cheng and his singing-dancing crew under Taiyin Mountain. Intrigued, Jin Yu sneered and decided to personally investigate. Meanwhile, the battered Dog King dragged himself home, wanting to smash his head after that humiliating loss. Gazing at the gray sky, calculation flickered in his eyes. At that moment, Jin Yu Grand Priest descended slowly before him. The Dog King frowned, guessing the elder came to trouble the three-eyed tiger too. Secretly, he wondered whether the unlucky tiger or the human group would suffer worse. Soon, Jin Yu stood before Yin Yu Shuang's cave, where singing and dancing still echoed noisily. He then stepped inside, cold eyes sweeping over every face of the Fei Xian sect. Out of nowhere, Jin Yu booms that this place is reported for hosting a lusty orgy, absolutely intolerable in the demon realm. Mo Chen glances at Xiao Hu and sighs that it's just noisy here for debauchery. Simply drag that tiger away. He then bluntly points at Xiao Hu, instantly making the tiger explode in protest. Calmly, Mo Chen adds that immortal magic already recorded everything and sent the footage to the heavenly court. Furious, Xiao Hu lunges over, grabs Mo Chen's beard, and screams that Mo Chen is the real pervert secretly filming and leaking smut. In the chaos, a seven-colored energy suddenly binds everyone, forcing them to look up in shock. It's Jin Yu's divine power covering the whole cave mansion as he shouts about purging this filthy crowd. Xiao Hu shoves Mo Chen aside and snaps that Jin Yu just wants to compete for rank with him. From afar, Jiang Cheng strokes his chin and grins, guessing this pressure might push Xiao Hu to explode in power and top the demon realm. Sadly, Xiao Hu grimaces his back still aches, so winning soon may require several more days of suffering. Seeing through him, Mo Chen sneers that lately Xiao Hu's cultivation and strength seem stored on someone else's body. Xiao Hu instantly thinks of Yin Yu Shuang, face burning as he lowers his head to dodge everyone's eyes. Her unforgettable naked image keeps flashing in his mind, scrambling his thoughts. Mo Chen keeps teasing let Xiao Hu's Xiao Shuang handle big problems while he relaxes and lives the sweet life. Enraged, Xiao Hu roars that has the top-tier bloodline Li Hu King and would never freeload off a woman. Mo Chen casually picks his nose and says fine, step aside so the old man handles it, signaling Xi Yao to act. Sa Yao bares his fangs, steps forward coldly, and states his ready. Seeing things escalate, Xiao Hu rushes out and raises a hand, begging everyone to hold their attacks. He then turns to Yin Yu Shuang with puppy eyes and softly asks her to help. Without hesitation, Yin Yu Shuang steps forward, crosses her arms, and says her husband's Kli is weak, so deal with her instead. Jin Yu sneers sideways, asking how someone ranked 10th dares to fight in another's place. Yin Yu Shuang pats her shoulder calmly, saying rank doesn't matter because he couldn't win anyway. Offended, Jin Yu curls his lips into a cold smile and rolls his wrist, ready to teach her a lesson. He roars the technique name Oye, unleashing violently swirling seven-colored aura. With absolute confidence, Jin Yu charges in using Iron Mountain Shoulder Strike like a collapsing peak. But only a few seconds pass. Jin Yu's entire body freezes solid in ice, turning into a statue in the arena. Xiao Hu and the Fei Xian sect are stunned. The Grand Divine Officer got one shot by a casual move. Xiao Hu mutters blankly that he thought he had the advantage, yet somehow has the real loser here. After the instant victory, Yin Yu Shuang coldly asks if Jin Yu admits defeat, making him immediately kneel and beg mercy. Still unsatisfied, she demands he lick her foot to prove submission and slowly extends it forward. Xiao Hu quickly jumps in to smooth things over, while Yin Yu Shuang scratches her head awkwardly, saying it's just a habit. Seizing the moment, Xiao Hu declares to Jin Yu that he is the number-one demon of the realm and Jin Yu can guard last place. Meanwhile, deep inside the gloomy Haifeng forest, hidden around Hu Tu Lu, a group of demons dance and sing around a fire, with a giant pot of bubbling black red liquid boiling above it. Sitting proudly on a stone throne, Zhuwang Dawang orders a check on the 12 children prepared for sacrifice. A subordinate immediately bows, accepts the order, and rushes off. At the same time in peaceful Liyang town beneath Haifeng forest, a dark wind approaches, an omen of disaster. Inside a small house, a child happily asks why today's meal tastes so good, while the parents behind him stand in silent sorrow. The pregnant mother leans on her husband's shoulder, tears quietly sliding down her thin cheeks. Suddenly, the door is kicked open with a thunderous bang, shaking the whole house. Outside, a cold lackey of Zhuwang Dawang asks if tomorrow's sacrifice is ready for the feast. Terrified, the parents bow repeatedly, trembling as they say everything is prepared. The lackey glares and warns them not to try tricks or they'll end like the Lu family. Inside, the older sister bites her lip in despair, praying Da Mao returns soon before she's taken as the sacrifice. Meanwhile, outside Yin Yu Shuang's cave, a boy arrives panting like he just ran across half the world. He immediately bows and pleads, voice shaking, asking if Hu Wang can save the villagers. Ironically, inside the cave echoes loud singing and partying from the cheerful Fei Shishan sect crowd. With no choice, the boy shouts desperately at the entrance for Hu Wang. Hearing it, Zhang Cheng squints and guesses someone has come to challenge Xiao Hu again. Soon the boy limps inside with a stick, so skinny a strong breeze might knock him over. Xiao Hu folds his arms and scoffs, asking what bottom-tier demon dares appear before him with zero demon aura. Jiang Cheng instead says seriously that someone hiding aura this perfectly must be a hidden master. Xiao Hu's fur instantly bristles in alarm, glaring at the boy with murderous suspicion. In his mind, the kid is clearly faking weakness to launch a sneak attack. Without hesitation, Xiao Hu charges and strikes, shouting for the foe to reveal his true form, as the boy panics about the misunderstanding. Before he can finish speaking, the palm strike lands, he spits blood, and dies on the spot while Xiao Hu stares stiffly at the corpse. Mo Chen doubles over laughing, mocking how a demon king used full power to kill a fragile mortal. Xiao Hu snaps angrily, while Mo Chen coolly says the fault lies with the idiot executor, not the one giving orders. Jiang Cheng nods thoughtfully, praising Mo Chen's logic as surprisingly solid. Scratching his head, Jiang Cheng walks to the corpse, saying as sect supervisor he shares some responsibility. He then spends accumulated points to activate a resurrection ability and drags the boy back from death. After a moment, the boy slowly opens his eyes, still confused about what just happened. He suddenly jumps up in horror, stammering that Hu Wang clearly killed him just now. Xiao Hu crosses his arms and sternly asks why the boy came looking for him. The boy instantly kneels and repeatedly kowtows, calling him Hu Wang grandpa. The system promptly announces that worshipping San Yan Hu grants 200,000 points. Seeing the huge gain, Jiang Cheng mutters whether Xiao Hu's potential is insane or the system economy is inflating. Crying, the boy explains Tiangai Wang takes 12 children every quarter to practice cultivation. Jiang Cheng blurts that at this rate the guy's stomach must be a bottomless abyss. Wiping tears, the boy bitterly says villagers still have children despite the danger to avoid public shame. He then runs to beg Jiang Cheng to speak kindly for him before Hu Wang. Right then, Xiao Hu drops from the air with a punch that sends the boy flying, yelling at him for talking nonsense. Tragically, the punch is too strong, the boy coughs blood and dies instantly, leaving Jiang Cheng sighing while Xiao Hu awkwardly scratches his head. Jiang Cheng says nothing and once again uses a heaven-defying technique to drag the boy back from death's doorstep. Awakening again, the boy mutters that he just had a bizarre dream, one that somehow happened twice. Xiao Hu coldly tells him it wasn't a dream, he really did get punched to death twice. Xiao Hu then explains seriously that the man before him is Jiang Cheng, the Feixian sect leader and supreme boss of both the human and demon realms. Hearing this, the boy drops to his knees before Jiang Cheng, eyes full of hope while begging him to save the village. Jiang Cheng smiles lightly, saying since the kid personally came for help, ignoring it would be rude. He then jokingly asks Gai Lao whether any turtle-related business could be handled by the old turtle himself. Xiao Hu quickly explains the Shi Tian Giwang is actually a veteran wild boar, ranked 8th among the 12 caves. The brute cultivates the evil hell swallow cultivation, devouring children's organs since their bodies contain fewer impurities. Zhang Cheng nods dismissively, saying with such dumb talent even evil arts won't make him much stronger than himself. Chuckling with interest, he decides to clean up the troublemaking demons in the area while he's at it. Excited, Xiao Hu shouts for the boy to lead the way so they can storm the boar's lair. Meanwhile at Zhuang Dawang's plaza, a group of children stands surrounded by demons. In the crowd, a mother screams her son's name, while the father desperately holds her back to avoid doom. Around them, other parents silently weep, crushed by grief yet too terrified to resist. Suddenly the sky darkens as rolling black quay rises like the gates of hell opening. Seeing this, Da Mao's mother trembles that the Ghost King has arrived, prompting someone to quickly cover her mouth. And indeed, moments later, Zhuang Dawang steps out of the dark mist, cold eyes sweeping over the children like knives. Seeing dinner ready, he licks his lips greedily and declares it's time to eat. He casually grabs a child and lifts him like a snack about to be devoured. The child's parents collapse in despair, crying helplessly without daring to intervene. Just as he opens his jaws of sharp teeth, a thunderous shout suddenly orders him to stop. Startled, Zhuang Dawang snaps his head toward the voice. A blazing golden light crashes down from the sky, tearing through the gloomy darkness. As the light fades, Mo Chen appears majestically atop a giant turtle like a god descending. Pointing straight at the boar, Mo Chen roars that the demon realm isn't lawless for him to slaughter freely. Zhuang Dawang sneers, recognizing Mo Chen as someone once defeated by him and mocking his moral preaching. Raising his rake, he bellows that his ancestors lived on human flesh and couldn't care less about virtue. In a flash, the rake slams down with murderous force, as he roars that even the heavenly king could stop his bloodthirst. At that moment, a family of 3 in the crowd freezes upon spotting a familiar figure among the demons. The mother screams in panic after realizing her son Da Mao is standing right in the middle of the monsters. The little girl quickly explains Da Mao didn't run away. He traveled everywhere seeking help to save her Mao, stunning their parents. However, villagers behind them erupt in panic, many shouting angrily for fear the whole village will suffer like the Lu family before. The girl hurriedly reassures them that Hu Wang grandpa carries a great heavenly destiny and killing Shi Tiangai Wang is trivial. Yet mocking laughter rises from the crowd, claiming the Tiger clan declined long ago and can't even keep a seat in the 12 caves. Many villagers immediately kneel toward the darkness, desperately denying involvement and begging the Ghost King for mercy. Zhang Cheng frowns in annoyance and glances at Xiao Hu, silently noting the locals clearly don't trust him. Da Hu just crosses his arms and laughs confidently, saying a mighty lion doesn't care about sheep bleeding. Zhun rolls his eyes and mocks him, saying his reckless attitude looks nothing like a lion. Irritated, Da Hu shouts back from atop the turtle that it was just a metaphor and besides, the tiger is the true king of beasts. From afar, Mo Chen spits and sneers that this so-called king does little besides roaring loudly. Hearing that, Da Hu turns red, clenches his fists, and insists the true king must be a tiger, his 3 eyes shining like stars. He even rolls up his sleeves to argue tiger vs lion strength, while Mo Chen casually says lions at least have cooler hair. Mo Chen then hops back grinning, bragging that lions have harems and nightly fun, while tigers mope alone in forests. Tragically, Da Hu freezes, eyes watering, his 3 pupils glittering like he's about to cry from emotional damage. He suddenly squats down, hugging his knees and sobbing, while the turtle beneath him trembles under the unexpected drama. Suddenly Da Hu snaps his head up, tear-streaked but remembering he's the mighty San Yan Li Hu king. He leaps up on the turtle and angrily points at Mo Chen, yelling he almost got tricked by that old dog. At that moment, Gai Lao taps his own head, nervously telling Da Hu to stop arguing and warning of danger ahead. Just then, Zhuang Dawang's spirit-powered punch crashes in, blasting Da Hu away like a leaf in a storm. Gai Lao gets dizzy with a giant bump on his head, while everyone riding the turtle wobbles and screams in chaos. Mo Chen immediately rages for nearly being thrown off, while Da Hu climbs up growling that Mo Chen distracted him. Da Hu then rises into a battle stance, savage aura erupting as his bloodshot eyes lock onto the enemy. In a flash, he leaps off the turtle, face icy, palm raised for a decisive strike. Zhuang Dawang only sneers, lazily swinging his rake as if the opponent isn't worth attention. But as Da Hu suddenly closes in, Zhuang's eyes twitch, realizing that speed is absurdly fast. Instantly, a thunder-heavy punch slams onto Zhuang's head, making his eyes roll white like a dead fish. His massive body crashes to the ground, dust exploding as the earth trembles. Spectators outside stand frozen in shock, some only managing a stunned scream. One trembling woman blurts that even Shi Tiangai Wang is being suppressed, shattering his invincible legend. Juwang Dawang slowly rises, staring suspiciously at Dahu, wondering how the San Yenhu suddenly got such terrifying foundation. Yet his eyes soon turn vicious, calculating that devouring all sacrifices quickly will push him to peak power. Meanwhile, Dahu lands proudly and declares coldly that he has completely transformed. Suddenly, Juwang Dawang sneak slaps him across the face so fast Dahu only has time to yelp in pain. Seizing the moment, Juwang spins around and runs, shouting like the next step was planned all along. His body violently mutates as he opens his mouth and unleashes the bizarre secret art Etian Shi Shi. Instantly, Juwang's body swells, eyes bloodred, demonic energy surging as the sinister technique activates. The surrounding crowd turns pale and trembles, shouting that the Ghost King's ultimate move has appeared. The children burst into terrified cries, scrambling for cover like chicks hiding from a hawk. Juwang opens his jaws and inhales violently, sucking spiritual energy and life from the children like leaves in a cyclone. Seeing her Mao in danger, a pregnant woman tries rushing forward, but her husband and daughter desperately hold her back. Soon Juwang chews grotesquely, fresh blood dripping from his mouth in chilling streaks. His power then erupts violently as he roars skyward, shaking the entire space. Laughing wildly, Juwang grips his rake and targets Dahu, demanding his demon core. Mo Chen frowns in irritation, Qi Ling panics with questions, Lan Ji stays calm, while Shi Yao shows rare worry. Nearby Lang Shan stares in horror, sensing the terrifying demon power and fearing even Hu Ye may not withstand it. Meanwhile, Daehu stands atop Gai Lao's head calculating quietly, realizing he can't face it head-on and must stall until the enemy's peak state fades. Mo Chen also frowns, thinking that Tiger can't tank this move, best for him to dodge. At that instant, Juwang Dawang pours all his spirit power into a heaven-shaking strike aimed at the whole group. Jiang Cheng, arms folded and calm, coolly tells Xiao Hu to block it. The crowd instantly panics and scatters screaming, leaving only Dahu and Galao in the blast's path. Before Dahu can process it, sweat pours down as he stammers, and the terrifying attack explodes. A mushroom cloud shoots skyward, while Dahu in the center can only clutch his head and gasp. Amid thick smoke, he mutters luckily he reacted fast or had have been blown away. Then he suddenly freezes, as if recalling something crucial, eyes widening in horror. His body is now charred black, limbs stiff as he lies in a crater groaning pitifully. Seeing Gai Lao flattened in the smoky pit, Shi Yao breaks down crying and calls for the sect leader. Mo Chen pats Shi Yao's shoulder, saying the sect leader has died and revived many times, this shouldn't be new. Shocked, Shi Yao asks about resurrection, and Mo Chen calmly recalls how Jiang Cheng revived a mortal before. Smiling mysteriously, he says as long as it's the sect leader, anything can be reversed. Then he glances at Dahu, mocking how the protector let the sect leader take the full hit. Dahu turns pale and shouts back, but Mo Chen coldly replies they're not security guards. He then studies Juwang Dawang, watching the swirling black-red spirit power in the sky. Inside, Mo Chen grits his teeth, cursing that pig for ruining his dignity. Dahu also clenches his teeth, vowing to roast the boar once the secret art expires. Right then, the system announces the host has died from a full-force strike by Shi Tianguang. Jiang Cheng's soul slowly floats out of his charred corpse, staring down gloomily at himself. Soul sweat drips as his eyes dart around, confused about what just happened. Suddenly fury erupts, he clenches his fists and roars that no one blocked the hit for him. The system then announces he meets upgrade conditions and advances to Ren-level cultivation. Instantly, Jiang Cheng's body bursts with radiant light, forcing Shi Yao nearby to shield his eyes. Seeing the sudden brilliance, those close by turn pale, sensing something unbelievable. Their eyes widen as they realize the figure within the light is the sect leader himself. Jiang Cheng shines in golden radiance like a descending deity, making onlookers cry that an immortal has arrived. Within the glow, Jiang Cheng frowns and looks back at Xiao Hu standing quietly behind. Daehu hurriedly reaches out, babbling explanations and begging for a chance to clarify. Floating midair, Jiang Cheng points at Juwang Dawang and orders him captured alive to clean manure in the sect. Jiang Cheng casually waves, and pure spiritual energy gathers from the void around Dahu. As the aura enters him, Dahu trembles violently, shocked by the immense power. Instantly, Huji erupts with might, shooting upward in a pillar of light piercing the heavens. Juwang Dawang stares wide-eyed, face twisted in disbelief at the impossible transformation. Above Lin Tian's garbage mountain, a grand phenomenon spreads like a mystical painting. At the 12th gate of the Demon King Cave, Jun Shan Do Wang and Bai Zhou stand guard when Lai Huangzhenzhe looks up asking, who just ascended. At snow-covered Huyun Jing in spring, a small drifting boat pauses as its rower gazes at the strange celestial sign. Nearby, Madame Lu quietly observes the anomaly, eyes sharp as blades yet expression calm. In Zibing Cave of Huzun Mountain, a monkey lounging on a branch with wine suddenly pauses mid-sip. The great sage Tong Tian raises a brow in surprise and lets out a short sigh. At Tianya Sea, amid crashing waves, a lone figure on a cliff also stares into the distance. Even Wu Zhao Jinlong of the 12 Demon Caves frowns, shocked that San Yanhu suddenly gained such fortune. Meanwhile, strange ripples appear within the grand inner palace of Manhwa Xianzong among the clouds. An immortal senses the celestial sign and turns to ask Tang Yi what just happened. Moments later, his eyes widen in horror as he realizes someone has stepped into the Ascension realm. Yet an elder beside him reminds that the Ascension path has been sealed for over 8,000 years. This makes no sense. Wanhua strokes his beard thoughtfully, noting there's an Ascension sign, but no heavenly tribulation. Tang Yi secretly suspects Jiang Changyuan, while Wanhua's gaze slowly sharpens with killing intent. Back on the battlefield, Dehu floats midair, spiritual power surging around him like raging flames. Zhuwang Dawang trembles, for in millennia no demon has ever broken Ascension laws. Jiang Cheng stands calmly behind, eyes steady as if all is going exactly to plan. Someone gasps that the sect leader hasn't even finished the 10 immortal fierce treasures. How could he ascend? Another clarifies this is merely a temporary realm boost for Dahu, not true ascension. Facing off, Zhuwang grips his rake with heavy evil aura, while Dahu coolly calls him braised pork. With that, Dahu unleashes a devastating palm strike straight at his foe. Zhuwang is struck, racked in agony, head thrown back in a miserable howl. In the next blink, he collapses to the ground, eyes wide in disbelief at his swift defeat. His face turns ash-white, cheeks swelling as internal power spirals out of control. Suddenly, Zhuwang vomits out the children he had swallowed earlier. The kids scramble up crying in panic, scattering back toward their families. Their parents rush forward, clutching them tightly and sobbing names in joy and fear. Behind them, Jiang Cheng stands hands on hips before Gai Lao, who floats under a system panel. The system displays revival for Gai Lao, valid since death occurred less than a day ago. Without hesitation, Jiang Cheng channels spiritual power to activate the resurrection. In a flash, Gai Lao rises in radiant light as the system confirms revival complete. The panel also shows Jiang Cheng still holds over 38 million points. Revived, Gai Lao weeps in gratitude, while Jiang Cheng sighs that has the sect's only ancient vehicle. Dehu looks at Zhuwang, now reverted and kneeling, and coldly asks if he truly submits. The wild boar sweats profusely, clasping hands and trembling as he begs for his pig life. Dahu leisurely says he can spare him if he becomes the Fei Xian sect's manure carrier. He tilts his chin asking if there's any grievance left, and Zhuwang only glances between him and Qi Ling Han. In Zhuwang's eyes, Jiang Cheng's face is hala-blurred, while Qi Ling Han and Lan Di glow like spring blossoms. His pupils turn heart-shaped, cheeks flushed, as he stands there grinning foolishly. Suddenly Zhuwang cheers excitedly, babbling that stinky or not, once in his mouth it's all meat. Dehu laughs asking if that's agreement, and Zhuwang giggles that pigs eating manure sounds fine. Meanwhile, the townsfolk shout thanks in unison to their saviors. They kneel and kowtow repeatedly, even elderly villagers trembling in heartfelt gratitude. Jiang Cheng raises a hand to stop them, calmly saying punishing evil and saving lives is the Fei Xian sect's creed. Still tied up, Zhuwang endures the villagers' fury as stones and curses rain down on him. Insulted, Zhuwang suddenly lifts his head and roars that even tied up, he could slaughter them all. Dahu instantly storms over and smashes a heavy punch onto his head, silencing the bravado. Just then Jiang Cheng strolls over with hands behind his back, calmly asking why it's so noisy. Zhuwang angrily complains the villagers threw rotten eggs and cursed him. Dahu points at him, explaining the pig practiced evil arts by devouring children for years. Jiang Cheng smiles confidently, saying this is extremely easy to fix. With a wave of spiritual power, he summons the souls of sacrificed children into the air. The system announces successful revival and updates the point total. Mothers burst into tears as their children revive a woman in blue trembles calling her son's name. Cheers erupt as parents embrace children returned from death. A white-haired elder shakes while placing a hand on a child's shoulder, weeping fondly. He then urges everyone to call her Kui, and the crowd shouts in unison. Amid endless thanks, Jiang Cheng stands quietly as villagers even propose building him a shrine. Suddenly beams of light descend behind him, making him look up in surprise. Majestic figures descend from the sky in radiant glow, drawing gasps from the crowd. Leaders of the 12 demon caves appear: Madame Lu, Jun Shandawang, Wu Zhao Jinlong, Lai Huang Zunju, and Great Sage Tong Tian. Nearby, Shutian Shenjiang stands with folded arms, while Jin Mao Xiaolao lounges on a branch watching like it's theater. Jiang Cheng raises a brow and mocks why so many ex-headed horse-faced types gathered here. Daehu solemnly notes the great demon kings of the 12 caves are all present. Jin Mao secretly observes, puzzled that San Yanhu shows no trace of immortal aura. One of them coldly states they already know about San Yanhu's ascension. Jin Long, Madame Lu, Jun Shan, and Lai Huang stare intently as Da Hu blankly asks what they want. Jun Shan Da Wang steps forward explaining the demon realm must share fate and support each other to endure. Hu San Yan angrily retorts that when he was weak none cared, now he ascends, and they demand to share fortune. Wu Zhao Jin Long warns if he won't reveal the secret art, 7 saint-tier experts together can force it out. Hu San Yan quickly assesses both sides and notes his camp still holds some advantage. Suddenly he leaps up, makes a face mockingly, and boldly declares he'll reveal nothing. The opponents grind their teeth in fury at his shameless refusal. Jin Long glances at Zhang Cheng's group and orders subordinates to investigate and prepare to course the secret. Beside them, Zhu Wang feels conflicted should he side with Jin Long or stay with Fei Xian sect. After pondering, he shakes his head, vowing not to repeat past mistakes. Abruptly, Zhu Wang stands and shouts he is the Grand Minister of Manhwa of Fei Xian sect and will never betray it. Da Hu laughs heartily, praising the cultured-sounding title that suits him perfectly. Jiang Cheng then asks Mo Chen if any pill could replace devouring humans for that secret art. Mo Chen calmly explains it only requires absorbing human Qi of the 5 elements, so pills can simulate it. Lang Men solemnly mentions a vicious demon realm pill called 10 Evils Human Essence. He says 1 pill equals the life force of hundreds of children combined. Hearing its cruel method, 10 people slaughtering each other for 1 survivor ingredient, Jiang Cheng turns pale. Holding the glowing object before him, Jiang Cheng mutters has never seen it personally and isn't sure he can create it. Jiang Cheng frowns at the pill, wondering why something this evil is sold at a bargain bin price. The system chimes in, offering to create the 10 villains Calamity Star for a cool 500,000 points. Jiang Cheng smirks, pays up, and watches his balance drop to just over 29 million. He tosses the pill to Zhu Ye, joking that a newbie getting VIP perks is a steal. Zhu Ye freezes, recognizing the infamous demonic pill from the demon realm. Temptation wins, and Zhu Dawang rockets up and gulps the pill without hesitation. Power explodes inside him as his crocodile heaven body cultivation jumps up a whole realm. The tidal wave of strength makes even Zhu Dawang tremble in ecstatic disbelief. Hu San Yan and Tai Bei Kang Lan's eyes sparkle as they beg Jiang Cheng for their own lucky break. Jiang Cheng simply closes his eyes and waves them off, signaling a timeout. He coolly declares that San Yan Hu's opportunity is himself. Anyone brave enough can challenge to Si Fen. Perched above, Tong Tiandasheng sneers, calling Jiang Cheng outrageously arrogant. He leaps down to strike, but Wu Zhao Jinlong quickly raises a hand to stop him. Ignoring the warning, Tong Tiandasheng swings his staff hard at Zhu Ye. The blow lands like a mosquito bite, utterly useless. Enraged, Zhu Ye glares and slaps Tong Tiandasheng across the face. 1 slap later, Tong Tiandasheng's body shatters and flies off, stunning the surrounding demon kings. Jiang Cheng frowns, muttering that might been a tad excessive. He channels spiritual energy into Tong Tiandasheng, admitting it did look like bullying. The system pops up resurrection for 80,000 points. A chime rings, announcing the revival is complete. Tong Tiandasheng wakes up dazed, baffled at dying and respawning in seconds. Jin Long's subordinates gape in horror at the live-action resurrection. Jiang Cheng turns calmly, saying he'll repeat himself one last time. Meanwhile, Zhu Ye is still raging like a bull, making Jiang Cheng's brow twitch. The distant demon kings back away, fearing someone else might get smashed next. Jiang Cheng watches Zhu Ye with wary eyes, like he just replayed Tong Tiandasheng's breakup with life. He mutters if that slap knocked the poor guy's eyebrows clean off. At this point, Da Si Fen has totally lost control, pure beast instinct taking over. Annoyed, Jiang Cheng orders Hu Bayan to deal with the rampaging pig. Hu Bayan nods, halo blazing above his head as he shouts hell end it. Before finishing his sentence, Hu Bayan throws a thunderous punch straight at Zhu Ye's face. The savage hit leaves Zhu Ye bugied and bleeding, while Da Si Fen dodges and begs for mercy. Jiang Cheng stands like a statue, coldly ordering them to keep fighting without resisting and tally the damages. Da Si Ku scratches his head, stammering that a lifelong lurker doesn't know how to make spreadsheets. Facepalming in despair, Jiang Cheng hands the bookkeeping to Qi Ling Han, who bows and accepts. He then rushes to save the dying Tong Tiandasheng, who lies in a blood pool looking nightmare-worthy. Revived again, Tong Tiandasheng mumbles drunkenly, clueless about what just happened. Jiang Cheng softly calls Chu Si's name and instantly gets a firm ready in reply. He orders Chu Si to go all out against Da Si Ku, but the poor guy is still confused and about to ask why. Suddenly, Mo Chen flies in with a sky-crushing kick, yelling at him to stop asking and just do it. The kick unlocks Chusi's aura like a cheat code, his energy erupting in radiant shockwaves that stun the crowd. Mid-fight, he flashes a mocking apology while CQ stands smugly, claiming it doesn't even tickle. Qi Linghan coolly observes like a veteran accountant, crisply reading out the target's damage stats. Seizing the chaos, Jiang Cheng laughs and announces a grand prize for anyone who beats his dog. The demon beasts erupt in fury as Ruan Jiang roars in protest, and Jiang Cheng shrugs that they're beasts anyway. He asks Mo Chen what they like most, and Mo Chen strokes his beard, saying rare demon cores are their true love. Jiang Cheng nods, eyes flashing as a new scheme clicks into place. With a snap, over a dozen glowing demon cores appear in his palm like freshly unearthed treasure. Sensing the aura, the beasts gape. Every core is clearly Demon King level. Someone trembles, doubting such handcrafted demon cores aren't just wild fantasy. Jiang Cheng smirks, pulls out even brighter cores, and mocks them as clueless rookies. Casually, he tosses one like a peanut. Qi lunges and swallows it whole. Instantly, Qi's aura erupts like a flood, shockwaves even boosting Taibei Kang Lang's cultivation. Pressing on, Jiang Cheng coldly promises rewards to anyone who works for him. Tong Tian charges first, staff raised, roaring that this fame is his. His staff slams onto Da Sika's head with a deep bell-like boom. Eyes blazing, Qi Linghan excitedly records Little Monkey deals 2s damage 159,000 burst. Watching, Qi breaks into a cold sweat, realizing the top 3 Demon Kings are monstrously strong. After the strike, Tong Tian lifts his chin proudly and steps back like a conquering hero. Jiang Cheng praises him and rewards 3 demon cores. Tong Tian drops all dignity and gobbles them up. Behind them, Hu Bayan grumbles to Mo Chen that the troublemaker reeks of his mixed-up aura. Not to be outdone, the other contenders swarm forward like a kicked beehive. Wu Ying Jinhua breaks the formation, Yu Yang Pei follows with force, and a Minidomain technique presses in relentlessly. Their 3 attacks merge into a storm that shakes space around CQ. Thrilled, Qi Linghan rattles off damage rankings and DPS stats, stunning the audience. The demon beasts below howl in protest, complaining the skill names are absurd and demanding appeals. Jiang Cheng ignores them, scattering demon cores like bird feed while praising nonstop. Si Tian Shenzhong sneers, asking if that's all, while Jin Mao stays silent as still water. Without a word, Jin Mao flicks his fingers. Both unleash skills, light and lightning tangling together. Si Tian Shenzhong's eyes turn bloodred as he roars that his next kick will shake mountains and rivers. The blow erupts with mountain-flipping force, making every beast shudder. Ecstatic, Qi Linghan declares a champion-perfect support rat and Longface hits a monstrous 999,999 DPS. Jiang Cheng applauds like festival drums, praising their power and flawless teamwork. Other beasts protest wildly, accusing the duo of cheating with divine artifacts. Even Tong Tian yells that if artifacts were allowed, had have used Ba Shen Lu to smash records. Amid the chaos, a silent figure whispers to Jiang Cheng that those weapons are part of the 10 Immortals' relic treasures and must be reclaimed. Jiang Cheng suddenly smacks his forehead, realizing he forgot something crucial all along. Jiang Cheng turns to the packed demon beasts and solemnly begins, saying that though they bear the name of monsters, after today's effort, has decided to recruit them all into Fei Xian sect to help San Yan Hu build the demon realm. The crowd instantly objects, many scoffing that San Yan Hu isn't worthy of their allegiance. Jiang Cheng pats Hu Bayan's shoulder, half smiling that it seems the little tiger must prove himself. Hu Bayan cracks his knuckles with a cold chuckle, saying hell suppress the beasts while sect master keeps order. He then sneers at Da Siku, warning they're about to get a beating they'll never forget. Da Siku pales and stammers for a timeout, desperately begging for a delay. Another demon beast rushes forward, trying to argue and salvage the dire situation. Before he finishes, a sweat-drenched creature interrupts with a frantic shout, clearly stalling in panic. Sanyan Dahu doesn't bother listening. One thunderous punch sends blood flying, and the commentator instantly reports terrifying DPS. 3 onlookers nearby gape and blurt out the same shocked exclamation. Blood pools on the ground as the commentator coldly announces Shi Shigaiwang has been on a punch to the underworld. Jiang Cheng frowns deeply, fury in his eyes sharp enough to pierce space. He points at the crowd, icily accusing them of costing him precious points. The system pops up Shi Shigaiwang resurrected for 88,000 points, revival successful. Jiang Cheng then firmly declares Xiao Hu the official military commander of the entire demon realm. The 3 women beside him exchange awkward looks, silent and unconvinced but daring not to object. A side quest appears. Sanyan Li Huang's fame shakes the 9-life domain reward, 35 million points. The main quest follows, listing objectives to unify the 3 realms and claim overlord titles. The system announces stage rewards plus 80 million points, sending the total past 150 million. Jiang Cheng lights up with joy, swearing happily at the glorious mountain of points. He beckons Elder Mo, and Mo Chen immediately responds respectfully, awaiting orders. Jiang Cheng smugly asks what's still missing to unify the three realms. Mo Chen smiles meaningfully. They still lack a demon realm, willing to submit. Someone adds that the last 210 Immortals relic treasures of the Xuandi clan are in the Demon Emperor's hands. Jiang Cheng points forward with a grin, declaring the plan simple: march straight into the demon realm. Lu Jinlong angrily demands an explanation, while Lai Huang warns of the Demon Emperor's terrifying status. Jiang Cheng coldly mocks them for fearing the demon realm more than their own demon realm. A great demon steps out, explaining that the Demon Emperor is not only powerful but cunning beyond measure. Under him stand left and right guardians, 4 demon lords, 7 demon masters, and 9 demon generals, 20 Guopeak Saint-Tier elites. Jiang Cheng laughs coldly, sneering that with so many strong figures, none ever thought of betrayal. Suddenly, a radiant golden beam descends from the sky like a thunder dragon, tearing it apart. Within the blazing light, 2 figures emerge like gods descending. The crowd soon recognizes them as Manhwa and Tang Wei, their extraordinary aura settling gracefully. Mo Chen instantly shouts at Manhwa in anger, but Manhwa only smiles calmly, telling him not to rush. He tilts his head toward Jiang Cheng, voice turning stern as he asks their purpose here. Finally, Manhua Xianzun respectfully explains they sensed someone in the demon realm ascending to the immortal ascension realm, and came to confirm. Jiang Cheng raises a brow and calmly asks, what if He's the one who found the path to immortal ascension? Wanhua instantly presses Tang Wei's head down in a bow, earnestly begging Sect Master Jiang to share the method with the world. Tang Wei grumbles in protest about being shoved like a grandson, yet admits he'd gladly accept the path, if it's real. Jiang Cheng casually drops a bomb. The road to the immortal realm lies in the demon realm. Wanhua Xianzun freezes, thinking that's less a method and more a suicide plan. Jiang Cheng frowns, asking why merely mentioning the demon realm scares everyone stiff. Wanhua explains gravely that the demon realm is ruled by the Demon Emperor, adopted son of Gusiu Xianzun. Lan Yi and a great demon beside her instantly connect the dots, exclaiming in unison. Dahu mocks the situation, prompting Mo Chen to snap that he lost his main soul when descending, so of course he didn't know. Wanhua analyzes that to attack the demon realm, humans and demons must ally and restore immortal power. He proposes Tang Wei overpower a demon king, become leader of both realms, then unite their forces. Han Jumu laughs sarcastically, saying that slow plan would take 700 years. Jiang Cheng folds his arms and smirks, declaring they'll march into the demon realm tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, the great flame shell region simmers in terrifying heat. Crimson fire surges across the land, flames dancing like ghostly spirits in the wasteland. At the center, the Demon Emperor sits in stern contemplation, clearly plotting something grand. He suddenly snorts, eyes narrowing as if sensing an anomaly. The sky abruptly tears open with a bright fissure, as though ripped by an invisible hand. From it descends Siyu Xianzun, hovering midair with divine authority. The Demon Emperor looks up and bluntly asks if they caused the immortal ascension in the demon realm. Siyu Xianzun coldly replies he came precisely for that. The Ascender used some chance to bypass the seal. His face darkens as he warns this is no good omen. He orders that the Ascender be found and eliminated immediately. The Demon Emperor laughs gloomily and calls for a subordinate named Yu Du. Outside, Shin and Yutong answers that with a command, everything will be arranged. An order labeled 2352 is activated within the Grand Hall. In a flash, 3 figures step forward, their auras surging like tidal waves. They are Zuo Hufa Tian Jadi, Mo Zhuwen Sha Tian Sheng, and Yu Hufa Di Deng Shi. The Demon Emperor stresses that an ascender from the demon realm is a grave matter. He commands Wen Shatian Sheng to lead forces to the demon realm and human realm to investigate. Wen Shatian Sheng bows and firmly accepts the order. Tiani Di and Di Deng Shi remain silent, cold eyes scanning the hall. More figures appear, forming a massive circle around the center. Within it, a dark red formation emerges, patterns etched like blood. A crimson beam shoots skyward, its pressure shaking space itself. Simultaneously in Tianling Domain's Nanzhong Lingzhou, within Ziyuan Sacred Land of Boling County, a strange red stone appears. People around it erupt and chatter, some shocked, others rushing to report to the sect master. Soon a disciple dashes in, panting that something extremely bad has happened. Wu Wanzhenzhou grimly speculates, could it be Dedeng Tian Jia Yun and the Demon Emperor preparing war on the human realm? Above, dark red rays streak upward one after another, their terrifying pressure threatening to burn the sky. As the red glow rains down, everyone within it writhes in pain, bodies burning like they're in a furnace. Suddenly, a man in a blood-red robe appears in the blazing light, radiating icy menace. A purple-robed cultivator steps out to face him, aura surging and shaking the space around. The newcomer is Wen Sha, one of the infamous 7 demon lords of the demon realm. Wu Huan clenches his fists and roars, demanding Wen Sheng's purpose here. Wen Sha merely snorts coldly, too disdainful to bother answering. He senses the spiritual energy and is shocked to find a rare 9th-grade spirit vine here. His sharp gaze sweeps the area as he demands where they got such a vein. Wu Huan's heart churns as he recalls Sect Master Jiang, vowing never to betray that kindness even before the demon realm. He bows and feigns an explanation, claiming it's likely leftover energy from a massive teleportation array. Wen Sha suddenly laughs coldly and asks what the demon realm hates most. Wu Huan's spine chills, his throat tightens in silence. In a blink, Wen Sha's face morphs into swirling demonic eyes as he hisses they hate deception most. A blooded beam shoots toward Wu Huan like lightning. Panicked, Wu Huan shouts to activate the sect-protecting Grand Array commands echo from formation pillars. Purple energy surges around the disciples as protective barriers rise in unison. Layers of dense violet aura cloak Wu Huan like fortress walls. Wen Sha casually waves a hand, and rolling black Q devours every barrier. Wu Huan is horrified the Grand Array they labored over shatters in one move. Wen Sha coldly says he only came to investigate the ascender from the demon realm. But if this place truly has a 9th-grade spirit vine, hell conveniently claim it too. Wu Huan pales and screams a warning the enemy intends to slaughter them all. The crowd trembles as countless demonic eyes appear and unleash simultaneous attacks. Terror fills the air, faces turn ghostly white at the nightmare unfolding. Blood-red light rains from the sky amid screams and spraying blood. Wu Huan watches helplessly as Wen Sha rampages, each strike swirling with red-black demonic ki. Soon corpses pile across the ground like straw after harvest. Amid the massacre, Wen Sha smirks and extends a hand with a cold summons. Red-black tendrils seize Wu Huan by the throat and drag him forward, his face twisting in agony. Wen Sha tightens his grip and demands once more where the 9th-grade spirit vein came from. Even choking, Wu Huan grits his teeth, he'd rather die than reveal a word. Wen Sha laughs demonically, saying the demon realm never lacks torture methods. Suddenly he frowns, noticing the Ziyuan Sacred Land's Grand Array has completely vanished. A great demon beside him scoffs that the others likely fled in fear. Seeing this, Mo Chen mocks that San Yanhu is just using the battle as an excuse to stir internal chaos. Da Hu explodes in anger, cursing the old dog for slandering out of spite over Wu Huan's past accusation. Manhwa clasps his hands and reasons that cautious Wu Huan's silence may mean the array was gravely damaged. Zhang Cheng sighs and swears, saying he'll have to fix the system himself, then decides to fly to Ziyuan's sacred land. As the group takes off, a turtle suddenly falls from the sky like alien debris. Landing, Zhang Cheng sternly asks what exactly happened here. Manhwa steps forward, gestures toward the distant ground, and invites Sect Master Jiang to see for himself. Peering closer, Zhang Cheng spots countless grotesque eyes underground. Someone gasps it's Wen Sha's heavenly eye radiance. Hearing the name, Zhang Cheng narrows his eyes and slowly repeats, Wen Sheng. Manhua explains that among the 7 demon lords, some peak at Saint-tier absolute overlords in any realm. A great demon beside them folds his arms and clicks his tongue mockingly, igniting Mo Chen's temper. He points at Manhua's face, snapping that an outsider shouldn't show off before the sect master. Manhua calmly clasps his hands in apology, admitting he overstepped and asking Zhang Cheng's forgiveness. Zhang Cheng laughs it off, saying his sect isn't big on stiff etiquette, relax. He then calls Xiao Ji to draft Manhua a consultant contract on the spot. Mo Chen freezes, blurting out in shock. He immediately points at Manhua and curses, calling the old fox absurdly crafty. From inside, a voice demands to know who's making noise and calls out Sect Master Jiang by name. Before they react, furious shouting erupts within, making even Xiao Ji yelp in surprise. Entering, they find Wu Huan tied to a chair, eyes pitifully pleading for help. Wrapped in a thin cloth, he trembles and explains the culprit is the demon Wen Sheng. Wen Sha slaughtered the entire sect, destroyed the Grand Array, and even vowed to flatten the human realm. Zhang Cheng cuts in, asking bluntly where is Wen Sha now. Wu Huan hurriedly says Wen Sha left briefly after discovering a 9th-grade spirit vein, likely to return soon. Everyone exchanges wary looks at the bizarre situation. Wu Huan suddenly panics, pointing ahead that Wen Sha is back, but Jiang Cheng just smiles, saying has stepped into a mortal tier. Right then, Wen Sha stands before the hall and utters a short, arrogant call. The 2 guardians behind him stand firm as mountains, eyes locked forward in battle readiness. Wen Sha sneers at Tang Wei and San Yanhu, claiming even together they're unworthy foes. Zhang Cheng chuckles and gestures for Xiao Hu to step up and enlighten him. Da Hu explodes with surging demon power, roaring as his aura shakes the hall. Wensha's eyes widen in shock. How did a former bottom-ranked demon king get this strong? Da Hu laughs disdainfully, declares old rankings obsolete, and unleashes heavenly eye radiance. Screams echo through the hall, as if souls are being ripped from bodies. In a flash, a thunderous fist stops a hair's breadth from Wensha's face. Bound to a chair, Wensha can only whimper miserably. Zhang Cheng steps over, removes the gag, and coldly warns that stubbornness means executioner time. A heavy foot stomps down, the dull thud echoing across the room. Yin Yu Shuang strides in, icily asking what crime warrants dragging people here for interrogation. Without waiting, she starts beating and questioning him, screams and thuds overlapping. Wensha can only mumble incoherently, making Yin Yu Shuang sigh at his stubbornness. Ji Ling Han gently suggests maybe removing the gag first would help. Freed, Wensha bursts into snotty tears, wailing about the horrific torture. Zhang Cheng folds his arms and asks where the demon emperor is. Wensha helplessly says he didn't even know the question. The system announces it has resurrected a Ziyuan Sacred Land member, after over 100 days dead. The stats panel shows Zhang Cheng still sitting on over 150 million points. Zhang Cheng asks how long to fix the teleportation array. Wu Huan says 3 days with a 9th grade spirit vein. Satisfied, Zhang Cheng orders them to make the many-eyed guy draw a detailed coordinate map of the demon realm. Yin Yu Shuang snorts that is tough indeed, and Wensha shrieks hell draw immediately, just untie him. 3 days later in the demon realm's Yan Shang land, the demon emperor wonders why Wensha hasn't reported back. Suddenly, a slow spinning ring of light appears in the silent sky like a ritual wheel. The demon emperor frowns and asks the two guardians what's going on. They reply in unison that the formation isn't theirs. The demon emperor smiles darkly, eager to see who dares open a portal in his grand hall. Laughing arrogantly, he demands who's bold enough to set up a formation in his domain. A blazing orange beam crashes down like a meteor. From the pillar of light, a steady foot steps out calm and in control. It's Zhang Cheng, arms folded, smiling as he asks which one is the demon emperor. The demon emperor sneers that Zhang Cheng merely used crook tricks to reach immortal ascension. Raising his crimson staff, he boasts that even an ascender can't withstand 210 immortals' relic treasures. Zhang Cheng just frowns and casually asks, "Oh." A blinding golden flash forces the demon emperor to shield his eyes. He shifts into defense, one hand guarding his face, the other raised to counter. Zhang Cheng smirks. He holds the other 8 relic treasures. The demon emperor pales, stumbling back and pointing at Tang Wei, shocked even the Tianhua sword was taken. Tang Wei roars back that losing Tianhua sword means nothing. They still have 7 treasures. The demon emperor curses furiously. No one, not even his adoptive father, ever yelled at him like that. Zhang Cheng laughs and points a head hand over the 2 treasures and hell go easy. Just then, a frantic figure rushes in, shouting urgent news as all eyes turn. Orange lights erupt everywhere, tremors shaking the hall like a colossal force descending. A song echoes in the sky, mixed with cries of terror at the overwhelming immortal power. The heavens rip open with a massive crack. Someone trembles, asking who dares tear the sky apart. Another grits his teeth in shock. This is unmistakably immortal power. Manhwa frowns, confirming the newcomer is Siyu Xianzun. Suddenly the figure shouts junior brother, as if recognizing someone familiar. Mo Chen steps out with a mysterious smile, asking him to guess who he is. The man stares wide-eyed and stammers teacher and Ji, recognizing him at last. Wanhua's face darkens as he urgently asks if Mo Chen knows Siyu Xianzun. Mo Chen laughs, recalling that when Siyu first entered the immortal realm, he was just his intern. Zhang Cheng chuckles teasingly, while Mo Chen modestly strokes his chin. Being a mentor was no big deal. He sighs nostalgically, saying time flies. Back then the kid mooched his boxed lunches. Siyu Xianzun explodes in anger, pointing and shouting for him to stop slandering him publicly. A faint pink glow suddenly surrounds Mo Chen like rosy twilight. From the haze, a pig waddles out, snorting and looking utterly confused. The great demons collapse in laughter, tears streaming at the mighty figure-turned pig. Dahu pinches the pig's cheek, teasing old Chu about missing his manure-scooping days. Zhang Cheng narrows his eyes and warns in a low voice that if gentle words don't work, he draws his sword, its cold gleam promising harsher measures. Meanwhile, Siyu Xianzun calculates silently, suspecting that immense immortal power comes from the 8 relic treasures. So he ordered Mo Huang to hand over the Yama King crown and sandalwood ruler, but Mo Huang instantly brought up an old debt like a grumpy accountant. Siyu Xianzun snapped back, telling him to quit the chatter and cough up the treasures already. Fed up, Mo Huang hurled the item into the sky, cursing like he'd just stepped on a nail. Sai Yuxianzun sneered, mocking that a mere rogue cultivator dared act cocky before him. Jiang Cheng calmly replied, inviting him to throw a punch and see how scary a real rogue could be. Meanwhile, someone trembled and softly called Su, voice thick with disbelief. Manhwa turned purple with rage, silently cursing that pesky old Mo Chen. Worse yet, he realized Mo Chen had broken the substitution curse by sheer emotion and willpower alone. Furious, he shouted that Mo Chen was ungrateful, forgetting who boosted him back in the day. Mo Chen then sternly asked Jiang Cheng for a chance to personally discipline the traitor. He waved off all help, declaring he'd handle this round solo. The system chimed in, warning that crafting the spirit seed flower blade was burning 1,000,000 points. Jiang Cheng laughed, saying if they were making a move, it had to scream flying immortal sect style. Ding! The system confirmed completion, with over 18,000,000 points left in the bank. Jiang Cheng casually tossed the spirit pill to Mo Chen, like gifting an old friend a glow-up ticket. Mo Chen swallowed it whole and growled that if any master-disciple bond remained, they'd better brace for his power. He then stared straight at Siyu Xianzun, slowly asking if he still remembered what happened back then. Unexpectedly, Siyu Xianzun's face shifted, brows knitting as a flicker of unease betrayed him. But he quickly stiffened up, swung his sword, and unleashed the sandalwood ruler to suppress his foe. Thousands of dark red chains carved with ancient runes rained down, coiling to drag Mo Chen into the abyss. At the same time, Siyu Xianzun formed a seal on his forehead and roared, summoning the blazing sun true fire. A massive sea of flames erupted, crashing down to melt even the air around Mo Chen. Ji Han gasped in panic, crying out for Elder Mo. Yet within the blazing inferno, strands of purple spiritual energy quietly emerged. The purple flames spread silently, devouring the surrounding fire and carving out an eerie void. At the fire's core, Mo Chen stood tall and calm, remarking that in the mortal realm, the 10 immortals' fierce treasures were indeed supreme. He then proudly shouted that his opponent's master had been a true immortal. In a flash, the purple flames reached Siyu Xianzun, making him scream as he was fiercely burned. The halo above his head fell to the ground, shattering into countless specks of light. Mo Chen crossed his arms and scoffed, vowing to drain dry the spiritual power of one who disrespected his master. Siyu Xianzun shot back angrily that he already had a master in the mortal world and never wanted to bow to him. Mo Chen frowned and unleashed another ruthless strike, beating Siyu Xianzun into tearful apologies. Mo Huang cautiously stepped forward to check in, while Siyu Xianzun stroked his beard and shakily admitted had forgotten how terrifying Mo Chen was. From afar, scar-faced Hu frowned, muttering that it was just backing from the human flower pill. Mo Chen then returned the 2 radiant rare treasures to Jiang Cheng, saying the remaining pieces were recovered. Jiang Cheng laughed loudly, declaring the 10 immortals' fierce treasures assembled, and the immortal realm's gate could finally open. Lan Ji wept with emotion, saying the 1,000-year mission of the Jeter immortal clan was nearly complete. Everyone stepped into the formation center, forming a solemn circle awaiting the ritual. Instantly, the 10 treasures activated together, immortal power converging into the formation. A colossal beam of light burst from the center, winds howling as the earth trembled. The light was so fierce that everyone had to shield their eyes, unable to look at the formation's core. Mo Chen frowned, sensing the ritual dragging on suspiciously without finishing. Lan Ji nervously said every step followed the ancestral manual, yet something still felt missing. Wanhua's face suddenly shifted, had clearly spotted a crucial oversight. He warned they needed a medium to house the immortal divinity, or the 10 immortals' fierce treasures' power would dissipate. Lan Ji immediately objected, insisting the ancestral method mentioned no such medium. Growing urgent, Mo Chen shouted to stop the formation, or the immortal divinity would vanish, and the immortal realm's gate seal forever. Lan Ji gritted her teeth, saying once begun, the ritual couldn't be reversed. Meanwhile, Jiang Cheng stroked his chin, quietly analyzing the chaos. Suddenly he grinned, declaring it was time for the sect master to flip the script. Jiang Cheng leapt into the formation's core, loudly announcing he'd be the medium himself. Everyone gaped in shock, jaws practically hitting the floor. He stood at the center as light from all 10 treasures poured straight into his body. The immortal power pierced his flesh, making him howl as if skewered through the heart. In a flash, Jiang Cheng's body exploded into countless sparks like tragic fireworks. His soul drifted into the system, blinking in utter confusion. The system coldly declared the host had committed suicide, disabling the resurrection function. Jiang Cheng snapped back furiously, yelling he was opening the immortal realm's gate, not killing himself. The system icily replied that the recorded action contradicted his claim, so the appeal was denied. The crowd went pale. Ji Han trembled at the empty space, where their sect master had burst apart. Chen Hu quickly reassured them, saying their sect master had a habit of not staying dead. Sai Yushanzun smirked mockingly, provoking Mo Chen to grab him by the collar. Still sneering, he explained mortals killed by the immortal realm gate's force couldn't revive. His gaze turned icy as he added that only opening the immortal realm gate could restore Jiang Cheng. Mo Chen roared for the method, but Siyu Xianzun laughed that knowing wouldn't help. Enraged, Mo Chen threatened to kill him, yet Siyu Xianzun growled he'd risk his life for his immortal consort. Mo Chen coldly vowed that once back in the immortal realm, he'd settle accounts with that consort. Siyu Xianzun calmly noted that without a heart world as the formation's core, the immortal divinity would soon disperse. Hu Baiyan suddenly jolted awake, shouting Da Huang's name as realization struck. Panic spread to Huang was at the flying immortal sect, and only minutes remained. Hu Baiyan raised his hand and barked for everyone to step back, deadly serious. He lifted his head with a confident grin, saying it was finally his time to be the hero. Mo Chen rushed to stop him, calling him a foolish tiger about to do something insane. Hu Baiyan merely turned slightly, eyes calm as if had settled everything in his heart. Amid choked cries of Elder Mo, he resolved to sacrifice himself to cast the body-swapping secret art. Mo Chen, however, still looked stunned, not grasping his true intent. In that fleeting instant, Hu Baiyan recalled carefree days playing with De Huang. Before the memory finished, Mo Chen shouted that dying at the immortal realm gate meant no salvation. Ignoring all warnings, Hu Baiyan charged straight into the teleportation formation's core. Tearful, Mo Chen signaled Manhwa to start the ritual immediately. Manhua Jianzun stood dazed, still reeling from the rapid chaos. In the cold wind, he asked what kind of formation this truly was. Mo Chen explained it was an immortal technique mimicking invisibility fused with body exchange. Manhua suddenly had an epiphany, nodding that he finally grasped the formation's mechanics. He instantly activated the immortal art descending emotion curse, spiritual power erupting wildly. Two surging streams of spiritual force merged and slammed into Hu Baiyan at the formation's core. He then tossed a teleportation token into the air, grinning that he'd prepared this long ago. In a flash, Da Huang appeared in radiant light, illuminating the entire space. The 10 immortal treasures orbited him like stars circling their sun. Mo Chen exhaled in relief, realizing this had all been prearranged. Manhua rapidly formed seals, unleashing 3-layered immortal arts body shift and form swap, star relocation corpse image, and combined seal. Mo Chen froze and shouted to stop the formation at once, raising his hand in alarm. Too late, a terrifying energy descended from the heavens, and his pale face said it all. The entire formation shook violently as positions inside it abruptly swapped. Hu Baiyan only had time to grumble that the old geezer had tricked him again. Space twisted and warped like fabric wrung by invisible hands. A world-shaking explosion roared as blinding light blasted across the horizon. Mo Chen grabbed Wanhua's collar demanding why he didn't stop, while Wanhua stammered he had no idea what happened. Lindy and Jiling Han cried out Xiaohu, in despair. Forcing a smile, Mo Chen said once Jiang Cheng revived, they'd figure out how to save that foolish tiger. Siyu Xianzun sneered that since the tiger had reached immortal level, normal resurrection spells wouldn't work. Mo Chen's face darkened, aura surging as if to swallow heaven and earth. He seized Siyu Xianzun again, demanding how he'd explain this when Jiang Cheng woke up. Nearly striking him, Mo Chen instead pointed afar and barked for him to open his dog eyes and look. He then roared for Hanjia Xiao and Da Huang to unleash light and shatter the darkness. Siyu Xianzun paled, stammering as he saw the heart world now controlled by a woman. Without delay, Da Huang spun upward, 5-colored light spreading as he activated a divine ability. With a mighty roar, he unleashed the ultimate move, Peerless Intimidation, shaking the heavens. A colossal burst of radiance tore through the sky like thunder on a clear day. The glare was so blinding that everyone could only cry out and shield their eyes. Within the blazing brilliance, the 10 immortal treasures hovering above slowly vanished. Mo Chen gasped that the immortal aura of the 10 immortals' fierce treasures had fully dissipated. Yet amid the sea of light, Jiang Cheng's figure slowly appeared behind Da Huang. Lin Di and Jiling Han cheered tearfully at their sect master's return. Jiang Cheng nodded thoughtfully, realizing someone had pulled off what even the system struggled to do. Seeing their teary faces, he smiled lightly, saying crying wouldn't help at this stage. His gaze swept around, then paused in confusion when Xiaohu was nowhere in sight. Asked about it, Jiling Han broke down, saying Xiaohu sacrificed himself to save him. Mo Chen immediately pointed at Wanhua, accusing him of killing Xiaohu. Wanhua turned pale and defended himself, saying he only followed Mo Chen's order to swap the two. Mo Chen yanked his beard in fury while Wanhua bit back, refusing to take the blame. Watching them bicker like cats and dogs, Zhang Cheng sighed that such a small issue had stirred the heavens. He casually waved and ordered the system to resurrect Hu Bayan immediately. Moments later, the system coldly announced the resurrection was complete. Hu Bayan reappeared intact, not even a single hair missing. Saiyu Xianzun staggered in shock, unable to believe had revived. Even Han Jia Xiao muttered blankly, since those slain by the immortal gate barrier were meant to stay dead. Zhang Cheng laughed smugly, declaring his power was never bound by this world's rules anyway. He then transmitted his voice across the 3 realms, announcing the ascension path had reopened and inviting all with ambition to follow him. A gentle beam of light descended from the 9th heaven, enveloping the world and leaving all creation staring in awe. Qing Xianzunzhe looked up emotionally, trembling as he said the ascension path had finally opened. Duan Yi Zishu and those beside him were fortunate to witness this once seen 10,000 years miracle. As news spread, countless great sects across the land lifted their heads to observe the phenomenon. Even the Dog Kings paused their card game, bearing grins as they stared at the blazing sky. Above, the immortal realm's gates slowly opened, dreamlike light spilling from within. Beneath the heavenly gate, Zhang Cheng and his fellow disciples stood tall, eyes fixed on their next journey ascension.